Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Teen Wolf, Dragon Among Wolves. Chapter 01, Waking Up in a New World. Jacob woke up face down on a carpet. Ah, my head hurts. He pushed himself up, blinking at the sunlight streaming through windows that were definitely not from his orphanage room back in New York. The room was nice. Like HGTV makeover nice. Plush gray couches, a 60-inch TV, a fireplace. He was in the living room of a mansion. Where am I? Then Jacob panicked. Did I get kidnapped by some pervert rich woman because I'm too handsome? Thinking that, he scrambled to his feet, patting himself down frantically. Clothes. He was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Body. No mysterious aches. He sighed in relief. Everything's okay. I was scared there for a second. After that, his eyes darted around the empty room. No one's here. Should I yell like an idiot in a movie? Hello? Anyone there? Screw that. I better run before whoever kidnapped me comes back. With that thought, Jacob started sneaking around, trying not to make a sound as he searched for the front door. It didn't take long to find it. He crept toward it quietly and was just about to turn the knob when a blue holographic screen flickered to life in front of him. System initialized. Transdimensional travel successful. Welcome to a new world, Jacob Alexander. What is this? Did the kidnappers plant some sci-fi shit in my head? Jacob said, his voice trembling. Then he groaned as memories flooded back. Last night, he'd been binge-watching Teen Wolf in his orphanage room when a weird pop-up appeared on his phone. Want to live your best supernatural life? Want to travel to another world? Click yes. He'd clicked it, obviously. Who wouldn't? But he'd assumed it was just another sketchy mobile game ad. Turns out, it was way more than that. The blue screen updated. Location, Beacon Hills, California. Teen Wolf World. Host, do you want to sign in? Jacob sat there, staring at the blue screen. Okay, either I'm hallucinating, or I just won the supernatural lottery. He pinched himself. Hard. Ow. That hurts. So, let's assume this is real for now. That means this blue screen is my system, just like those cheap online novels. Out loud, he said. What kind of system are you? Host doesn't need to shout. You can communicate with me in your mind. Jacob thought. Okay, what kind of system are you, and what can you do? Classification, sign-in system. Functions, 3 sign-in modes. 1. Daily sign-in, random rewards, food, currency, tools, low-tier weapons, etc. 2. Monthly sign-in, random supernatural abilities, magical weapons, potions, special food, special items, etc. 3. Event/location sign-in, special rewards for signing in at marked sites or during key events. Additional, host can complete quests for extra rewards. Jacob, system, hold up. About the quests, do I get punished if I can't complete them or if I ignore them? The system is just a tool to assist the host. It lacks the will or authority to punish you. You may unbind the system at any time. Quests are voluntary. Ignoring them only forfeits potential rewards. Jacob, okay, good to know. Now, show me my status. Can you do that? Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human. Abilities, none. Weapons, none. What about my speed, strength, and physique? The system cannot measure physical attributes, e.g., speed, strength. It only displays species, abilities, and weapons. I see. By the way, do I have a novice gift package or something? Host has already received the following upon arrival. 1. The house you are standing in. Note, the house has a barrier preventing supernatural creatures from entering unless you grant permission. 2. An ID, driver's license, and legal emancipation. 3. A bank card with $2 million. 4. Beacon Hills High enrollment papers. 5. A phone. 6. An infinite pocket dimension, stores non-living items. Note, the deed to the house and other documents are stored in your pocket dimension. Jacob, how do I take stuff out of the pocket dimension? The host just needs to think about the pocket dimension to see what's inside. To remove or store items, simply focus on what you want, and it will be taken out or stored. Jacob closed his eyes and saw an infinite space in his mind. When he opened them again, he thought about taking out his bank card, and it materialized in his hand. Cool. Jacob said. He spent the next few minutes playing with his pocket dimension, storing the couch and retrieving it repeatedly. Then he thought. System, are you sure I can't enter the pocket dimension myself? Only non-living things can be stored there, host. Jacob sighed. Too bad. If I could go in there, I'd at least have an emergency escape option. Reminder, host still has one unclaimed gift from the starter package. Please select your supernatural species. The screen flashed, presenting 4 options. 1. True Alpha Werewolf, strength grows with your willpower. The stronger you become, the more forms and abilities you unlock. 2. Phoenix, Immortal Firebird. Control flames, immune to fire. Can heal with flames unless decapitated or heart is destroyed. Grows stronger through near-death experiences. More forms and abilities unlock as you grow stronger. 3. Kitsune, choose your type without worry of fox spirit possession. Grow stronger by gaining tails and with age. More forms and abilities unlock as you grow stronger. 4. Dragon, breath fire, fire immunity, extremely strong physique. Possesses passive charm that attracts mates. More forms and abilities unlock as you grow stronger. Note, all species include standard shifter abilities, super strength, enhanced senses, rapid healing, super speed, etc. Jacob examined the options carefully. Forget the werewolf and kitsune, they're not as powerful as the phoenix or dragon. If I choose phoenix, I'd have to get beaten half to death constantly to grow stronger, and I'm not a masochist, that's not my kind of hobby. That leaves only one choice, become a Pokemon trainer, cough. I mean, a noble dragon. After a moment's silence, Jacob laughed. Who am I kidding? I want to catch them all. Even if there was something stronger than a dragon on this list, I'd still pick dragon unless that creature had better charm powers. Standing up, Jacob smirked and announced. System, I choose the ultimate chick magnet species. Sorry host, there is no chick magnet species on the list. Please review the options again. Jacob coughed awkwardly. I choose the dragon. Confirm choice, dragon. Yes/no. Without hesitation, Jacob answered. Yes. Selection confirmed. Dragon traits unlocking. A warm tingling sensation spread through Jacob's body. His vision sharpened dramatically, he could now see individual dust motes floating in sunlight like glitter. He felt his strength increasing, and his fingernails elongated into sharp black claws. His eyes transformed, becoming reptilian with golden irises that glowed faintly. Whoa. Jacob flexed his hands. This feels awesome. Jacob tried to shift further but couldn't. He asked the system. System, why can't I grow scales or wings? You need to grow stronger to unlock more traits. This can be achieved by consuming potions if you're lucky enough to get them from monthly sign-ins or as special rewards from location/event sign-ins. Otherwise, you'll grow stronger gradually each day. Additionally, finding more mates will accelerate your growth. Dragons are naturally lustful creatures. The more mates you have, the faster your strength increases. Note, you can share system-granted powers with your mates to strengthen them, but only after marriage. Jacob thought. System, I'm too young to get married, and even if I wanted to, I don't think people under 18 can legally marry. The marriage I refer to is a soul contract between you and your mates. The system will recognize it as a binding marriage contract that ties your mates to you for life. Note, this is not a slave contract. It simply ensures they cannot betray or harm you. Jacob mused to himself. You're too considerate. But let's forget about mates for now. I'll just hope for useful potions or something to strengthen me from the system. Reminder, the host still hasn't signed in today. Great. Jacob said. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. A cheeseburger with fries and a Coke. Rubber chicken. Senju Tsunade's bath water, 5 liters, Naruto. Jacob stared in stunned disbelief. Tsunade's bathwater. System, what kind of shitty reward is this? I'm not some disgusting pervert. I don't want anyone's bathwater. Host, you are now a dragon, and dragons are naturally perverse. Expect similar rewards occasionally. Jacob searched for the bathroom in his new house while complaining. I like girls, but not enough to want their bathwater. If you're going to give me a reward, you might as well summon Tsunade herself. What use do I have for her dirty bathwater? After finding the luxurious bathroom, he poured the uncontained bath water directly from his pocket dimension into the toilet. Disgusting. He muttered. He then studied his reflection in the mirror. A 1.8-meter tall teenager with black hair stared back. Good, I'm still me. I didn't possess someone else's body. Looking at the luxurious bathroom, he decided. Since I'm here, I might as well take a bath. After a quick shower, he filled the tub with hot water and sank in, he thought. This is unbelievable. I still can't wrap my head around traveling to another world, but I'm not going to complain. There's nothing to miss from my original world. My parents died when I was 8, and I spent the next 8 years in an orphanage. It wasn't terrible, but I'm genuinely happy to be here, starting fresh. And let's not forget the supernatural powers. This is so exciting. Later, wrapped in a bathrobe, Jacob explored the mansion. The place was enormous, 10 bedrooms, gleaming marble floors beneath crystal chandeliers, and a grand staircase worthy of a film set. He discovered a library straight from a Gothic novel, floor-to-ceiling mahogany shelves packed with classics he'd never read, Cleather armchairs, and a rolling ladder to access the highest books. The gaming room made him grin, a neon-lit paradise featuring a 90-inch TV, an ultra-comfortable gaming chair, a gaming PC, an Xbox 360, a retro arcade cabinet. Jacob sighed. This PC and Xbox are outdated compared to 2025 tech from my world, but I guess they'll do. Venturing outside, he found a beautiful garden with stone paths winding through rose bushes, leading to a wooden gazebo with comfortable chairs. The attached garage held his biggest surprise, a sleek 2011 Chevrolet Camaro SS, black as midnight. Running his hand along the car's edge, Jacob whispered, "What a beauty." After inspecting the car, Jacob returned to the mansion and headed upstairs to the master bedroom. He rummaged through the walk-in closet that was filled with clothes that fit him perfectly. Tossing aside his bathrobe, he dressed in black cargo pants, a white t-shirt, and a dark green bomber jacket, finishing the look with gray low-top Jordans. Descending to the kitchen, he discovered the fridge completely empty, no food whatsoever. Shaking his head, Jacob pulled out a chair and sat at the table. Well, I'll make do with the cheeseburger I got as a reward today. After eating, I'll go buy groceries, and school supplies too, it seems. As he ate, he asked the system. By the way, has the Teen Wolf plot started yet? Tomorrow night is when Scott McCall will be bitten by Peter Hale. Jacob took another bite of his burger. Great, that means Scott and Allison haven't met yet. I should befriend her first and prevent her from falling for Scott. Maybe get close to Lydia too after she breaks up with Jackson, then let my dragon charm work its magic. There's also Malia, but no one's pursuing her yet, I'll leave her alone for now. Who else? Oh, Kira of course, and Cora too. That's it. Erica, no, she's not my type. Maybe I'll help Styles get with her, he's one of my favorite characters anyway. Since I'm going after Lydia and Malia, the girls he's supposed to end up with. Shaking his head, Jacob continued thinking. I'm just dreaming here. Getting those girls to fall for me and accept being in a harem will be difficult. Still, I need to meet Allison before she meets Scott. I can't lose her. After finishing his meal, Jacob cleaned the table. I should test my strength and see what I can do, but that can wait until after I get back from shopping. Then, he headed to the garage and drove his new car toward town. Chapter 02, Meeting Allison and Testing Powers. Jacob arrived at an office supply store, parked his Camaro, and stepped inside. Grabbing a basket, he took his school supplies list from his pocket dimension and began walking through the aisles, casually tossing in notebooks and pens, until he turned a corner and nearly collided with someone. Whoa! A girl stumbled back, her dark hair swishing over her shoulders as she clutched a binder to her chest. Her wide, curious eyes met his. Jacob caught her elbow to steady her. Sorry about that. It's okay. The girl said. I wasn't paying attention either. Jacob recognized her immediately and thought. She is Allison. Great, I should at least make friends with her. Noticing her basket full of school supplies, he asked. I just moved to town today. What's your excuse for waiting so late to buy school supplies? Allison smiled. I just moved here a few days ago too. Haven't had time to shop until now. Jacob extended his hand. I'm Jacob. And you? Allison. She shook his hand. You said you're not from here either. Where are you from? New York. You. My family moved here from San Francisco. We visited relatives here before, but this is our first time living in Beacon Hills full-time. She studied him with subtle interest, maybe the dragon charm at work. Which high school do you go to? Allison asked. Beacon Hills High, starting Monday. You. Same. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a nervous habit, perhaps. How about we continue shopping together since we need the same supplies? Jacob smiled. Okay, I wouldn't mind having a friend in this new town. Besides, it's awkward being the new kid in class. If we're in the same class, we can at least go together. I know what you mean. Allison said. My family moves around a lot. I've been the new kid twice in 1 year more than once. They walked together, chatting as they finished their shopping. After paying, Jacob pulled out his phone. Want to exchange numbers? Allison grinned. Sure. Once they'd exchanged contacts, they stepped outside. You got a ride, or need a lift? Jacob asked, jerking his thumb toward the Camaro. I've got a car. Allison's eyebrows rose. That's your car. She's beautiful, right? She. Allison laughed. So you're one of those car-loving geeks? Jacob smiled. I guess I am, but I only love my car, at least until I get a few more. Then I'll love them all. Allison was still laughing when a red SUV pulled up to the curb. My ride's here. A woman with short red hair rolled down the window, glanced at Jacob, then addressed her daughter. Allison, let's go. Allison gave Jacob an apologetic look. See you at school Monday. Yeah, see you Monday. Jacob replied. As Allison got into her mother's car, Victoria asked. Who was that boy? His name is Jacob. Allison said with a smile. He just moved to Beacon Hills today. From where? New York. Okay. Victoria said dismissively. Enough about him. Did you get everything you need? Yes, but can we go get something to eat? Victoria smiled. Sure, sweetheart. After Allison left, Jacob tossed his school supplies into the Camaro's trunk and slid into the driver's seat. He drove to a supermarket to buy groceries, smirking to himself as he thought. That went better than expected. I didn't think I'd meet Allison this soon. I was planning to meet her Monday morning at school before she met Scott, but this works too. And her mom seems just as mean as in the show. Well, let's not worry about my future mother-in-law for now. Jacob parked outside the supermarket and went inside. I think I need a lot of food. I just ate a cheeseburger but I'm hungry again. Hey system, what's going on with my body? Why do I feel hungry again? The host's body is now a dragon. Although not yet strong, you require high food intake for growth. Consider yourself a baby dragon needing substantial energy to develop. Focus on eating plenty of meat and high-energy foods. Won't I get fat? The host needn't worry. As explained, your dragon body requires this energy for proper growth. Cool. I do love food. Now, let's see if this market does home delivery because I'm about to buy a lot of food to stock my fridge and put the rest in my pocket dimension. By the way system, will food spoil in my pocket dimension? No. Items stored there remain frozen in time. Good. Then I'll hit a few restaurants and order cooked meals in bulk too. Jacob approached a supermarket employee and, after confirming they offered delivery, explained he was throwing a party and needed large quantities of food. He purchased massive amounts of beef, lamb, various fresh fish, fruits, vegetables, and snacks. After paying and providing his address, he was told everything would be delivered within 4 hours. He then visited several restaurants, placing enormous orders for different cuisines, paying up front and giving them his delivery address. With his errands complete, Jacob drove to a secluded area of the Beacon Hills Preserve. Getting out of his car, he began testing his powers. He punched a tree, splitting it in half. And he smashed a large rock with his fist, feeling no pain. Then, he lifted a multi-ton boulder overhead effortlessly. System, can I breathe fire yet? Not yet, host. You haven't awakened the fire-breathing ability. Jacob sighed. Then he tried his speed and found out he was very fast. He almost turned into a blur when running at full speed. He took a kitchen knife from his pocket dimension and tried to cut his arm, but the sharp knife couldn't hurt him. I have really strong skin now. Let's try my claws. He flexed his hand, and his sharp black claws appeared. Using them, he managed to scratch his arm and create a wound, but it closed very quickly and healed. Next, he went to a big rock and slashed it with his claws, leaving 5 deep marks. He didn't feel any resistance when slashing the rock at all. Jacob climbed on top of the big rock and laughed like a maniac, shouting out loud. With powers like these, I'll be unstoppable. I could be a superhero. Ha 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 ha. After having his fun, he sat down and thought. Well, I got that out of my system. I'm no hero. As long as people don't bother me, I won't bother them. Unless I see something bad and can help, I guess I would. But I should be careful, this is a real world, and I bet the werewolves and other supernatural creatures here are way stronger than in the show. They probably just didn't have enough budget for more special effects. For now, I don't think I'm as strong as Peter, or maybe even Derek, so I should be careful and not get too cocky. After a while, Jacob stood up and walked back to his car, thinking. I should go home and wait for the delivery guys. And I should probably learn how to cook too, at least how to roast meat and barbecue. Jacob drove home, and shortly after arriving, the delivery trucks came one by one with his orders. After the delivery men left, he stored the cooked meals in his pocket dimension. He filled his fridge with food and drinks, stocked the kitchen cabinets with snacks, and put the remaining items in his pocket dimension. Then he took out a whole roasted chicken, several steaks, and other dishes, covering the table with what looked like a feast for 6 people. He wolfed everything down. After cleaning up, he mused. Tomorrow should be exciting. I'll go meet Styles and Scott in the woods, but I won't stop Scott from becoming a werewolf. For now, let's play some games while I digest. As he walked to the gaming room, he wondered aloud. I wonder what kind of games were popular in 2011. Did people even have games other than Super Mario back then? A sudden panic set in. What if there were no good games? He hurried to the gaming room, turned on the PC, and searched for the best games of the year. Relief washed over him. I was scared for nothing. There are plenty of great games. But which one should I start with? After browsing, several caught his eye. Batman, Arkham City. The Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings. Assassin's Creed Revelations. And many others looked appealing too. There are too many good options. Jacob said. But I think I'll start with the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. It looks amazing. Now, let's buy it. After installing the game, Jacob played until 5 a.m. As he finally crawled into bed, he checked the system and noticed a new daily sign-in available, but decided to wait until morning. Smiling to himself, he said. For my first day in a new world, it was pretty great. Now, let's sleep, and maybe have a nice dream about Tsunade-sama. Hee-hey. To be continued. Chapter 03, A Fun Day with Allison. Jacob didn't wake up until 11 a.m. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, then dressed in sweatpants and a white t-shirt. In the kitchen, he retrieved some baked goods from his pocket dimension, made fried eggs with bacon, poured orange juice from the fridge, and had breakfast before moving to the living room. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Bear spray. A large box of butter popcorn. $100. Jacob sighed. At least there's nothing weird this time. The bear spray could be useful. Werewolves and shapeshifters have sensitive senses of smell, but they also heal fast. I wonder what would happen if I spray Peter tonight. Just then, Allison called. He answered. Good morning, Allison. What's up? I was wondering if you want to hang out or something. She said. Sure. Jacob replied. Should I pick you up? Do you want to come to my house, or should we meet somewhere? Send me your address. I'll drive to your house, then we can decide what to do afterward. Okay. Jacob hung up and texted his address. Allison replied, I'll be there soon. Jacob smirked. This charm ability is strong, but I shouldn't get ahead of myself. She probably just wants to hang out as friends for now. About 20 minutes later, Allison arrived at the iron front gate of his mansion and texted that she was there. Jacob went out, opened the gate, and said, "Welcome, Allison. Drive your car in." Allison parked in front of the mansion and stepped out. Jacob closed the gate and walked to her. "Good morning. How are you?" "Good," she replied, then looked at the mansion. "I knew you were rich after seeing your car, but I didn't think you were this rich." Jacob smiled. "Want to come in?" Allison hesitated. "Won't I bother your family or something?" He shook his head. "No, I live alone." "What about your parents?" "They're dead." "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Jacob cut her off gently. "Don't worry about it. It's been 8 years. Sure, I miss them, but life goes on. Let's not talk about sad things. Come in, I'll give you a tour." After showing her around, they went to the kitchen. Allison sat at the table. "Wow, this house is beautiful." "Yeah, I was shocked when I first saw it yesterday too," Jacob said. "What would you like to drink? Coke or juice? What kind of juice do you have?" Jacob opened the fridge. "Orange, pineapple, strawberry, cranberry, and some fruit cocktail bottles. Come pick what you want. I also bought a cheesecake yesterday if you'd like some." Allison walked over. "Do you have any naked juice here?" Jacob grabbed a Coke. "Some of them." Allison took an orange juice bottle and eyed the cake. "That looks delicious, but I shouldn't eat it." Jacob looked her up and down. "Why?" She crossed her arms. "What's with the look?" "Shit, I messed up." Jacob quickly said, "Nothing. I just think it's okay to eat sweets sometimes." "You think I'm too skinny?" Jacob raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I'm not playing the fat skinny game. You look perfect. I just meant you're in no danger of getting fat, that's all." Allison snorted, took the cheesecake, and sat back down. "Give me a fork." Jacob handed her one. She stabbed the cake aggressively while eating. "Savor it," Jacob said, sitting opposite her. "You'll choke." Ignoring him, Allison kept eating. Jacob got lost in thought, imagining what a chubby Allison might look like, and smirked. Allison saw Jacob smiling and glared at him. "What are you laughing at?" "I was just thinking about what a fat Allison would look like," Jacob said. "Hey. Are you cursing me?" Allison said. "No," Jacob replied. "But if you keep eating like that, you won't leave anything for me." "I haven't tasted the cake yet." Allison snorted and kept eating, ignoring him completely. Jacob stood up, grabbed a fork, and joined the battle, fighting Allison for every bite. "Damn it, Allison, stay on your side. Aren't you supposed to be a girl?" he said as their forks clashed. "Of course I'm a girl," Allison retorted, still stabbing at the cake. "Well, you don't eat like one," Jacob countered. Allison shrugged. "This cake is just that good. I can't stop eating it." When the last crumb was gone, Allison sighed. "That cake was so delicious, don't you think?" "I wouldn't know," Jacob grumbled. "You ate all of it." Allison smirked. "Don't be so cheap. Besides, I only ate half of it. Or maybe a little more than half." Then she burped loudly. "Oops." Jacob looked at her with mock disgust. "How ladylike of you." They both burst out laughing. After catching her breath, Allison asked, "Earlier you said you were shocked when you first saw this house. Didn't you know about it? Weren't you living in a place like this in New York?" Jacob shook his head. "No, I didn't know about it until I arrived yesterday. All I knew was that my parents left me a house in Beacon Hills. I was living in an orphanage back in New York." Allison's expression softened. "Oh. I'm sorry." "Don't be." He shrugged. "It wasn't terrible. The people there were nice to me and the other orphans. We had food and a roof over our heads. It's just, not home, you know." Allison pressed gently. "Didn't you have any other relatives to live with? Or couldn't you get adopted?" "No, I don't have any living relatives," Jacob explained. "As for adoption, I didn't want to leave the orphanage. It was nice there. And to be honest, I was scared to go to a new home and get abused." I heard stories from other kids about their bad experiences after being adopted. Allison felt a pang of guilt. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why am I asking stupid questions and reminding him of things he probably wants to forget? I'm such an idiot. Seeing her worried expression, Jacob reassured her. Don't worry, Allison. I don't mind talking about my past. It made me who I am. Now tell me about you, do you miss San Francisco? Not really. Allison replied. Did you grow up there? No. She said. We were in San Francisco for more than a year, which is unusual for my family. We move a lot because of my dad's work, so we never stay in one place more than a year. Jacob raised an eyebrow. So you went to a lot of schools, huh? Allison nodded. Yeah. I was also homeschooled by my mom sometimes, so I didn't even have friends growing up and... Her voice dropped to a whisper. I repeated a year. Jacob smirked. Oh, because you're stupid. Allison glared and hit him with the empty juice bottle. No. Because we moved a lot. Jacob laughed. Sorry, I thought it was because you were too stupid. Allison snorted. You're an idiot. I'm telling you about my depressing life and you're making fun of me. Don't be mad. Jacob said, still grinning. I'm just joking. Allison smiled and asked. What about you? Did you have friends back in New York? Friends? Jacob said. I had a lot of those. I make friends easily, but I never had a best friend. And I've got lots of enemies too. I tend to joke around and make fun of people, so most don't like me that much. Allison nodded. I noticed. Just this morning you called me too skinny, then fat, then stupid. You're really hard to like. Jacob smirked. Come on, if you keep complimenting me like that I'll blush. Allison rolled her eyes. Scumbag. Then she noticed Jacob's cheeks flushing red. You really are blushing. You pervert. Jacob's face turned even redder. Stop it. You're killing me with your compliments. You really are a perverted weirdo. Allison said, shaking her head. Why are you turning redder? Maybe I should leave. Jacob burst out laughing. Relax. I can make my face red by clenching my jaws and tightening my facial muscles. It's a skill I developed when I was 9 to look cute and get more sweets, and maybe even a few dollars from the caretakers at the orphanage. Allison's eyes widened. What? And that actually worked? Of course. Jacob grinned. Just look how handsome I am now. Imagine me at 9, cute with chubby cheeks, telling those ladies they were beautiful while blushing on command. They gave me everything I asked for. Allison said. That's disgusting. You lied to those women and manipulated their emotions. Hey, don't judge me. Jacob said, raising his hands. I did what I had to do for the sweets. They both laughed, and Jacob got up to clean the kitchen. So, should we go to town or play some video games? Let's play video games. Allison decided. They spent the afternoon in the game room until 5 p.m. when Allison finally paused the game. I should head home. I need to go clothes shopping with my mom. Jacob nodded. Okay. He walked her to her car and got in beside her as she drove to the iron gate. After opening it for her, Allison said. Thanks for today, Jay. It was fun. Jacob smiled. You're always welcome here, Allison. Allison returned his smile. Then I'll come bother you more often. Bye. See you tomorrow. And please wait for me at the school gate if I'm late. I'll do the same if I get there first. Okay, see you tomorrow. Jacob agreed. As Allison drove away, Jacob closed the gate and walked back to the mansion, thinking. She's a nice girl. I hope she'll fall in love with me. I'll do everything I can to keep her safe until I can share my powers with her. Now, time to get ready for going to the woods tonight, and meeting Styles, Scott, and Peter. Chapter 04, Meeting Styles and Scott. After Allison left, Jacob went back inside the mansion and straight to the kitchen. Although I liked Allison's company, I'm starving. He said. And I'm kind of glad she left because I'm not ready yet to tell her why I eat so much food. He took several cooked meals from his pocket dimension, piled them on the table, and devoured everything. After cleaning up, he went to the living room and lay down, opening the system interface where he saw a reminder. System note, host has 3 hours until Scott McCall gets the bite. Available sign-ins. Location sign-in, host can sign in near Laura Hale's dead body. Event sign-in, host can sign in after witnessing Scott McCall getting the bite. Quest, host can sign in after fighting Peter Hale. Note, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, but the reward if you win will be better than if you lose. If the host chooses not to fight Peter Hale, there will be no sign-in chance. Jacob thought. I can do the location sign-in and the event sign-in, both are easy. As for the quest, I'll decide after seeing Peter in his alpha werewolf form. I don't think I can win against him unless I get a good reward first. His thoughts turned to how to meet Scott and Styles. If I remember correctly, they parked Styles' Jeep at the entrance of the Beacon Hills Preserve. I should be there at least an hour before Scott gets bitten. Jacob lay on the couch to digest his food until there was only an hour and a half left before Scott's transformation. He went upstairs, changed into black cargo pants, a black hoodie, and black hiking boots. After checking a map on his computer to locate the preserve entrance, he left the mansion. Using his super speed, he became nearly invisible as he raced toward the Beacon Hills Preserve entrance. The trip took only 5 minutes. He hid behind a tree near the entrance, waiting for Styles' Jeep to arrive. While waiting, he could hear the sheriff and deputies with their search dogs combing the woods for Laura's body. 20 minutes later, Styles' Jeep arrived and parked nearby. As Scott and Styles got out and prepared to enter the woods, Jacob emerged from behind the tree and approached them. Seeing the two boys panic, Jacob smiled evilly and used a fake deep voice. "You two kids, what are you doing here?" Styles mustered his courage. "Who are you? What do you want?" Jacob maintained the fake voice. "I want money. Do you have any?" Styles blinked. "Are you mugging us? What do you think, smartass? The sheriff and deputies are right here." Styles threatened. "If you come closer, I'll shout." Jacob laughed darkly. "Try it. Let's see if I stab you to death first or the cops get here first." Scott panicked. "Styles, just give him the money if you have any." He pulled out a $10 bill. "Here, take it. This is all I have." Styles reluctantly added a 20. "This is all I've got." Jacob took the money, having had his fun. He pulled back his hood. "Thanks, guys." Styles blinked in confusion. "What happened to your deep voice?" He shone his flashlight on Jacob's face. "You're our age." Jacob grinned. "I guess so. Hi, I'm Jacob. What are your names?" "Styles." "Scott." Jacob laughed. "Nice to meet you guys." Styles scowled. "We don't feel the same." "It was not nice meeting you at all, mugger." Jacob threw an arm around Styles' shoulder. "Don't be like that. I'm not a mugger, I'm a teacher. I just taught you guys not to go into the woods at night." Scott asked hopefully. "Can we get our money back then?" "That was all I had." Jacob pocketed the cash. "No, that was tuition money. No refunds." Styles pushed Jacob away from him. "What are you doing here?" Jacob shrugged. "I heard the sheriff and his people are looking for a dead body. I was bored at home, so I came to take a look." Styles' eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Us too? Then let's go together." Scott grabbed Styles' arm. "We can't trust him." "Come on, man, I can hear you," Jacob said, rolling his eyes. "Stop acting like a little bitch. I just saw you two nerds coming to the woods and thought I'd scare you. Now if you don't want to look for the body, I'll go alone before the sheriff finds it." Jacob started walking into the woods. Styles dragged Scott along. "Wait for us. We're coming too." The two caught up with him, and Styles asked, "Which high school do you go to?" "Beacon Hills High." Jacob replied. "Us too," Styles said. "But I've never seen you there before." "I just moved to Beacon Hills. I'll start school tomorrow." Styles narrowed his eyes. "By the way, where did you hear about the body?" "You guys first." "Where did you hear about it?" "My dad's the sheriff," Styles said proudly. "I heard him talking about the body on the phone." "Now your turn." "Facebook." Jacob lied smoothly. "Someone posted about it." "Really?" "Yeah. Now tell me, who's the hottest girl in school? Styles answered immediately. That would be Lydia Martin. She's so hot. Then I should go after her. Jacob declared. Styles shook his head. Unfortunately, you're too late. She has a boyfriend, the lacrosse team captain. Jacob smirked. I think I'm handsome enough to break them apart. Scott frowned. You're really not a good person, are you? I guess not. Jacob admitted. Besides, after tomorrow, the girl you mentioned won't be the hottest in school anymore. Styles looked at Jacob with mock shock. Who will it be? You. I didn't know you were a girl. Jacob chuckled. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my friend, she's a new student too. You'll see her tomorrow. Is she your girlfriend? Styles asked. Not yet. Jacob said. But I hope she will be. Then why did you say you want to go after Lydia? Jacob's smirk widened. Because I want them all. I want to have a harem. Styles rolled his eyes. And I want to become Superman. Jacob threw his arm around Styles' shoulder again. That's a beautiful dream. Let's work hard to make our dreams come true. By the way, Scott, what's your dream? Scott hesitated. For now, I want to play lacrosse. I want to make first line this season. Jacob released Styles and feigned ignorance. Lacrosse. What's that? It's like hockey on grass. Styles explained. But the sticks have nets where you carry the ball. Jacob made a face. That sounds boring. Don't you guys have football or basketball here? No. Styles said. The most popular sport here is lacrosse. Well, I see. Jacob said. Good luck, Scott. I hope you make the team. As they talked, they climbed a steep hill. Scott fell behind, wheezing as he desperately tried to catch his breath. Wait for me, guys, he called before stopping to use his inhaler. At the top of the hill, Jacob and Styles spotted a line of deputies and police officers with search dogs combing the area for the body. Styles became so excited that he rushed toward the search area, leaving Jacob and Scott behind. Though Styles intended to stay out of the police's line of sight, he ended up running right into one of the deputies. The officer's dog immediately began barking and lunging toward him. Sheriff Stalinsky arrived just in time to stop the deputy. He immediately started yelling at Styles, questioning whether he'd been listening in on his phone calls again. The sheriff then looked around, correctly assuming that Styles' usual partner in crime Scott must be nearby. But Styles lied smoothly. Scott stayed home. He wanted to prepare for the first day of winter semester tomorrow. The sheriff saw through this obvious lie and called out. Scott! Scott, come out! As he shone his flashlight into the surrounding woods. Hidden behind a tree several yards away with Jacob, Scott remained perfectly still and silent. Jacob didn't make a sound either. After a tense moment, the sheriff, now believing Styles might have been telling the truth, grabbed his son by the back of the neck and dragged him away from the crime scene. Chapter 05, Jacob's First Fight. After the sheriff took Styles and left, Scott and Jacob walked away in the opposite direction to avoid the police. As they moved deeper into the woods, a shadowy figure appeared ahead. Scott squinted into the darkness. What is that? Jacob could clearly see Peter in his alpha form with his enhanced vision but played dumb. I don't know. Before Scott could respond, a herd of deer stampeded past them. Jacob used his super speed to dodge, while Scott dropped to the ground screaming. When the chaos passed, Scott stood up. Hey Jacob, where are you? Over here. Jacob called from nearby. Help me find my inhaler. Scott said, activating his phone's flashlight. I dropped it somewhere around here. As Scott searched through the dry leaves, his light fell on something pale and long. He found the bisected corpse of a brunette woman, her eyes frozen in terror. Horrified, Scott stumbled backward and fell down the hill. Jacob watched him passively, not interfering to ensure Scott would still receive the werewolf bite. Once Scott fell, Jacob approached the body. System, sign in. Location, sign in successful. Rewards obtained. 3 senza beans, Dragon Ball Z fully restores health and energy, heals serious wounds, does not regenerate lost limbs. Lightsaber, defective only cuts walls and rocks. Invisibility cloak, defective works exclusively in women's bathrooms. Jacob groaned internally. Is this a joke? The senza beans are decent since they restore energy, but I can already heal on my own. This lightsaber can't even cut steak. And that cloak is just perverted trash. System, you're cheating me. When no response came, he mentally shouted. Be a man and answer me, you stupid system. The system is not a man. Rewards depend entirely on the host's luck. Damn it. Jacob thought. Hope the event sign-in gives better stuff. Peering over the hill, he saw Peter pin Scott down and deliver the bite. System, sign in. Event sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Captain America's Weak Serum, permanent 5% strength boost. 500 kilograms Sea King meat, one piece permanently increases strength by 5% when fully consumed. Thunder Element Crystal, awakens Thunder Element upon consumption. Jacob retreated from Peter and Scott's location the moment he heard, sign in successful. After seeing the rewards, he was excited, they were all good ones. Jacob retrieved Captain America's Weak Serum from his pocket dimension and drank it. A warm current spread through his body as his muscles strengthened. Then he felt an odd sensation on his chest. When he touched it, he found scales had grown across the center. With a thought, he made them disappear. Not bad, he thought. At least I can cover part of my chest with scales now and protect my heart. Next, he consumed the Thunder Crystal, but nothing happened. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities. 1. Fire Element Control, locked. 2. Thunder Element Control, locked. 3. Standard Shifter abilities. 4. Passive Charm. Weapons, Defective Lightsaber. Jacob sighed. Still too weak to use my elemental abilities, but having fire and thunder potential is satisfying enough for now. A bone-chilling howl pierced the night. And thunder boomed as rain began pouring down. Jacob thought. Scott had escaped, or more accurately, Peter let him go. Should I fight or flee? Screw it, let me see how strong I am compared to an alpha. Jacob's claws extended, his eyes shifting to glowing reptilian slits as he charged toward the howl's source. And soon, he saw Peter coming toward him, too. The two predators collided midair with a shockwave. Peter barely budged while Jacob went flying, smashing through a tree. Groaning, he clutched his side. Think I broke something? Jacob thought. I'm really no match for him, and he's faster than me too. But luckily my skin is really thick, I don't feel too much pain. Peter circled warily, confused by this unknown shifter. Let's continue, you stupid mutt. Jacob taunted, wiping blood from his lip. Show me how strong an alpha really is. Peter blurred forward, claws raking Jacob's side, but only leaving shallow cuts that healed instantly. Jacob countered with a crushing blow to Peter's head, but only succeeded in making the alpha's head tilt slightly to the side, which just pissed Peter off even more. With a snarl, Peter retaliated with a crushing punch to Jacob's face, sending him flipping through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Jacob stood up quickly, rubbing his jaw even though he wasn't hurt that much. He glared at Peter with anger and said, You stupid mutt. How dare you hit my perfect face? I'll make you pay for that. Peter smirked and spoke in a deep, beastly voice. You're too weak, kid. How about you join my pack? Jacob smiled. Just because I'm weaker than you doesn't mean I can't make you suffer. Take my punch. He attacked Peter as if to punch him, but at the last moment, the bear spray from his system reward appeared in his hand. Hey mutt, how sensitive is your sense of smell? Then he sprayed Peter point blank right in the face. Peter fell to the ground, rolling in agony as the bear spray burned his eyes, nose, and mouth. Jacob didn't waste the opportunity, he started hitting Peter hard, kicking him in the crotch, stomping his head, and slashing at his body with his claws. Though he managed to injure the alpha, his attacks weren't strong enough to cause real damage to Peter in his werewolf form. Suddenly, Peter caught Jacob's leg and threw him to the ground. Grabbing Jacob by the throat, Peter brought his wolf-like face close, tears streaming from his burning eyes, nose running, saliva dripping from the bear spray's effects. Jacob grimaced. Ugh, disgusting. Don't drip your snot on me, you dirty bastard. Just as Peter prepared to roar in Jacob's face, Jacob kicked him away, freeing himself before scrambling back. Standing up, Jacob took a deliberate step forward. Peter hesitated, wary that the stupid kid might have another trick. Striking what he thought was a cool pose, Jacob deepened his voice dramatically. Remember me, mutt. When I'm strong enough, I will look for you, I will find you, and I will kill you. He broke character with a grin. Damn, that was cool. Too bad no one's here to appreciate my performance except you, stupid mutt. Peter growled in anger and prepared to attack. Jacob thought. Peter looks really pissed this time. I better leave now. Then he pointed behind the furious werewolf and shouted. Hunters. Peter turned around, searching for the hunters, only to realize he'd been tricked again. When he turned back to attack Jacob, he found the smirking teen already inches from his face, wearing an evil grin. Before Peter could react, Jacob unleashed another blast of bear spray directly into his eyes. Blinded once more, Peter couldn't defend himself as Jacob drove two clawed fingers deep into his eyeballs. The alpha's howl of pain echoed through the woods as blood streamed from his ruined eyes. Jacob gave one final spray to Peter's face for good measure. This is for hitting my handsome face, you stupid mutt. He sneered. And you should consider yourself lucky you don't have balls in this form. With Peter blinded, Jacob ran away because Peter's eyes would heal soon, and he wouldn't fall for his tricks again. He shouted while running. This isn't over, you mongrel. I'll beat you one day. As he distanced himself from Peter, Jacob kept hearing the alpha's pained howls. With a smirk, he thought. Peter's definitely adding me to his must-kill list now. Chapter 06, A Ride with the Argents. Jacob managed to escape the woods and reach the road, where he was nearly hit by a red SUV that screeched to a stop just inches away from him. He recognized Allison and her mother Victoria in the car. He thought. Weren't they supposed to almost hit Scott? Why are they just passing by? Well, this is a good chance to spend more time with Allison, I guess, and get to know that mean woman Victoria. He ran to the driver's side window. Hello, ma'am. Can you give me a ride? Allison recognized him immediately. Jay. What are you doing here? Oh, hi Allison. Jacob said, feigning surprise. I didn't see you there. He turned to Victoria. Mrs. Allison's mom, can you please give me a ride? There's a weird-looking bear chasing me. Victoria narrowed her eyes as she looked him up and down, taking in his dirty, messed-up clothes from the fight with Peter. As a hunter, she didn't trust him at all, so she didn't let him in. No. Mom. Allison protested. Let him in. Do you know this kid? Victoria asked. Yes. He's my friend Jacob, the one I met yesterday when shopping for school supplies. Remember? He was standing with me when you picked me up. Let him in. Victoria remained firm. He's filthy and soaked. He'll ruin my leather seats. Seeing Victoria wouldn't budge, Jacob sighed. All right, if you won't let me in, I need to run. You should get out of here too. See you tomorrow, Allison. Just then, a deep growl echoed from the woods. Jacob spun around to see two red eyes glowing behind a tree. Victoria immediately recognized an alpha's gaze, while Allison only saw what she thought was a bear. Mom. Who cares about the seats? Allison screamed. Unlock the door. There really is a bear chasing him. As Peter emerged from the trees, Victoria finally clicked the locks. Quickly, kid. Get in. Jacob jumped into the back seat as Victoria sped away. Peter gave chase, his supernatural speed closing the distance alarmingly fast. Kid. Victoria demanded. What exactly did you do to piss that thing off? Jacob smirked. Nothing much. Just sprayed it with bear spray a few times. It didn't like that at all. Allison squinted at Peter's alpha form chasing them. Unable to see clearly, she genuinely thought it was just a bear. Why is that bear so fast? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. Maybe someone experimented on it. You should see it up close, it's really messed up. Its eyes glow red, it only has fur on its back, and when it stood up, it was like 8 feet tall. It almost scared me to death when I first saw it. Hold on. Victoria shouted. That thing's about to hit us. Jacob rolled down the window just as Peter lunged. Another blast of bear spray sent the alpha reeling back, howling in pain and rage. Take that, you stupid beast. Jacob cheered. Okay, Mrs. Allison's mom, drive faster before it catches up again. Call me Mrs. Argent, kid. Okay, Mrs. Argent. As they drove away, they heard a final roar, but Peter didn't give chase. When Victoria deemed them safe, she slowed the car and studied Jacob through the rearview mirror. "Kid, were you bitten by that thing? If you were, I should take you to a hospital. It could have rabies." Jacob thought. "More like taking me to a morgue." Aloud, he said. "No, I wasn't bitten. If that thing got close enough to bite me, I'd be dead by now." "How did you escape?" Victoria pressed. "I already told you, bear spray. Didn't you see me use it just now?" Victoria's eyes narrowed. "What were you doing in the woods at night?" Jacob spun his tail smoothly. "I heard the sheriff was looking for a dead body in the woods, so I went to check it out. I thought it would be safe with all those deputies around, but when the sheriff almost found me, I panicked. And I didn't want to answer too many questions or get taken to the station, so I ran, and that's when I met that thing." Allison gasped. "A dead body? Did you see it?" Jacob said. "Unfortunately, yes, it was the upper half of a girl. It was gruesome." Victoria, still distrustful of Jacob, wanted to know more about him. She said, "I'll drive you home, kid. Where do you live?" Jacob gave her his address, and she said, "That's a wealthy neighborhood. What do your parents do?" Allison, knowing Jacob was an orphan, looked at her mom and said, "Mom, don't ask." Jacob cut her off. "It's okay, Allison. I don't mind talking about them." Thinking about his parents, he missed them. He looked out the car window with a wistful smile and said, "My dad was a doctor, and my mom was a lawyer." "Was?" Victoria echoed. Jacob's voice softened. "They died 8 years ago in a car accident." "Sorry, kid. Don't worry about it." Victoria continued her interrogation. "Who are you living with now?" Jacob said, "I live alone. They left me a house in this town and some money to live on, so I moved here from New York yesterday." Jacob thought to himself, "Well, my real parents were a doctor and a lawyer, and that's what my ID says even in this world. So even if Victoria does a background check on me, she'll find I was telling the truth. I don't really care about her, but if I want to be with Allison, I need Victoria to at least not get in the way for now, not until Allison falls in love with me. After that, she won't be able to break us apart, even if she knew what I am." Victoria said, "How old are you? Can you live alone?" Jacob replied, "I'm 16, and a lawyer friend of my mom got me legal emancipation. So yeah, I can live alone." Victoria asked, "Are you sure you can take care of yourself?" Jacob said, "Yes, Mrs. Argent. I grew up in an orphanage, and people like me tend to grow up early. I've worked summers since I was 11 to earn money for things the orphanage couldn't provide." Allison, annoyed, said, "Okay, Mom, that's enough of your questions." Victoria replied, "I'm just trying to get to know your friend, sweetheart." Allison countered, "Well, you're trying too hard, Mom." Victoria shook her head and focused on driving. When they arrived at Jacob's mansion, he offered, "Thanks for the ride, Mrs. Argent. Want to come in for a drink?" "No, thank you. We need to get home." "All right. See you tomorrow at school, Allison." Allison said, "See you, and remember to wait for me at the school gate." Jacob said, "You seem pretty sure you're going to be late." Allison smiled and said, "I'm a girl. I need to look good on my first day at school, so I'll probably be late." Jacob said, "Can't you just wake up early?" Allison winked and said, "No, I need my beauty sleep." Jacob shook his head and said, "Good night, ladies." Then he got out of the car and walked toward his home. Victoria looked at her daughter and said, "Do you like that boy?" Allison rolled her eyes and said, "We're just friends, Mom. Besides, we just met." Peter's POV. After the bear spray's effects eased, he decided to stop chasing Jacob. He went to a stream in the woods and washed off the bear spray. Then he went to a high hill overlooking the twinkling lights of Beacon Hills before shifting back to his human form. He thought to himself, "Although I got myself a beta tonight, I don't know where that evil kid came from. The little bastard not only sprayed me and poked my eyes, he was also kicking my crotch so hard when he first bear sprayed me." A shudder ran through him. "Thankfully, I don't have balls in my werewolf form," he muttered to the night air. Peter turned around and started walking back to the hospital, thinking, But I'm now interested in that evil kid. I should make him join my pack too, but only after beating his ass. And if he doesn't want to join my pack? His claws extended briefly. Well, I could always use another corpse to decorate these woods. Chapter 07, First Day at School. After entering his house, Jacob went straight to the bathroom. He stripped off his clothes, took a quick shower, then filled the tub with hot water and sank in with a satisfied sigh. That fight with Peter was fun. He mused aloud. But if not for the bear spray, I would have been just a durable punching bag for him. Then Jacob shook his head and said, "Let's not think about that anymore. System, I completed the quest of fighting Peter. Sign in now. Quest sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Tom Speed Potion, Tom and Jerry permanently boost speed by 5%. Excalibur Knockoff, a normal sword that no one but you can lift. Ability Black Leg, Sanji, one piece you can use hockey but only on your right leg. Cooking skills max out. Side effects. Permanent curly eyebrows. Cannot harm any woman, even if they try to kill you. Life-threatening nosebleeds when seeing cleavage. Jacob read the list of rewards and said, "The first one's good. The second might be useful someday." As he was reading the last reward, the ability Black Leg, at first he was excited, but when he read the side effect, he stood up and shouted, "System, the Black Leg ability is just a curse. Delete it for me, can you do that?" "Yes, host. I can delete the abilities the host doesn't want, but you will get nothing in exchange. Besides, I can store the abilities the host doesn't want to merge with until you need them. Maybe you will need it one day." Jacob frowned. "System, if I merge this ability in my body, can I turn it on and off if I want to?" "No, host. It is a permanent ability. You can't turn it off and on, and after merging it into your body, you can't get rid of it for the rest of your life unless you get a reward that allows you to get rid of one of your abilities." Sinking back into the tub, Jacob groaned. "The hockey thing is cool, but I will not turn into a simp. System, delete that damn ability for me. I don't even want you to store it. What if I lost my mind someday and used it? Just the thought of that scares the shit out of me." "Are you sure, host, you want to delete the ability?" "Yes, I'm 1000% sure." Ability Black Leg deleted. After that, Jacob drank the speed potion and took the sword and played with it for a while before putting it back in his pocket dimension. Then he got out from the tub, dried himself, wore some sweatpants and a hoodie, and went to the kitchen and decided to cook. He took his phone, searched for some recipes, and made them. Although he wasn't good at cooking, following the recipes wasn't that hard. After cooking, he ate his dinner. Although it wasn't delicious, it was edible. After that, he went to play games until 2 a.m., then he went to sleep. The next day, he woke up at 7 a.m., and after washing up, he went to the kitchen and took some cooked meals from his pocket dimension, and while he was eating, he commanded, "System, sign in." Daily sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Professional chef knife set. $500. Pen set. Well, these rewards are useful, I guess. Jacob muttered. After finishing his breakfast, he put on his clothes and drove to school. Scott's POV. Scott met Styles in front of the school, and said, "I was bitten by something last night." Styles' eyes widened. "Let me see." Lifting his shirt, Scott revealed a bloody bite wound covered with white gauze and tape. "Pretty sure it was a wolf." "A wolf?" Styles scoffed. "No way. I heard a wolf howling." Styles shook his head. "That's impossible. There hasn't been any wolves in California in like 60 years. "Really?" "Yes, really. Maybe it was just a coyote." Scott sighed. "Well, if you don't believe me about the wolf, you're not going to believe me when I tell you I found the body." Styles nearly jumped in excitement. "Are you kidding me? I wish. I'm gonna have nightmares for months. That's freaking awesome. I mean." Styles spotted Lydia walking by and amended. "Best thing since Lydia Martin was born." Then he said loudly, "Hey Lydia. You look like you're just gonna ignore me." Lydia didn't even look at him, she just walked past them and entered the school. Styles sighed. "By the way, what happened to the mugger?" "Do you mean Jacob?" "I don't know. After that thing bit me, I just ran. Do you think he's okay?" What if that thing ate him? Styles shrugged. He's probably fine. I hope so. Although he took my money, I don't want him to die. He seems like a fun dude to hang with. Styles said. He said he will join our school. If we don't see him today, I'll tell my dad to look for him and see if he's okay. Now let's go, we're going to be late. Jacob's POV. After he arrived at the school, he parked his car and waited for Allison at the school entrance. After a while, a red SUV arrived and Allison came out of it, and a man got out too. Okay, Dad, I can go by myself from here. Allison said. Chris Argent smiled. How about I walk you to the principal's office, sweetheart? Allison kissed his cheek. Bye, Dad. She spotted Jacob and walked over. Good morning, Jay. Chris started glaring at Jacob. Good morning. Jacob muttered. Let's leave quickly, your dad looks like he wants to kill me or something. Allison grinned, linking her arm with his. Don't worry about him. She dragged him toward the school. You're doing this on purpose. Jacob hissed. You're making him angrier. Allison's smile turned mischievous. Maybe. The two of them entered the school, and Chris kept looking at Jacob and thought. So that's the kid Victoria was talking about yesterday. I don't like him. He looks like trouble. Maybe I should find a chance to give him a warning to stay away from my little girl. Jacob and Allison were walking toward the principal's office, and Jacob said. I thought you were joking yesterday, but you really came late this morning. Allison sighed. Well, it was actually your fault. I was dreaming about. Jacob smirked and cut her off. Say less. I understand. With how handsome I am, it's natural for you to dream about me all night. I get it, and I apologize for my handsomeness. Allison rolled her eyes. You narcissist. I wasn't dreaming about you, I was having nightmares about the bear that was chasing you yesterday. And I didn't sleep until late at night. Sorry about that. Jacob said. That thing was probably just too jealous of my handsomeness and thought that something as perfect as me shouldn't exist in this world. That's why it was chasing me and trying to kill me. Allison snorted. No, I think it was just trying to eat your stupid ass. You sound jealous too. Scott, who was listening to them since they came to school with his new super hearing, wished he could punch Jacob in the face right now after hearing what he said, and thought. I was worried about that idiot for nothing. And like that girl just said, he is really a narcissist. In the principal's office. The principal looked at them and said. You two are late. Allison said. I'm sorry, sir. The principal turned to Jacob, who was casually examining the office. And what about you, Mr. Alexander? Why are you late? Jacob blinked. That's sexist, principal. Why didn't you ask her why she was late? Because she apologized. And she didn't come into my office and ignore me and start looking around. Oh. Jacob nodded. Sorry about that. I was just thinking how depressing your office is, and I couldn't imagine what it would feel like spending Monday to Friday here. You should at least get some video games or something. And I was late because of her. Since you already forgave her, that means I'm forgiven too. The principal pinched his nose. You really don't care that you're talking to your principal, do you? Correction, sir. Jacob said cheerfully. I don't care about many things. Like the fact that our nose is always visible to us, but we can't see it. Or the fact that the human body is a living environment for trillions of bacteria, viruses, and fungi. Just imagine if I cared about that fact and started thinking about those things living inside of us. That would make me go crazy. Both the principal and Allison started thinking about what Jacob said, and Jacob saw them trying to look at their nose, and their eyes becoming cross-eyed, and burst out laughing. Allison came back to her senses and pinched him. The principal cleared his throat. Mr. Alexander, you seem like a troublemaker. I hope I won't see you in detention too often. How many times is too often in a week, sir? Once is too often. Jacob said. Then I will probably disappoint you, principal. I have ADHD, although mild, but it's still ADHD. At least that's what the shrink they sent me to at my last school said. And he also said I have NPD. But I don't believe I have anything like that. That shrink is probably crazy himself. Allison frowned. NPD. What's that? Narcissistic personality disorder. the principal explained. Allison nodded. I don't know about ADHD, but you're definitely a narcissist, Jay. Jacob smirked. Come on, if you keep complimenting me like that I'll blush. Allison rolled her eyes. Scumbag. Okay, the principal said, standing. Let's go. I'll take you to class. You two are already late enough. Chapter 08, First Day at School Part 2. The principal led Allison and Jacob to the class Scott and Styles were in. Once the three of them entered, the principal addressed the class. Everyone, this is our new student, Allison Argent. Please do your best to make her feel welcome. Then, without another word, he turned and started walking out of the classroom. Jacob called after him. Where are you going, sir? You didn't introduce me yet. The principal didn't stop. You can introduce yourself, Mr. Alexander. And try not to make trouble for your teacher. After saying that, the principal closed the door behind him and left. Jacob glanced at Allison. That was rude. Allison just shook her head with a small smile. Jacob turned to the teacher. Hello, teacher. Can I introduce myself? The teacher nodded. Go ahead. Jacob faced the class. Hi, everyone. My name is Jacob Alexander. I just moved to town from New York. My favorite color is black, my hobbies are playing video games and watching movies and TV shows, and I like reading novels from time to time. Now, you can ask questions. A girl immediately raised her hand. Do you have a girlfriend? Jacob smirked. No. And you're not my type. Next question. Styles and a few others burst into laughter while the girl huffed. You're rude. Another student spoke up. Are you going to join the lacrosse team? Jacob shrugged. No. I bruise like a peach, so lacrosse isn't for me. Besides, I'd rather flirt with girls than run around holding a stick with a bunch of sweaty dudes. That's just boring. Someone else pointed at Allison. What's your relationship with her? Jacob grinned. She's my wife, and we got here late because we couldn't find a nanny for our 6 kids. Allison, who was standing by his side, blushed and caught him by the arm and dragged him to the back empty seats while saying to the teacher. Sorry about him, sir. You can continue the lesson. If you let him talk, he'll never shut up. As they sat down, Allison whispered. I thought coming to class with you would make things less awkward, but you idiot made it worse. Now everyone's staring at us. This is embarrassing. Jacob smirked. Come on, Allison. You need to be more brave and stop caring about what people think of you. Besides, you have me as a friend, and that's enough. You don't need to make friends with these losers. Allison hissed. Shoo. You're too loud. They'll hear you. I don't care if they do. Jacob said. Allison sighed and focused on listening to the teacher, while Jacob scanned the room. His gaze landed on Lydia, who was watching him with interest. He smiled and winked at her. She returned the smile before turning her attention back to the lesson. Then, Jacob spotted Styles sitting at the next table. Oh, if it isn't the traitor, Styles. Styles frowned. What do you mean? You left me and Scott behind in the woods and ran straight to your daddy. Jacob said. What? No, that's not what happened. Styles protested. Jacob raised an eyebrow. If I remember right, the 3 of us saw cops with flashlights ahead, so we hid. But then you suddenly bolted toward them like when a stupid moth sees light. If you weren't trying to find your dad, then why did you run toward the flashlights? Styles crossed his arms. I wasn't running toward the flashlights, I was trying to find the body before they did. But I got caught. Jacob opened his mouth to respond, but the teacher cut him off. Stilinski, Alexander, do you two have something to share with the rest of the class? Styles shook his head. Not really. The teacher glared. Then shut up and pay attention. After that, Jacob stopped causing trouble. He opened his book and tried, though not very hard, to focus on the lesson. After class, Jacob and Allison were standing by the lockers. Then Lydia came to them and extended a hand to Allison and said, Hi, I'm Lydia. Allison shook her hand. Hi, I'm Allison. Lydia smiled. I think you and I could be good friends. Best friends, even. Jacob tilted his head. Hey, redhead, why are you ignoring me? Lydia crossed her arms. I heard you calling me a loser in class. Jacob blinked. Did I? I don't remember. You called all the students losers and told Allison not to make friends with us. Lydia said. Jacob waved a hand. I wasn't talking about you. I meant the rest of the class. Just then, Jackson slipped an arm around Lydia from behind. Including me, new kid. Jacob grinned. Definitely. Allison nudged him. He's just joking, aren't you, Jay? Jacob shrugged. No, I'm not. Jackson glared, and Jacob smirked. Stop ogling me like that. I like girls. Jackson blinked, confused, and said. What? Jacob turned to Lydia. Is he always this slow? Lydia sighed. Okay, you two can stop it. By the way, I'm throwing a party this weekend. Allison said. A party? Jackson nodded. Yeah, Friday. All the lacrosse players will be there. I think you should come. He glanced at Jacob. Not sure about your friend, though. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Your boyfriend seems really excited about all the lacrosse guys being at the party. Are you sure he likes girls? Jackson sputtered. I was just saying she could find a hot boyfriend, that's all. Jacob smirked. So you think they're hot, huh? Lydia rolled her eyes. Jackson, shut up. Allison smiled. Well, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. And I doubt any of those guys is hotter than Jay. Jacob smoothed his hair. Thanks, Allison. I know I'm hot, but it's nice to hear it from time to time. Allison rolled her eyes and said. Although you're hot, you're also full of yourself, which makes you really hard to like sometimes. You narcissist. Jacob grinned. Thanks for the compliment again, Allison. She shook her head and turned back to Lydia. If Jay isn't welcome, then I'm not coming either. Lydia waved a hand. Of course he can come. Jacob groaned. Do we have to go? I'd rather stay home and play video games. Allison nudged him. I don't like parties either, but it might be fun. And you won't let me go alone, will you? Jacob sighed. Fine. But, redhead, you better prepare a lot of good food, because I eat a lot. Lydia smiled. There'll be plenty. Don't worry. Now let's go watch the lacrosse practice. By the way, Jackson is the captain of the team. Jackson puffed his chest. We've won the state championship for the past 3 years. He waited for Jacob's reaction, but Jacob wasn't even paying attention to him. Instead, he waved at Styles and Scott, who lingered nearby. Hey, guys. What's up? Come hang out with us. Styles whispered to Scott. What do we do? Scott shrugged. Let's go. We can be considered friends with the mugger. They approached, but before they could speak, Jackson scoffed. Why'd you call these nerds over? Jacob shot him a look. Because they're my friends. And if you don't want to hang out with them, then you can get lost. Then he gestured to Allison. Styles, Scott, this is Allison. Both boys nodded. Nice to meet you, Allison. Allison smiled warmly. Nice to meet you too. Then she glanced at Jacob curiously. When did you meet them? Yesterday. Jacob answered. When I went to the woods looking for the body. We met there and went together. Lydia's eyes widened. Did you see it? Me and Scott did. Jacob confirmed. Right before a crazy bear attacked us and we got separated. The bear chased me, but luckily, Allison and her mom saved me. Scott frowned. Wait, you think it was a bear? I thought it was a wolf. Allison shook her head. That thing was definitely not a wolf. It was way too big. You saw it too? Scott asked, surprised. Allison nodded. Yes. My mom and I were driving when we almost hit Jay. Then that thing appeared from the woods. After Jay got in the car, my mom sped away, but it actually managed to keep up with us and was about to hit the car. Luckily, Jay used bear spray on it and it stopped chasing us. Are you sure it was a bear? Scott pressed. I'm not sure. Allison admitted. I didn't see it clearly. I only saw its glowing red eyes. Styles groaned. Damn, I didn't see the body or this bear wolf thing you're talking about. Why did I get caught by my dad? Jacob smirked. You didn't get caught. You ran to them and gave yourself up. No, that's not what happened. Styles protested. Scott, tell him. Scott scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I think Jacob's right, buddy. You did run toward the cops and left the two of us behind. That's not what happened. Styles insisted. Scott shrugged. It doesn't matter. Let's go or we are going to be late for the lacrosse tryout. Jacob, see you later. Jacob said. Good luck. After that, they went to the lacrosse field. Jacob sat with Allison and Lydia, watching as Scott, playing goalie, stopped every shot. When Jackson took his turn, Scott blocked his attempt too. Lydia suddenly jumped up, cheering loudly. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Hey, are you cheering for Scott or your boyfriend? Lydia sat back down quickly. I'm cheering for Jackson, of course. Allison tilted her head. But he didn't score. Scott stopped the ball. Well, I'm just cheering for the team. Lydia said defensively. Allison glanced at the field. Your boyfriend doesn't seem to see it that way. He looks pissed. Lydia tilted her head and said. Does he? Allison just shook her head and didn't respond. After the game, they returned to class and finished their school day. Jacob, Styles, Allison, and Scott gathered outside when Chris pulled up in his car. Goodbye, guys. Allison said. And Jay, see you later, if I manage to escape from home. But from the look on my dad's face, I doubt that. Jacob nodded. Well, you know where to find me. But you should text me first in case I wasn't home. After Allison left, Jacob said his goodbyes to Scott and Styles and drove back to his mansion. 2. The Chapter 09, The Dog Accident. It was nighttime. Jacob was at home watching anime when his phone rang. It was Allison, and she sounded panicked. Jay, are you home? Come out. I'm outside. She said, her voice shaky. Jacob sat up. All right, I'm coming. He left his mansion, walked to the iron gate, and opened it. There stood Allison, soaked by the rain and crying. He walked over to her, concerned. What's wrong? I was driving and I only took my eyes off the road for like 2 seconds. She stammered, and I hit. I hit. You hit someone? Jacob said calmly. And you want me to help you get rid of the body? All right. Wait here, I'll grab a shovel. We can bury it in the woods. Allison froze, shocked. Her tears stopped. What? No. I hit a dog. Oh. Jacob replied without missing a beat. Then let's go bury it. Allison's eyes narrowed. It's still alive. It's in my trunk. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Then why are you crying and panicking? You made me think you killed someone. I'm not crying. She said quickly. It's the rain. The rain. Jacob echoed. Yes. The rain wet my face. She insisted, clearly embarrassed. Jacob smirked. If you say so. Now show me the dog. Allison walked to the back of her car and opened the trunk. Here it is. It won't let me touch it. Jacob looked inside. Then how did you even get it in the car? She looked thoughtful. I actually don't remember. As Jacob approached, the dog whimpered and tried to back away. Jacob frowned. The dog's scared of me. No. Not just scared, terrified. System, what's going on? Can it sense what I am? The host is a dragon, and dragons are the ultimate apex predators. Animals will naturally fear your aura. The stronger you get, the stronger and more dangerous your aura will become. If the host wishes to restrain it, simply think of restraining it. The same applies for activating it, just like summoning your claws. Jacob thought about suppressing his aura. Instantly, the dog stopped whimpering. It worked. He thought. He gently reached out and patted the dog. It's going to be okay. We just need to take it to an animal clinic. Okay. Allison said with relief. Let's go then. Jacob shook his head. No. You need to change those wet clothes or you'll catch a cold. Go take a hot shower at my place and wear something dry, grab something from my closet. I'll take the dog to the clinic. But I need to come with you. Allison protested. What you need is warmth and dry clothes. Jacob said firmly, handing her the mansion key. Here. Take it. And give me your car keys. Reluctantly, she handed him her car keys and took his. Hurry up and go inside. Jacob said. You're shaking from the cold. He got into her car and began driving toward the nearest animal clinic. As he drove, he thought to himself. Well, I've completely blocked Scott from having any chance with Allison now. Then he asked. System, can you explain more about my charm ability? Certainly, host. Your charm ability attracts potential mates. As your power grows, so will your charm. However, it's still weak at the moment, so you'll need to spend time with the girls you're interested in for the charm to take effect. So I have to work hard to earn their love. Jacob thought. Fair enough. After driving for a few minutes, Jacob arrived at the animal clinic where Scott worked. He carried the injured dog to the door and knocked. Soon, Scott opened it. Jacob. What's going on? This dog was hit by a car. Jacob said. So I brought it here. Come in. Scott replied quickly. Let me take a look. Jacob stepped inside and followed him. He placed the dog on a table while Scott examined it. I think it has a broken leg. Scott said as he gently checked the limb. He immediately began treating the injury. Jacob glanced around the clinic. So this is Deaton's animal clinic? He thought. Then he asked. Scott, is this your family's clinic? No. Scott said. I just work part-time here. I love animals, and I think I want to be a veterinarian. Jacob smirked. You mean, like sticking your hand inside cows and stuff like that? Scott stared at him, wide-eyed. No. I mean treating animals. I like helping and taking care of them. Jacob chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not judging. Scott sighed. Like I said, I love working with animals. And, never mind. Do you want to take the dog with you or leave it here? Leave it here. Jacob replied. There was a moment of hesitation before Scott asked. By the way, do you really think that thing from yesterday was a bear? Jacob shrugged. I'm not sure. It didn't look like any animal I've ever seen. The closest thing I could think of was a bear. But it was howling. Scott said, clearly unsettled. Maybe it was crazy. Jacob said. Ate some bad mushrooms or something. Or maybe, we saw a Sasquatch. Scott blinked. A what? You know, Bigfoot. Jacob said, half joking. Scott shook his head. That thing definitely wasn't Bigfoot. It was walking on all fours. I saw it standing. Jacob said. It was at least 8 feet tall. Scott finished bandaging the dog, and said. I don't know what that thing was, but I know I never want to see it again. Good luck with that. Jacob thought. You may not want to see him again, but Peter's obsessed with you, and I don't even know why. He could just make more betas. I'm done treating the dog. Scott said. She'll be fine. Jacob patted the dog gently. Thanks. He pulled $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Scott. What's this for? Scott asked. For treating the dog. Jacob said. You don't need to pay. Scott replied, shaking his head. Just take it. Jacob insisted. You work here because you love animals, sure, but also because you need the extra money, right? Scott opened his mouth to protest, but Jacob cut him off. Don't worry, I'm not judging you. I actually respect you for it. Now take the money. It's not charity, it's for the dog. But just so you know, next time I need your help, I'm not paying. Scott hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took the money. Then if you ever need help treating an animal, come to me. I'll do my best. Jacob gave the dog one last pat. All right. I need to head home. See you tomorrow at school. Yeah, man. See you. Scott said with a smile. Jacob left the clinic and drove back to his mansion. When he stepped inside, he found Allison sitting on a chair next to the fireplace, wearing his clothes, a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie. She looked at Jacob and asked. How's the dog? Jacob pulled up a chair and sat next to her. She's fine. Her leg was broken, but she'll recover. It was actually Scott who treated her. Scott from school? She asked. Jacob nodded. Yeah. Turns out he works at an animal clinic. Well, thank you. Allison said softly. I panicked. I didn't know what to do, so I just drove here and brought the dog to you. Jacob grinned and teased. You didn't just panic, you were crying, and I'm pretty sure there was snot coming out of your nose. It was kinda ugly. Allison pouted. Hey. That's rude. I cried, sure, but there was no snot. If you say so. Jacob said with a smirk. Allison snorted. You're an idiot. I thought I killed a dog, I was scared. And instead of comforting me, you're making fun of me. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Allison, you almost killed that poor dog. Instead of comforting you, I think you need a spanking, so next time, you'll actually pay attention while driving. I'm not a kid. She huffed. Besides, it was the stupid dog's fault. How noble of you. Jacob said. Blaming the victim. I'm not talking to you anymore. She said, turning her head away. Jacob chuckled, stood up, and headed toward the kitchen. Where are you going? Allison asked. I'm hungry. Jacob said. I want to eat something and keep watching my anime. Allison followed him. Anime? Are you a little kid? Anime aren't for kids. Jacob said. Wanna watch one with me? But I don't recommend a romance anime, though. Why not? As he started making hot chocolate, he replied. Because they're kind of gross. Either the main character is too shy, or he's secretly in love with a girl but can't confess, or he is dense. Also, the Japanese have this weird thing about touching hands. I mean, it takes a full season or even a few seasons for them to just hold hands. Allison laughed. Well, I don't know anything about anime, but I could watch a movie with you. Not tonight, though, it's getting late. You should try watching anime. Maybe you'll like it. Jacob said. I'll give it a try. She said with a smile. Jacob handed her a cup of hot chocolate. Here. Drink this. Then he opened a cabinet filled with snacks. What do you want? Oreos, Snickers, or chocolate chip cookies? Chocolate chip cookies, please. They went back to the fireplace and chatted while eating snacks. After a while, Allison said. I should probably head home. If I stay out too long, my mom will ground me. Okay. Jacob said, getting up. He walked her out to her car. As she was about to drive off, she looked at him and said. Good night. And, thanks for the dog thing. You're welcome. Jacob said. And please make sure you pay attention on the way home. Don't hit another dog. Allison snorted. Idiot. Then she drove away. Jacob smiled, closed the iron gate, and headed back inside to continue watching anime. Later that night, after dealing with her mom's endless questions, Allison went up to her room. She opened her laptop, put on her headphones, and searched popular anime to watch. I'm only doing this to see what that idiot likes so much about it. She told herself. Yes, this is for research. But before she knew it, she was hooked, and kept watching until she fell asleep. Chapter 10, High School Life. The next morning, Jacob woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up and having breakfast, he sat down and said. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. A bucket of honey chicken wings. $200. A frying pan. Jacob stared at the list and shook his head. At least there is nothing weird mixed in the rewards again. Then he drove to school. When he arrived, he met up with Styles, and not long after, Allison showed up too. Jacob looked at her and said. You don't look so good. Didn't sleep enough. Allison yawned. It's your fault. Jacob grinned. Oh. You dreamed about me all night again. Then I'm sorry that my handsomeness kept you awake. Styles burst out laughing. Allison rolled her eyes. No, idiot. I didn't dream about you. After I got home, I watched anime to see if it's really as good as you said. Next thing I knew, it was 2 a.m. But I couldn't stop watching, so I just kept watching until I fell asleep. I think I slept just an hour or two. Jacob raised an eyebrow. What anime did you watch? I don't remember the name. Allison said. But it was a high school romance. I really liked it. Jacob made a face. Ugh, romance anime. Disgusting. Allison smiled sweetly. I don't care. I liked it. Jacob turned to Styles. What about you? Do you like anime? I'm more of a comic guy. Styles said. I like DC and Marvel, but yeah, I watch Naruto and One Piece. Nice. Jacob nodded. Naruto and One Piece are great. But I don't really like DC and Marvel comics all that much. Styles looked at Jacob like he'd just committed a crime. What? Why not? Don't get me wrong. Jacob said. I like them. But DC is too messed up. Like every now and then, the Flash screws things up by traveling through time, or how Superman is too soft on his enemies, or the fact that Batman doesn't kill his enemies. Marvel's kind of the same, too many dimensions and alternate universes. I especially hated how the X-Men were treated. And don't even get me started on Charles Xavier, he's too soft. Jacob paused, then smirked. Actually, I think I do love DC and Marvel. What I hate is time travel and soft heroes. Styles nodded. Yeah, that can be annoying sometimes. Allison jumped in. Didn't you watch the Dark Knight movie? I thought it was really good. It was great. Styles agreed. Jacob said. Yeah, I saw it. My favorite character was the Joker. He was the best. Just then, Scott came and said. Morning, guys. What are you talking about? Anime and comics. Jacob replied casually. Scott raised a brow. Isn't that kid stuff? Before anyone could answer, Lydia strolled over. Hey, Allison. What are you guys talking about? Styles stuttered and said nervously. Comics and... Lydia cut him off. Are you little kids or something? Jacob snorted and threw an arm over Styles' shoulders. Come on, Styles. Let's not waste our time talking to uncultured people. As they turned around and started walking into the school, Jacob asked. Now tell me, who is your favorite DC girl and Marvel girl? Styles said with a perverted smile. Catwoman and Spider-Woman would be on the top of my list. Jacob had the same smile as Styles and said. Nice. I like the way you think. They're both very flexible. Allison snorted. Perverts. Lydia narrowed her eyes at Jacob. So Jacob, do you like flexible girls? Yeah, but I also like a lot of types of girls. As long as they are beautiful and not loose girls, then I will like them. Jacob said with a smirk. Lydia started biting her nail and said. Is that so? Allison looked at her suspiciously. Hey, don't you already have a boyfriend? Lydia shrugged. I do. Why are you asking? No, why are you asking Jacob about his type? I was asking for you, obviously. Lydia said innocently. Besides, it doesn't hurt to have options. I can take care of myself. I don't need you asking for me. Allison said, rolling her eyes. Scott, who had been walking silently beside Allison and Lydia, scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Not sure what to say, he quietly slipped away and followed Jacob and Styles into the classroom. And just like that, a few days passed. Jacob and Allison often hung out with Styles and Scott during school hours. Lydia would occasionally join them, and with each passing day, she seemed more and more interested in Jacob. Of course, Jackson didn't like that one bit. He avoided hanging out with them entirely, and more than once, tried to convince Lydia to stay away from Jacob. This, of course, only led to the two of them arguing more and more. It had been 3 days. Jacob kept signing into the system, but the rewards were either just cash, basic tools, or strange items, like a pair of dirty socks from some anime girl. He immediately burned those in his backyard without hesitation. Now, he was walking toward the lacrosse field with Allison, Scott, and Styles. Scott said. Just now, when I was putting on my lacrosse gear, Jackson came up to me and asked where I buy my juice. Styles blinked. Doesn't His Highness know where us commoners buy juice? Jacob smirked. He wasn't talking about normal juice, was he, Scott? Scott shook his head. Yeah. He meant steroids. He thinks I'm juicing. Styles turned to him, raising a brow. Well, he have a point. You've been amazing on the field lately, and you don't even need your inhaler anymore. Scott shrugged. Maybe it's just puberty. Anyway, let's get going. I'm definitely getting picked by coach today. He dashed toward the field, calling back. See you guys later. Styles chased after him. Jacob watched them go, thinking to himself. I just listened to Scott's heartbeat, he wasn't lying. He really thinks this is all puberty. How clueless can someone be? Super strength, reflexes, hearing, and he still doesn't get it. Allison's voice broke his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Jacob turned to her. I was just wondering what video game we're going to play after school. Sorry, I can't come over today. Allison said. My mom wants me to stay home. Maybe you should invite Scott and Styles. Jacob sighed. Maybe. They probably don't eat as much as you do. Allison rolled her eyes. Are you still upset because I ate the last wing of those delicious honey wings yesterday? Yes. Jacob said flatly. I was saving that big, juicy wing for last, and you monster ate it. Allison smirked. You know what? I'm not even angry because you called me a monster. That wing was really delicious. Jacob said. Damn it, I'm not talking to you anymore. Then he walked to the lacrosse field. Allison laughed and followed him and said. Come on, don't be angry. I'll buy you more wings tomorrow. No, wait, tomorrow we are going to Lydia's party. Okay, Saturday then. Hey. Jay, wait up. They stood together, watching Scott play lacrosse. He's good. Allison said. Really good. And Jackson looked super pissed. Hey, Jay, why don't you go play? It looks fun. Jacob shook his head. No thanks. Look at me. I'm way too delicate to play something that rough. Allison gave him a look. Delicate. You're taller than Jackson and Scott. And honestly, you look stronger than both of them. I've seen you in a t-shirt at home, you've got a very muscular body. Jacob grinned. What do you know? My muscles are only for show. I only built them to attract girls. Allison rolled her eyes. Idiot. After school, Jacob and his friends gathered in front of the school. Soon, Chris Argent pulled up to pick up Allison. He glared at Jacob and said. Allison, let's go. Allison waved to the group. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Once she left, Styles turned to the others. Guys, I want you to come over to my place. There's something we need to talk about. Just then, a system window appeared in front of Jacob's eyes. Available sign in. Location sign in. Host can sign in inside Styles' room. Quest. Host can sign in after telling Scott the truth about him being a werewolf. Note. Host can refuse the quest. However, since Scott is not in love with Allison, he lacks an emotional anchor. There is a high risk he may lose control during tomorrow's full moon, possibly killing Styles or someone else. Jacob thought to himself. Well, they're going to find out about the supernatural world tomorrow anyway. And I think Styles already knows, or at least he's 80% sure Scott is a werewolf. Besides, I can't let Scott kill Styles or someone else. I'll tell them the truth, and I'll tell them that I'm a shapeshifter too, but I'll say I don't know what kind. Styles looked back. Jacob. You coming or not? Yeah, sure. Jacob said casually. I don't know where you live, so lead the way. I'll follow in my car. With that, Styles and Scott got into the Jeep and drove off. And Jacob followed behind in his car. Chapter 11, A Talk with Scott and Styles. Point 1. Styles, Scott, and Jacob drove to Styles' house. When they arrived, they parked their cars, and Styles invited them inside. Scott asked. So, what's going on, Styles? What do you want to tell us? Is it another one of your conspiracy theories again? Styles replied. Let's go to my room first. As they entered Styles' room, Jacob looked around. Books and papers were scattered all over the floor. He walked over to Styles' desk, picked up a black and white printed photo, raised an eyebrow, and said. Styles. I didn't know you were into necrophilia. What? No, I'm not. Styles snapped. Jacob held up the photo of Laura's dead, naked body and said. Then why do you have a picture of a dead naked girl? And it's not even a full body. Styles snatched the picture back. I stole it from my dad's office. You and Scott saw her in the woods, I had to see it too. And I don't have any weird hobbies. Scott, back me up here. Scott shrugged. I don't know, man. Growing up, you did show me a lot of dead body pictures. Some of those gave me nightmares. Styles groaned. Anyway. I don't have any weird hobbies. I just like helping my dad with his cases. Jacob sat down on the bed and said silently in his mind. System, sign in. Location sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Bestiary, an encyclopedia of all the supernatural creatures in the Teen Wolf world. The Joker's laughing bomb, 20 bombs, a gas bomb that causes anyone who inhales it to laugh maniacally for 30 seconds, Batman. 10 Senzabeans, expired, heals all injuries and removes poison, but causes uncontrollable farting for 10 minutes. Dragon Ball. Jacob saw the rewards and thought. The bestiary's going to be useful. The bombs are fun, but the last reward is hilarious. Now, who should I give one of those expired beans to? Oh, I remember, Derek got shot by Kate. Then it's decided, it's him. The mental image of Derek farting uncontrollably for 10 straight minutes made Jacob burst out laughing, startling both Styles and Scott. Styles stared at him. What's wrong with you, bastard? You scared us. Wiping tears from his eyes, Jacob said. Nothing. Allison just sent me a funny text. So, Styles, what were you saying? Styles narrowed his eyes at Jacob, clearly suspicious, but shook his head and continued. I was saying I want to talk about the body you guys saw in the woods. Scott asked. Did they find out who did it? Styles shook his head. No, they're still questioning people. Even Derek Hale. Scott blinked. The guy we saw in the woods the other day. Yeah, him. But that's not the point, okay. Then what is? Remember that joke I made the other day? Styles said. Well, it's not a joke anymore. Scott said. Styles, you tell a lot of jokes. You're gonna have to be more specific. Styles took a breath. The wolf. The bite in the woods. Jacob raised his hand. Hold up, what wolf? What bite are you talking about? Scott hesitated. That night in the woods, the thing you thought was a bear. It bit me. But I'm fine now. No, you're not. Styles said seriously. Do you even know why wolves howl? Scott frowned. Am I supposed to? It's to signal. When a wolf is alone, it howls to tell the pack where it is. So if you heard one howl, that means a whole pack might be out there. Jacob watched silently as the tension grew. Scott asked. A pack of wolves. Styles hesitated before replying. No. A pack of werewolves. Scott stared. Is this a joke, Styles? Because it's not funny. This isn't a joke. Styles said quickly. I saw you on the field today. You were incredible. The way you moved, your reflexes, and like I said before, you don't even need your inhaler anymore. And don't tell me it's puberty, because... Scott cut him off, suddenly angry. He stood up. You're wasting my time, Styles. Just when things are finally going right for me, when I'm finally good at something, you're trying to ruin it. I'm trying to help. Styles said. Do I look like I need help to you, Styles? Or are you just jealous? Jacob, who had been quietly watching the argument, finally stood up and said. Scott, that's enough. Calm down and think about what you just said. I don't know you guys that well, but I heard you and Styles say you've grown up together. So tell me, Scott, do you really think Styles would be jealous of you? Scott, who had been on the verge of losing control, paused. He took a deep breath, thought about it for a moment, then sat back down. He looked at Styles and said. I'm sorry, man. It's just. I'm finally good at something, and it felt like you were trying to take that away from me. Styles sighed and replied. That's not what I'm trying to do, Scott. Like I said, I'm trying to help. Tomorrow is a full moon. Scott cut him off. Are you still going on about werewolves? Jacob stepped in. Well, I hate to say it, but Styles is right. Scott turned his glare to Jacob. You too. You said that thing in the woods was a bear. I lied. Jacob said simply. I didn't think you were bitten. That thing wasn't a bear, and we both know it. Scott stood up again, frustrated. I'm done listening to you guys. I'm going home. Jacob stopped him. Scott, show me the bite. Scott hesitated. It healed without even leaving a scar, didn't it? Jacob asked. That doesn't mean anything. It means everything. Jacob cut him off. You can hear things you shouldn't be able to, like how fast Styles' heartbeat is right now. You can smell things no human can. You're stronger, faster. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Scott sank back down into his seat, clearly panicking. I did notice. But if what you're saying is true, then what's going to happen to me? Styles said grimly. You're cursed, Scott. You'll turn into a mindless beast every full moon and kill anything in your path. And it's not just the full moon, if you get angry enough, it can happen. Jacob interrupted with a laugh. All right, Styles, that's enough. Don't scare the poor wolf to death. Not everything you read on the internet is right. Do you have a box cutter? Styles blinked. Yeah. He pulled one from his desk and handed it to Jacob. What do you want it for? I want to prove to Scott that he has supernatural powers. Before Scott could react, Jacob grabbed his hand and slashed it with the box cutter, making a deep cut across the back of his hand. Ow. What are you doing? Scott shouted, flinching in pain. Scott, look. Styles said, pointing. Scott looked down and watched in shock as the wound began to heal rapidly. Within seconds, it was completely gone. Styles' eyes were wide. That was awesome. Scott stared at Jacob. You didn't have to do that. Jacob shrugged. I kind of did. Now you know for sure, you're a werewolf. Styles looked at Jacob curiously. You don't seem too surprised by any of this, and it seems like you know more about werewolves than the internet. Are you a werewolf, Jacob? Jacob shook his head. No, I'm not. But I'm a shapeshifter too, I just don't know what kind. Then, his eyes glowed golden with reptilian slits. His fangs extended, and his nails turned into black and sharp claws. He growled low in his throat like a wild beast. Styles and Scott jumped into the corner of the room, clinging to each other in terror. Jacob laughed. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. Styles, still shaken, was the first to approach him. Can I see your claws? Jacob showed his hand to Styles, who immediately took it and began examining the black claws with fascination. Then he looked up into Jacob's glowing eyes. Your eyes, they look reptilian. Styles said. I know. Jacob said, pulling his hand back. I just don't know what kind yet. Styles sat back on his chair and muttered. Well, you're probably a snake. Because snakes are evil, and you're not exactly a good person. Jacob shifted back to his normal form and smirked. Thanks for the compliment. Scott walked over, intrigued. Can I do that too? The claws, the eyes, the fangs. Jacob looked at him seriously. Yes, but you'll need to learn how to control yourself first. Scott's expression turned worried. Am I going to lose control? Hurt people? Jacob nodded. Yeah. Especially on full moon nights. But don't worry, you just have to train yourself to manage the transformation. What if I can't? Scott asked, his voice trembling. What if I hurt my mom? You might. Jacob said honestly. But controlling yourself isn't as hard as you think. Scott hesitated, then asked. Is there a cure? Can I be healed? Jacob shook his head. No. There's no cure. Scott, panicking and scared, suddenly froze as a thought struck him. He turned to Jacob and said. Wait a minute. You knew what that thing in the woods was. You're like it, right? You could have saved me. Why didn't you? Now I'm a monster, I might hurt my mom, or Styles, or kill someone. This is all your fault. Jacob frowned. Are you stupid? I couldn't save you from that thing, even if I tried. Scott's breathing grew heavy, and anger began to take over. Why? He shouted. Was it because that thing was your friend? Scott, calm down. Styles said, stepping forward and placing a hand on Scott's shoulder. But it was too late. Scott lost control. His eyes glowed a fierce yellow, and his claws extended as he turned toward Styles, rage in his expression. He raised his clawed hand and swung at his best friend. Before the strike landed, Jacob moved with blinding speed. He caught Scott's arm midair. That's enough. He growled. Scott snarled and turned on Jacob, trying to get free from his grip, but Jacob was stronger. With one swift move, he twisted Scott's arm behind his back and, with his other hand, snapped one of Scott's fingers. Scott screamed in pain. The sudden pain made his body shift back to normal, and his broken finger began to heal instantly. Jacob released him and said, "Pain makes you human. If you ever feel like you're losing control, hurt yourself." He then turned to Styles. "You all right, man?" Styles, still pale from shock, nodded slowly. "Yeah. I thought I was dead for a second, but I'm all right." Chapter 12, A Talk with Scott and Styles. Point 2. After calming down, Scott said, "I almost hurt Styles. Why didn't you save me that night from that monster?" Jacob replied, "Whoever that werewolf was, he wasn't my friend. I just got here from New York, remember? And that thing was an alpha werewolf, way stronger than me. I couldn't possibly stop it from biting you. Besides, I didn't even know you were bitten. I heard you scream, and by the time I looked down the hill, you were already running away, and the werewolf started chasing me." Jacob narrowed his eyes. "Now stop acting like a little bitch and man up. We're friends, but I've got no problem whooping your ass. I hate people who blame others for their own problems the most." Scott looked down and muttered, "I'm sorry." Trying to change the subject, Styles asked, "What's an alpha? Is it like the leader of a pack or something?" Jacob nodded. "Yes, but more than that. There are 3 types of werewolves. Omegas are the weakest, and Scott is an omega now. They are werewolves without a pack. Then there are the betas. They are werewolves who have a pack, and the leader of the pack is called an alpha." He paused before continuing. "Unlike omegas and betas' yellow or blue glowing eyes, the alpha's eyes glow red. The alpha is way stronger than the omegas and betas, and he can give the bite." Styles blinked. "The bite?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah. The bite of an alpha can either turn someone into a shapeshifter, or kill them." Scott's eyes widened. "What? Kill them?" "Yep." Jacob said bluntly. "But you don't have to worry, you've already turned." Styles asked, "Does Allison know about werewolves too? Is she like you?" Jacob's expression turned serious. "Whatever you do, don't let Allison find out Scott's a werewolf, if you want him to live longer." Styles frowned. "Why?" "Because Allison's family are hunters." Scott looked up. "What kind of hunters?" Jacob replied, "Werewolf hunters. The kind that kill werewolves by shooting them with guns, rifles, and poisoning them with wolfsbane, you name it. They even cut werewolves in half with swords. Sure, they have a code not to kill innocent werewolves, but don't count on them all following it." Styles asked, "Then why are you friends with Allison?" "I've got my own reasons," Jacob said. "Besides, she doesn't know anything about the supernatural, or that her family hunts werewolves." Jacob turned to Scott. "I know you're scared, but the bite isn't a curse, it's a gift. Don't be afraid of what you've become. Accept that power and use it." Scott hesitated. "Are you sure there's no cure?" Jacob paused, then said, "Actually, there is one." Scott leaned forward, hopeful. "Really?" "Yeah." Jacob said with a smirk. "Death. Death is your only cure." Scott groaned. "Damn it. I got excited for nothing." Styles looked at Jacob. "Can you help Scott control himself?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah, I can try." Scott asked, "How are you going to help me?" Jacob smiled wickedly. "Simple. I beat you until you can control yourself. That's all there is to it. I'll push you until you lose control, beat you until you regain it, then do it again. And again. By the time I'm done, you'll be able to stay in control, even during a full moon." Scott narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel like you just want to beat me up? You're overthinking it. Jacob said. Oh, and I forgot, there's something else. You need an anchor. It's someone you love, someone to think about when you're losing control. As long as you have that anchor, you won't give in to the beast. He glanced at Styles. Maybe Styles could be your anchor. Scott and Styles exchanged an awkward look. Then Scott shook his head quickly. No. I'll think of my mom. Jacob smirked. Are you sure? You and Styles seem pretty close. Scott scoffed. I'm sure. Besides, if I ever made him my anchor, I'd probably just lose control even more. I grew up with him, I know him better than anyone. Sometimes I get the urge to beat his ass. Styles looked offended. Come on, man. I'm not that bad, right? I mean, sure, I like pranks and jokes, but I never crossed the line. Scott shrugged. I don't know. Sometimes when you start talking, all I hear is, punch me in the face, come on, I dare you. Jacob burst out laughing. He's right, Styles. You've got one of those faces. Styles snorted. You're the one to talk, you hateful, evil snake. Jacob flashed him a wicked grin. Like Scott said, what I just heard is, punch me in the face as hard as you can. Styles quickly hid behind Scott. Don't. If you punch me, you'll kill me. Jacob chuckled and stood up. All right, guys. I need to head home. I'm starving. Then he gave his address to Styles and Scott and said, Scott, if you want help learning control, come to my place. I'll gladly beat your ass. After saying that, Jacob walked out of the room. If you decide to come, give me a call and let me know. See you guys later. Scott and Styles moved to the window and watched Jacob get into his car and drive off. Styles turned to Scott. Are you going to go to his house? Scott thought for a moment. I have to. Tomorrow's the full moon. I don't want to hurt anyone. Styles nodded. Yeah, I think you should go too. Besides, he's the only one who can help us, and although he's not a good person, I think we can trust him. We can also ask him more about the supernatural world. Scott sighed. To be honest, I'm scared. My whole life changed all of a sudden. I'm a werewolf now. There are other supernatural creatures out there, like whatever Jacob is. And don't forget about the hunters. Styles raised his hands. Okay. Don't panic. Jacob isn't here, what if you lose control? Besides, like Jacob said, the bite is a gift. It gave you all these cool superpowers. Scott muttered. Powers I didn't ask for. Styles rolled his eyes. You looked very happy using them today in the lacrosse field. And weren't you the one always bitching that nothing ever happens in this town? Scott gave a tired sigh. Anyway, let's eat something and then head to Jacob's house, so I can get my ass kicked. Styles patted him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Meanwhile, as Jacob was driving home. System. Jacob said. I completed the quest of telling Scott he's a werewolf. Sign in. Quest sign in successful. Rewards obtained. A 100-bowl set of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto. A can of Popeye's spinach, instantly triples your strength for 3 minutes. A Harley-Davidson Sportster 883. Jacob grinned. Nice. All good rewards, especially the bike. When he got to his mansion, he parked his car and summoned the Harley-Davidson Sportster 883 from his pocket dimension. It was a sleek, beautiful black motorcycle. What a gorgeous bike. Jacob muttered. I should take it for a ride, but first, food. He stepped inside and tried the Ichiraku ramen. He liked it and ate 5 bowls. Then he grilled some sea king meat and devoured that too. With his stomach full, Jacob flopped down and started watching anime to digest. About an hour later, his phone rang. Styles, hey, are you home? We're coming over. Jacob, yeah, I'm here. I'll be waiting. Chapter 13, Helping Scott Gain Control. Styles and Scott pulled up in front of Jacob's mansion and parked the Jeep. Moments later, Jacob stepped outside, opened the iron gate, and walked toward them. Hey guys. So, Scott, you decided to come. Scott nodded. Yeah. I don't want to hurt anyone, so I have to learn control. Jacob gave him a wicked smile. All right, then. Let's start right away. Scott raised an eyebrow. I don't like that smile of yours. What are you planning? I'm trying to help you, of course. Jacob replied innocently. Now, I want you to run as fast as you can to the front door of my house. I want to see how fast you are. Still suspicious, Scott asked. Why do you want to test my speed? In case you lose control and try to run away. Jacob said, crossing his arms. I need to know if I can catch you or not. Now stop asking stupid questions and run. Scott sighed, then took off running at full speed. But just as he was about to cross the iron gate, he slammed into an invisible barrier and bounced back violently, flying past Jacob and Styles before crashing to the ground. Jacob burst out laughing uncontrollably while Styles stood there, wide-eyed. What was that? Scott groaned, blood dripping from his nose. He got up, stormed toward Jacob, and grabbed him by the collar. You bastard. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Jacob was still laughing even as Scott shook him. Enraged, Scott tried to punch him, but Jacob dodged, slipping out of his grip and hiding behind Styles. Wiping tears from his eyes, Jacob grinned. Sorry, I wanted to test if the barrier around my house actually works, and you're the only supernatural creature I know. Explain. Scott demanded. As you just saw. Jacob said. There's a barrier around my house that keeps out supernatural beings. Don't ask me how it was put there or who did it, I don't know. But since I inherited the house, I can control the barrier. So without my permission, no supernatural creature can enter my house. A magical barrier? Styles blinked. So, magic is real too? Jacob shrugged. I guess so. Anyway, go ahead and drive the Jeep in. Styles got back into the Jeep and drove it through the gate. Jacob looked at Scott, who was still angry, and said, Come on, man, let's go in. Seeing that Scott was still standing there, Jacob added, Don't worry, you can get in now, the barrier won't stop you. Jacob walked inside the iron gate and called back. Close the gate behind you. Scott hesitated for a moment before following. The barrier didn't stop him this time. He sighed, shut the iron gate, and walked over to Jacob and Styles, who were waiting for him in front of the mansion. Hey Jacob. Styles asked. Are your parents home? Are they like you? No. Jacob said casually. I live alone. I'm an orphan. My parents died 8 years ago, and I inherited this mansion from them. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Jacob said, cutting him off. Now, let's head to the backyard to train Scott. As they walked, Scott asked. Jacob, can I set up a barrier like yours around my house? I don't know about a barrier like mine. Jacob replied. But there's another kind called a mountain ash barrier. You have to keep it open and only close it when you want to trap a shapeshifter or keep them out. Unlike mine, you can't control it at will. Styles said. What do you mean by keeping it open? You make a circle, but leave a gap. You only close it when you need to. Jacob explained. Scott frowned. Where do we even get mountain ash? You can buy it from a druid. Jacob said. Or make it yourself. Just find a mountain ash tree, also known as a rowan tree, burn it, and collect the ash. We can go looking for one in the woods later and make a simple circle around your houses. If you want something more professional, though, you'll need a druid. A druid? Styles asked. Is that like a mage? Sort of. Jacob said. They're healers and keepers of balance between the supernatural and human worlds. They know about supernatural creatures, magical herbs, rituals, and stuff like that. That's about all I know about them. And where are we supposed to find one? Scott asked. Jacob thought to himself. Deaton is one, but I'm not telling them that. Then he shrugged. No idea. In the backyard. Scott, Styles, and Jacob stood in the wide backyard of Jacob's mansion. Styles glanced around and asked. What if your neighbors hear Scott when he loses control and starts howling, growling, or whatever werewolves do? Jacob shook his head. Don't worry. The houses around here are far apart, and most of them are empty anyway. Now. He grinned wickedly. Let's start beating the dog. Scott frowned, already regretting this. Hey, I'm not a dog. I'm a wolf. Jacob smirked. Same thing. No, it's not. Scott looked at Styles and added. By the way, stay away. In case I lose it and attack you. Styles nodded and backed off. Scott turned to Jacob, sighed, and said. All right. I'm ready. So, what do I do? Jacob cracked his knuckles and grinned like a supervillain. You're going to try shifting. And when you lose control, I'm going to beat you until you either master your new powers or die trying. Scott blinked. Wait, what? Styles gave Jacob a thumbs up. Don't go easy on him. I'll be watching the show from the side. Scott turned to him. I thought we were friends. Styles shrugged. We are. This is for your own good. Jacob clapped his hands. All right. Step 1, try to shift. Scott asked. How do I do that? Jacob replied. I don't really know. For me, it's like moving a hand or blinking. It's instinct. Styles raised an eyebrow. It's that easy. Jacob nodded. Yeah. Scott, don't overthink it, just let it happen. Scott concentrated for a while, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he said. I can't. Jacob smirked. Then it's time for Plan B. Scott narrowed his eyes. What's Plan B? Jacob lunged forward. I beat your ass until you shift. He punched Scott in the face, not hard enough to knock him out, but enough to hurt. Then he followed up with more strikes and kicks. Scott tried to block, but he was too slow. Pain and adrenaline started bubbling up, his eyes glowed, he began to growl, and finally, he shifted and fought back. After a few intense moments, Jacob paused. Scott, are you in control? Scott didn't answer. He attacked again. Jacob countered with a strong punch to Scott's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. How about now? Can you hear me, Scott? Scott growled louder, his fangs and claws growing out. He charged again. From the side, Styles winced. I guess that's a no. Jacob rolled his shoulders. Time to knock some sense into him. He dodged Scott's swipe, kneed him in the gut, and when Scott bent forward, Jacob grabbed his head and slammed a knee into his face. Scott whimpered and stumbled back. Styles muttered. That's gotta hurt. Jacob looked at him calmly. Can you hear me now, Scott? Scott wiped the blood from his nose. Yeah, and did you have to hit me that hard? You almost broke my nose. Jacob shrugged. Don't worry. If it broke, it would have healed in a few seconds. Super healing, remember. Besides, we're just getting started. I'll hit you harder next time. Scott groaned. Can I quit? Nope. Jacob said. Now, retract your claws and fangs, and turn your eyes back to normal. Scott focused, and after a moment, he shifted back to normal. Jacob nodded. Good. Now practice shifting back and forth until it becomes second nature, like moving your hand or blinking. It took Scott about an hour to gain smooth control over his shift. He looked at Jacob and Styles, who were sitting and talking a short distance away, and said proudly. I did it. I can shift on command now. Jacob folded his arms. Show me. Scott's eyes glowed yellow, his claws and fangs appeared, and then he smoothly shifted back. Jacob smiled. Nice. Now let's take it a step further. Grow your claws one finger at a time. Like this. He held up his hand and demonstrated, growing and retracting each claw individually. I can choose which finger grows claws and which doesn't. Jacob explained. It's easy once you get the hang of it. Scott tried. He struggled at first, but after about half an hour, he got the hang of it. While Scott was practicing, Jacob leaned toward Styles and whispered. Tell me, what makes Scott really angry? Styles tapped his chin. Let me think. Oh, I got it. You could make fun of his mom, that'll do it. He's super protective. He loves her a lot. Jacob smirked. Perfect. You might want to step back. I'm about to seriously piss him off. Styles backed away. Jacob walked over to Scott and asked. You done playing with your claws? Scott nodded. Yeah, I can do what you showed me now. Good. Jacob said. So. I trained you. How are you gonna thank me? Scott tilted his head. Wait, are we done? Does that mean I won't lose control anymore? What about the full moon, am I actually safe now? Jacob shrugged. We're done with your first lesson. You've still got a few more days of work before you're in full control. As for the full moon, just crash at my place. If you lose it, I'll activate the barrier. You won't be able to get out. Scott sighed. I was hoping I'd be fully in control by now. Anyway, what kind of thank you do you want? Jacob grinned mischievously. Well, I like older women. And I heard your mom is hot. And single. So how about this, you set me up with your mom. Who knows? Maybe you'll become my stepson. Styles burst out laughing from the sidelines. Dude. You went too far. Jacob just kept going. What? I was thinking I could give him a little brother or sister. Scott stood frozen in disbelief. Then his face twisted in rage. He snarled, eyes glowing yellow, claws extending as he lunged at Jacob. Jacob ducked under the wild swing and casually punched Scott in the stomach, sending him flying into a bush. Too slow. Scott, think about your mom. Jacob shouted. Scott crawled out of the bush, growling. I am. Not how hot she is, you perverted freak. Jacob smirked. Think of her hugs. Her smile. Something emotional. Make her your anchor. Styles couldn't stop laughing, and that only pushed Scott further over the edge. This time, he roared with fury. Fur began to grow along his jawline, his face starting to shift, twisting with rage. Shit. Styles muttered. He's completely gone. Jacob sidestepped Scott's attack and swept his legs, slamming him into the grass with a heavy thud. You're too weak. Jacob said coldly. You can't even control yourself. So how are you gonna protect your mom? Scott growled and attacked again. Jacob caught his arm, twisted it behind his back, and said. What if that alpha who bit you comes after her? Then Jacob kicked Scott away and said firmly. If you can't control yourself, if you're not strong enough, she could get hurt. Or worse, she could die, Scott. Scott blinked, panting, something in his mind flickering back to reality. But before he could fully calm down, Jacob smirked again and added. So why not let me date her? I can protect her. Scott lost it again. He roared in pure rage, so angry that fur spread down his arms, his skin darkened, and it began taking on a dark gray color. Jacob looked at him with a smile and thought. Damn, I might have made this Scott stronger than the one from the show. I've never seen him like this before, except when he was tearing through those hunters in Season 4. For the next 2 hours, the cycle repeated. Every time Scott calmed down, Jacob, or Styles, would find a new way to provoke him. When Scott lost control, Jacob would beat him down until he regained it. Eventually, Scott stood panting, shirt torn, dirt smeared across his face. His eyes were still glowing, and his claws were out, but he wasn't attacking anymore. He just stood there, glaring at Jacob. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Are you finally in control? I think so. Scott replied. I thought of my mom. Jacob cut him off. Nothing dirty, I hope. Scott growled low in his throat. Jacob chuckled. Oops. Guess I still need to beat you some more, you're clearly not in control yet. No. Scott said firmly. I'm in total control. Styles walked up behind Jacob, eyeing Scott cautiously. Then why are your eyes still glowing? And why are your claws still out? Scott's expression darkened. Because I really want to kill you two bastards. Jacob grinned. All right, I think he's in control. Styles backed up a step. Are you sure? I don't like the way he's looking at me. Jacob shrugged. He's angry, and he wants to hit someone. Styles said. Then why is he looking at me? He should beat you, you're the one who wants to date his mom. Jacob shrugged again. Weren't you the one who told me to use his mom to make him angry? Besides, he can't beat me. I'm stronger than him. Scott cracked his knuckles and started walking toward Styles. Styles yelped and took off sprinting toward the mansion. Jacob. Help. I think he's losing control again. Jacob laughed as he watched Scott chase after him. He's not losing control, and Scott, don't hit him too hard. He's just a normal human, after all. Chapter 14, Dinner with Scott and Styles. In the mansion's kitchen, Jacob was cooking dinner while Styles sat at the table, holding an ice pack to his head where Scott had punched him earlier. Soon, Scott walked in, freshly showered and wearing clean clothes. He sat down at the table and glanced at Styles. "You didn't have to hit me that hard, man." Styles grumbled. "I don't have super healing like you." Scott snorted. "You deserved it." Scott kept glancing at Jacob, clearly wanting to say something but hesitating. Jacob noticed and sighed. "Stop looking at me like that and just say whatever's on your mind," Scott said. "You're not really thinking about going after my mom, are you?" Jacob burst out laughing. "No, man. Relax. I'm not interested in your mom. I've got my hands full with Allison and Lydia. Gotta figure out how to make both of them my girlfriends." Styles blurted. "What? You can't go after Lydia?" Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because she has a boyfriend. That won't last, they will break up soon." "That's not the reason," Styles muttered. Jacob looked curious. "Then what is?" Scott smirked. "Because Styles has a crush on her." Jacob blinked, then grinned. "Oh, is that so? Well, Styles, as a friend, I'm gonna give you some honest advice, maybe find someone who'd actually be into a nerd like you. You are not Lydia's type." "That's not for you to decide." Styles shot back. "You're right," Jacob said, shrugging. "And hey, I like having you around, so when I do start dating Lydia, I hope you'll still be my friend." Styles frowned. "I don't think Lydia's the kind of girl who'd date you while you're also dating Allison." Jacob smirked. "Who knows? Maybe I'm just that irresistible." Scott rolled his eyes and changed the subject. "Anyway, Jacob, am I really in control now? Or am I still gonna lose it on the full moon?" Jacob leaned back. "I think you won't lose control anymore, but I don't really know for sure. Tomorrow is your first full moon, so just in case, you should spend the night here at my house. That way, even if you lose control, I can activate the barrier and you'll be trapped inside." Styles added. "Or you could just beat his ass again until he regains control." Jacob shook his head. "Can't. Tomorrow, I'm going to Lydia's party, so I won't be able to babysit Scott." Styles perked up. "Wait, Lydia's party? I forgot about that. I'm definitely going." Scott frowned. "So while you two are out partying, I'm stuck here alone." Jacob grinned. "If you were a hot girl, maybe I'd stay in and keep you company. But sadly, you're not. You could ask Styles to stay." Styles raised his hands. "No, thank you. We don't know if he'll lose control or not, and I'm not willing to risk my life to find out. Besides, I really want to go to Lydia's party." Scott, upset that he couldn't go to the party, said. "Why are you even excited? It's not like she invited you on a date. She only invited us because we're Jacob's friends. Honestly, she seems pretty interested in him." Styles sighed. "You know what? I don't even care. Maybe I'll get lucky with some other girl. Anyway, I'm going to have fun at the party." Jacob clapped him on the back. "That's the spirit. You better give up soon and spare yourself the heartbreak when Lydia becomes my girlfriend." Styles shrugged. "Maybe I'll give up when that actually happens. Until then, a man can dream." Jacob laughed. "Yes, a man can dream." A few minutes later, Jacob placed dinner on the table, steaks and a few simple side dishes. The three of them ate, joked, and relaxed. After they cleaned up, they moved to the living room, sipping soda on the couch. Scott looked at Jacob seriously. "Earlier, you said the alpha who bit me might come after me, or even hurt my mom. Were you serious?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah. I think he bit you because he's trying to build a pack. That's probably the only reason you're still alive." Styles looked confused. "What do you mean?" Jacob said. "If that alpha wanted Scott dead, do you really think he'd still be here?" Scott shook his head. "No, I couldn't have survived. I remember, he pinned me to the ground, bit me, and then just let me go." Styles frowned. "So that thing, it's going to come after Scott again?" Jacob answered without hesitation. Definitely. If it hasn't already. Styles turned to Scott. Has it? Scott hesitated. I think so. I woke up in the woods yesterday morning, and I heard him growling, and I saw him too. Then what happened? Styles asked. Scott said. I just ran and fell into a pool. Then I went back home. He didn't chase you? No. Scott said. How did you end up in the woods in the first place? I don't know. Scott said quietly. Jacob chimed in. It's the alpha's doing. If you were awake, you might not have gone to the woods. But since you were asleep, you might have heard him howl and instinctively gone to him. Scott looked shaken. Wait, can he control me? Jacob nodded. Yes, but not like that. If he really wanted to control you, he'd need to roar at you face to face. But if your will is strong enough, you can resist him. Scott looked like he was starting to panic, so Jacob added calmly. Don't worry too much. He won't hurt you, and he won't really hurt your mom or kill her because he wants you in his pack. However, he will threaten you with her safety, and the safety of your friends. He'll use them to force you to submit. Scott clenched his fists. Then what am I supposed to do? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. But me. I'm definitely fighting him. He probably already wants to kill me anyway. Styles blinked. Why would he want to kill you? Jacob smirked. Because that night in the woods, when we first met him, I fought him. He was stronger than me, but I had bear spray. I hit him with it a few times and even gouged his eye. So yeah, I'm probably on his must-kill list. He'll probably try to make me submit to him first, and when I refuse, he'll try to kill me. Styles muttered. I'm definitely buying bear spray. Jacob chuckled. Good idea. But hold on to it yourself. Don't give it to Scott, just in case the alpha controls him. Then, you can use it on both of them. Most importantly, you have to use it in a surprise attack, because an alpha werewolf can move so fast you won't even have time to blink. Styles nodded slowly. Surprise attack. Got it. Scott looked at Jacob. What other weaknesses do werewolves have? Wolfsbane. Jacob said. There are different kinds. Some just weaken werewolves, others can kill them in minutes. High-voltage electricity works too. And mountain ash. Styles asked. What about silver? Jacob shook his head. Nope. Silver isn't actually a weakness for werewolves. But the family with that name is. Styles raised an eyebrow. Wait, are we talking about a family of werewolf hunters with the last name Silver? Not Silver. Jacob corrected. Argent. Scott's eyes widened. As in? Allison Argent. Jacob nodded. Yep. Her family are old-school werewolf hunters, originating from France. They're so good at it that people started thinking Argent, which means silver in French, was actually a weakness for werewolves. Styles blinked. Then why are you friends with Allison? Why do you even want to date her? Aren't you scared of her family? Her dad already looks like he wants to skin you alive every time he picks her up from school. Jacob grinned. Because she's hot. And after getting to know her, I really like her. Styles rolled his eyes. Yeah. Well, when her dad finds out you're a snake, he's going to kill your dumbass and turn your skin into a belt. Jacob's eyes glowed gold. Styles, I'm not as easy to kill as you think. Scott jumped in. What if Allison doesn't even want to be friends with you after she finds out what you are? Jacob's eyes faded back to normal. I think I'm handsome enough that she'll accept me for who I am. He chuckled. What really scares me is what she'll do to me when I tell her I want to have a harem. Styles groaned. Why are you so obsessed with having a harem, man? Jacob shrugged. It's in my nature. Styles narrowed his eyes. Are you some kind of lustful snake? Jacob smirked, sipping his soda. Something like that. Scott leaned forward. By the way, what other creatures like us do you know about? Jacob thought for a second. There are a lot. Where do I even start? Wait, I've got a book. Hang on. He stood up and went upstairs. A few minutes later, he returned with a thick leather-bound book, The Bestiary, a reward from the system. He handed it to Styles. Here. It's like an encyclopedia of supernatural creatures. Just a warning though, don't blame me if you have nightmares. Scott and Styles exchanged curious glances, then started flipping through the pages. They saw entries for terrifying beasts, cursed beings, and creatures they couldn't even pronounce. It didn't take long for Styles to slam the book shut and hand it back to Jacob. Yeah, no thanks. I don't think I want to read this anymore. Scott laughed nervously. Honestly, I think this book's fake. What do you think, Styles? Styles nodded quickly. Totally fake. Yep. Definitely not real. Jacob grinned. I hate to disappoint you guys, but... Styles cut him off. Then don't. We've decided it's fake. Let us keep believing that. You evil, cold-blooded snake. Jacob chuckled. As you wish. Scott glanced at the clock. It's getting late. I should head home before my mom starts freaking out. Yeah, me too. Styles said, standing up. After saying their goodbyes, Scott and Styles left the mansion. Jacob wandered into his gaming room and played for a few hours before finally going to bed. Chapter 15, Meet the Argents. The next day, Jacob woke up, had breakfast, and signed into the system. He received some food and daily necessities as his daily reward. After getting ready, he hopped on his new bike and rode to school. Once there, he met up with his friends, and together they went through their school day as usual. After school, they gathered outside in front of the main entrance. Lydia, who was standing with them, turned to Jacob and said, "Don't forget to come to my party tonight." Jacob smiled. "I won't." As Lydia walked away, Jacob turned to Allison. "Should I come pick you up from your house tonight?" Allison nodded. "Yeah, but don't bring your bike. My dad already doesn't like you that much. If he sees you riding a bike, he definitely won't let me go with you." Jacob frowned. "Why does your dad hate me anyway?" Allison shrugged. "I don't know. Anyway, I've gotta go. He's here." She gave him a quick wave before walking over to her dad's car, which had just pulled up. Jacob watched her go, then turned to Styles. "You drive Scott to my house." Styles raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you take him with you? You're going there anyway." Jacob gestured toward his bike. "I brought my bike today, and I don't feel like having a dude hugging me from behind." Styles rolled his eyes. "Fine." He looked at Scott. "Get your wolf butt in my car. I'll drive you to the snake's lair." Scott chuckled and got into the Jeep. Once the three of them arrived at Jacob's mansion, Styles dropped Scott off and left. Jacob turned to Scott. "I've still got a few hours before I need to pick up Allison. Let's play some video games." The two of them headed to the gaming room and played for a couple of hours. Eventually, Jacob stood up and said, "All right, time for me to head out. I've activated the barrier, so even if you lose control, you won't be able to leave the house. Just don't stay inside the whole time, go out and look at the moon. See if it affects you. And if you get hungry, there's food in the fridge. Eat whatever you want." Scott nodded. "Thanks." Jacob went upstairs, took a shower, got dressed, and then drove his car to Allison's house. When he arrived, he parked in front of her home and stepped out of the car. He pulled out his phone and called her. She answered after a few seconds. "Jay. Are you outside?" "Yeah." Jacob replied. "You ready yet?" "Almost. Give me like 15 minutes. "All right. Hurry up," Jacob said before hanging up. As he waited, the front door opened and Chris stepped outside. He looked straight at Jacob and called out, "Hey, kid. Come here." Jacob sighed to himself. "I guess I have to talk to him eventually." He walked up to Chris and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Argent." Chris looked him over. "Want to come in for a drink?" Jacob hesitated. "There's no need." Chris cut him off. "I insist." Jacob sighed and said, "All right." Then walked into the house, following Chris to the living room where Victoria was already seated. He greeted her politely. "Good evening, Mrs. Argent." Victoria gave him a curt nod. "Sit." Jacob sat down, and Victoria handed him a teacup. "Here. Have some tea." "Thank you." Jacob replied, taking the cup. As he glanced inside, he noticed a few purple petals floating in the tea. He thought to himself, Wolfsbane. Clever. They're testing me to see if I'm a werewolf. Too bad for them, I'm not. He took a sip and said casually, not bad, but I could use a little more sugar. Victoria and Chris exchanged a quick look. Then Victoria slid the sugar bowl toward him and said, help yourself. Jacob began adding sugar, 1 cube, then a second, then a few more. Chris finally snapped, grabbing the bowl away. That's enough, kid. Sugar's bad for your health. Jacob smirked. Come on, Mr. Argent. No need to be stingy. He stirred the tea and took another sip. Ah, perfect. Chris narrowed his eyes. So, kid. Tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Allison? Jacob leaned back and took another sip. We're just friends. Are you sure? Jacob raised an eyebrow. Yes. Why? You wouldn't happen to want me as your son-in-law, would you? Victoria raised a brow, clearly amused. Chris, on the other hand, was not. No. I don't like you. And I want you to stay away from my daughter. Jacob looked confused. Why? Did I do something wrong? You look like trouble. And you're a bad influence. Ever since she met you, she's changed. She never even went to parties before. Jacob held up a finger. Hold on a second. If anyone's the bad influence here, it's your daughter. She's the one who wanted to go to the party and dragged me into it. I just wanted to stay home and play video games, okay? She is a bad girl. Chris got angry. You little punk. You've got a death wish, don't you? How dare you say my daughter is a bad girl? Jacob smirked. Don't worry, sir. I'll keep her out of trouble and stop her whenever she wants to do something reckless. Chris's eyes flared. He reached into his coat, pulled out his gun, and placed it on the table with a loud clunk. Jacob slowly raised his hands. Okay, I was just joking. Allison is the sweetest, most well-behaved girl I've ever met. Don't shoot me. But hey, can I hold the gun? I've never held one before. Chris stared at him. What do you think? Jacob scratched the back of his head. I think you need to relax, sir. You look tense. You should smile more. Chris reached for his gun again and clicked off the safety. Jacob glanced toward the staircase and called out. Allison. Are you done watching the show? If you don't come out now, your dad's gonna shoot me. Allison, who had been peeking from the top of the stairs, finally walked down. Dad. She said with a sigh. You promised you wouldn't scare him away. Chris clicked the safety back on and holstered the gun. I was just joking with him, sweetheart. Jacob let out a sigh. Well, that wasn't funny. I've never been held at gunpoint before. I think I'm traumatized now, I need to see a shrink. Allison rolled her eyes. All right, stop being dramatic. Let's go. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him toward the door. Just as they were about to leave, Victoria, who had been watching silently, spoke up. Wait, kid. Did you ever see that bear from the other night again? Jacob shook his head. No. I haven't gone out at night since then. Why? Victoria shrugged. Just wondering. You can go now, but make sure Allison is home by 11:30. Jacob nodded. Okay. Bye, Mrs. Argent. And thanks for the tea. He glanced at Chris and added. Bye, Mr. AR, never mind. Allison, let's go. Your dad still looks like he really wants to shoot me. And with that, he quickly exited. Allison followed him. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Chris and Victoria watched them drive away. Victoria crossed her arms. Well, now we know for sure the kid isn't a werewolf. Chris sighed. Too bad. I really wanted to shoot him. Victoria gave him a look. All right, enough about the kid. We need to focus on finding that alpha. I've never seen anything like him before. If we let him roam free, he'll build a pack and grow even stronger. Chris nodded. I was hoping the kid might be his beta, we could have used him to find the alpha. But now, we'll have to find another lead. Victoria thought for a moment. What about Derek Hale? You said he's back in town. Chris said. I don't think he knows who the Alpha is. And he's probably looking for him too. I'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, in Jacob's car. He was driving when Allison smirked and said, So. I'm a bad girl, huh? Jacob chuckled. Yes. You were watching the whole show and smiling while your dad pulled a gun on me. So yeah, you're a bad person and a bad friend. Allison rolled her eyes. Oh please. Don't act like you were scared of him. Jacob glanced at her. By the way, why does your dad carry a gun? Is he a cop or something? No. Allison replied. He sells weapons. Jacob raised an eyebrow. So, are you good with guns then? I know my way around them. Allison said. But I'm much better with a bow. I'm really good at it. Jacob grinned. Then you should show me sometime. Allison smiled. Sure. Want to go to the woods someday? Jacob shook his head. Nah, just come to my place. You can show off your bow skills in my backyard. And by the way, promise me you won't go into the woods alone. Or with Lydia. Actually, just avoid the woods completely. Allison frowned. Why? Because of that bear? I'll bring bear spray. Jacob shook his head more firmly. Don't. That thing wasn't normal, Allison. Please, just don't go into the woods. It was just a bear. She insisted. Jacob looked over at her. Allison, that thing outran your mom's car. And its eyes were glowing red. Remember. For the first time since she had seen Peter in his werewolf form that night, Allison began thinking seriously about what that thing was. After a quiet moment, she asked. Then what do you think that thing was, Jay? Jacob sighed. I don't know. But promise me, you won't go into the woods. Allison nodded. Okay. I won't. Do you think it was the thing that killed that girl in the woods? Probably. Jacob replied. Now, let's not talk about creepy stuff anymore. He reached over and turned on the radio. Let's sing a little instead. And with that, they drove off toward Lydia's house, singing the whole way. Chapter 16, The Party. Jacob and Allison arrived at Lydia's house. Jacob parked his car, and the two of them walked inside. The party was pure chaos, teenagers were dancing, drinking, and loud music shook the walls. Allison looked around with wide eyes. Well, this is not what I was expecting. Jacob smirked. Then what were you expecting? This is exactly what a high school party looks like, a bunch of drunk, horny teenagers sticking their tongues down each other's throats. Disgusting. Allison laughed. Aren't you a teenager too? Why do you sound like a grumpy old man? I don't like loud music. Jacob said, wrinkling his nose. And it smells like sweat and vomit in here. But hey, you wanted to come to a party, so I'm not going to ruin it for you. Let's dance. Allison blushed. Dance. Yes. I don't know how to dance. Jacob shrugged. Me neither. Then he gently pulled her close. Let's just stick together and do what everyone else is doing. They began to dance. At first, it was awkward, neither of them quite knew what they were doing, but eventually, they got the hang of it and started to enjoy themselves. After a while, Jacob leaned in with a playful grin. So, do you want me to stick my tongue down your throat now? Allison blushed furiously and shoved him away. No, you pervert. What's wrong with you? Jacob laughed. I was just being polite. Thought I'd ask if you want to do it. You know, since everyone else here is doing it. Still blushing, Allison huffed. Well, I don't want to, okay. Let's go get something to drink. I'm tired, we've been dancing forever. Sure. Jacob said. The two walked over to the drink table and ran into Styles. Jacob greeted him. Oh hey, man. Having fun? Styles looked excited. Yes. Some random girl just came up to me, stuck her tongue in my mouth, and started kissing me like there was no tomorrow. But sadly, she ran away and started vomiting. Jacob raised a brow. Good for you, man, and you're lucky she didn't vomit in your mouth. Unless you're into that, then I guess you're unlucky. Styles grimaced. Gross. I'm not into weird kinks like that. Okay, I'm leaving before you ruin kissing forever for me. I'm going to dance. See you guys later. Jacob said. Okay. And hey, stop taking advantage of drunk girls. That's sexual harassment. Stiles turned away, flipping Jacob off without looking back as he disappeared into the crowd, doing some wildly uncoordinated dance moves. Jacob and Allison laughed. By the way, Allison asked, where's Scott? I haven't seen him. He's working at the animal clinic tonight. Couldn't make it. Jacob replied. So, what should we drink? They turned toward the drink table, which was covered in plastic cups filled with beer. You gonna drink beer? Jacob asked. Allison shook her head. Nope. You. I don't like beer. It smells nasty. Just then, Lydia walked over to them, looking gorgeous and full of party energy. Hey. You guys enjoying the party? Yeah, it's fun. Allison replied with a smile. Jacob gave a shrug. It's okay. But I could use a drink. Lydia gestured behind them. The drinks are right there. I don't drink beer. Jacob said. Jackson, who had come up behind Lydia, smirked. Why? Your mommy doesn't let you. Jacob smiled calmly. Yeah. She's very strict. So, you're a mommy's boy, huh? Jackson teased. He and 3 of his lacrosse buddies burst out laughing. Allison stepped forward. Stop talking about his mom. Jackson grinned. Can't even stand up for yourself. Gotta let your girlfriend protect you. Jacob sighed, clearly done with the whole scene. He looked at Lydia and said, Thanks for the invite. I should leave before I ruin your party. He turned and walked away. Allison glared at Jackson. Stupid pig. She muttered, then quickly followed Jacob out. Stiles, who had overheard everything, sighed and followed after them. But Jackson called out mockingly. Going home to cry to your mom, Alexander. Don't be so sensitive. Come on, call her up, maybe she can party with us too. Jacob stopped. Stiles noticed the change in his expression and stepped in. Don't, man. He's not worth it. Jacob asked quietly. What would you do if someone talked about your mom like that, Stiles? Stiles sighed. Just, don't go too far, okay? I'll try. Jacob muttered. Allison grabbed his arm. Jay, be careful. Stiles glanced toward Jackson. You should be more worried about that idiot. Jackson saw Jacob walking toward him and got scared. Jacob was taller than him and looked stronger too. Normally, Jackson avoided him, but ever since Jacob transferred to the school, he hated how Lydia looked at him. So, he asked his 3 friends to help him teach Jacob a lesson tonight. Jackson nodded to his friends. One of them, a big, broad-shouldered guy, stepped forward and put a hand on Jacob's shoulder to stop him. Bad move. Jacob grabbed the guy's wrist, applied just a fraction of his strength, and the boy cried out in pain. In one swift motion, Jacob headbutted him in the face, blood burst from his nose as he collapsed, dazed and howling on the floor. The other 2 attacked at the same time. Jacob dodged the first punch and slapped the guy hard across the face, knocking him out cold. The other received a brutal knee to the gut and fell to the floor, gagging and vomiting. Jackson froze. He hadn't expected this. Jacob walked up to him. Without a word, he slapped Jackson across the face, once, twice, again and again. Not hard enough to knock him out, but hard enough to hurt. His cheeks turned red and swollen as blood trickled from his mouth. Jacob, that's enough. Lydia shouted, panicked. Jacob turned toward her slowly. His usual smirk gone, his expression emotionless. She shivered under his cold gaze. He looked back at Jackson, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. Leaning in, he whispered coldly. This is the last time you provoke me. You hear me? Next time, I'll kill you. And I mean it. Then he tossed Jackson like a rag doll onto the drink table, shattering it and soaking him in beer. Jackson wheezed, struggling to breathe as he lay in the wreckage. Without another word, Jacob walked out. Allison spat on Jackson and said, Scum. Before hurrying after Jacob. Once Jacob was gone, Jackson groaned and forced himself to stand, blood still dripping from his split lip. He looked around at the crowd and said angrily, "Someone call the cops. I'll make sure that freak goes to jail." Styles, still standing nearby, stepped forward. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. You and your buddies jumped him. He was just defending himself. We all saw what happened." Jackson sneered. "Mind your own business, Stilinski. Besides." He turned to the silent onlookers and raised his voice. "Did anyone see what happened?" The room went quiet. Everyone looked away, avoiding his gaze. Jackson smirked. "See? No one saw a thing. In fact, if it comes down to it, they'll say Alexander attacked us for no reason. So tell me, who do you think the cops are gonna believe, us or you?" Styles didn't flinch. "You know my dad's the sheriff, right? Who do you think he's going to believe?" Jackson cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Styles leaned in slightly. "And believe me when I say this, if you had any idea what Jacob's capable of, you'd change schools and pray you never see him again." Jackson just snorted, not taking Styles' words to heart. Styles turned and walked away. Outside the house, Lydia caught up to him. "Styles, wait." He stopped but didn't stammer or blush like he usually did around her. "What do you want?" Lydia hesitated. Why was Jacob so upset? Styles didn't sugarcoat it. His parents died in a car accident. And your stupid boyfriend just told him to call his dead mother to come party. He turned and walked toward his Jeep, leaving Lydia stunned on the doorstep. After standing there for a moment, Lydia turned back and stepped inside. Her eyes swept over the party wreckage and the murmuring crowd. Then she raised her voice. "All right everyone, the party's over. Please leave." After everyone had left, Lydia stood in silence, staring at Jackson for a long moment. Then, with a heavy sigh, she reached for the key hanging around her neck, pulled it off, and handed it to him. "We're done," she said flatly. "Leave." Jackson, still dazed and wiping blood from his mouth, said, "What? Why?" Lydia shrugged. "I'm not dating a scumbag loser like you anymore." Jackson clenched his fists. "Is this about Alexander? You want to date him, don't you?" "That's none of your business." Lydia replied coldly. "Fine." Jackson snapped. "I don't need you anyway, bitch," Lydia said. "Do you even know why Jacob slapped the shit out of you? Because his parents are dead, and you, like the pig you are, told him to call his dead mother to come party." She stepped closer, her voice cold. "I shouldn't have stopped him. Honestly, I wish he'd hit you harder. Now get your pathetic ass out of my house." Jackson didn't have a comeback. He just stormed off, slamming the door behind him. In Jacob's car, the drive was quiet until Allison turned to him and asked, "Are you okay?" Jacob smiled faintly. "Yeah. I'm not that fragile. Sure, I wanted to kill that bastard, but I'm fine." He paused, then added, "Let's not talk about that anymore. It's only 9:30, and we haven't eaten yet. What do you say we grab something?" Allison nodded. "Sounds good. And maybe after we eat, we could catch a movie. What do you think?" Jacob grinned. "Sounds like a plan." They grabbed burgers from a local diner, then went to see a movie together. Afterward, Jacob drove Allison home. He parked in front of her house and walked her to the door. Allison smiled. "Thanks. Tonight was fun, the dance at the party was fun, and the movie was fun too. But I think tonight's party will be my first and probably my last. It was disgusting, and that pig Jackson made it even worse." Jacob laughed. "Told you we should have just stayed home, played some games, or watched a movie." As they reached the door, it opened before Allison could knock. Victoria stood there, arms crossed. Jacob raised his hands jokingly. "I brought her back on time. And don't worry, I didn't let her get into any kind of trouble. By the way, she wanted to drink beer, and I didn't let her." Allison gasped. "What?" "I did not." "Mom, he's lying." She kicked Jacob lightly in the leg. "Go away, you liar." Jacob chuckled. "Good night, ladies." He gave them a little wave, walked back to his car, and drove off. Victoria turned to Allison with an arched eyebrow. "So, about the beer?" Allison groaned. "He's lying, Mom." Besides, we didn't even stay at the party that long, it was disgusting. So we left and went to the movies instead. Victoria nodded slowly. Are you two dating? Allison shook her head. No, we're just friends. I see. Allison mumbled under her breath. For now, at least. Victoria raised an eyebrow. What was that, sweetheart? Allison blushed. Nothing. Where's Dad? He's out. He'll be back soon. Okay. I'm tired. I'm going to my room. Good night, Mom. Good night, sweetheart. Chapter 17, Friendship. After dropping Allison off at her house, Jacob drove back to his mansion. When he arrived, he found Styles sitting just outside the barrier, and Scott sitting inside it, both of them leaning against the iron gate. Jacob pulled up and got out of his car. Styles, what are you doing here? Styles grinned. Just came to check on Scott, and to tell him I kissed a girl at the party. Jacob smirked. So basically, you're here to make him lose control. Something like that. Styles said with a smile. Jacob opened the gate and looked at Scott. So, did you lose control when you saw the moon? Scott shook his head. I almost did at first, but I calmed down quickly. The full moon doesn't really make me lose control, it just makes me feel stronger, full of energy. Like I drank a bunch of energy drinks. At least, that's what it felt like. Jacob nodded. So you're not worried about losing control even in the full moon? Yeah. Scott said. Thanks for helping, by the way. Even though you made me want to kill you and Styles, still, thank you. You're welcome. Jacob said casually. Styles leaned forward. Hey Jacob, does the moon affect you too? Jacob shook his head. No. The moon doesn't do anything to me at all. He looked between them. So, are you two staying here tonight or heading home? I already told my mom I'd be crashing at a friend's place. Scott said. I'll call my dad and let him know I'm staying here too. Styles added. All right. Jacob said. Then drive your car inside and close the gate behind you. Jacob got back into his car and drove through the gate, parking outside the mansion. Styles followed in his Jeep, and Scott closed the gate behind them. After grabbing a quick bite in the kitchen, the three of them settled into the living room. By the way, Styles said. After you left the party with Allison, Jackson wanted to call the cops. Said he'd make sure you ended up in jail. But I stopped him. Jacob scoffed. Then I guess you saved his ass. I joke around all day at school, but I'm not a pushover. If he provokes me again, I'll make him regret it. Scott raised an eyebrow. Regret it how? You're really gonna hurt him. Jacob shrugged. Of course. I'll send his ass to the hospital, or worse. Styles blinked. What's worse than the hospital? Jacob grinned darkly. A morgue. Styles stared. Are you actually saying you'd kill Jackson if he pissed you off enough? Relax, I'm just joking. Jacob said, laughing. I'm not going to kill that idiot. Styles still looked uneasy. Okay, but, let's say someone really made you angry. Would you actually kill them? Jacob's smile faded slightly. Look, I'm not a murderer. But if I had to kill to survive, I would. And I consider you two and Allison my friends. If I had to kill someone to save you, I wouldn't hesitate. Styles sipped his soda. Ah, thanks. I guess. I always knew you were a bit scary, but I didn't realize you were kill-a-guy scary. Jacob chuckled. Styles, my world is full of supernatural creatures. Some are good, some are bad, but there are some that are truly evil. Like what? Styles asked, curious. Wendigos. Jacob said. Styles blinked. Wendigos? What are those? Cannibals. Shapeshifters that survive by eating humans. Scott and Styles both stared at Jacob, stunned. Wait, is there really a shapeshifter like that? Scott asked. Jacob nodded. Yeah. Wendigos are real. And they're not the only ones. Some supernatural creatures are cannibals. Some eat babies. Some sacrifice humans to gain power. And some just enjoy killing and spreading chaos. Styles shivered. Well, I don't think I can get a good night's sleep from now on. Jacob gave a half-smile. This is my world. And whether you like it or not, you two are part of it now. Scott frowned. Still. I don't think I could kill someone. Evil or not. Jacob shrugged. No one's forcing you to. But you need to understand something, being kind to your enemies can be cruel to yourself. And more often than not, you won't be the one who pays the price, your loved ones will. Styles scratched his head. Isn't there, like, a supernatural jail or something? Jacob shook his head. Not that I know of. Scott said. Well, what about the hunters? If we run into something evil, we could tell them. Jacob's expression darkened. If you want to get hunted too, be my guest. Styles frowned. Didn't you say hunters have a code? They don't hurt innocent shapeshifters. Jacob nodded. I did. But I also said not all of them follow the code. So don't trust them blindly. Just as Styles was about to reply, Jacob suddenly tilted his head, like he was listening to something far away. Scott did the same. What is it? Styles asked, looking between them. You don't hear that? Scott asked. Hear what? Jacob smirked. A howl. Sounds like the Alpha is calling Scott. Styles glanced at Scott. So? Do you feel some weird urge to go to him or something? Scott shook his head. No. Nothing. Jacob grinned. Then how about we go to him and fight him, Scott? Scott gave him a look. How about, no? Jacob laughed. You're going to have to fight him eventually. Eventually. Scott agreed. But not now. All right. Jacob said. How about we go play some games? I'm done talking about the supernatural for today. Styles perked up. Now that sounds fun. I'm in. Me too. Scott added. The three of them headed to the game room and spent the rest of the night playing video games until late. Eventually, Jacob showed them to two guest rooms, then went to his own to sleep. The next morning, Jacob woke up around 10:30 a.m. It was Saturday, no school. He sat up in bed and said in his mind. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Random panty collection, today's belongs to, Nami, 1 piece. Captain Jack Sparrow's dirt jar, a literal jar of dirt, Pirates of the Caribbean. -10 rotisserie chickens. Jacob groaned. Seriously? Again with the perverted rewards? And what am I supposed to do with a jar of dirt? But at least the chickens look good. He got up, took a shower, then headed downstairs to the kitchen. After frying some eggs and sausage, he found a pancake recipe on his phone and made a big batch. Then he pulled 5 rotisserie chickens from his system inventory and placed everything on the table. Not long after, Styles and Scott wandered into the kitchen, following the smell of food. Scott looked at the table overflowing with food and asked. What's with all this? Do you have guests we don't know about? Styles raised an eyebrow. You fried way too many eggs and sausages. And what's with all the pancakes? And where did those chickens even come from? I ordered the chickens this morning. You guys can eat as much as you want. Jacob smiled. And don't worry, there will be no leftovers. You boys are about to see something special. Now sit. I'm starving. Scott and Styles exchanged a shrug and sat down to eat. But it didn't take long for them to realize why Jacob had cooked so much food. They watched in stunned silence as Jacob devoured 3 whole chickens, followed by most of the eggs, sausages, and pancakes on the table. Jacob glanced at the 1.5 chickens still untouched. You guys done with the chicken? Scott blinked. Yeah. Styles held up his hands. All yours, man. Jacob proceeded to eat the remaining chicken, then helped himself to more eggs and pancakes. By the time he was done, the table was completely empty. He let out a loud burp and said, Ah, that hit the spot. He noticed Scott and Styles staring at him in disbelief. What? Jacob asked. Why are you two looking at me like that? Styles leaned back. Do you eat like this every day? Jacob nodded. Yep. Why? Why? That was enough food to last me a week. Jacob chuckled. If you're shocked by this, wait until you see my lunch and dinner. I could probably eat a whole cow if I wanted to. Scott frowned. Where do you even put all that food? Your stomach doesn't even look that big. Jacob shrugged. Ever since I awakened and became a shapeshifter, I've needed a ton of food. Whatever I am, I think I'm going through some kind of growth phase. My body's burning through energy like crazy. Styles squinted at him. You're not an Ouroboros, are you? Jacob blinked. What now? Styles explained. It's a mythological snake that's so greedy and hungry, it eats its own tail. At least, that's how I understand the Ouroboros myth. Jacob laughed. No, I'm not whatever that Ouroboros thing is, I don't even think I'm a snake. Scott asked. So, when exactly did you become a shapeshifter? Not long ago. Jacob replied. Maybe a week or so. Styles leaned forward. Then how do you know all the stuff you told us about the supernatural? Jacob thought to himself. Because I watched the Teen Wolf show, obviously, but I'm not telling them that, let's give them a convincing answer. He replied. It's all in that book I gave you the other day. But you two cowards were too scared to read it. Also, a friend of my parents told me about the hunters and other stuff. So, your parents were shapeshifters too? Styles asked. Jacob nodded. Yes. I wasn't turned by the bite of an alpha. I'm a shapeshifter by inheritance. Styles asked. Didn't you ask your parents' friend what they were? Jacob replied. I did, but she said they didn't know what they were exactly, just that they were shapeshifters. Anyway, I'm not too concerned about what I am. I'll find out eventually. After chatting for a while longer, Scott and Styles eventually left. Jacob cleaned up the dishes, then stepped outside the mansion. He walked over to the gazebo in the garden and sat down in one of the chairs. Reaching into his pocket dimension, he pulled out the bestiary and started reading. Chapter 18, Spending the Day with Lydia and Allison. While Jacob was reading the bestiary in the gazebo, he heard the sound of a car pulling up outside his mansion. He closed the book and stored it back in his pocket dimension before heading toward the iron gate. There, he found Allison about to call him on her phone. She wasn't alone, Lydia was sitting in the passenger seat. Jacob opened the gate. Morning, girls. Allison, go ahead and drive in. Allison parked her car in front of the mansion, and both girls stepped out. Good morning, Jay. Allison greeted with a warm smile. What are you up to today? Not much. Jacob replied. Just relaxing and doing a bit of reading. Lydia looked around, clearly impressed. Good morning, Jacob. You didn't tell me you were rich. Jacob chuckled. I don't like to show off. Lydia hesitated for a moment, then said. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I didn't know about your parents until Styles told me. If I had, I wouldn't have stopped you from hitting Jackson. Jacob shrugged. Don't worry about it. I just hope your boyfriend doesn't try to provoke me again, for his own sake. Lydia snorted. He's not my boyfriend anymore. I broke up with that pig last night. Jacob grinned. Good for you. I never understood why a smart girl like you was with someone as stupid as him. Lydia sighed. Everyone makes mistakes. And Jackson was mine. Well. Jacob said. Let's not waste another breath talking about him. You girls want to come inside. Before that. Allison said. I brought my bow. Thought I'd show you some of my skills. Jacob's eyes lit up. Really? Then let's head to the backyard. Allison retrieved her bow from the car, and the three of them made their way to the backyard. She demonstrated her archery skills, effortlessly hitting the tree she was aiming at. Jacob watched, clearly impressed. Wow, you're really good. Let me give it a try. Allison handed him the bow. Here, be careful, though. Jacob knocked an arrow and pulled the string, but he tugged a little too hard, nearly snapping the bow in half. Stop. Stop. Allison shouted, alarmed. You're pulling too hard. You'll break the bowstring, or the whole bow. Sorry. Jacob said sheepishly. Didn't think it'd be that easy to pull. Allison rolled her eyes. It's not. You're just freakishly strong. I'll take that as a compliment. Jacob said with a grin. He tried again, this time more carefully, but missed the target completely. Allison smirked. You're doing it wrong. Then how about you show me instead of standing there smirking like an idiot? Jacob shot back playfully. You're the idiot. Allison replied, laughing. She stepped behind him, wrapping her arms around his to guide his posture and aim. The two of them started laughing and enjoying themselves as she helped him adjust. Meanwhile, Lydia stood a few feet away, biting her nail and glaring at them. She was clearly annoyed and jealous. She wanted to be the one that close to Jacob. After a few tries, Jacob started getting the hang of it, landing solid hits on the tree. He handed the bow back to Allison. Give me another day or two, and I'll be better than you. Allison pouted. You're only getting better because I'm a great teacher. But I have to admit, you've got talent. Lydia crossed her arms. Can you two stop acting like I'm not here? Allison chuckled. Do you want to learn too? I can teach you. Lydia smiled slyly. Okay, I want to learn. But I want Jacob to teach me. Allison frowned. I think I should be the one teaching you. Jacob can barely hit the tree. Lydia ignored Allison and took the bow from her. He's good enough for me. She knocked an arrow and tried to pull the string but struggled. Ugh, this is hard. Jacob, come help me. Jacob, never one to refuse, stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her to help guide her aim. Lydia didn't try to hit the tree at all, she was too busy enjoying Jacob's closeness. Every time she missed, she asked him to help her again, using the training as an excuse to stay close. After watching them for a few while, Allison finally had enough. That's enough. She snapped, stepping in between them. Lydia, come help me gather the arrows. Then she looked at Jacob. Can you go make us something to eat, please? I'm starving. Jacob raised an eyebrow, sensing the tension, but nodded. Sure. He headed back inside the mansion. Once Jacob was gone, Allison turned and glared at Lydia. What was that? Lydia blinked innocently. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You weren't trying to learn archery, you were all over Jay, flirting the entire time. Lydia smirked. Was I that obvious? But why do you care? You're not his girlfriend. Allison blushed and scowled. That doesn't matter. I like him. And I'm calling dibs. Dibs? Lydia scoffed. You can't just call dibs on a person. I like him too. Inside the kitchen, Jacob, who had been listening with his supernatural hearing, was grinning like an idiot when he heard that they both liked him. But when the conversation started to heat up, he muttered. Shit, are they going to fight? I knew him first. Allison argued. Lydia raised her hands. Okay, let's not fight. How about we let him choose? Fair and square. You mean, just ask him which one of us he likes? Allison asked skeptically. We can't do that. Lydia said. He'll probably say he likes us both or something dumb like that. Allison narrowed her eyes. Why do you think he'd say that? Because he's a pervert. Lydia said bluntly. I saw how much he was enjoying it when you hugged him earlier, and he was definitely being handsy when he was teaching me. Allison frowned. So what should we do then? Nothing. Lydia said. Let's just stay his friends for now. But we have to make sure the other girls at school stay away from him. I'm sure you've noticed how they all look at him. Allison snorted. Yeah. They all look at him the same way you do, bitch. Hey. Lydia said, offended. That was uncalled for. What? Am I wrong? Allison snapped. You had a boyfriend, but you're still drooling over Jacob. Doesn't that make you a bitch? Lydia shrugged, unbothered. I don't know what to tell you. I've never been this attracted to someone before. It wasn't so bad when I first met him, but the more time I spend with him, the more I can't stop thinking about him. She looked at Allison. And judging by the look on your face, you feel the same way. Allison looked away. I don't know what you're talking about. Lydia smirked. Come on, don't tell me you haven't dreamed about him at night. Allison blushed and blurted out. You dreamed about him too. Wait, no, I meant you dreamed of Jay before. What was your dream about? Lydia grinned. Tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine. Allison cleared her throat. I don't want to talk about that. Let's just gather the arrows and go. Come on, tell me. Lydia teased. No. Allison said, cheeks still red. Lydia suddenly asked. Wait, Allison, are you still a virgin? That is none of your business. Allison shouted, then turned and ran off to gather the arrows, flustered. Lydia giggled and followed her. Inside the kitchen, Jacob, who had been listening with his enhanced hearing, grinned. Damn, my charm ability is really working, and the system still says it's not strong enough. I really want to hear those dreams they had about me. He shook his head, musing to himself. I don't know how I'm going to convince them to accept being in a harem, but maybe the best way is to tell them the truth about the supernatural, and about what I am. Then just hope for the best. He pulled out some pizza from his pocket dimension, along with one of the rotisserie chickens he received that morning, and placed them on the table. Then he grabbed a few bottles of Coke from the fridge and set everything up. Soon, Allison and Lydia came to the kitchen. After washing their hands, they sat down at the table. Lydia looked at the food. When did you order pizza? Jacob replied. Before you girls came to my place. I was planning to eat it for lunch. All 3 boxes. Lydia raised an eyebrow. I eat a lot. Jacob said with a grin. Allison pointed to the chicken. Did you cook that? Nope, ordered it. Styles and Scott stayed over last night, and we had chicken for breakfast. Now stop asking questions and let's eat. As they were eating, Lydia picked up a Coke, frowned, and asked. This is regular Coke. Don't you have diet? Jacob shook his head. Nope. I have a sweet tooth. I don't buy diet. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Jacob shrugged. Not at all. And if you don't like the Coke, there's some naked juice in the fridge. Get it yourself. After they finished eating, Lydia glanced at Jacob and asked. Can I call you Jay too? Jacob smiled. Sure. The 3 of them cleaned up the kitchen together, then settled into the living room to watch a movie. They spent the rest of the day laughing, talking, and hanging out until the evening. Allison checked her phone. I should go. My mom just messaged, she wants me home. Lydia stretched and said casually. I think I'll spend the night here. Allison whipped around. What? No, you can't. Why not? Lydia asked with a sly smile. It's not like Jay minds, right Jay? Jacob nodded. I don't mind the company. There are plenty of rooms. You're welcome to stay. Lydia gave Allison a smug look. See? You can stay too if you want. I can't. Allison muttered. And you're not staying either. Lydia pouted. But I don't feel like going home. Then you can come to my house. Allison offered. Sleep over there. Okay. Lydia said. But on one condition. Allison narrowed her eyes. What condition? You have to tell me about that dream. If you don't. I'm staying here. Jacob perked up. Wait, what dream? Can I hear it too? Allison's face turned bright red. No. Lydia, let's go. She grabbed Lydia's arm and stormed toward the door, dragging her along. Lydia burst into laughter as they left. Jacob opened the gate for them. As they drove past him, both girls leaned out their windows and called. Good night, Jay. He smiled. Good night, girls. See you Monday at school. Then he closed the gate, walked back into his mansion, and played some video games before finally calling it a night and going to sleep. Chapter 19, Scott's Wild Night. Scott's POV. After leaving Jacob's house, Scott spent the day hanging out with Styles. Later that night, after finishing his homework, he went to bed, only to wake up again in the middle of the woods. Damn it. He muttered. It happened again. He looked around warily. Come out. I know you're there. A low growl echoed through the trees. Scott's eyes glowed yellow as he turned toward the sound and spotted a familiar figure, Peter Hale, in his werewolf form, watching him from behind a tree. Before Scott could speak, Peter vanished into the forest. And just then, Scott heard footsteps. Scott turned and saw several armed men approaching. Leading them was a face he recognized all too well, the same men who picked up Allison from school every day. Shit. Scott muttered. Hunters. Just what I need right now. He bolted, running as fast as he could, but Chris fired an arrow that zipped past him. It hit a tree and exploded with a blinding flash of light, temporarily blinding Scott. Arg! He cried out, stumbling. Before he could recover, another arrow struck him in the leg. Pain shot up his body and he collapsed with a yell. Just as the hunters closed in, someone burst onto the scene, attacking them with incredible force, throwing them aside like rag dolls. The stranger dragged Scott away from danger and only stopped once they were far enough into the woods. Then he dropped Scott to the ground. Scott gritted his teeth and yanked the arrow out of his leg, tossing it aside. He looked up and recognized his rescuer. It was Derek Hale. "You," Scott said. "I met you the other day, when I was looking for my inhaler with Styles." Derek nodded. Scott narrowed his glowing eyes. "You called me here, didn't you? You turned me into a monster." Derek stared at him calmly. "Is it really that bad, Scott? You can see better, hear clearer, move faster than any human could ever dream of. Look at your leg, it's already healed." "I didn't ask for this," Scott snapped. Derek took a step closer. "You've been given something most people would kill for. The bite is a gift, Scott." "I don't want it." Derek gave a slight smirk. "You will. And you'll need me to help you control it." He placed a hand on Scott's shoulder. "You and me, we're brothers now." Scott's thoughts raced. Damn it. Maybe Jacob was right. I need to stop being a bitch and accept what I am. Screw it. I'm fighting this bastard. Without warning, he punched Derek hard in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Derek scrambled to his feet, surprised, and wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He thought Scott had lost control. But Scott stood firm, still in control, though clearly both nervous and excited. "You sound like you're trying to recruit me into some kind of cheap cult," Scott said, voice steady despite the adrenaline. Derek frowned. "I can help you, Scott. You need to learn to control your powers." Scott scoffed. "Do I look like I need help? And stop dragging me out to the woods in the middle of the night with your howls. It's annoying. Also, I'm not joining your pack, so go find someone else to turn into your beta, and leave me alone." Derek narrowed his eyes. "How do you even know what a beta is? And you didn't seem surprised by the hunters, either." "That's none of your business." Scott shot back. "Now are you going to stay away from me or not?" Derek wanted to test Scott's strength, so he kept pretending to be the alpha. He smirked. "No. And now I'm going to teach you a lesson." Then Derek lunged at him, and the two began to fight. At first, Scott was getting his ass handed to him, struggling to keep up. But the more they fought, the more surprised Derek became. Scott was adapting fast, getting stronger by the second. Soon, fur began to sprout not only along Scott's cheeks but on his arms as well. His skin darkened into a deep gray, and his features grew sharper, more wolf-like. By the time Scott fully shifted into this more advanced form, he was stronger than Derek. Realizing he couldn't hold back anymore, Derek shifted too, going all out. But even in his transformed state, he could barely maintain an advantage over Scott. Scott, on the other hand, was enjoying the rush, so much so that he didn't even notice Derek's glowing blue eyes instead of red. Their snarling and crashing through the forest eventually drew unwanted attention. Chris and several hunters found them again. Arrows flew toward them, but both Scott and Derek were moving so fast during their clash that none of the arrows landed a hit. Spotting the hunters, Derek growled, "Run for your life," before darting off into the woods. Scott didn't wait around either. He turned and bolted, racing back to his house, leaving Chris and his hunters swearing in frustration. The next morning, Scott told Styles everything. "You're telling me, you were almost as strong as Derek?" Styles asked, wide-eyed. "Well," Scott said. "He didn't shift into his full monstrous form, so I'm guessing he's a lot stronger when he does." Styles said. "We need to tell the stupid snake about Derek. He's looking for the alpha too." Scott nodded. "Okay." The two of them drove to Jacob's mansion. When they arrived, Jacob was still asleep. After some relentless phone calling, they finally got him up. Once inside, the three made their way to the kitchen. Jacob, still half asleep, began making pancakes while glaring at them. "What are you two idiots doing here this early in the morning?" Jacob grumbled. Styles raised a brow. "It's 11 a.m. And aren't snakes cold-blooded? Shouldn't you be outside basking in the sun?" Jacob shot him a glare. I don't get my energy from the sun, I get it from food. And right now, I'm in the mood for something exotic. Like human flesh. You volunteering, Styles? Styles instantly tensed. Ah, nope. Jacob's eyes glowed golden as he smirked. Don't worry, I'll just eat a leg. Or maybe an arm. Or two. Styles quickly hid behind Scott. Hey, Hey. That's not funny. And stop looking at me like that, I'm not that tasty. I'm filled with all sorts of diseases, anxiety, ADHD, probably some mild depression too. Not worth the risk. Jacob chuckled as his eyes returned to normal. All right, enough. Do either of you know how to cook? If so, help me out. I'm starving. I can fry eggs. Scott offered. Great. Fry some eggs and sausages while you're at it. Jacob said. Styles set the table and grabbed some juice from the fridge. After breakfast, the three of them cleaned the kitchen and headed outside to the gazebo, where they sat down to relax. Jacob leaned back and asked. So, what's up? Are you guys just here to hang out, or is there something going on? Styles grinned with excitement. Scott met the Alpha last night and fought him. And he thinks he knows who the Alpha is. Jacob raised an eyebrow and turned to Scott. Is that so? Scott nodded, then began recounting everything that had happened the night before, his run-in with Derek, the hunters, and the fight in the woods. Jacob thought to himself. This Scott is definitely stronger than the one from the show. I don't remember him being able to go toe-to-toe with Derek so early on. But didn't he notice Derek's eyes glowing blue? I already told them that an Alpha's eyes glow red. Why does he still think Derek is the Alpha? Well, I'll play along for now. Out loud, Jacob said. Sounds like you had quite the adventure, got hunted by Allison's dad and his goons, fought Derek. I bet that was fun. Next time, call me. I want in on that kind of chaos. Scott nodded. Yeah, I'll admit, fighting Derek was kinda fun. But the hunters. They were terrifying. They had flash bombs, blinding arrows, crossbows, some even had guns and rifles. I don't know why they didn't use the guns, but I'm grateful. Jacob said. They probably wanted to catch you alive and use you as bait to draw out the Alpha. Styles said. Then why don't we just tell them who the Alpha is? Jacob gave him a flat look. Don't be stupid. Stay away from the hunters. And how sure are you that Derek's the Alpha? Scott said. Pretty sure. Jacob smirked. Then how about we go pay him a visit? Do you know where he's hiding? Styles said. I know where the old Hale house is. We could probably find him there, but why do you want to go to him? Jacob said. If he really is the Alpha, then I'll fight him with Scott. Beat his ass so he stays away from you. What do you think, Scott? Scott thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'm in. Just then, a system window appeared in front of Jacob's eyes. Available sign in. Location sign in. Host can sign in inside the old Hale house. Jacob smirked. Nice. Hope I get something good out of this. Styles noticed and asked. What's so funny? Jacob waved him off. Nothing. You two wait here, I'll go change real quick. He headed upstairs to his room, thinking. I haven't done today's sign-in yet. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. A box of energy drinks. $50. A Glock 45 with 5 17-round magazines and 20 ammo boxes of 25 rounds each. Jacob whistled. Sweet. A gun. He took the pistol out of his pocket dimension, examined it with curiosity, then put it back. I'll play with it later when I'm alone. After changing his clothes, Jacob returned to Styles and Scott. The three of them got into the Jeep and drove off toward the old Hale house. Chapter 20, The Hale House. Jacob, Styles, and Scott arrived at the old Hale house and stepped out of the car. Styles looked up at the charred, crumbling remains of the once proud home and muttered. I don't think Derek or anyone lives here. Jacob replied. I'm going to check inside. By the way, Scott, do you smell that? Scott sniffed the air. Smell what? Blood. Can't you smell it? Jacob asked. Scott took a deeper breath, then nodded. Yeah, you're right. I can smell it. Jacob said. I can smell more. It's the same scent as the dead girl we found the night you got bitten. You mean, the other half of her body is here? Styles asked. Jacob said. Yes. Then he pointed to a section of the yard where the ground looked freshly dug. Over there. What should we do? Styles asked, looking nervous. Scott said. Let's dig up the body and tell your dad, and send Derek to jail. Jacob said. Let me check the house first. But I doubt Derek's inside. If he were, he would have heard us already and come out. Jacob headed into the house, not to look for Derek, but to complete a system sign-in. As he got inside the house, Jacob said to the system in his mind. System, sign in. Location sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Ability poison resistance, immunity to all poison. Bottomless bag of chips, infinite chips. Strength potion, permanently increases strength slightly after consumption. Jacob smiled with satisfaction and thought. Great, the rewards I got this time are all great, even the bag of chips. As expected from a location like the Hale house. System, merge the poison resistance ability into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. As you wish. Poison resistance is now being merged into the host's body. Jacob felt a wave of heat spread across his body, but the feeling went away quickly. Ability merged successfully. Awesome. Now I don't have to worry about poison anymore. He took out the strength potion and drank it. A wave of heat rushed through him again. Jacob clenched his fist and felt that his body had become stronger. Then he shifted, and this time his entire chest was covered with black, shiny scales. I feel so strong, but I don't think I can beat Peter yet. Anyway, I should find him and confirm how strong I am compared to him. Jacob smirked and thought. I can't wait to fight him again. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities. 1. Fire element control. 2. Thunder element control. 3. Fire and lightning resistance. 4. Standard shifter abilities. 5. Poison resistance. 6. Passive charm. Weapons and items, defective lightsaber, defective invisibility cloak, Excalibur knockoff, the Joker's laughing bomb, X20, Aiken of Popeye's spinach. Jacob saw his status and was so excited when the word locked after fire and thunder element control disappeared. He said to the system. System, can I use fire and thunder now? Yes, host. However, the current level of your elemental powers is weak. They are not yet suitable for combat. How do I use them? You can think of the ability you want to use just like when you want to shift, and you will be able to use it. Note, although the host can use his elements now, I suggest you hide them until you are strong enough to protect yourself or have an escape skill like teleportation. If people know you are a dragon, they will do everything to hunt you, be it out of fear or greed. Jacob thought about using his elemental powers, and soon his right hand ignited with fire while his left sparked with electricity. He stared at his hands with excitement and thought. Even if I can't use them in combat yet, it's still pretty damn cool to control fire and lightning. By the way, system, do I need to be an alpha to use powerful elemental attacks? No, host. Since you've awakened your elemental powers, you can train daily to strengthen them. With time and effort, their power will grow. If you're lucky, you may receive elemental enhancing potions or abilities related to your elements through monthly, location, and quest sign-ins. Great. And what about the fire and lightning resistance listed in my status? Tell me more about that. That ability means you're immune to fire and lightning, host. Nice. Now I just need to train and keep a low profile. The last thing I want is to get hunted by some psycho who wants dragon leather boots. He glanced around. All right. Time to head back to Scott and Styles. As he exited the house, Jacob spotted a shovel leaning by the door. He grabbed it and walked over to the others. Hey guys. He called. No sign of Derek, but I found a shovel. Styles lit up. Perfect. Now dig up whatever's buried over there. Jacob tossed the shovel toward him. You dig. I'm not digging someone's grave, that feels disrespectful. Styles caught it awkwardly. Why me? I don't have supernatural strength. Jacob shrugged. You're the one into necrophilia, not me. For the last time, I'm not into necrophilia. Styles groaned. Scott sighed, taking the shovel. Give me that. I'll dig. A few minutes later, Scott hit something. I think I found something. Styles, give me a hand. Styles jumped into the hole and helped Scott uncover the object. It was wrapped tightly in black cloth. As they started unwrapping it, they were both horrified to find the upper half of a wolf's body. They screamed and scrambled out of the grave in a panic. Jacob, who already knew what was buried there, burst into laughter. Cowards. Shut up. Styles snapped. I was prepared to see a dead girl, not a freaking dead wolf. Jacob looked at the wolf and said. That's not a wolf, that's a girl. Or to be more precise, that's a werewolf. Scott said. You mean this is the body we're looking for? Then how are we supposed to turn her back to human form? Jacob pointed toward a flower growing beside the grave. That's easy. See that flower over there? You just need to pull it out. Styles looked at the flower Jacob was pointing at and said. That's wolfsbane. Yes. Jacob said. Scott, who had been told before that wolfsbane is a werewolf weakness, started backing away. Wait, wolfsbane is toxic to werewolves, right? Should I even be near it? Is that flower going to kill me if I touch it? Jacob rolled his eyes. Relax. Wolfsbane is poisonous to werewolves, but only if ingested or introduced into your bloodstream. You can still touch it briefly, but you shouldn't stay near it too long, it'll start to affect you. Scott stopped retreating and walked back to Jacob's side. All right, Styles. You do it. Styles sighed dramatically, then grabbed the flower and yanked it out. It was connected to a thin rope, which spiraled around the grave. As he pulled the last of the rope free, the spiral glowed red, and suddenly, the wolf shifted back into a girl's body. Scott and Styles stared in shock. Styles said. Do you think this is why Derek killed her? Scott frowned. What do you mean? Well. Styles said. She's different from you, Scott. She can shift into a full wolf. Maybe Derek killed her to gain her ability or something. Scott turned to Jacob. Is he right? Jacob shook his head. I don't think so. Then, Jacob's ears twitched slightly. He smirked. Why don't we ask him directly? Styles blinked. What do you? Scott interrupted. I hear a car. Someone's coming. Styles looked nervous. Should we leave? Jacob shrugged. No. We came here looking for Derek, didn't we? Scott turned to his friend. Styles, stay behind me. Soon, a car pulled up, and Derek got out. The moment he saw the grave disturbed and his sister's body exposed, his eyes glowed bright blue, and he growled as he walked toward them. What are you doing? He demanded. Scott stepped forward. We found the girl you killed, and we're going to send you to jail. From behind Scott, Styles added. Yeah, and did you kill her because she was a different kind of werewolf? Because she could shift into a full wolf and you wanted that ability? Derek's growl deepened. His entire body radiated rage. Jacob thought. I think we went too far. This guy just lost his sister, and we dug her up like it was nothing. If it were me, I'd probably tear someone's head off. He sighed and stepped forward. All right, that's enough, Scott. Styles. He's not the alpha, and he didn't kill the girl. Scott looked confused. How do you know? Jacob stared at him. Did you two forget what I told you about alphas? Styles answered. That they're the leaders of a pack and stronger than betas. Jacob nodded. And what about their eyes? Both Scott and Styles remembered, an alpha's eyes glow red. They saw Derek's eyes glowing blue and realized they had made a mistake. Scott looked at Derek. I'm sorry. I thought you were the alpha. I didn't pay attention to the color of your eyes yesterday. But to be fair, you didn't deny it, you even pretended to be the alpha. Anyway, thank you for saving me from the hunters yesterday. Derek's eyes returned to normal as he snorted, clearly annoyed. Then he looked at Jacob, narrowing his eyes. He could feel threatened by Jacob, whatever Jacob was, he was very dangerous. Who are you? Derek asked. And what are you? I'm a friend of Scott's. Jacob replied. As for what I am, I don't know yet. You don't know? Derek asked suspiciously. Jacob shrugged. Yes, I don't know what I am. Now, can you tell me who the girl was to you? I can feel your sadness. Derek walked silently to the grave, looking down at the body. Her name was Laura Hale. She was my older sister. Styles muttered. Shit, so we're the bad guys here. Scott nodded solemnly. Yes, we are. Without a word, Jacob jumped into the grave. He gently wrapped Laura's body back in the black cloth, his expression serious. He thought. I shouldn't have let them dig her up in the first place. I'm still thinking this is a TV show, and that's wrong. This is a real world, and what we did just now was wrong. He climbed out of the grave and faced Derek. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have disturbed her. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. I really am sorry for your loss, and for what we did. Then he turned to Scott and Styles. You guys should apologize too. Jacob picked up the shovel and began covering Laura's body with dirt again. Scott and Styles, guilt all over their faces, looked at Derek. We're sorry, they said quietly. After the grave was filled, Derek took the wolfsbane and the rope from Styles. He carefully recreated the spiral around the grave to return his sister's body to her wolf form. Chapter 21, The Bus Incident. After reburying Laura, Jacob walked over to the old Hale house's front steps and sat down. Styles and Scott followed, settling beside him. Jacob looked toward Derek, who stood silently by the grave, staring at them. Jacob said. So, are you going to tell us what's going on? Derek walked toward them, his expression guarded. That's none of your business. You three should leave. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Come on, we know the Alpha probably killed your sister. You're trying to find him, and so are we. Wouldn't it make more sense to share what you know? Scott added. I need to find him and make him stop bothering me. Derek looked at Jacob. And what about you? Jacob smirked. I want to fight him. So, anything you can tell us? Derek sighed and finally sat down on the steps beside them. I don't know who he is or where he is. If I did, I would have killed him already, or died trying. Styles leaned forward. Then what do you know? All I know is that someone lured my sister back to Beacon Hills, killed her, and stole her power. He's now trying to build a pack. You mean he killed her to gain her ability to shift into a full wolf? Styles asked. No. Jacob said. He killed her for her alpha spark. Scott frowned. Alpha spark? What's that? Derek nodded. It's the power that allows a beta to ascend and become an alpha. You either inherit it, or you take it by killing an alpha. Scott nodded slowly. I see. Styles asked. Do you know how we can find the alpha? Derek said. I don't know. Jacob said. How about you and Scott howl and call him at night? Derek shook his head. I've tried howling to draw him out. He doesn't respond. Jacob stood up and stretched. Well, I don't want to sound rude, but you're useless. Styles smirked. Are we leaving? Yeah. Jacob said. I'm starving. I feel like I could eat a cow. Scott gave him a confused look. Didn't you just have breakfast? I did. Jacob said casually. But I'm hungry again. Styles rolled his eyes. Man, your stomach's like a bottomless pit. By the way, did you tell Allison how much you eat? Nope. Jacob said. How am I supposed to explain that? I eat normally when she's around. As they started walking, Derek called after them. Wait. Scott, if you find anything at all about the Alpha, can you let me know? Scott nodded. Yeah. I will. The three of them hopped into the Jeep and headed back to Jacob's mansion. While driving, Styles turned to Jacob. Are you going to tell Allison about what you are? Yeah. Jacob replied. I will tell her and Lydia. I just don't know when yet. Styles blinked. Lydia too. Jacob nodded. I want to date both of them. So they need to know about the supernatural. Styles stared at him. Are you serious about having a harem? Absolutely. Jacob said confidently. Scott asked. Do you think Allison and Lydia will agree to that? Jacob shrugged. I don't know, but we live in a world where werewolves and supernatural creatures from mythology are real, so me wanting to have a harem isn't that hard to accept, right? Scott chuckled. I guess you've got a point. Good luck with that. Thanks. Jacob said. Then he looked at both of them. And by the way, Scott, Styles, you guys should tell your parents about the supernatural too. The sooner, the better. Scott's expression twisted. No, no, no. We can't do that. What if my mom thinks I'm a monster? What if she hates me? Styles agreed. Yeah, we can't tell them. Not yet, at least. Jacob sighed. They're going to find out eventually. And Scott, you should tell your mother soon and have her carry bear spray, maybe even wolfsbane if you can find it. So she can protect herself. And don't worry, she's your mother. She won't hate you. Scott hesitated, then said. I'll think about it. Styles dropped Jacob off at his mansion, then drove off with Scott. Jacob headed straight to the kitchen, devoured a big meal. After digesting his meal, he trained his fire and thunder elements, then he played video games late into the night. The next day, Jacob arrived at school. After parking his car, he walked past Scott and Styles, offering only a quick morning. As he passed, Styles grabbed his arm. Where are you going in such a hurry? Jacob said. I'm going to class to get some shut-eye. I didn't sleep enough last night. Styles narrowed his eyes. You were up all night playing video games again, weren't you? Jacob shrugged. Yes. Now let me go. I'm tired. He walked off and headed straight to class, collapsed at his desk, and quickly dozed off. But his peace didn't last long. Styles and Scott soon arrived and shook him awake. Jacob opened his eyes slowly, glaring at them. Believe it or not, I will kill you two bastards. Styles smirked. Not a morning person, huh? Jacob growled. What do you think? Scott stepped forward, his tone serious. Jacob. I think I killed someone yesterday. Jacob blinked. What? Scott said. Last night, I had this dream. I was on the school bus, attacking someone. It felt real. And we just saw the bus. It was covered in blood, like someone died in there. Jacob yawned and rubbed his eyes. All right. Show me your eyes. Scott frowned. My eyes. Yeah. Your wolf eyes. Scott made his eyes glow, and they glowed yellow. Jacob said. You're fine. You didn't kill anyone. Styles looked confused. How do you know? When a werewolf takes a life, be it by accident or not, his eyes will turn blue. Jacob explained. Like Derek's. Styles said. Jacob nodded. Exactly. So Derek's a killer? Styles asked. Jacob shrugged. I don't know. He might have killed someone by accident, or he might be a cold-blooded murderer. Either way, if you want to know, go ask him yourself. Jacob leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Now you two idiots leave me alone. I want to take a nap. Wait. Scott said. Can you tell me what that dream meant? Jacob groaned. I don't know. If you want to find out, go check the bus. If you were there last night, it'll come back to you. Styles asked. That's it. He just needs to go to the bus. Yes. Jacob snapped. Just go to the freaking bus. And if you two don't leave me alone right now, I will probably kill you both, starting with you, Styles. Styles backed away quickly. Okay. Come on, Scott. Let's go to our seats. The stupid snake is in a bad mood. At lunch in the school cafeteria, Jacob sat next to Scott and Styles when Allison and Lydia joined them. Hey, guys. Allison greeted cheerfully. Lydia glanced at Jacob and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with you? You look pissed. Jacob sighed. Didn't sleep much, and I really hate the chemistry teacher. Allison nodded, then leaned in a little. Did you guys hear what happened with the bus? Styles chimed in. They're saying it was an animal attack. Mountain lion, maybe. Allison frowned. No way. A mountain lion can't do that. Didn't you see the back door of the bus? It was broken with huge claw marks on it. I think it was the same bear that was chasing you that night, Jay. Jacob shrugged. Yeah, probably. Lydia rolled her eyes. Okay, can we talk about something else now? Jacob spoke up loudly. Sure. How about we talk about your dumb ex-boyfriend who keeps glaring at me? He looked over at Jackson, who was seated at the next table and indeed staring daggers at him. I'm in a bad mood right now, so if you keep staring at me like that, Jacob said, I won't mind slapping you a few more times. Jackson scoffed, but lowered his head and looked away. Styles chuckled. Poor guy. Not only did he lose his girlfriend on Friday, but Scott also became co-captain of the lacrosse team. He probably hates everyone at this table. I didn't do anything to him, Allison said. Styles grinned. Did you forget? You spat on him and called him a pig at Lydia's party Friday night. Allison blinked. Oh. I forgot about that. Honestly, I should have kicked him in the balls, too. Lydia rolled her eyes. Ugh, let's just forget about that pig already. Then she turned to Jacob with a playful smile. Jay, how about you and I go out tonight and have some fun around town? Allison quickly spoke up. I'm coming too. You're not going out with Jay alone. Come on. Lydia protested. You can go out with him tomorrow. Allison crossed her arms. Yes, I can go out with him tomorrow, but I'm also going out with you guys tonight. Jacob raised his hands. Okay. The three of us will hang out tonight and tomorrow. Just stop arguing. Lydia grinned. All right, where are we going? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. You pick tonight, Allison can choose tomorrow. Styles raised a finger. You guys do realize there's a curfew, right? Lydia scoffed. Curfew? Who even cares about that? Allison said. My parents would care, and they'll probably not let me go out. Lydia smirked, clearly pleased. That's too bad, guess it's just me and Jay, then. Allison bit her nail, then muttered. I'll sneak out. Lydia looked regretful but smiled again and said. Then how about we go bowling? Jacob groaned. That sounds boring. No, actually that sounds fun. I've never been bowling. You girls will have to teach me. Seeing the perverted smirk on Jacob's face, Allison playfully stomped on his foot. Ouch. Jacob winced. Allison, what are you doing? She smiled sweetly. Oops. Did I get you? My bad. Lydia, let's go. Class is starting soon. Lydia winked at Jacob. See you later, Jay. As the girls walked off, Jacob turned to Styles. Hey, are you trying to stop me from going out with Lydia? Styles blinked. What? Why would you say that? Don't play dumb. If you weren't trying to stop us, why'd you bring up the curfew? Styles looked away. I was just reminding you, that's all. Besides, Lydia doesn't even care about me. I'm not going to ruin our friendship over something that'll never happen. Jacob smiled. All right. Since you're being a good sport about all this, I'll help you hook up with some hot girl who'll love a nerd like you. Scott raised his hand. What about me? Jacob turned. What about you? You're the captain of the lacrosse team and a werewolf. If you can't get a girlfriend by yourself, then maybe you should just go date a dog. Scott stared at him. What? Jacob smirked. I was going to say a female wolf, but since there aren't any in Beacon Hills, a dog's the next best thing. Don't worry, me and Styles won't judge you. Styles added. Yeah, man. We'll understand and we'll still be friends with you, probably. Scott stood up. Screw you guys. He walked off as Jacob and Styles burst into laughter. Hey, Scott. Styles called. What do you think about huskies? They're kinda wolf-like. He jogged after him. Wait up. Let's talk about it. Chapter 22, Games of Affection. That evening, Jacob, Lydia, and Allison went out for a night of bowling. The alley was relatively quiet, bathed in neon lights and filled with the soft sound of music playing in the background. Jacob had never bowled before, something he was quick to admit. I already told you girls I'm clueless about bowling. Jacob said with a shrug. So one of you has to teach me. Allison smiled, grabbing his hand. Don't worry, I'll show you how it's done. Excuse me. Lydia interrupted, slipping in between them. But I've been bowling since I was little. I'm clearly the better teacher. The two girls exchanged a sharp look before turning back to Jacob, who was clearly enjoying the attention. At the same time, they both said, Jay, choose one of us to teach you. Jacob smirked, shameless as ever. Why don't you both teach me? Lydia snorted, while Allison smiled and took the lead. I'll go first. As they took turns helping him, Jacob played along. When Allison showed him how to aim, she stood close behind, gently guiding his arm. He leaned back into her slightly, smirking when she blushed. Not to be outdone, Lydia pulled Jacob aside and did the same, pressing close as she adjusted his grip on the ball. Soon, teaching turned into a playful competition. Each time one girl got too comfortable with Jacob, the other quickly jumped in. All right, Lydia. My turn. Allison said firmly, grabbing Jacob's arm and pulling him away. After a little while, Lydia would argue back, saying, Okay, that's enough. I haven't shown him the curve shot yet. Then, she would take Jacob's hand and hug him from behind to adjust his stance, pressing her body against his a little too closely, much to Jacob's enjoyment. Back and forth it went, both girls using any excuse to get close to him. Jacob enjoyed every second of it, shamelessly leaning into the attention and occasionally letting his hands wander just enough to make them blush, but not enough to push his luck. Surprisingly, neither of them seemed to mind. By the time the game ended, none of them were keeping score anymore. They were too caught up in the flirty chaos to care. Later that night, Jacob drove them both home. He dropped Lydia off first, and she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek with a wink before stepping out of the car. Allison narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. When Jacob drove her home, she lingered in the car. With a soft smile, she said, I had fun tonight. Me too. Jacob replied, grinning. Allison rolled her eyes. I think you had a little too much fun. Jacob smirked. Yes, I did. Allison gave him a playful shove. Scumbag. You can call me whatever you want. I'm too happy right now to care. Jacob replied. She glanced toward her house and sighed. My dad's probably furious. I snuck out, remember? Jacob shrugged. Then how about you spend the night at my place until he cools down? Allison said. Are you stupid? That'll just make him angrier. Well, he's just worried about your safety. So tell him we just went bowling with Lydia and that we were safe. He'll probably stop being angry. Probably. Anyway, I should go. Let me walk you to the door. They got out of the car and walked up to the porch. As Allison reached the door, she turned and said, Good night. Jacob smiled. Aren't you going to give me a goodnight kiss like Lydia? Allison raised an eyebrow. No. You took enough advantage of me tonight, you pervert. Come on, it's just a kiss on the cheek. And if I'm a pervert, then you are too. She folded her arms. Excuse me. Jacob grinned. You were all over me when you were teaching me how to bowl. You even checked out my abs. Allison blushed. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Jacob teased, then leaned in and kissed her cheek. Good night, pervert. Allison kicked at him, but he dodged with a laugh. Go away. She said, flustered. Jacob backed away, still smirking. See you tomorrow. Allison watched Jacob drive away with a smile. She touched her cheek where he kissed her and sighed. Okay, time to face the music. She opened the door quietly and stepped inside, trying to sneak upstairs to her room. But Chris, who had been waiting and watching from the living room, called out. Sweetheart, where are you trying to go in such a hurry? Allison froze, turned, and forced a smile. Oh, hey, Dad. I didn't see you there. I'm just tired and wanted to go to bed. Chris smiled calmly. That's fine. But first, how about you tell me why you snuck out when I specifically told you not to? Allison muttered. Shit. Watch your language, young lady. Victoria said as she stepped into the room. Now come sit down and tell us where you've been. The next day, Jacob met Allison and Lydia in the school cafeteria. After greeting each other and sitting down, Jacob looked at Allison with a smirk. So, How bad did your parents scold you last night? Allison sighed. Ugh. They nagged me for like an hour before letting me off the hook. And just so you know, my dad is blaming you for all my bad behavior. He said he's going to have a talk with you. Jacob chuckled. Well, as long as he doesn't shoot me, I'm willing to listen to whatever he has to say. Lydia glanced at Allison. So, are you still coming with us after school today? Definitely. Allison said. I begged my mom, and she finally agreed to let me hang out with you guys. Is that so? Lydia replied with a sigh. Well, that's too bad then. Allison rolled her eyes. How unfortunate for you. Just then, Scott and Styles joined their table, food trays in hand. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Where have you two idiots been this morning? I didn't see you in class. Styles grinned. We saw you though. You were surrounded by a group of girls and looked way too busy to notice us. Lydia and Allison immediately turned their glares toward Jacob. He held up his hands. Don't look at me like that. When you two aren't around, those girls just swarm me. It's hard to get rid of them. So you were so busy with them all morning that you didn't even notice your friends? Lydia asked coldly. Jacob shook his head. No, they only gathered around me before class started. The rest of the time, I was asleep. He looked at Styles, who was still smirking. By the way, Styles. I think there's another dead body in the woods. Wanna check it out with me tonight? Just the two of us. Styles froze. No thanks. I am good. Jacob leaned closer. You sure? I heard the body belongs to someone from our school, someone with a weird name. If I remember right, his name was Michislav. Styles groaned. Then I'm definitely not going with you. That's my name. And how do you even know my real name? Jacob shrugged. It's in the student register. Styles quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Did you guys hear what happened to the bus driver who got attacked yesterday? Allison perked up. What happened? I was listening in on my dad's calls last night. They said the bus driver didn't make it. He succumbed to his injuries. He died. Allison asked, stunned. Styles nodded grimly. Yeah. Lydia frowned. Did your dad catch the mountain lion that attacked him? Not yet. Allison gave him a look. Mountain lion. Didn't you tell your dad it was probably a bear? Styles glanced at Jacob and Scott before replying. No, and honestly, we're not sure what kind of animal really attacked that man. They kept talking until the bell rang. Lydia and Allison left for class while Jacob leaned toward Scott. You checked the bus yesterday? Scott nodded. Yes, I did. I was there, but I didn't attack that man. I was trying to help him. But the alpha was too strong, he injured me. A lot of that blood on the bus was mine, actually. Jacob nodded. I see. What we need to figure out now is why the alpha killed the bus driver. Was it random, or was he a specific target? If he was a target, then we might be able to uncover what the alpha's planning, or even figure out who he is. Styles spoke up. Leave it to me. I'll find out everything about the bus driver. Jacob replied. All right, you handle that. But be careful. Don't go snooping around in places you shouldn't. You're a normal human, Styles. If the alpha comes after you, you won't even be able to run away. Don't worry. Styles said. I'll just swipe some files from my dad's office. Nothing dangerous. Jacob nodded. Good. Let's get back to class. As they walked back, Jacob thought to himself. I already know who the alpha is and what he's doing, but for now, I'm not telling them. After school, Jacob met up with Lydia and Allison again, and the three of them spent the afternoon shopping. Jacob ended up carrying most of the bags while the two girls subtly competed with each other, picking out clothes they thought he'd like or sticking closer to him as they walked. Later, they went to the movies. Jacob sat between them. Halfway through the movie, Lydia rested her head on Jacob's shoulder. A few seconds later, not wanting to be outdone, Allison did the same on the other side. Jacob grinned to himself. Best day ever. Neither girl moved for the rest of the movie, both clinging to him like he was the prize in a silent, stubborn battle. Jacob, meanwhile, sat there like a king, basking in the attention. I could really get used to this, he thought. By the end of the night, Jacob dropped both girls off at their homes and returned to his mansion. After eating a massive dinner, he decided to go to bed early. But around 2 a.m., he was woken by a loud, distant howl. Jacob opened his eyes and smirked. Sounds like Peter's pissed. It should be Kate who arrived in town and shot him, right? He yawned and rolled over. Anyway, time to go back to sleep and try to finish that sweet dream with Lydia and Allison. 2. Chapter 23, A Normal Day in Beacon Hills. The next morning, Jacob woke up feeling refreshed. He sat up in bed and stretched with a loud yawn. Aha, that was a good night's sleep. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Black Widow's underwear, she just took it off and it's still warm, marvel. 10 kilos of freshly caught lobster. A military-grade knife. Jacob groaned. Seriously, system, stop giving me gross rewards. If you're good enough to steal Black Widow's still warm underwear, then just bring her to me, damn it. Ugh, I should go burn that thing in the backyard again. He sighed. Well, at least the lobster looks good, and even the knife isn't bad for a daily reward. After playing with the knife for a while, Jacob took a quick shower, got dressed, and made himself a big breakfast. Once done, he grabbed his bike and rode off to school. At school, Jacob met with Scott and Styles and greeted them. Styles looked at him and said, "Oh, you're not ignoring us today and running straight to class to sleep." Jacob smirked. "No, I had a very good night's sleep yesterday. So yeah, I have time to talk to you idiots this morning. You should feel honored." Styles snorted. "Yeah, we feel very honored to get to talk to you, you narcissistic stupid snake." Jacob laughed. "So, did you two get into any kind of trouble yesterday?" Scott shook his head. "Not exactly trouble, but I heard gunshots around 2 a.m. Then I heard a howl." "You didn't hear anything?" Jacob replied. "I didn't hear the gunshots, but I heard the howl. It was the Alpha, and he sounded very pissed." Scott nodded. "I went to see what happened, but I didn't see the Alpha." Styles frowned. "Why didn't you tell me?" Scott shrugged. "I'm telling you now." Styles crossed his arms. No. When something happens, you should tell me first and as soon as possible. Remember, you should tell me everything." Scott snorted. "Sure, should I tell you when I poop too?" Styles replied quickly. "Yes, wait, no. Who said anything about pooping? I meant when something supernatural happens, you should tell me." Jacob chuckled. "So Scott, what did you see when you got there?" Scott leaned in slightly. "I saw Allison's dad with another woman. She told him she was attacked by 2 werewolves and that she shot one with a poisonous bullet." Jacob narrowed his eyes. "Did she say how long he has to live?" "She said he has 48 hours to live." Scott replied. "And then Allison's dad started scolding her." Styles blinked. "Why? Does he feel sorry for the werewolf that got shot?" "No." Scott said. "He was mad because he wanted the beta alive to use as bait for the Alpha. They assumed the one who got shot was a beta." Styles asked. "Do you think it was Derek who got shot?" Scott shrugged. "I'm not sure." Jacob said. "Well, that's none of our concern for the moment. And Scott, you should stay as far away as possible from that woman." Scott asked. "Is she Allison's mom?" Jacob tilted his head. "Did she have short red hair?" "No." Scott said. "She was blonde, I think, and her hair was long." "Then that's not Allison's mom, that's her aunt, and she is very dangerous. Stay away from her." Jacob warned. "And while we're on the topic, stay away from Allison's mom too. If she thinks you're a threat, she won't hesitate to kill you. She is very mean." Styles raised an eyebrow. "Remind me again why you're hanging out with the Hunter princess and trying to date her." Jacob smirked. "Because she's beautiful, sweet, and I like her. And, oh, look, she's here. See you later, losers." Jacob left them behind as he went to greet Allison and Lydia, who had just arrived. Styles watched him go and muttered. "That stupid snake is completely blinded by love." Isn't he even a little worried they'll find out what he is and skin his scaly ass? Scott chuckled. Let's go to class, and don't worry too much about him. He is very strong and can handle himself. Styles raised an eyebrow. Is he as strong as Derek? Scott shook his head. No. He's stronger than Derek, way stronger, actually. Honestly, I think Jacob might be as strong as the Alpha. Sometimes I get this intense sense of danger from him, even more than from the Alpha. Styles blinked. But how do you know for sure that Jacob's stronger than Derek? Remember when he trained me? Scott said. No matter what I did, I couldn't even land a single hit. Jacob was toying with me, and he didn't even shift. Now, compare that to Derek. When I fought him, he used all his strength, but he wasn't that much stronger than me. I think now that I'm more familiar with my powers, I can tie with him or even win against him. Styles let out a low whistle. I never thought Jacob was that strong. When you hang out with him every day, it's easy to forget how dangerous he actually is. By the way, what kind of shifter do you think he is? Scott shrugged. I don't know, but whatever he is very dangerous. I'm just glad that he is our friend. So we don't have to worry about him. He is a good guy and we can trust him. Styles nodded. I think he is a good guy too. It's just that he is a little too full of himself sometimes. But you're right, my gut tells me we can trust him, and I have a very keen sense when it comes to telling good people from bad ones. After school, Jacob met Allison and Lydia at the front gate. Lydia looked downcast and sighed. Unfortunately, I can't hang out with you guys today. I've got to head straight home. Allison smiled. That's too bad. Lydia rolled her eyes. Yeah, sure. That big smile on your face is dripping with sympathy. Jacob stepped next to Lydia and, to her and Allison's surprise, gave her a tight hug. He said gently, I can feel your sadness and fear, so whatever is going on with you, you can tell me. I might not be able to fix it, but at least I will listen and be there for you. Lydia was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly and hugged him back. Thanks, and I'll take you up on that. Jacob released her, and Lydia gave him a kiss on the cheek before saying, See you tomorrow. And Allison, you better behave yourself when I'm not around. Allison rolled her eyes and flipped her off. Lydia laughed and walked to her car. Once she was gone, Allison turned and glared at Jacob. He sighed and pulled her into a hug too. Are you satisfied now? Allison snorted but hugged him back without saying a word. When they pulled apart, Jacob said, I think something's going on at Lydia's home. Yeah. Allison agreed. She wasn't her usual self today. What do you think it is? Jacob paused. Not sure, but if I had to guess, maybe her parents are going through a divorce or something like that. Allison said softly. If that's the case, I can't imagine how she's feeling. Jacob nodded. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. When she's ready to talk to us, we'll listen to her and support her. For now, what's the plan for today? Allison smiled. I already told my mom I wasn't coming home after school, so, how about we go back to your place? I haven't played video games in a while. Jacob grinned. Sounds perfect to me. As they walked toward his motorcycle, Allison noticed and grinned. Oh, you brought your bike. Can I drive? Jacob raised an eyebrow. Do you even know how to ride a bike? I know how to ride a bicycle. Aren't they the same? She said innocently. Jacob immediately placed a finger over her lips. Shoo, she might hear you. Allison swatted his hand away, confused. She. Are you talking about your stupid bike? Jacob walked up to the bike, gently stroking the seat. It's okay, baby. Allison didn't mean it. You're not stupid, you're beautiful. She's the stupid one, and don't worry. I'd never let her drive you. Allison pouted. Hey. I can hear you. Jacob turned back, smiling as he poked her cheek. Okay, stop pouting. Let's go. I'll teach you how to ride when we get home. Her eyes lit up. Really? You're the best. Then she kissed his cheek. Jacob grinned, hopped onto the bike, and handed her the helmet. Let's go. Allison slid the helmet on and climbed behind him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. With the engine roaring to life, the two of them sped off toward Jacob's mansion. Chapter 24, Writing, Cooking, and Questions. When Jacob and Allison arrived at his mansion, she immediately asked him to teach her how to ride the bike. Jacob agreed, and to his surprise, she picked it up quickly. Once she got the hang of it, Allison beamed. "Can I go ride around town, please?" Jacob chuckled. "Okay, but you have to be careful, and I'm going with you." "Deal," she said brightly. She got on the bike, and Jacob climbed behind her, handing her the helmet. "You wear this," Allison said. "Don't you have another one?" "Nope." "Then you wear it." Jacob shook his head. "Either you wear it, or you're not driving." Allison smiled and gave in. "Fine." She put the helmet on and took off, driving toward town with Jacob holding on behind her. After about an hour of riding around, they started heading back to the mansion. While on an empty road, Allison sped up a little, enjoying the freedom. Jacob, seizing the opportunity, pretended to panic and hugged her tightly. Caught off guard, Allison blushed and nearly lost control of the bike. Jacob took advantage of that again, and this time he moved his hands up, now holding her chest and screaming dramatically. "Help! I'm gonna die." Allison gasped, slammed on the brakes, and turned to him and said, "If you don't move your hands from there, you are definitely going to die, you pervert." Jacob chuckled sheepishly. "Oops. I didn't even realize my hands were there. Okay, let's go back home." "You still haven't moved them." "Oh, sorry about that." He quickly moved his hands down from her chest and hugged her waist tightly. Allison blushed but didn't say anything. She drove them the rest of the way in silence. Back at the mansion, the two of them went to the kitchen. Jacob took 2 big lobsters from the lobsters he got from the system reward in the morning. "How do you feel about lobster?" he asked. Allison's eyes lit up. "I love it. But do you know how to cook it?" Jacob shrugged. "Not a clue." "Maybe we grill it." "No way," Allison said. "Let me cook it. Although I'm not a good cook, I help my mom sometimes in the kitchen." She put on an apron she found in the kitchen and asked, "Do you have butter and garlic?" Jacob nodded and fetched the ingredients. The two of them cooked together, laughing and flirting between steps. When the lobsters were done, Allison tasted one and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's good. I was afraid I'd ruin these beautiful lobsters." She cut off a piece and held it up. "Here. Try it." Jacob took a bite. It's really good." "You've got sauce on your face," Allison said, pointing at his cheek. Jacob wiped at it. "Did I get it?" "No, let me help." She leaned in, wiped it with her thumb, and didn't back away. Instead, she moved closer, gazing at him. Slowly, she leaned in to kiss him. Jacob froze, and just before their lips touched, he pulled back. Allison stepped away, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and then frustration. "Coward." Jacob blinked. "Shit. What do I do now?" Allison crossed her arms, her voice sharp. "I like you, and I know you like me too. So why are you scared? Why can't you just ask me to be your girlfriend like a man? And even when I made the first move, you backed away." "Coward." Jacob sighed and thought. "This is troublesome." Allison took off her apron and smacked him with it. "Say something." When Jacob stayed silent, simply looking at her, her expression shifted. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned away. "I'm leaving." But before she could take a step, Jacob reached forward and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Give me a few days, okay? There are things you need to know about me before we start a relationship." Allison stiffened. "Is this about Lydia?" "Sort of." "Then tell me, who do you really want?" she asked, voice trembling. "Is it her? Me? Or, are you seriously thinking of dating us both?" Jacob sighed. "Do you want the truth or the lie?" Allison broke free from his embrace and spun around to face him. "The truth." Jacob looked her in the eyes. "I want to date you both." Allison scoffed and turned away. "Then you're dreaming." "I'm leaving." "Wait, Allison, please. Just hear me out." She stopped, glaring at him. "I'm listening." "Speak." Jacob hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "How do I explain this? Wanting to be with both you and Lydia isn't entirely under my control. Allison laughed bitterly. That's the best excuse you've got. I'm serious. Jacob said. Haven't you noticed how the girls at school act around me? Even you and Lydia, you both felt an unnatural attraction to me the first time you met me too, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Please, Allison. Just be honest. She crossed her arms but sighed. Fine. Yeah, I felt drawn to you the first time we met. And the more time I spent with you, the worse it got. I couldn't stop thinking about you. Lydia said she felt the same. Did you do something to us? No. Jacob said firmly. I didn't do anything. It's part of who I am. A kind of magical ability I can't control. But it's not mind control. It doesn't take away free will. Magic. Allison raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? And what's this ability supposed to do? It's supposed to make me charming and appealing to women. So, hypothetically, if your ability is real, are you saying you can control me and Lydia with it? No. Like I said, it's not mind control. It's just charm. I don't know how it works exactly, but it's like when you see and smell something very delicious, you'll be very attracted to it and want to eat it, but you can also choose to ignore it. Allison gave him a skeptical look. Jacob grinned mischievously. Allison, take your clothes off. She immediately kicked him in the shin. No. I'm not taking my clothes off, you pervert. Jacob winced, laughing. See? I have no control over you at all. Allison rolled her eyes. That's because you just made up a magic charm ability to justify dating me and Lydia. I didn't make it up. Do you remember the bear that was chasing me that night? Yeah. Allison smirked. Was it attracted to you too? And wanted to date you? What? No, that's gross. Then why bring it up? Because that wasn't a bear, Allison. Her expression shifted again. Then what was it? Jacob took a deep breath. Like I said, give me a few days to get ready to tell you and Lydia my secret, including the truth about the creature you thought was a bear. Then he walked over to the kitchen counter, picked up a knife, and said, and if you want proof that I'm not normal, watch this. He rolled up his sleeve and pressed the blade against his arm. Allison panicked. Stop. What are you doing? You don't have to hurt yourself. Don't worry. Jacob said calmly. This knife can't hurt me. See for yourself. He pressed the knife harder against his skin. It left a red mark, but it didn't cut him. Allison rushed to him, grabbed his arm, and examined the spot. How is that even possible? Jacob replied. My skin's too tough. Ordinary weapons can't pierce it. And that's not all, watch this. Without her noticing, he slightly extended one of his claws and pressed it into his arm, slicing a clean cut. Allison gasped as the wound healed right in front of her eyes almost instantly. She covered her mouth, stunned. What's going on? I'm a human with supernatural powers, Allison. Jacob said gently. And I'm not the only one. There are others like me out there. I showed you this so you believe me. But please give me a few days before I tell you everything you want to know about me, and I will tell you everything I know about the supernatural world. Allison nodded slowly. Fine. But I can't promise I'll be okay with you dating me and other girls at the same time. I'm guessing it won't just be me and Lydia, right? Jacob smirked. I don't know. What I do know is that I'm possessive by nature. So even if you don't agree to be with me, I'll still stalk you, and I'll probably kill anyone who tries to date you, because I really like you. He stepped closer, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. And this is for calling me a coward earlier. Before Allison could react, Jacob leaned in and kissed her. A deep, slow kiss. At first, she froze, surprised and unsure. But then she kissed him back, her body betraying her frustration. When they finally pulled apart, breathless, Jacob grinned. That was nice. Let's do it again. Allison, blushing furiously, shoved him back. No. You're not allowed to kiss me again until you tell me your secret. And only if I decide to date you. Jacob chuckled. Fair enough. But, you're not still angry with me, are you? She hesitated, then shook her head. Not for now. Jacob pulled her into a warm hug, whispering in her ear. Good, I don't want you to be angry at me. And just so you know, telling you my secret, it's a matter of life and death for me. But when I saw you walking away earlier, I knew I had to tell you. Because I really like you, Allison, and I can't imagine my life without you. Allison hugged him back quietly. After a moment, she whispered. Okay, we should eat now. I'm starving. Jacob released her and smiled. All right. They set the table together and started eating. Throughout the meal, Allison kept sneaking glances at him. Finally, Jacob said. Okay. Stop looking at me like that and just say whatever's on your mind already. Allison said. I know you said you'd tell me everything in a few days, but can't you just tell me something about the supernatural now? Jacob shook his head. Nope. Can't do. Allison pouted. Then just tell me one thing, what was that bear? Jacob hesitated, then said. Okay. But only if you promise not to ask any more questions. I promise. She said eagerly. That wasn't a bear. Jacob said. It was a man. Allison blinked. Hey. That just makes me more curious. What kind of man turns into that? What is he? How did he become like that? Jacob frowned. Nope, I'm not telling you anything else. And one more thing, promise me you won't tell anyone about me or the fact that the bear is a man, even your parents. I'm very serious about this, Allison. Allison nodded. Okay. I promise. I won't say a word. They both went quiet for a moment, eating a few more bites. Then Allison asked. By the way, Jay, did that man-bear thing kill the bus driver? Jacob sighed. Yeah. But I don't know why yet. Now stop asking questions and go back to being the cute, clueless Allison for now, and wait until I tell you and Lydia everything. Allison rolled her eyes. Fine. After they finished eating, they cleaned up the kitchen together. Then they headed to the game room and played until about 10 p.m. Allison checked her phone. Oops, it's late. I need to go home. Jacob grinned. You could just spend the night here. Allison snorted. Are you stupid? My mom would kill me. Actually. I'd be fine. You, on the other hand. My dad would probably shoot you. Jacob pulled her into a hug and whispered. If you sleep with me, then I don't mind getting shot a few times by your dad. After all, I'll survive even if he shoots me. Allison laughed and shoved him back. Keep dreaming, you pervert. And by the way, we're taking your bike, and I'm driving. After that, the two of them left the mansion riding the bike. Allison was driving while Jacob shamelessly hugged her tightly again, and he even started to get handsy along the way. To his surprise, Allison didn't mind. Chapter 25, Trouble on the Driveway. When Allison and Jacob arrived at the Argent house, they spotted Chris, Victoria, and Kate just about to walk inside. It seemed they had just returned from somewhere. Allison pulled the bike into the driveway and stopped in front of the house, taking off her helmet. Jacob, still holding onto her waist, showed no signs of letting go. Chris's expression darkened as he saw his daughter riding a motorcycle, hugged tightly by a boy he clearly didn't like. He marched over with irritation written all over his face. Allison, why are you riding a bike? It's dangerous. He snapped. Then he turned to Jacob. And you, stupid kid, aren't you going to let go yet? Jacob grinned, completely unfazed. Oh, we're here already. That was a short ride. Chris grabbed Jacob by the collar and yanked him away from Allison. Wait, Mr. Argent, you're going to hurt my baby. Chris glared. I'm not going to hurt my daughter. And if you don't want me to shoot you, stop calling her that. Allison rolled her eyes, knowing Jacob wasn't talking about her but about his bike. Relax, Dad. He's not talking about me. He's talking about his stupid bike. You know what, just go ahead and shoot him. Chris actually reached for his gun. Jacob's eyes widened, suddenly remembering how Chris once trashed Derek's car in the show. Thinking he might shoot his bike, he quickly said. Wait. If you're gonna shoot me, at least let me get off the bike first. He quickly stepped away and walked past Chris with a smile, nodding toward Victoria. Good evening, Mrs. Argent. Then his gaze shifted to Kate. Well, hello, beautiful. Allison didn't tell me she had a sister. Allison, remembering Jacob's charm ability, immediately ran over, putting herself between Jacob and Kate. She's not my sister, she's my aunt. And stay away from her, you pervert. Jacob snorted. Wow, are you seriously protecting her from me? I was just saying hello, not asking her out. Chris grabbed Jacob's collar again. You little punk. Why did you let my daughter ride a motorcycle? And she was even driving. She insisted. Jacob said innocently. Besides, she's fine. Allison nodded. Dad, let him go. I was the one who wanted to ride the bike. It's not his fault. Chris glared. You're a bad influence. Stay away from my daughter, or I will shoot you. Jacob smirked. Then go ahead and shoot me. Chris actually pulled out his gun. You think I'm joking? Jacob slipped out of his grip and stepped back. Yes. Unless you're a crazy psycho, then I guess I am in danger. He turned to Allison. Is your dad a crazy psychopath? She smiled. No, he's not. Jacob shrugged. Then there's nothing to worry about. Kate chuckled, raising an eyebrow. You're funny, kid. Chris, stop scaring him. Though, I gotta say, he doesn't look scared at all. Just then, Jacob felt something and ignored Kate, looking instead at the tree line not far from the Argent house where he saw two glowing red eyes staring at them, or more specifically, staring at Kate. Jacob's thoughts raced. Shit. Peter. Is he insane? Why is he here? I can't expose myself to the Argents yet. What should I do? Kate snapped her fingers. Hey. Kid, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Jacob blinked, snapping back. Sorry. I didn't hear you. But I think we all need to go inside. Now. Victoria followed his gaze toward the woods. Why go inside, kid? What did you see? Jacob stepped in front of Allison, shielding her slightly. It's the same bear from that night. Victoria's expression darkened. Are you sure? Jacob nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Now can we please go inside? Chris squinted toward the trees. Where is it? I don't see anything. Jacob was about to reply when his enhanced hearing picked up something, fast footsteps circling around the side of the house. He turned his head sharply and saw Peter, fully transformed into his monstrous werewolf form, sprinting with incredible speed straight toward Kate. Damn it. Jacob muttered. Without hesitation, he shoved Allison into Chris's arms and tackled both Kate and Victoria to the ground, just in time for Peter's claws to swipe past where they'd just been. The attack missed, and Peter vanished back into the darkness, but not before everyone saw his form clearly and heard his guttural growl. Jacob sprang to his feet and helped Victoria and Kate up. Are you two okay? Victoria nodded. Yes. Thanks, kid. You're welcome. Jacob said. Now can we please go inside already? But just as he turned to Chris and Allison, he saw Peter again, looming nearby, eyes locked on them, preparing for another charge. Watch out. It's coming again. Jacob darted past them, pulling something from inside his jacket, his bear spray, retrieved from his pocket dimension. As Peter lunged, Jacob sprayed him straight in the face. But this time, Peter raised his arm just in time to shield his eyes. With his other arm, he swatted Jacob aside like a rag doll, sending him flying. Still, the spray had hit Peter's nose. He let out a furious, pained roar and hesitated, shaking his head in irritation. Jacob groaned on the ground, thinking. Damn it, stupid Peter actually covered his face this time. But although I didn't get his eyes, I did get his nose. So if Chris shoots him, he'll leave, hopefully. He glanced toward Chris, only to see him frozen, staring at Peter. Seriously? Isn't he supposed to be a hunter? Shoot the damn thing, old man. Jacob shouted. Are you waiting for it to recover? Snapping out of his daze, Chris raised his guns and opened fire. Bullets struck Peter's body, making him howl in pain. Peter turned and retreated into the woods, disappearing into the night. Allison rushed to Jacob's side, kneeling next to him and scanning him with panicked eyes. Jay. Are you okay? Jacob groaned dramatically. I think I'm dying. Can you do me a favor before I die? Allison blinked, then remembered that Jacob has supernatural powers. You're not dying, you drama queen. What do you want? Give me a kiss, darling. He said with a smirk. She rolled her eyes. Stop pretending, you pervert. I know you have soup. Before she could finish, Jacob sat up quickly and pressed his lips to hers, silencing her. When he pulled back, he whispered. You promised not to say anything about that. Allison flushed and whispered back. Sorry. I forgot. Jacob said with a grin. I'll forgive you if you kiss me again. Right then, they both heard a loud ahem. Jacob turned to see Chris glaring at him with both guns pointed his way. Jacob immediately ducked behind Allison. Your dad looks really angry this time. He might actually shoot me. What are you doing, Dad? Put your guns down. Allison sighed. Just then, Victoria opened the front door and called out. Everyone, let's go inside. Jacob saw his chance to escape and bolted for the door. Yes. We should definitely go inside. It's not safe out here. He ran in first like his life depended on it. Kate watched him go with an amused shake of her head. This kid is really funny. But at least he's not a coward. He saved our lives, so Chris, lower the guns and let him be. Reluctantly, Chris holstered his weapons. Everyone entered the house, only to find Jacob already lounging casually on the couch in the living room as if nothing had happened. Kate crossed her arms and looked at Jacob. Have you been here before, kid? Jacob leaned back on the couch and replied casually. Yeah, Mr. Argent invited me over for tea once. Kate nodded. I see. Well, thanks for saving me out there. But now, I want you to take off your clothes. Jacob blinked. Why? Because I said so. Kate said simply. And if I say no? Jacob raised an eyebrow. Then I'll have to use violence. I have a gun too. Jacob sighed dramatically. I always knew my good looks would get me in trouble one day. But since you're beautiful, I don't mind. Just, is Mr. Argent going to watch? That'd make things kinda awkward. Can we go to another room? Before the furious Chris could explode, Allison jumped in. Hey, hey, hey. What's going on here? Jacob pointed at Kate. Don't look at me. Your aunt wants to rape me because I'm too handsome. Kate rolled her eyes. No. That's not what's happening. Allison folded her arms. Then why are you asking him to take off his clothes? Kate sighed. I want to see if that bear, or whatever it was, wounded him. I'm worried it might be carrying something, like rabies. The kid's just being an idiot. Jacob frowned. You could have just said that. How was I supposed to know? You literally said, take off your clothes. Be clearer next time. He looked at Allison, who was glaring at him. What? You sound disappointed. She said flatly. What? No. I'm feeling relieved. Yep. Relieved. Jacob replied quickly. Allison narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Yes, yes. Jacob stood up and said. You know what, I think I'll just go home now. Victoria interjected. You haven't shown us if you're wounded. Jacob said. I'm fine. Chris added sternly. You're not leaving until we check. We need to make sure you're okay. Jacob groaned. Fine. Without another word, he started undressing, all the way. In seconds, he stood completely naked in front of them. His body was lean and athletic, his posture confident. Well. He said with a smirk. Satisfied now. Chris coughed and quickly turned away, as did Victoria. Kate, however, let her eyes linger for a second too long before glancing at Allison, who stood frozen, wide-eyed and blushing furiously. Congratulations, princess. Kate said with a smirk. Allison snapped out of it and stammered. Put your clothes back on, you pervert. Jacob grinned. But nobody even checked if I was wounded yet. Look at them, they're not even looking at me. Kate smiled, and looked at his crotch. All right, you can put your clothes back on. You're clearly fine. Actually, more than just fine. I think I might start competing with Allison. Allison immediately shouted. No, you can't. Kate laughed. Relax, I'm just joking. Jacob got dressed again and dusted himself off. Well, that was fun. Allison, I'll see you tomorrow at school. Good night, everyone. Chris frowned. Where do you think you're going? home. Jacob replied. Chris shook his head. No, you're not. We don't know if that thing's still out there. You're staying here tonight. Jacob's eyes lit up. Can I stay in Allison's room? Chris glared. No. Guest room. Jacob deflated. In that case, I'd rather go home. Chris stepped forward. You're not leaving, kid. I insist. Jacob looked at him seriously. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Argent. I really do. But I have to go. And don't worry, I can take care of myself. I always have. Then, Jacob looked at Kate and said. I don't know why, but I've got a feeling that the bear, or whatever it was here for you. The whole time it was attacking, its eyes were locked on you. Did you kill its cubs or something? Kate visibly tensed for a split second before covering it up with a scoff. You think too much, kid. That thing was just a mindless beast. Jacob shrugged. If you say so. He turned and walked out of the living room, Allison following closely behind. Outside the house, Allison looked at him and said. You should spend the night here, Jay. It's safer that way. Jacob gently brushed her hair behind her ear and gave her a soft smile. I'll be fine. Then he leaned in and whispered. I have superpowers, remember? He kissed her cheek and was about to turn to leave, but Allison caught his arm. When he turned back, she pulled him into a deep kiss, one he gladly returned. After they pulled apart, Jacob blinked. What was that for? Allison smirked. For saving me. Don't get used to it. Jacob grinned. Oh. Then I think you owe me 3 more. I saved your parents and Kate too. Allison rolled her eyes, kicked him lightly in the leg, and said with a smile. Go away, you pervert. Jacob winced playfully. Ouch, that hurt. Seriously, Allison, you've got to stop with the kicking. Allison stuck her tongue out at him. He shook his head, chuckling, and got on his bike. After putting on his helmet, he said. Okay, go back inside. It's not safe out here. Bye. Allison said, walking back into the house and closing the door behind her. Jacob glanced at the front window and saw Victoria, Kate, and an angry-looking Chris staring at him. He smiled, waved cheerfully at them, then lowered his helmet visor and rode off into the night, heading home. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the Beacon Hills Preserve, Peter, now back in his human form, walked through the woods toward the hospital. His body had already healed completely. Though he had been shot, the bullets hadn't caused serious damage, and the effects of the bear spray had worn off. Damn it. He thought bitterly. Why was that hateful kid there? I was so close to grabbing Kate and finally finding out what really happened that night. He clenched his fists. And why do I feel like that kid's gotten stronger? I swear, for a second, I felt real danger from him. Peter exhaled slowly, calming himself. Well, it's done now. Since I attacked the Argents, they'll be more cautious from now on. I should focus on building my pack. Maybe it's time I paid Derek a visit. Chapter 26, Helping Derek. After Jacob left, Allison went back to the living room and looked at her parents and aunt. She sat down, deep in thought. Mom, Dad, and Kate probably know what that man-bear thing really was. They've all been acting weird lately. And this morning, Kate said her car just needed a jump start yesterday, but her window was broken. Something's not right. Let me ask and see how they react. She spoke up. Dad, what was that thing that attacked us? Chris glanced at her and calmly said. Nothing to worry about, sweetheart. It was just a bear. Allison frowned. That thing was definitely not a bear, Dad. We all saw it. Victoria chimed in. It was just a bear, Allison. Maybe a sick one or something. Now go to your room and do your homework. But. No buts. Victoria cut her off. And from now on, no more going out at night. It's too dangerous. That's not fair. No arguing. Go. Allison sighed and went to her room, thinking. They definitely know something. They're just not telling me. I'll see if I can get anything out of Jay tomorrow. Once she was upstairs, Chris turned to Kate. What's going on, Kate? Why is the Alpha targeting you? Kate sat on the couch and shrugged. Because I'm an Argent. Chris narrowed his eyes. No. This feels personal. He attacked you yesterday, and like that smart-ass kid said, when the alpha attacked us tonight, his eyes were only on you. Kate leaned back. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I hunted someone from his pack in the past or something. I really don't know. Chris nodded slowly. Either way, we need to be more careful. And we have to protect Allison. Kate said firmly. I think you should tell her the truth. And it's about time you started training her to be a hunter. No. Chris said sharply. And don't you dare say anything to her. I want her to have a normal life for as long as she can. You're not protecting her, Chris. You're holding her back. Chris glared. Leave Allison out of this. What we need to do is find the beta. I'm almost certain he's a teenager. I shot him in the woods a few days ago, but he was rescued by another werewolf. Victoria asked. Rescued by another beta? I'm not sure. Chris replied. Could have been a beta or the alpha. We didn't get a clear look, he was too fast. Kate crossed her arms. By the way, have you tested that kid Jacob? He could be the beta. Chris shook his head. Unfortunately, he's not. We already tested him, he's not a werewolf. Kate smirked. Well, he's brave. Could make a great hunter. Then she added. Oh, I just remembered, I shot the beta with a wolfsbane bullet last night. Maybe that's why the alpha attacked us tonight. Chris nodded. Maybe. If his beta dies, he'll likely try to make more. Teenagers are the best candidates, so we need to keep an eye on Beacon Hills High. Meanwhile, Jacob arrived at his mansion and found Stiles, Scott, and a dying Derek waiting for him at the iron gate. He parked his bike and raised an eyebrow. What's up, guys? Stiles crossed his arms. Where have you been? We've been waiting here for over an hour. I was at Allison's house. Jacob said casually. Couldn't you have just called me? We did, several times. Scott replied. You didn't answer. Jacob patted his pockets. Looks like I forgot my phone. Anyway, what's going on? Stiles pointed at Derek. He's dying. I can smell that. Jacob said calmly. What I want to know is why he's dying, and why bring him here. Stiles explained. He's the werewolf who got shot by your girlfriend's crazy aunt. He came to us for help, and you're the only one we know who might be able to help him. Jacob nodded. All right. Let's get inside first and see what I can do. After they got inside the mansion, Stiles and Scott helped Derek onto the couch in the living room. Jacob crossed his arms and looked at Derek. How can I help you? Derek hissed in pain and said. I was shot with Nordic blue wolfsbane. Do you have any? Jacob shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Derek spoke with effort. Then go back to the Argent house, and bring me the bullet Kate shot me with. Jacob frowned. Why would I do that? I don't even know you that well, and I definitely don't want to expose myself to the Argents just yet. Derek muttered. Then coming here was a waste of time. Jacob shrugged. Seems like it. Stiles stepped in, trying to mediate. Hey, Jacob, are you sure you can't help him? Jacob replied. I can, but this guy's ordering me around like I owe him something. That's not how you ask for help. Stiles waved a hand dismissively. Don't mind him, he's just a little prideful. Jacob chuckled. So am I. Actually, I'm very prideful. To the point where if someone hurts my pride, I might lose control, kind of like how werewolves go crazy during a full moon. Stiles immediately panicked. Derek, hurry up and apologize. I'm serious, if he loses control, even if he were at full strength and teamed up with Scott, I doubt the two of you could stop him. Derek looked at Jacob for a long moment, then said. I'm sorry I was rude. If you can help me, please do. I'll owe you one. Stiles patted Jacob's shoulder. Come on, man. He said sorry. Don't be stubborn. Jacob sighed. Fine. Wait here. He went upstairs to his room, reached into his pocket dimension, and pulled out a single Senzabine, grinning. This is one of the expired Senzabines I got from the system for signing in at Stiles' room. It'll heal Derek, but the side effect is 10 minutes of uncontrollable farting. Since he was rude, I can give it to him guilt-free. Jacob returned downstairs. Let's go outside. Scott raised an eyebrow. Why? Jacob replied. I don't know what will happen when he takes the medicine. Maybe some liquid will leak from his body, or something like that, and I'm not taking any chances with my furniture. Scott sighed. Fair enough. Styles, help me carry him. The two of them helped Derek outside. Jacob handed him the Sensibine. Eat this. It'll heal you, though it has some side effects. Nothing serious. Lasts 10 minutes, max. Derek nodded. As long as I get healed, I can deal with 10 minutes of pain. Pain? Who said anything about pain? Jacob smirked to himself. If I told him about the side effects, would he still eat it, or choose to die? Maybe he just asked to go to the toilet before eating it. Styles noticed Jacob's smirk and thought. Derek's screwed. That stupid snake is definitely up to no good. Derek popped the Sensibine into his mouth and swallowed it. Within seconds, the bullet wound in his arm began to close, and the black veins spreading toward his shoulder faded rapidly. Scott's eyes widened. It worked. But then, Derek's stomach began to rumble ominously. He clutched his gut. Wait. What's happening? Then it started. Prrrrrrttt. A loud, thunderous fart echoed through the yard. Then another. And another. Jacob burst out laughing, unable to hold it in, and Styles quickly followed, howling with laughter. Even Scott, at first concerned, couldn't help but join in. Derek's face turned crimson from the embarrassment. Damn it. You didn't tell me about this. Without waiting for a reply from Jacob, who was too busy laughing, Derek bolted toward the edge of the mansion's grounds, trying to leave, still farting uncontrollably. But the moment he reached the edge, he slammed into the invisible supernatural barrier and was launched backward like a missile. Still farting as he flew through the air. Styles doubled over in laughter. Ahahaha. He's like a human rocket. Jacob was clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Scott was laughing uncontrollably too. Derek groaned and lay on the ground, still farting, playing dead. After about 10 excruciatingly long minutes, the effects finally wore off. Derek stood up slowly and stormed over to Jacob, grabbing him by the collar. You didn't say that was the side effect. Jacob wiped the tears from his eyes, still chuckling. Does it matter? You're healed, and we got a good laugh out of it. Derek snorted and let go of him. Why couldn't I leave? Oh. Jacob said casually. I activate a barrier around the mansion every time I return home. That's why you bounced off. But if you're ready to go, I'll deactivate it. Derek cleared his throat and muttered. Then I should leave. Thanks for saving my life. You're welcome. Jacob said, smirking. Derek gave one last glare at Styles, who was still trying to contain his laughter, and nodded at Scott and Jacob before leaving. Styles immediately lost it and burst out laughing again as soon as Derek left. Jacob grinned. Come on, let's head inside. As they sat in the living room, Styles looked over at him and said. You activated the barrier on purpose, didn't you? Jacob didn't even try to deny it. Yup. And it was worth it. Watching Derek fly through the air while farting, that was hilarious. Scott shook his head, still grinning. Where did you even get that pill you gave him? Jacob replied. From some crazy supernatural doctor or inventor, or whatever he calls himself. I got his contact through a friend of my parents. The stuff he sells is insanely expensive. Styles grinned. Do you still have more of those pills? I do. Jacob said. But they're life-saving medicine. Not meant for pranks. Too bad. Styles sighed. You don't happen to have one that just makes people fart, do you? Jacob shook his head. Nope. After that, Jacob told them about the Alpha's attack on the Argents. The three of them had dinner, and Styles and Scott ended up spending the night at Jacob's mansion. Chapter 27, A Loud Morning. The next morning, Scott and Styles, who had stayed the night at Jacob's mansion, woke up and headed to the kitchen, but didn't find Jacob there. Styles yawned. That lazy snake is probably still sleeping. Let's go wake him up. Scott shook his head. How about no? I don't want to deal with his grumpy ass this early in the morning. Besides, it's still a bit early for school. How about we cook him breakfast instead? Styles blinked. Why? Scott shrugged. Because since we've known him, we've never done anything for him, we only ask for his help. So maybe cooking breakfast might be nice. Styles paused for a second, then nodded. You're right. But you're cooking. I have no idea how to cook. Fine. Scott said. But you're helping. Together, they started preparing pancakes, fried eggs, and sausages. While flipping a pancake, Scott said, Jackson was giving me some weird looks yesterday. Styles snorted. Maybe he likes you. Scott frowned. That's gross. And no, he looked like he knows something. Did you see the way he was looking at us when we were helping Derek into your car? Styles shrugged. The whole school was giving us weird looks. Not just Jackson. You're overthinking. Maybe. Styles chuckled. Speaking of Derek, yesterday was hilarious. I should have filmed him. Scott laughed. Yeah, seeing him all embarrassed and gassy was gold. But if you'd filmed him, he might have killed you. You're right. Styles said with a grin. I should have asked Jacob to film him, that way Derek wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Scott shook his head. Speaking of Jacob, do you think he had other, better medicine and just gave Derek that fart-inducing one out of spite? Styles smirked. Definitely. That snake is super petty. Then we definitely shouldn't get on his bad side. I don't want to end up like Derek. Styles said. A farting medicine is actually fun, I'm afraid he has something much worse. They continued chatting and laughing while cooking. When the food was finally ready, Styles clapped his hands. All right. Time to wake the snake. He grabbed a frying pan and a ladle and began banging them together loudly. Meanwhile, Jacob was in his room having a pleasant dream involving Lydia. They were just about to kiss when she frowned and asked, What's that noise? Jacob ignored the noise and said, Don't mind that, let's continue. But then the banging sound came from Lydia's mouth, and Jacob woke up. Downstairs, Scott winced. Styles, stop. That's really loud and annoying. And Jacob's totally going to kill you. Styles, still smirking, was about to respond when a loud roar came from upstairs. Styles, I'm going to kill you. Styles paled. Shit, I'm screwed. Scott, see you at school or maybe in the next life. He dropped the pan and ladle and made a break for it. But just as he stepped out of the kitchen, there he was. Jacob stood there, eyes glowing golden, expression murderous. Styles froze. Scott. Save me. He spun on his heel to run, but Jacob grabbed him by the back of the neck. No one's saving your dumb ass. Jacob growled. Today I'm going to kill you. Not only did you wake me up, but you ruined my sweet dream with Lydia. Dangling in Jacob's grip, Styles blurted out. Wait. I made you breakfast. Jacob paused, then glanced at the table loaded with food. You made all that? Styles shook his head quickly. No, but I helped. So, can you please forgive me? Jacob sighed, then dropped him to the floor. Fine. Since you made breakfast for me, I'll let it slide this time. Styles landed on his butt and groaned. You should be gentle with me, I'm delicate, you know. He rubbed his backside. I think you broke my tailbone. Jacob turned to him with an evil smile and said. Then let me fix it for you. Styles jumped to his feet. Nope. I'm good. Totally fine. I was just joking. Jacob shook his head with a smile and sat at the table, greeting Scott. Then the three of them started eating, with most of the food eaten by Jacob while Styles complained, saying, Leave some for us, you gluttonous snake. After their chaotic but fun breakfast, the three of them left for school. When they arrived at school, Jacob spotted Lydia and Allison waiting near the entrance. With a grin, he walked up and wrapped an arm around each of them, kissing both on the cheek. Good morning, beauties. He said with a wink. Lydia smiled. Morning, Jay. Allison, on the other hand, pinched his side. Pervert. Jacob didn't even flinch. He let them go and winked at Allison, who rolled her eyes in response. Then, his gaze drifted to Lydia's slightly exposed cleavage. Those are huge. He thought with a smirk. Lydia caught him staring and smirked. So, what did you and Allison do last night? But Jacob was too busy ogling her chest with a perverted smirk and didn't even hear her. Lydia waved a hand in front of his face. Hello. I'm talking to you. Jacob kept staring and said. Oh, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Lydia puffed out her chest even more and gave Allison a proud smile. I said, what did you and Allison do yesterday? We hung out, played video games, and I taught her how to ride a bike. Jacob replied casually. Annoyed and jealous, Allison slipped off her jacket, revealing a sleeveless top that exposed her chest a little. Then she kicked Jacob in the shin. When someone talks to you, you're supposed to look them in the eyes, she said firmly. Jacob winced and looked at her. I told you to stop with the kicking. His eyes dropped to her chest. Well, hello there. Smaller than Lydia's, but each has its merits, he thought, completely shameless. Allison caught him staring and gave Lydia a smug smirk. Lydia narrowed her eyes. Bitch. Allison snorted, but before she could fire back, Jacob interrupted. Allison, put your jacket back on. You'll catch a cold. And Lydia, maybe you should cover up a bit too. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Is someone jealous? Jacob nodded. Yes. I should be the only one allowed to see your fun bags. Both of you. Scum. Lydia muttered. Pervert. Allison added. Lydia smirked again. You still haven't told me what you really did with Allison yesterday. And don't lie, I can feel that you two did something behind my back. Allison, flustered, blurted. We didn't do anything. Lydia narrowed her eyes further. Now I'm even more sure you did. That reaction gave it away. She turned to Jacob. Tell me the truth, or I won't talk to you for 2 days. Jacob grinned. All right. I didn't do anything. It was Allison, she forcibly kissed me when I dropped her off at her house. Tongue and everything. Hey. Allison snapped. You were the one who kissed me first at your house. Lydia's eyes widened. So, you really did kiss him? Allison smirked. Oops. I guess I did. Lydia pouted and glared at Jacob. Don't look at me like that. If you want, I can kiss you too. Jacob said shamelessly. No, you can't. Allison snapped. Not until we have that talk you promised. Lydia raised a brow. What talk? Allison grabbed her by the arm. You can ask him later. Come on, we're gonna be late for class. She dragged Lydia away, leaving Jacob standing there with a crooked grin. After the girls left, Styles let out a low whistle. Wow. You're really good with girls. Jacob turned to them with a smug grin. Oh, you two idiots are still here. I totally forgot about you. He slung an arm around both of their shoulders. Wanna know my secret? Styles nodded eagerly. Yeah, tell us. Why are you so popular with girls? Jacob smirked. Well, the secret is, you just have to be as handsome as me. He gave them a wink. Too bad you two aren't, so I guess you're doomed to die single. Both Styles and Scott groaned and shoved him away while Jacob laughed. Damn it. Styles said. I thought you were actually gonna tell us something useful. Should have known better. Just then, Coach Finstock appeared behind Styles like a ninja. Stilinski. What are you still doing here? He barked. Ah. Styles jumped back. Coach. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Coach grinned. McCall, take your stupid friend to class. Then he turned to Jacob. And who are you? New student. Jacob raised an eyebrow. I've been here for 2 weeks. I've even sat through your economics class more than once. Coach squinted at him. Have you? Huh, didn't notice. Then, without warning, he stepped forward and started touching Jacob's arms and shoulders. Jacob took a step back. What do you think you're doing? Relax, I'm just checking if you've got the build for lacrosse. Coach said seriously. Jacob said. Coach, I think this counts as sexual harassment. And you even told me to relax while harassing me. Styles. Call your dad, I want to report something. Coach groaned. Don't be a little bitch. Jacob gasped theatrically. You heard that, right? He just called me his little bitch. Styles, call the sheriff, like right now. Coach scratched the back of his head, clearly flustered. Stilinski. McCall. Help me out here, you two know me. I wasn't trying anything weird. Styles smirked. Jacob, although this is hilarious, you should probably stop scaring the men. If rumors spread, he might actually lose his job. Jacob smirked back. Fine, fine. See you guys later. Then he hurried off to class, thinking. That was close. If I didn't pull that stunt, Coach might have roped me into playing that stupid game. Once Jacob disappeared around the corner, Coach sighed in relief. Styles clapped him on the back. Relax, Coach. Jacob just hates lacrosse, that's why he said that, so you don't make him play. Coach muttered. He scared the crap out of me, but I think he'd make a good lacrosse player. I just need to find a way to trick him into joining the team. Good luck with that. Styles said with a grin, walking off with Scott as they both laughed. Coach stood there, deep in thought, plotting his next move to trick Jacob into playing lacrosse. Chapter 28, Running into Peter Again. Before lunch period, Allison and Jacob had the same class, and she sat next to him. She glanced at him and asked. Jay, can I ask you something? Jacob nodded. Sure. Can you tell me why that man bear attacked my family yesterday? You said he was targeting Kate. Do you know why? Jacob sighed. Oh, it's about that. Didn't we agree that you give me a few days before we talk about it? Allison looked frustrated. Yes, but I know my parents and Kate know something, and they won't tell me. So please, can you at least tell me something? Please. Jacob leaned back in his chair. Look, if you're worried about your family, don't be. That idiot won't attack them again, at least not for a while. Allison gasped. How can I not worry when you say he's not going to attack them but just for a while? Your family isn't as defenseless as you think. Jacob said calmly. They can protect themselves. Wait, are they like you? She asked. Do they have powers too? Jacob shook his head. No, they're normal humans. But they have weapons. Now stop asking questions. I'll tell you everything on Saturday. Allison frowned. Okay, but just one last question, please. Jacob chuckled. I'm listening. Do my parents know what that man bear really is? Do they know about the supernatural? Yes. Jacob said. They know. Then why didn't they tell me? They're probably trying to protect you. He replied. The supernatural side of the world is very cruel and bloody, Allison. I'm not a scared little girl. She said firmly. I can handle the truth. Jacob looked into her eyes. Once you know certain things, there's no going back to a normal life. I think your parents just want you to hold on to that normalcy as long as possible. Allison gave him a small smile. But you're going to tell me, though. Aren't you afraid of ruining my life? Jacob smiled back. No. I'm more afraid of having a life without you. So I need to tell you what I am and about my world, before someone else does and fills your head with lies about the supernatural and makes you hate me. Allison gently took his hand. I'll never hate you. Jacob squeezed her hand. I hope so. After school, Jacob, Allison, and Lydia met in front of the school gate. Allison said. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. My mom won't let me out at night after what happened yesterday. Lydia smirked. Bye. We'll miss you. Allison snorted, then hugged Jacob. As she leaned in close, she whispered in his ear. I don't know if I'll be with you when you tell me your secret or not. I haven't made up my mind yet. But I know one thing, whatever you do, don't you dare sleep with Lydia. I knew you first, and we're both virgins. So if I decide to be with you, I want to be your first woman. That's my condition. Jacob whispered back. All right. I won't have sex with Lydia before you. I promise. Allison playfully pinched his side. You better not, you pervert. She let go, and just then, Kate arrived in her car to pick her up. Allison hopped in and waved goodbye as they drove off. Once she was gone, Lydia turned to Jacob. So, what did she tell you? She told me she'll miss me. Jacob said casually. Now, are you heading home or hanging out with me today? Lydia didn't ask further about what Allison said and smiled. I'm all yours today. Jacob grinned. So, what's the plan? How about we rent a movie and watch it at your place? She suggested. Sounds good. Great. Then let's go. She said. But what about the cars? Jacob looked at the parking lot. Well, we can't leave them here. You drive yours, I'll drive mine. And by the way, lead the way to the video store, I have no idea where it is. Lydia smirked. All right then. Follow me. After driving for a few minutes, Lydia arrived at the video store first. She went inside while Jacob parked his car, then followed her in. But the moment Jacob stepped into the store, he smelled blood. Panic surged through him, he thought something had happened to Lydia. He rushed through the aisles, searching for her, only to find her safe and sound, casually humming a tune while browsing for a movie. Jacob's thoughts raced. Damn it. Tonight's the night Peter attacked the owner of the video store. I thought we wouldn't run into him. Of course, my luck sucks. I can hear him, he's still here. He quickly grabbed Lydia's hand and whispered urgently. We need to leave. Right now. Lydia blinked. What? We haven't even picked a movie yet. Forget the movie. Jacob said, glancing toward the back of the store. We need to go. Now. Why? What's going on? I'll tell you later. Jacob said, already pulling her toward the exit. Jay, you're scaring me. Then Jacob heard footsteps and growling. Damn it. He's coming. Jacob muttered. Lydia, alarmed, asked. Who's coming? Jay. A low, menacing growl echoed through the store. Lydia froze. What was that? Jacob stepped protectively in front of her. Stay behind me. Then Peter appeared, fully transformed in his monstrous werewolf form, stalking toward them on all fours. His glowing eyes locked onto them with predatory intent. Lydia gripped Jacob's hand tightly, eyes wide with fear. What is that thing? Don't be scared. Jacob said calmly. I'm here. He turned to Peter. This isn't the place for a fight. You should leave. Peter crept closer and rose to stand on two legs, towering over them. His voice was low and growling. You're not so brave now, you little shit. Are you worried about your little girlfriend? Lydia screamed. It talked. The monster talked. She clung to Jacob from behind, shaking. Jacob's expression didn't change. He released his dragon aura and calmly said. I'm not worried. And if you try to hurt her, I swear, I'll make it my life's mission to find you and end your miserable life. The moment Jacob released his aura, Peter froze. He could feel it, danger, raw and overwhelming, and he knew that dealing with Jacob would be very difficult. He thought to himself. What kind of shifter is this kid? He's definitely stronger than when I first met him in the woods. Seeing Peter hesitate, Jacob smirked. And one more thing, whatever grudge you have with Kate Argent, leave Allison out of it. She doesn't know anything. If you try to hurt her, you won't just deal with the Argent's wrath, you'll deal with mine too. Peter growled. You're arrogant. Jacob didn't flinch. I have the strength to back up my arrogance. Now leave, before the cops show up. The last thing we need is a supernatural coming out party. Peter narrowed his eyes. What are you, kid? Jacob's eyes glowed golden as he smiled coldly. Something very dangerous, and very vengeful when provoked. Lydia gathered her courage and peeked from behind Jacob at Peter. Peter gave her a hideous smile with his wolf-like face, scaring her into hiding behind Jacob's back again. Peter chuckled. You're right, kid. Now isn't the time or place for a fight. See you around. He stepped back, then suddenly turned and smashed through the front glass of the video store, disappearing into the night. Jacob's eyes faded back to normal, and he restrained his aura. He turned around to Lydia and asked gently. Are you okay? Lydia shouted. No, I'm not okay. What was that thing? Why was it talking? And why were you talking to it so calmly? Then she locked eyes with him. And most importantly, why did it listen to you and not attack us? It looked wary of you. Jay, are you a monster too? Jacob sighed. That was a man with the power to turn into the monster you saw. And yes, I have powers too. But he and I aren't the same kind. Now calm down, please. Still trembling, Lydia said. How am I supposed to calm down? I just saw a talking beast. Jacob gave a small smirk. Let me help you calm down. He leaned in and kissed her, deep and slow, until they were both out of breath. When the kiss ended, he asked. Better. Lydia hugged him tightly, seeking comfort. Yeah, a little. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Not now. I'll tell you and Allison everything on Saturday. But right now, we need to call the cops, there's a dead body in here. Lydia's grip on him tightened. What? A dead body? Jacob nodded. Yeah. He killed the store owner. He pulled out his phone and called Stiles. Hey man, what's up? Stiles answered. Are you alone? Jacob asked. No, I'm with my dad. Stiles replied. Good. Pass the phone to him. Why? Lydia and I found a dead body. Okay, hang on. Stiles handed the phone to Sheriff Stilinski, and Jacob calmly gave him the details and the address. After the call, he looked at Lydia, still hugging him like her life depended on it. Let's go outside and wait for the cops. I don't want you seeing the body. And when they ask you what you saw, just say it was some kind of animal fleeing the store. Got it. Lydia nodded silently. Okay. The two stepped outside and waited until the sheriff and Stiles arrived. After asking them a few routine questions, Sheriff Stilinski went into the store. Stiles looked between Lydia, still clinging to Jacob, and Jacob himself. He clearly wanted to ask what happened, but hesitated. Jacob noticed and said plainly. It was the Alpha. Stiles widened his eyes and made a gesture to stop talking. Dude. She's still here. He whispered, pointing at Lydia. Jacob shook his head. She saw everything, Stiles. The stupid Alpha came to us and spoke to me. It's safe to talk around her, she knows more than you do at this point. She knows more than me. Stiles said, incredulous. Jacob shrugged. She saw the Alpha up close, even heard him talk. You've never even seen him. You've got a point. Stiles admitted. So what did the Alpha say? Jacob replied. Nothing much. He just tried to scare me, then said he'd see me around and left. Just then, Jacob glanced up at the store's roof and spotted two familiar figures. You told Scott? He asked. Stiles nodded. Yeah, he should be here any second. Jacob smirked. He's already here. Look on the store's roof. Stiles looked up and saw Scott standing beside Derek. Why is he with Rocketman? Stiles asked. Jacob laughed. You do know Derek can hear you, right? Stiles flinched. Shit. I forgot about that. After Scott and Derek joined them, Jacob quickly explained what had happened. When he finished, he said. All right guys, I need to take Lydia home. That stupid mutt really scared her. Then he handed his car keys to Scott and added. Do me a favor, take my car to your place tonight and bring it back to school tomorrow. I'll drive Lydia's car. Scott took the keys and nodded. You got it. Jacob and Lydia got into her car. As he settled into the driver's seat, he asked. So, should I take you home? Lydia shook her head. No, I don't want to go home. I want to go with you. Jacob raised a brow. Don't you think I'm a monster too? Aren't you afraid of me? She looked at him and shook her head again. No. You're not a monster. And I'm not scared of you. Actually. I feel really safe when I'm with you. I can't even explain why, it's just how I feel. Jacob smiled softly. All right then. Let's grab a bite to eat first, then head home. The two of them drove to a nearby diner, had a quick meal, and then made their way to Jacob's mansion. Chapter 29, The Pillow Talk. When Jacob and Lydia arrived at his mansion, they decided to watch a movie. They headed to the living room and settled on the couch. Lydia curled up beside Jacob, hugging him as they watched Night and Day, starring Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz. But Lydia kept glancing at Jacob from time to time. Jacob paused the movie and asked. What is it? Lydia hesitated, then said. That talking beast we saw in the video store, he was a werewolf, wasn't he? Jacob replied. What makes you think that? I've seen enough werewolf movies. Lydia said. He looked exactly like one. Jacob nodded. You're right. He's a werewolf. Lydia asked. Does Allison know about any of this? I told her I have powers. Jacob said. And I told her the bear, she thinks it's a bear, was actually a man. But she doesn't know he's a werewolf. It's pretty obvious. Lydia said, raising an eyebrow. How could she not tell? Didn't she get a good look at him? She did, but she just didn't think about it that much, I guess. Or her mind doesn't dare to go there and believe that werewolves are real. Then Jacob added. By the way, don't tell her yet. Lydia smirked. Okay, but I want to be the one to tell her about the werewolf on Saturday. Jacob smiled. All right. Lydia gave him a playful look. And you, what are you, exactly? Jacob chuckled. I'll tell you on Saturday. Lydia pouted. Come on, just a little hint. Jacob shook his head. Nope. She narrowed her eyes at him. Well, you're handsome, and a little pale. Are you a vampire? Jacob gave her an evil grin. You caught me. Now I have to feast on your blood and turn you into one. He leaned in, pretending to bite her neck, only to kiss it instead. Lydia flinched, then laughed. You almost scared me to death. Jacob smirked. Relax. I'm not a bloodsucker. Do vampires exist too? She asked. Probably. Jacob said casually. Well, I hope we never meet one. She muttered. All right, enough supernatural talk. Jacob said, picking up the remote. Let's finish the movie, I actually like this one. They watched the rest of the movie in peace, and when it ended, Jacob stretched and said. That was a good movie. It was. Lydia agreed with a smile. All right, it's late. Time for bed. Let me show you to your room. After showing Lydia to her room, Jacob handed her a pair of his sweatpants and a t-shirt to sleep in, then headed to his own room to shower. After Lydia finished her shower, instead of staying in her room, she quietly walked over to Jacob's and knocked. It's open. Jacob called from inside. Lydia stepped in and paused when she saw him shirtless, wearing only sweatpants. Her eyes widened slightly. Wow, you look good. I didn't realize how fit you are. You hide it well under all those baggy clothes. Jacob chuckled. Thanks. What's up? Do you need something? I don't want to sleep alone tonight. Lydia said softly. Can I sleep with you? Jacob raised an eyebrow. All right, but we're just sleeping. No funny business. Lydia smiled as she closed the door behind her and sat on the bed. That's fine. But I wouldn't mind if you did want to do something. Jacob said. Well, I would love to do something, believe me. But I promised Allison I wouldn't. So we can't. Lydia's expression shifted. So that's what she whispered to you earlier? Yeah. Jacob nodded. And to be fair, I knew her first. So until we figure out what's going on between the three of us, we can't have sex. Lydia nodded slowly. Fair enough. Jacob lay down on the bed, and Lydia curled up beside him. But soon, she slid on top of him with a mischievous smile and said. But kissing is still allowed, right? Jacob smirked. Sure. They started making out, their hands exploring each other. After a while, Jacob gently pulled away and rolled her to the side. That's enough. If we keep going, I might lose control. Lydia rolled over and hugged him tightly. I don't mind. Well, I do. Jacob said firmly. I made a promise to Allison. So stop being naughty and go to sleep. Fine. Lydia huffed. Good night. Jacob turned off the lights. Good night. But it didn't take long before Lydia got handsy again, her fingers tracing along his chest, her thigh brushing against his crotch. Jacob clenched his jaw, thinking. Damn it, she's really testing my limits. He quickly rolled over, hugged her from behind, and muttered. Go to sleep, or I'm going to another room. Lydia giggled. Okay, don't go. I'll stop. But seconds later, she started rubbing her butt against him again. This is torture. I shouldn't have promised Allison. Jacob thought with a sigh. He let go of her and sat up. That's it. I'm leaving. Lydia immediately turned and grabbed his arm. Don't. I swear I'll stop this time. For real. He hesitated for a moment, then lay back down. Lydia hugged him again, resting her head on his chest, and this time, she stayed still. After a few minutes of silence, Lydia whispered. Jay, are you still awake? Yeah. He replied. What's up? Can you tell me about your life before moving here? Jacob exhaled. It wasn't bad. Before I turned 8, I lived with my parents. They were amazing. Spoiled me like crazy, bought me anything I wanted. He smiled softly. My mom was the real boss in the house. She could be scary sometimes, especially when Dad and I made a mess or skipped chores. We were very happy, until the accident. Lydia's voice softened. You don't have to talk about it. Jacob shook his head. It's okay. I was at school that day when the principal pulled me out of class. He drove me to the hospital. My dad was already gone. My mom was still alive, but barely. I got to talk to her. She was crying, apologizing, asking me to take care of myself. He paused, swallowing the lump in his throat. She died hugging me. Lydia's eyes filled with tears. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Jacob gently wiped her tears and kissed her forehead. Don't be. Sure, I miss them, every day, I really do. But life must go on. After they died, everything changed. One minute I was in a loving home with the best parents ever, the next, I was in an orphanage. Lydia sniffled. Was it bad in the orphanage? Jacob shook his head. Not really. It was just, when I first got there, I was full of hate and rage. I was angry at the world. No matter how hard the caretakers tried to reach me, I wouldn't let them. But eventually, those sweet ladies broke through. They helped me find myself again, I guess. He smiled faintly. Even though I became happy again, I also turned into a bit of a troublemaker. Got into a lot of fights. Lydia smiled. Did you win at least? Jacob chuckled. Most of the time, yeah. But I got my ass handed to me a few times too. But don't worry, I always got my revenge. Anyway, life at the orphanage wasn't bad. The other kids and I were well taken care of. I started working summers when I was 11 to buy things like games and other stuff the orphanage couldn't provide. That was my life, until I inherited this place and moved here. Then he gave her a teasing look. What about you? Have you always been a bitch? Lydia gasped. Hey. That was uncalled for. But, no. Believe it or not, I used to be a total nerd. Then I decided I'd rather be the bully than be bullied. Jacob asked. Can you tell me what's going on at home? Lydia sighed. My parents are going through a nasty divorce. It's getting really ugly, they're tearing into each other. Sorry to hear that. I just don't get it. She muttered. They used to love each other. Why can't they just stay that way and be happy together? Jacob sighed. That's how relationships work, I guess. Sometimes people find their soulmate and stay happy together for life, but sometimes people fall in love with the wrong person, and it's better to end things sooner before something bad happens. But whatever happens, you need to remember, it's not your fault. They both love you, they just don't love each other anymore. Lydia was quiet for a long moment, then said softly. I know you want to date me and Allison at the same time. Actually, I didn't mind at first because I was just interested in you and wanted to have fun with you. But the more I get to know you and the more time I spend with you, the more I can't stop thinking about you. So tell me, Jacob, are you going to abandon me someday when you get tired of me? Jacob smiled and gently brushed her hair back. No, that's impossible. I will never abandon you, nor would I abandon Allison. Lydia narrowed her eyes slightly. Why are you so sure? Because of the kind of creature I am. He said. And what kind is that? Jacob grinned. The very possessive kind. If vampires are known for sucking blood, then my kind is known for being, well, perverts with lots of wives. Lydia raised a brow. Lots of wives? How many is lots? Wait, are you a demon? What is it called again? Oh, I remember, it's called an incubus. Jacob laughed. No, I'm not an incubus or any other kind of demon. As for how many wives, who knows? But I can tell you that not any woman is qualified to be my woman. I'm only attracted to special women, and I'm not planning on marrying every woman I see. You'll understand everything on Saturday. Lydia smirked and started being naughty again, her fingers trailing down his chest with deliberate slowness. They danced across the ridges of his abs before creeping lower, teasing the edge of his waistband. Just as she reached his lower stomach, Jacob caught her hand and raised a brow. Do you want to sleep alone? Lydia groaned. Are you even a man? I'm giving you an opportunity here, and you're not taking it. Jacob spanked her lightly. I'm more than a man. And one day, you'll find that out, but not tonight. Now sleep. Lydia huffed. Fine. Good night, eunuch. Jacob grinned. Good night, bitch. Lydia rolled her eyes, though a smile played at her lips as she nestled against Jacob's chest, using it as her pillow. Within moments, their breathing synchronized, both drifting into peaceful sleep. 2. Chapter 30, Birthday Date. The next morning, Jacob stirred awake, a sleepy smile on his face as he turned to look beside him. Lydia was curled up against him, her breathing slow and peaceful. Her hair was a beautiful mess, and one arm rested across his chest. Jacob grinned and said softly, Wake up, sleepyhead. We need to go to school. Lydia rolled away and pulled the covers over her head. I don't feel like going to school today. She mumbled. Jacob chuckled. Then you can stay here. But I have to go. Lydia peeked out from under the sheets, hugged him, and said, No, you don't. Stay with me, please. Tempting. Jacob replied. But today is Allison's birthday, and I promised to take her on a date. Lydia snorted. Then don't let me stop you. And let me sleep, I'm skipping school this morning. Jacob smiled, leaned in, and kissed her, which surprised her, but she kissed him back. Then he got up, spanked her playfully, and said, All right, the mansion key is on the nightstand. If you leave, lock up behind you. See you later. After taking a shower, Jacob had breakfast and signed into the system, getting some cash and normal daily necessities. Then he ran to school and arrived there without even breaking a sweat. He met up with Styles and Scott outside the building. Scott handed Jacob his car keys. Here, your car keys. Thanks. Jacob said, pocketing the keys. Styles looked around. Where's Lydia? Still sleeping. Jacob replied. Said she didn't feel like coming today. Styles raised a brow. Did you tell her everything? Not yet. Jacob changed the subject. Did you find a connection between the bus driver and the video store owner? Styles sighed. No, not yet, but I'm working on it. Scott looked tense. By the way, Derek told me the Alpha wants me to kill someone before the next full moon, or he'll kill me. Styles' eyes widened. What? Why? Apparently it's some kind of rite of passage. Scott said. To join his pack. Styles muttered. Who comes up with these rules? That's what I said. Scott agreed. Don't worry too much. Jacob said. Derek is probably just scaring you to get you on his side. You sure? Scott asked. Jacob shrugged. At least I'm pretty sure that Alpha doesn't want to kill you. As for making you kill someone, I'm not so sure about that. But like I said, you can fight his control over you with your will, so good luck. Styles added. Well, at least he's not gonna kill you. That's good news. I guess. Scott sighed. I'm worried about the killing people part, and more importantly I'm worried about the parent-teacher conference. I'm failing chemistry and my mom is going to be pissed, she'll probably kill me before the Alpha does. Styles groaned. Although I'm not failing any classes, I caused a lot of trouble at school, so I'm worried about the parent-teacher conference too. How about you, Jacob? I'm not failing any classes either. Jacob said. But the principal told me I have to talk to Harris, our chemistry teacher. No idea why. And I hate that guy. I hate him too. Styles said. He's only good to Jackson for some reason and hates all the other students, especially me. Jacob muttered. I just hope he doesn't piss me off. I'm afraid I might lose control and end up killing the bastard. Styles laughed. Don't kill him, just scare him enough to quit teaching. Jacob smirked. That's actually a good idea. Scott rolled his eyes. Don't listen to Styles, Jacob. He's full of nonsense. Let's just go to class, we're going to be late. Then the three of them headed inside together. After morning classes ended, Jacob met up with Allison. As they greeted each other, he noticed a necklace around her neck. His expression shifted slightly as he thought. Kate is already trying to tell Allison about the supernatural. She'll manipulate her and fill her head with lies. Good thing I promised to tell her everything tomorrow, and hopefully she won't be manipulated by Kate after I tell her. Out loud, he asked. What's with the necklace? Allison touched it and held up the pendant. Kate gave it to me. She said it's a family heirloom. Jacob nodded slowly. I see. Well, are you ready for our date? Allison hesitated. If my dad finds out I skipped the afternoon classes, he'll be pissed. But yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. You sure? We could wait and go out tonight. She shook her head. Nope. I'm not allowed out at night anymore, not after what happened that night when that bear attacked us. And don't forget, there's the parent-teacher conference tonight. So, this is our only chance. Let's go before I change my mind. Jacob smiled. All right, let's go. The two left school and spent the afternoon enjoying each other's company. Jacob took Allison to a nice restaurant for lunch, then to the movies, and afterward they did a little shopping, where he surprised her with a pretty bracelet that lit up her face with joy. Later, they walked together through a quiet park. Allison glanced at him and asked, So, what did you and Lydia do yesterday? Jacob raised a brow. We were going to rent a movie, but when we got to the video store, we ran into that man-bear again. He killed the store owner. What? Allison gasped. Are you okay? I mean, obviously you are, but what about Lydia? She didn't get hurt or anything, did she? I didn't see her at school today. She's fine. Jacob reassured her. She said she didn't feel like coming to school in the morning. I left her asleep at my place. Allison stopped walking. Wait, you let her sleep over? Jacob smirked. Yep. Did you sleep with her? Yes. Her eyes widened. You promised you wouldn't. Jacob laughed. Relax, she was frightened by that beast yesterday so she slept next to me. We didn't do anything else. You sure? I know Lydia. She wouldn't miss a chance like that. Jacob sighed. Well, she tried, but since I promised you, I didn't have sex with her. But it was really hard, she really tested my limits. Allison narrowed her eyes. And I bet you enjoyed every second of that test, you pervert. Jacob put on a pained face. Believe me, there was no joy in that at all. She folded her arms. Liar. Okay, fine, it was fun at first but it soon turned into torture, because she was all over me but because I promised you, I couldn't do anything about it. Allison rolled her eyes. Yeah right, poor you. It must have been a very hard time for you. Jacob groaned dramatically. It was. You have no idea how painful blue balls are, Allison. Allison blinked. Blue balls. What's that? Jacob with a pained expression said. When a guy gets turned on for too long without, finishing, his balls will hurt very badly. Seriously, she asked, raising a brow. Jacob looked at her seriously. Blue balls could kill a man, Allison. My balls are still swollen. Do you want to see them? Allison gasped and slapped his arm. No, you idiot. I don't want to see them. Then, she grinned wickedly and before Jacob could react, she smacked him right between the legs and bolted away. Damn it, that really hurt. Jacob howled in pain. You're evil, Allison. Pure evil. Laughing, Allison called back. That's for having fun with Lydia. Jacob recovered quickly and shouted after her. Come back here. You're going to pay for that. He didn't use his supernatural speed, just chased her normally, letting the moment stay light. They laughed and played around for a while, running through the park like two carefree kids until Jacob finally caught up and gave her a playful smack on the rear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Allison giggled. I won't do it again. I'll only forgive you if you kiss me. Jacob said, grinning. Still laughing, she leaned in and said, "Okay." They shared a kiss, sweet and passionate, which soon turned into a full-on make-out session. They didn't stop until they were breathless, cheeks flushed. Afterward, they simply stood there in each other's arms, watching the sun begin to dip beyond the horizon. The sky was painted with golden streaks and soft purples. Allison rested her head on Jacob's chest and sighed, thinking, "I'm really falling too deep for this idiot. I don't even know when it happened. We've only known each other for a couple of weeks. But he wants to date Lydia, and probably other girls too. I don't know how to feel about that. I just hope whatever he wants to tell me tomorrow will be enough to convince me to stay with him." Jacob looked down at her, noticing the thoughtful look in her eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," she said quickly. "We should head back to school. My parents will be there for the parent-teacher conference, and they're probably going to find out I skipped class. They'll be furious. Just remind them it's your birthday," Jacob said with a grin. "They'll forgive you, probably." "I hope so," she replied. After that, the two of them walked back to the car and drove back to school, the laughter and warmth of the afternoon still lingering between them. Chapter 31, Parent-Teacher Night. After arriving at school, Jacob parked his car and got out with Allison. They walked toward the building, and Allison said, "I have to go find my mom and dad, they sounded really pissed on the phone." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Remind me again, why did you leave your phone in the car?" "No wonder they're pissed, they called you so many times and you didn't answer." Allison, flustered, said, "I just forgot, okay." Jacob smirked. "Well, good luck then." Allison grinned. "You too. You've got to talk to Mr. Harris, remember?" Jacob groaned. "Ugh. I hate that guy." Allison leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "That's for luck." She walked off to find her parents while Jacob headed for the principal's office. When he arrived, he knocked on the door. "Come in," the principal called. Jacob stepped inside. "Good evening, principal." "Good evening, Alexander," the principal said, folding his hands. "I heard you skipped class today." Jacob smirked. "Had to take a birthday girl on a date. You understand, right?" The principal sighed and shook his head. "I'll let it slide this time. Now go see Mr. Harris, he's waiting for you." Jacob groaned. "How about we just do the conference thing right here, just the two of us? I really don't like Harris, and he doesn't like me either. Besides, I didn't cause any trouble, and I didn't fail any classes, so I don't know why I should talk to him," the principal said. "Just go and hear what the man has to say." Jacob sighed. "Fine." He made his way to the chemistry classroom. When he entered, Harris was writing something at his desk. Jacob sat down silently, pulled out his phone, and started playing on it. After a few minutes, Harris looked up. "Alexander. I'm surprised you didn't fall asleep somewhere and forget to show up." Jacob didn't look up. "Why am I here?" Harris leaned back in his chair. "Where are your parents?" "Too busy to come." Jacob glanced up. "I know you read my file. So either you're playing dumb or just trying to piss me off." Harris opened the file in front of him and skimmed through it. Then he gave Jacob a fake smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Jacob listened to his heartbeat and thought, "This bastard is lying," he said aloud. "That's a lie. I can tell by the fake smile on your stupid face." Harris narrowed his eyes. "Watch your mouth, Alexander, or I'll get you suspended." Jacob shrugged. "Suspension? Go ahead. It's not like I care. Now tell me, why am I here?" Harris scoffed. "You're rude. But I guess I shouldn't expect better from someone who grew up in an orphanage." Jacob frowned, his anger rising. "Should I kill this bastard?" He helped Kate burn the Hale family, aided Jennifer the Dirac, and even helped release the Nogitsune in the movie. More importantly, I just really hate him. "All right," Jacob said aloud. "You don't like me, and I don't like you. So let's just get this over with. Why am I here?" Harris glared at him. "You're here because you sleep in class. And when you're awake, you distract the female students, flirting with them." Jacob cut in. "Stop right there. I admit I sleep in class from time to time, but I got an A on your test." As for the female students, I didn't do anything to them, they're the ones who flirt with me. You shouldn't blame me for being too handsome. You should talk to them instead and tell them to leave me alone. Harris scoffed. You're unbelievably narcissistic. Are we done here? Jacob asked. Harris closed the file. Yeah, you can go. But since you've been rude, you've got detention Monday. You'll be cleaning the... Yeah, screw that. Jacob cut him off. I'm not doing any of that shit. Then I'll have you suspended. Jacob shrugged. Like I said before, go ahead. You'd be doing me a favor. But honestly, I don't think you can suspend me, I haven't done anything wrong. Jacob stood up and walked toward the door, but then stopped. He turned to Harris with a smirk and said, I advise you to leave me alone from now on, Harris. Harris narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? I'm not afraid of you. And since you just threatened a teacher, I can not only suspend you, I can have you expelled. Jacob said. I have a lot of money, Harris. And I can make your life very miserable. Harris stiffened. What do you mean? Jacob smiled coldly. Say, if I hired a private investigator to dig into your past. Are you confident they wouldn't find anything suspicious? He stepped closer, voice low. Like helping an arsonist burn down a house and kill 8 people, 6 years ago. Harris visibly paled. I don't know what you're talking about. Jacob leaned in. Leave me alone, Harris. And from now on, no matter what I do in your class, you won't care about me. Don't even look at me. Otherwise, I will ruin your pathetic little life. He turned and walked out, leaving Harris frozen in place, nervous, sweating, and wondering how Jacob knew what he did 6 years ago. As Jacob walked through the school halls toward the exit, he thought. Either Harris leaves me alone from now on, or he does something stupid, like trying to kill me. If he stays away, that's what I want. If he attacks me, that's even better. As he exited the school, there were a lot of people there, parents and students, chatting after the conference. As he was walking toward his car, someone shoved him hard all of a sudden. Jacob turned around to find a very angry Chris glaring at him. What are you doing, Mr. Argent? Jacob said. Chris snapped. How dare you make my daughter skip school? Allison, standing nearby with her mother and Lydia, rushed over. Dad, stop. He didn't make me do anything. I told. You shut up. Chris barked. I'll deal with you at home. He turned back to Jacob, his voice full of venom. Just because you don't have parents to worry about you and can do whatever you want, that doesn't mean you can kidnap my daughter. Lydia stepped forward with Victoria and said sharply. That's rude, Mr. Argent. I get that you're angry, but you didn't need to bring up his parents. Jacob clenched his fists, his anger flaring. But then he looked at Allison's concerned expression and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Argent, for making you worry about Allison. Then he turned around to leave. Jay, wait. Allison called, her voice guilty and worried. Without turning back, Jacob said, Don't worry about me, Allison. I'm fine. He walked toward his car, but then suddenly, people began screaming and scattering. A low, deep growl echoed through the crowd. Allison tensed. What was that? Victoria immediately stepped in front of the girls. Stay behind me, both of you. Then they all saw it, a mountain lion, charging through the parking lot, straight at Jacob. Chris drew his gun, but he didn't have a clear shot. Lydia screamed. Jay, watch out. The mountain lion, clearly panicked and trying to escape something, saw Jacob in its path and leapt toward him. Still in a bad mood, Jacob didn't flinch. He simply turned his head slightly and raised a hand, catching the lion by the scruff of its neck midair. He released a burst of his dragon aura, and the lion immediately froze in terror, completely subdued. Without saying a word, Jacob walked toward the woods beside the school, carrying the creature. When they were a safe distance away, he tossed it to the ground and said, Get lost. And you're welcome, I just saved your life. The mountain lion stayed frozen in place, too scared to move. Chris, Victoria, Allison, and Lydia followed. Chris approached and raised his gun, aiming at the animal. Jacob placed a hand on Chris's arm and pushed the gun down. Don't shoot it. Chris frowned. It's the creature that's been killing people around town. Jacob snorted. Don't play dumb. We both know this stupid cat isn't the one killing people around town. It was that thing that showed up at your house the other night. Then Jacob glared at the mountain lion and said, "Leave." The mountain lion finally ran off, disappearing into the woods. Jacob turned around and headed toward his car without a word. Lydia bit her nail while eyeing him and muttered under her breath, "That was hot." Chris called out, "Wait, kid. How did you catch the mountain lion?" Jacob didn't stop walking. "Are you blind? Weren't you watching me when I caught it?" Chris narrowed his eyes. "That's not what I meant. I mean, how did you grab a 130-pound predator with that kind of ease, like it was a kitten?" Jacob stopped for a second, then said coldly, "Maybe because I'm really pissed off right now, or maybe because I don't care about my life since I don't have parents or anyone to care about me, Argent." Then he continued to his car. Lydia and Allison exchanged looks, then hurried after him. They caught up to him just as he reached his car. Lydia grabbed one of his hands. "Don't ever risk your life like that again. I care about you." Allison took his other hand. "I care about you too. Don't say stuff like there's no one to care about you again." Jacob sighed and gave them both a tired look. "Sorry, girls. I'm just not in a great mood right now. I need to go home." Lydia said softly, "I'll come with you." He shook his head. "No, I want to be alone for a while." Allison lowered her eyes. "Sorry." Jacob replied gently. "Don't be. You didn't do anything wrong." "But my dad." She started. Jacob cut her off. "He's the one who should be sorry, not you." "All right, I have to go. See you girls tomorrow." After saying that, Jacob got into his car and drove away. Just then, Stiles and his dad, Sheriff Noah Stalinsky, arrived. The sheriff immediately began questioning Chris about the mountain lion. Stiles walked over to Lydia and Allison. "Why did Jacob leave? I don't believe he'd leave you two alone while a mountain lion is loose here unless it's important." Lydia shrugged. "Jay already scared the mountain lion away." "I see." Stiles said. "Did he go home? I need to talk to him." Allison shook her head. "He's not in a good mood right now, so you should wait until tomorrow." "No, he's busy tomorrow. You should wait until Sunday." Stiles frowned. "What's wrong with him?" Allison hesitated. "My dad got mad and said some really stupid things to him." Stiles muttered. "Then he's very lucky he's your dad. Otherwise, he'd be very miserable right now." Allison blinked. "What do you mean?" Stiles quickly backtracked. "Nothing. Gotta go. Bye." He turned and ran off. Allison looked at Lydia. "Do you think Stiles knows about Jay's powers?" Lydia thought for a moment. "I'm not sure, but he definitely knows something. He and Jay were talking about that Wuru, that beast that killed the video store owner yesterday." Just then, Chris called over. "Allison, let's go home." Allison turned to Lydia. "Okay, I've got to go. See you tomorrow at Jay's place. I wonder what he's going to tell us." "Me too," Lydia said. "See you tomorrow." Lydia headed to her car, and Allison walked past her parents toward her own. Chris stopped her. "Where are you going?" "To my car," she replied. "I can't just leave it here, can I?" She got in and drove off. Victoria turned to her husband. "I think you went a little too far with the kid." Chris grunted. "He'll get over it. He's a man. Besides, that kid's hiding something. Did you see how he caught that mountain lion? That wasn't just anger or adrenaline. That's no ordinary strength," Victoria said. "But we tested him. He's not a werewolf." "Then maybe he's something else," Chris said grimly. "And I will find out what it is." "All right," Victoria said calmly. "Just don't do anything rash. We need to deal with the alpha first." Chris frowned. "But we can't just let Allison be with that kid. He's dangerous." "She'll be fine," Victoria said. "He won't hurt her. In fact, she'll be safer with him. I noticed when the alpha attacked us that night, the first thing that kid did was stand in front of Allison and protect her." Chris was quiet for a moment, then finally said, "Fine. I'll leave him alone, for now. Jacob drove to the Beacon Hills Preserve. Once he arrived, he parked deep into the trees and stored his car in his pocket dimension. Then he took off running into the woods to clear his head. He thought while running. First it was Harris. That guy pissed me off. Then Chris really pissed me off, and for a moment I really wanted to hurt Chris or even kill him. Thankfully, it was just a passing thought. I didn't act on it. After running for a while, he reached an area filled with huge boulders. He stopped and smirked. Perfect. I'll blow off some steam by smashing these. Jacob began unleashing his frustration, slashing with his claws, punching, and kicking the rocks with all his strength. He even shifted, making his chest covered with dark scales, and to his surprise, new scales also appeared on the backs of both his hands, just a few, not a full covering. Jacob didn't care, it was a pleasant surprise to him. Then he used his fire and thunder elements. With his arms coated in flames and sparks of lightning, he continued obliterating the rocky terrain around him. For over an hour and a half, he stayed there, fighting the earth, releasing all the pent-up frustration he'd bottled throughout the evening. Eventually, he stopped and exhaled deeply. That was fun. My head is clear now, and I'm starving. He started walking back, thinking to himself. Time to go home, eat a big meal, and get some sleep. Tomorrow I have to tell Allison and Lydia the truth. Hopefully, everything goes well. Chapter 32, The Talk. Saturday morning, Jacob took a shower, then headed to the kitchen for a big meal. After eating, he went to the living room and flopped onto the couch to digest. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. A luxury chocolate box. A white gold Rolex Daytona, 2011 edition. A pack of gummy worms. Jacob grinned as he pulled the rewards from his pocket dimension. Today's a lucky day, he said, holding up the gummy worms. I love these. And the chocolate box looks fancy, I'll share it with the girls. He opened the watch box, taking out the Rolex with admiration. Let's see how much this beauty's worth. After a quick online search, he whistled. $34,000. Damn, I really am lucky today. He tucked the watch back into his pocket dimension, opened the gummy worms, and started eating while watching an animal documentary, waiting for Allison and Lydia to arrive. At 10 a.m., both Lydia and Allison arrived in Lydia's car. She opened the gate herself with the key Jacob gave her yesterday, went back to her car, and drove inside the gate. Allison raised a brow. Why do you have that key? Lydia smirked. Jay gave it to me, after we slept together. Allison scoffed. You just slept next to each other. Lydia leaned back smugly. We did more than just sleep. We did a lot of things you haven't done with him. So yeah, I'm calling that a win. Allison rolled her eyes. We're both losers. The only winner is that pervert. Now close the gate behind you. After saying that, Allison got out of the car and walked toward the mansion, ready to knock, but before she could, Jacob opened the door with a big smile. Good morning, beautiful. But when he was about to hug her, she pushed him away and entered the mansion, giving him angry looks. Jacob followed her to the living room and said, What's wrong with you? Allison sat on the couch, grabbed a gummy worm, and popped it into her mouth without replying. Lydia entered, walked straight up to Jacob, gave him a hug, and kissed him on the lips, right in front of Allison. Good morning, handsome, she said sweetly. Jacob smirked and glanced at Allison. See? That's how you say good morning. Allison simply glared at him in silence. What's her problem? He asked Lydia. She's upset because you gave me your house keys but didn't give her any, Lydia said casually. Jacob turned to Allison. Seriously? That's what you're mad about? I only gave Lydia the keys because I left her here alone yesterday and wanted her to be able to lock up. Then he looked at Lydia. But you're not planning on giving them back, are you? Lydia smirked. Nope. She sat beside Allison and reached for a gummy worm, then paused when she spotted the chocolate box. Ooh, what's this? Some luxury chocolate I bought, Jacob said. You both can have some, just leave a few for me. I haven't tried it yet. He walked upstairs, grabbed another spare key to the mansion, then returned and handed it to Allison. Here, it's for you. What's this for? She asked, frowning. He gently took her hand and placed the keys in it. You're angry because I gave Lydia a copy of my house keys, so I'm giving you your own copy. Allison stared at him. But I haven't even decided if I want to be your girlfriend yet. Jacob grinned mischievously. Doesn't matter. Like I said before, I'm possessive. I like you, so there's no escaping. Even if you say no, I'll keep chasing you. And if you fall for someone else, well, I'll kill him. Allison rolled her eyes. Are you a psychopath? Jacob chuckled. Yes. I am. Then he turned to Lydia. Same goes for you, too. Lydia smirked. You're really evil. I like it. And by the way, I've already decided to be your girlfriend. Allison blinked. What? You didn't even hear what he has to say yet, you don't even know what kind of powers he has. Lydia shrugged. I don't really care that much. Then she grabbed a piece of chocolate, popped it in her mouth, and said, These are really good. Jacob took one as well, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded. They really are. He looked at Allison. You can decide after hearing me out, and you can take your time, Allison. You don't have to worry about Lydia. She is Lydia. Lydia narrowed her eyes. And what's that supposed to mean? Jacob smiled. It means you are who you are, and I like you for it. So don't change. That's all I mean. Lydia stared at him for a moment, then smiled and went back to eating chocolate. She looked over at Allison and said, Don't give me that judgy look. I just dare to love and hate without caring about anything else. Sure, I don't like that he'll date you, and probably other girls too, but that's who he is. I'm not going to try and change him. Allison let out a sigh and turned to Jacob. So, can you tell us about the supernatural and about what you are? Jacob sat down. Okay. Here goes nothing. Are you ready for your lives to change forever? Allison nodded nervously, while Lydia grinned. I'm ready. Let's start with the man-bear. Jacob said. Can I tell her? Lydia asked excitedly. Jacob nodded, and Lydia turned to Allison with a smirk. It's a werewolf. Allison blinked. A werewolf. Wait, how do you know that? She turned to Jacob, narrowing her eyes. You told her before you told me. Jacob raised his hands. No, I didn't. She figured it out on her own. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised you didn't think he was a werewolf when you saw him. I mean, the guy literally had a wolf's head. Allison frowned. Are you saying Lydia's smarter than me? Jacob grinned. Well, she is smarter than both of us. And no, I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just wondering why you didn't think of werewolves when you saw him. That's all. I saw the thing and heard you call it a bear, and I thought that was what it was. Allison protested. And my family calling it a bear didn't help either. But now that I think about it, yeah, he did look more like a wolf. So, werewolves are real. Jacob nodded. Yes, they are very much real. And that one was an alpha, you can tell by the glowing red eyes. Lydia chimed in. That's what you call the leader of a wolf pack. Does that mean that werewolf has a pack? Jacob shrugged. I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter if he has a pack or not. If a werewolf's eyes glow red, it means they're an alpha. Alphas are way stronger and faster than regular werewolves. Their bite can either turn a human into a werewolf or kill them. Allison frowned. What about regular werewolves? What color are their eyes? Yellow. Jacob replied. But if a werewolf takes an innocent life, whether on purpose or by accident, their eyes turn blue. He continued. Alphas lead the pack. The members of their pack are called betas. A werewolf without a pack is called an omega, and omegas are the weakest, because being part of a pack makes werewolves stronger. Allison leaned forward. Are there any other creatures besides werewolves? Jacob nodded. Yes, there are a lot. No one really knows how many supernatural species exist. I have a book that I can show you girls later, it has a lot of supernatural creatures in it. But first, he added. Let's talk about your family, Allison. Allison tilted her head. What about my family? They are hunters. Jacob said. The kind that hunt werewolves and other supernatural creatures. Allison's eyes widened. Wait, what? Hunters? And when you say hunting, are we talking like capturing? Jacob shook his head. No, we are talking about killing. They kill supernatural creatures by poisoning them, shooting them with guns and arrows, and sometimes even cutting werewolves in half with swords. Allison asked. Do you think my parents have killed supernatural beings before? Jacob nodded. Definitely. I'm pretty sure your mom is a skilled hunter. As for your dad, he is a very famous hunter along with your aunt and grandfather. He popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth and said, All right, girls, tell me, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say werewolf weakness? Both Allison and Lydia said at the same time, silver. Jacob smiled. That's what most people think. But actual silver isn't really a werewolf's weakness. It's a misunderstanding. There's a hunter family with the last name Silver that was so good at killing werewolves that people started to think that silver is a weakness of werewolves. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Allison's last name means silver in French. Jacob nodded. Exactly. I'm talking about your family, Allison. The Argents. They're one of the oldest and most skilled French hunter families. They've been hunting werewolves for centuries, and while they do go after other supernatural creatures, werewolves are their specialty. Allison looked overwhelmed. This is a lot to take in. Were they ever going to tell me? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. But Kate is definitely trying to tell you already. Allison frowned. How do you know that? Jacob pointed to the necklace around her neck. That pendant she gave you, what did she say when she gave it to you? Allison glanced down. She said, if I wanted to know more about our family, I should research the symbol on the pendant. Jacob nodded. That beast carved into the pendant is a werewolf. It's called La Bête du Gavaudan. It was a very powerful werewolf. It was eventually killed by your ancestor, Marie-Jeanne Vallée, better known as the Maid of Gavaudan. She married a man named Henri Argent, and together they founded the Argent hunting bloodline back in the 18th century. She was the first Argent hunter. Lydia's eyes widened. Wow. Your family history is fascinating, Allison. Jacob leaned back. Just like humans, werewolves have the good among them who don't harm humans and even protect humans from supernatural danger. And of course there are psychos who enjoy killing humans or other supernatural creatures. La Bête du Gavaudan was one of the worst werewolves that ever lived. He was killing people for sport. Allison nodded. Then I'm glad Marie-Jeanne killed that bastard. Jacob smirked. His real name was Sebastian Vallée. Lydia popped another piece of chocolate in her mouth. Oh, this just keeps getting better and better. Allison paused. Wait. His last name was Vallée too. Was he related to Marie-Jeanne? Jacob nodded. Yeah. He was her brother. Which means Sebastian Vallée was your many times great uncle. Allison sat stunned for a moment, then asked. Why do you know all this stuff about my family? Jacob looked serious. Because I'm a supernatural creature, and knowing about your family is related to my well-being. After all, they hunt people like me. Allison hesitated. Is that why you befriended me? To get close to my family? Jacob raised an eyebrow. You overthink too much. When we first met, I had no idea who you were. But I'm not gonna lie, I knew you were an Argent the moment I saw your mother when she came to pick you up that day. But I didn't care that you're from a hunter family. You are beautiful, and I was attracted to you the second I laid eyes on you. That's all that mattered. Allison softened. Sorry. I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it. Jacob smiled. Don't worry about it. Lydia suddenly narrowed her eyes at Jacob, giving him a glare. He chuckled and turned to her. You're beautiful too. And I was just as attracted to you the moment I saw you in class. Lydia smiled in satisfaction, while Allison rolled her eyes. So Kate was trying to tell me the truth. Allison said. I thought she was just joking or being dramatic. I didn't even research the necklace. Jacob replied. Even if you did, you wouldn't have found much. Sure, you'd learn about the Beast of Gavaudan, but all you'd find are vague stories about some creature that looked like a wolf and killed a bunch of people. That's it. Then Jacob turned serious. And Allison, I know you're not going to like what I'm about to say, but Kate isn't as perfect or kind as you think. Allison frowned. Why would you say that? Don't be upset. Jacob said gently. I'm not telling you to hate her or anything. But Kate is extreme. Do you remember that half-body they found in the woods? Allison nodded. Yeah. That girl was a werewolf. Jacob said. And although the one who killed her was the same alpha who attacked us the other night, he didn't cut her in half. The hunters did that. Allison's eyes widened. So, what does that have to do with Kate? She wasn't even in Beacon Hills. Jacob sighed. Only Argent hunters are operating in Beacon Hills. That girl was cut in half and dumped there to draw her brother back into town. It was done under someone's orders. Lydia, enjoying the drama like it was a movie, asked. Who gave the order? Jacob answered. I'm sure it wasn't Allison's parents, so it was probably Kate. And like I said, Allison, I'm not telling you to hate her. I'm just telling you not to believe everything she tells you because you love and trust her. Use your head to judge what she tells you, not your heart. Allison hesitated, then nodded slowly. I'll keep that in mind. Jacob nodded back, then turned to Lydia. Now, he said. Let's talk about you. Lydia blinked. What about me? You're a supernatural creature too. Jacob said. You're a banshee, or as some call it, the Wailing Woman. Lydia looked shocked. What? You must be wrong. I'm very normal. Anne, the Wailing Woman doesn't sound good at all. I'm not wrong. Jacob said. I can sense it. You are a banshee. You just haven't awakened your powers yet. Allison asked. What exactly is a banshee? Jacob explained. A banshee is a harbinger of death. They can sense when someone is about to die, and sometimes even hear the details of how it happens. Lydia blinked. A harbinger of death. So, I'm evil. Jacob shook his head. No. Just because you can predict death doesn't mean you're evil. It's actually a rare gift. You can sense when someone's in mortal danger, and when and where it might happen. We can use that ability to save people. Lydia thought for a moment, then said. Well, if you put it like that, it doesn't sound too bad. Jacob smiled. And a banshee is much more than that. They're capable of reading minds. Their telepathy lets them dig deeper into someone's memories through touch, even revealing or recovering suppressed ones. Plus, they have a connection to the spiritual world, or something like it. Lydia's eyes widened. I can do all of that. Jacob nodded. Yep. And by the way, banshees have incredibly powerful lungs and vocal cords. They can let out a sonic scream, a powerful sound wave used to defend themselves. We just need to figure out how to awaken your powers. Lydia leaned back. Wow. We came here to learn about you, but I didn't expect to find out I'm a banshee and Allison's a hunter. Allison nodded. Yeah, this is not what I was expecting at all. Chapter 33, The Talk Part 2. After Allison and Lydia finished processing what Jacob had told them, about Allison's family being hunters and Lydia being a banshee, they both looked at Jacob curiously. Allison asked. Jay, can you tell us what kind of creature you are now? Jacob nodded. His eyes shifted, turning reptilian and glowing gold. His fangs grew longer, and he let out a deep growl, making both girls jump in surprise. But instead of fear, curiosity sparkled in their eyes as they each sat beside him, studying his face. Lydia leaned in and said. Your eyes are beautiful. Allison nodded. Yeah, really beautiful. Lydia examined him more closely. You've got vertical slit pupils, like a reptile, a fox, or a cat. So, which one are you? Jacob chuckled. I'm something ancient. I believe I'm the last of my kind. And I'm a possessive, lustful creature known for having multiple mates. The more mates I have, the faster my strength grows. That's my nature, and I can't change it. But you still haven't told us what you are. Lydia pointed out. Jacob grew serious. I can't reveal that unless you decide to be with me. It's not because I don't trust you girls, it's just that there are a lot of creatures who can read memories, and the only way to protect your minds from being read is to become my mates. I can't expose what I am yet because I'm both very dangerous and something people will do anything to get their hands on, and I'm not strong enough to protect myself. Lydia didn't hesitate. I already told you, I want to be with you. Jacob looked at her closely. Lydia, you have to think this through. This isn't something you can just walk away from. It's for life. Once you become my mate, there's no going back. That's exactly what I want. Lydia said. I don't want to be in a relationship like my parents and be afraid that one day you'll abandon me. I want something permanent. Jacob smiled warmly. Are you sure? Lydia smiled back. Yes, I think life with you will never be boring. So I'm in. Jacob said. Then I'm glad you agreed. Then he turned to Allison. What about you? Allison hesitated. I don't know. But I do know that I don't want a life without you. That's how I feel. But, you will have a lot of mates like you said, so are you sure you're not going to forget about me one day and cast me aside? Jacob shook his head. Never. You'll understand after you become my mate. We'll be connected. Lydia, smirking, leaned toward Allison and said. Well, if you don't want him, I'll get to keep him all to myself. So maybe you should leave and forget about him. Allison's eyes narrowed. You're the one who should leave, you bitch. I'm not going anywhere. Jacob smiled like an idiot, giving Lydia an invisible thumbs up in his mind. He looked back at Allison and asked gently. So, do you want to be with me? Allison muttered under her breath. Yes. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. I'm too in love with you, idiot. Jacob heard her clearly but decided to tease. Sorry, what was that? I didn't catch it. Allison looked up and said louder. I said yes. I want to be with you. Jacob pulled both girls into a tight hug. That's great. I was afraid I'd lose one of you today, or maybe both. After a moment, he let go and silently asked his system, how do I use the soul contract? The contract will appear as a tattoo in the center of your right hand. Ask them to drip a drop of their blood onto it to complete the bond. Jacob raised his right hand, revealing a glowing red tattoo, an intricate circle with a dragon's head in the center. You both need to drip your blood on this tattoo, he said. Allison hesitated. Why? Jacob looked at her seriously. Do you trust me? She nodded. Yes. Then do it, he said. You'll understand afterward. Lydia asked. Do you have a needle? Jacob shook his head. No. Use my claws. With care, he used his claw to make a small cut on each of their fingers. They both let a drop of blood fall onto the tattoo on his palm. The red mark glowed brightly, then slowly faded and vanished. The three of them closed their eyes as the contract bound them together. In Jacob's vision, a screen appeared in front of him. Contract successful. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Allison Argent and Lydia Martin. The three of you are bound for life. You cannot betray one another, and their minds are protected from being read by another creature. You can communicate with them telepathically, and you will sense when they are in danger. Jacob asked in his mind. When can I share powers with them? You can share system rewards with them after they truly become your mates. This will happen when you consummate the marriage. The system will grant you new rewards after consummating the marriage with each of them, including powers that are suitable for them. Good. Jacob thought. Then let's wait until that happens before I tell them that I can give them powers. He opened his eyes and saw that Allison and Lydia still had their eyes closed in deep concentration. After a few moments, they slowly opened them. So, we're married now, huh? Allison said, raising an eyebrow. You didn't think to mention the marriage part? Jacob smiled. I thought the part about being in a relationship for life pretty much explained it. But don't worry, I'll throw you both a huge wedding whenever you want. Allison sighed. Let's wait a few years for that. Lydia chimed in. Besides the marriage part, it said we can't betray or harm each other, our minds are protected, and I do feel connected to you too. I feel it too. Allison added. It's like we're family, but more than that. I can't really explain it. It's a fascinating feeling. Lydia smirked and spoke telepathically. And we can do this now, talk in each other's heads. Allison replied with a laugh. That's really cool. And we can also feel it if one of us is in danger. Jacob blinked. Wait, how do you girls know all that? I mean the marriage, the telepathy, and the fact that we can't betray each other. Lydia said. After I dripped my blood on your tattoo, a flood of information just entered my head. It explained what that tattoo was. Allison nodded. Same here. It was like the knowledge was uploaded into my brain. Jacob leaned back. I didn't think that's how you girls would learn what the tattoo was. I thought I'd have to explain it to you. Allison smiled. So, now can you tell us what you are? Jacob said. Of course. He stood up and took off his hoodie, becoming topless. Then he shifted. Black scales covered his chest and a little of his shoulders, and a few scales appeared on the back of both of his hands. I'm a dragon, he said. Lydia's eyes widened. A dragon? You mean the huge fire-breathing flying lizard? Jacob nodded. Exactly. Though I can't shift into my full dragon form yet. I'm still too weak. Allison asked. Can you breathe fire? Not yet. Jacob said with a smirk. But I can do this. He raised his right hand and summoned a swirling ball of flame in his palm. Cool. Lydia whispered, eyes wide. Girls, step back a little. Jacob said. Once the girls moved aside, he summoned a ball of crackling lightning in his other hand. Allison stared at the fire and lightning balls in Jacob's hands in awe. And you say you're still weak with all these magical powers? Jacob chuckled and dismissed the elements, then shifted back to normal, and wore his hoodie, which made Lydia pout in disappointment after he covered himself. He sat back down, popped a gummy worm into his mouth, and said, There are a lot of powerful creatures out there stronger than me, and a lot of hunters with very powerful weapons, so I'm not arrogant enough to think I'm invincible. He glanced at them seriously. Dragons are very dangerous when they reach their full strength, so everyone fears them. Also, my blood can be used to create all kinds of powerful magical potions, and my bones can be crafted into weapons. So, if the wrong people find out what I am, I'll have a target on my back. That's why I need to lay low. He finished. At least until I'm strong enough to protect myself. The girls sat beside Jacob, and Allison said. Then we can't tell anyone what you are. Lydia added. Especially your parents, Allison. They sound like they hate supernatural creatures. If they find out you're dating one, they'll probably try to kill him. Jacob said calmly. I'm not too worried about your parents, but Allison, whatever you do, don't tell Kate what I am. I don't trust her. And I will kill her if she tries to harm me or spread information about me. Allison looked shocked. Kill her? Jacob turned to her, eyes serious. Yes. If she tells the wrong people what I am, it won't just be me they come after, they'll come after you too as well. So don't tell her. She's not as good a person as you think. Allison sighed. Don't worry. I wouldn't tell anyone. But, why are you so sure she's bad? Jacob replied. Because unlike your dad, Kate is close to your grandfather, Gerard. And that man is pure evil. Like I said before, I'm not telling you to hate her. I'm just saying be careful around her and don't be too disappointed when you find out who she really is. That's all I'm saying. Allison nodded. All right. I'll be careful around her and won't believe everything she says. But until I see it for myself, I'll keep treating her the same. She's like a sister to me, at least for now. Lydia leaned forward. Okay, let's stop talking about that. Say, Jay, there are a lot of different kinds of dragons. Like Eastern dragons that look like snakes, and dragons with wings instead of arms, and dragons with 4 limbs and wings. Which one are you? Jacob smiled. The last one. I'm a Western dragon, 4 limbs and 2 wings. The ones with wings instead of arms are wyverns. Are you sure you're the last of your kind? Lydia asked. I'm not sure. Jacob said. Maybe there are other living dragons, but until I reach my full strength, I hope I never meet one. Allison raised an eyebrow. Say, pervert, do you like anything else other than women? Jacob grinned. Yeah. Food and shiny things. That's why I love my car and my bike. Then he hugged both girls close and smirked. Speaking of being a pervert, when are we going to sleep together? Lydia giggled. We can do it now, if you want. Allison pushed him away lightly. No, we are not doing anything yet. And by the way, I knew him first, so I get to be his first woman. Then she glared at Jacob. And you, don't ever think about sleeping with both of us at the same time. I'm not gay, I have no interest in women, so I'll never do that. Jacob raised his hands defensively. Relax. Like I said, I'm very possessive. I don't want to share either of you, not even with each other. So don't worry, I don't want a threesome. But Allison, when are we going to? Allison cut him off. I already became yours, for life. But if you want to sleep with me, you'll have to work for it. Take me on a few more dates at least. Lydia smirked. I can sleep with you, Jay. I can do it right now if you want. I'm ready whenever you are. Allison snapped. No, you won't. You'll wait your turn after me. Lydia said. Then hurry up. I'm already more than ready. And just so you know, I'll be trying to seduce him whenever I get the chance. So don't blame me if he gets tired of waiting for your indecisive ass. Allison shot her a glare. I won't stop you from that, but if he sleeps with you before me, he better be ready to lose his balls. Jacob raised a finger, about to speak. Allison cut him off sharply. You shut up. I'm serious. If you sleep with her first, don't blame me for being rude. Jacob blinked and said. Yes, ma'am. Then he sniffled dramatically like he was crying, leaned into Lydia's chest, and whined. Allison is so mean, she scared me. Lydia patting his back. There, don't be scared. Seeing Allison's death glare, Lydia smirked, and pushed Jacob away from her chest and said. Let me give you a kiss to make you feel better. Then the two of them started making out, until Allison finally snapped. She stood up and pulled them apart. That's enough. Jacob grinned, turned to her, and scooped her into his arms. He sat back on the couch with her in his lap and started tickling her until she burst out laughing and begged him to stop. When he'd had enough fun, he leaned in and gave her a deep kiss. Don't worry. I promised you, and I'll keep my promise. Just, don't take too long, because I can't take Lydia's torture for too long. Allison, catching her breath, said. I won't take too long. I just want us to go on a few more dates first. Lydia crossed her arms. Speaking of dates, you haven't taken me on one yet. Jacob chuckled. How about tomorrow night? Lydia nodded. Deal. Jacob looked down at Allison, still resting in his lap. Oh, I just remembered. I think your parents noticed I have powers yesterday when I caught that mountain lion. Allison's eyes widened. You think that'll be a problem? Are you going to fight with them? Jacob shook his head. No. But what if they try to hurt you? Or separate us? Jacob replied calmly. Then we'll pretend that if they hurt me, you'll get hurt too because we're bound together. And tell them that if they try to separate us, we'll both die. I think they love you enough to not endanger your life. Allison considered it. All right. If they try anything, we go with that. But, what if they tell Kate? Jacob said. I don't think she'd do anything to harm you either, I hope. And as long as she doesn't know exactly what I am, it's fine if she thinks I'm just a shapeshifter. I see. Allison nodded. But we also need to hide the fact that you're dating both me and Lydia. At least for now. Lydia agreed. She's right. I don't need my mom nagging me constantly, so let's keep it between us for now. Jacob nodded. All right. We'll keep it a secret for as long as we can, though honestly, I doubt it'll stay hidden for long. Then he stood up, lifted Allison over his shoulder, and gave her a playful spank. Now I'm starving. Let's get lunch. With that, the three headed to the kitchen and had a big lunch. The girls were shocked by the sheer amount of food Jacob consumed. He laughed and explained that it was part of his dragon growing phase, he needed tons of energy. Chapter 34, The Talk Part 3. After lunch, Jacob, Allison, and Lydia returned to the living room. The girls were still stunned that Jacob's stomach hadn't bulged even slightly despite the massive amount of food he devoured. As they sat down, Lydia said, I'm so envious. You can eat whatever you want and never get fat. Jacob, lying on the couch with his head in Allison's lap, smirked. Pretty cool, right? I love my ability to eat a lot of food too. Allison ran her fingers through his hair and asked. Hey, Jay, do you know why that werewolf is killing people around town? And why he attacked my family that night? Jacob said. I don't know exactly why he's killing people, but I don't think it's random. As for attacking your family, it's because they are hunters, of course. I see. Allison murmured. By the way, who else in this town is supernatural? Jacob said. There are a lot of supernatural beings in Beacon Hills. You know, the town is actually a real beacon for the supernatural. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Why? What attracts them here? Jacob answered. The Nemeton. It's a supernatural tree located in the Beacon Hills Preserve. It attracts the supernatural to this town, and some say it can even make them stronger. Allison said. So, you must know a few of these supernatural people. I know a few. Jacob said. There's an alpha werewolf named Satomi somewhere in town. She has a large pack, though I've never met her. And there's Derek Hale, he's a werewolf too, he's an acquaintance of mine. The dead werewolf girl found in the woods was his sister. He glanced at Allison. Just a heads up, he might not like you when you meet him. But don't worry, he's not that bad, and he wouldn't dare hurt you, even if you are an Argent. Because of you? Allison asked. Jacob nodded. Yeah, because of me, and your parents. But like I said, Derek isn't really a bad guy. Lydia asked. Is he the one who was talking with you, Styles, and Scott outside the video store? Jacob said. Yeah, that was him. So Styles and Scott are supernatural too? Lydia said. They know about the supernatural. Whether they are supernatural or not, that's not my secret to tell. You'll have to ask them yourselves. Allison said. Can you tell us about the different types of supernatural creatures you know? Jacob stood up. Sure. Let me show you girls something cool. He reached into the air and pulled something from his pocket dimension, the bestiary, and held it up for them to see. Lydia's eyes widened. Wait, how did you just do that? Jacob smirked. Same way I use fire and lightning. It's a spatial ability, I can store things in a separate dimension. Allison leaned forward, intrigued. Show us again. Bring out something else. Jacob, without thinking, reached in and pulled out another item, and dropped it onto the table. Both girls instantly glared at him. He turned to look, and froze. On the table lay a small pile of panties and bras. Jacob cursed in his mind. Damn it. That's Nami's underwear collection I got as a system reward. Out loud, he said. Wrong item. And reached to shove it back into the pocket dimension. Stop right there, pervert. Allison snapped. Whose are those? Jacob laughed nervously. Would you believe me if I said I bought them for you? Of course not. Lydia said flatly. Which girl gave you those? And why are you collecting them? Allison added with a glare. No one gave them to me. Jacob defended quickly. Check them, they're brand new. They're cosplay outfits from an anime character. I bought them for you too. Really? The girls exchanged skeptical looks, then began inspecting the clothes. Allison picked up a bra. These are way too big. Lydia nodded. Yeah, even for me. Jacob quickly shoved everything back into his pocket dimension. Okay. We'll go shopping later and you can pick out whatever you want. I'll pay. Lydia smiled. Promise. Jacob nodded. Promise. Allison narrowed her eyes. What else are you hiding in that secret dimension of yours? Jacob coughed. Nothing else. Anyway, let's focus on this. He opened the bestiary. Let's read about the supernatural. He ignored Allison's lingering glare and pointed out a few entries to Lydia. Allison sighed and sat down next to him, joining them in looking through the book. But after reading about a few creatures, Lydia suddenly slammed the book shut. Okay, that's enough supernatural for me today. Allison nodded. Yeah, same here. Some of those creatures are seriously nasty. Jacob leaned back. Well, that's the supernatural world for you. There are some nice-looking ones, some ugly ones, and just like humans, some are good, some bad, and some downright evil. You've got your cannibals, baby eaters, murder lovers, you name it. Lydia grimaced. All right, change of subject. Let's talk about something else. Jacob raised a brow. Like what? Lydia glanced at him. Is there any other girl you like that we don't know about? Jacob answered casually. Nope. There's no one else. How about girls at school? Lydia pressed. They're all over you. Jacob shrugged. I don't like any of them, I swear. Allison chimed in, narrowing her eyes. Okay, what about a girl you don't like, but you're attracted to? Jacob paused for a moment. Still none. But I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw Kate, I was attracted to her. Allison immediately cut him off. You better not go after her. If you do, I will never forgive you. Jacob raised both hands. Relax. I just said I was attracted to her at first. I'm not going after her. As a dragon, I get drawn to special women, and your aunt, she's definitely unique. But I don't like her. She gives me a bad feeling. Allison crossed her arms. Are you sure? I remember you looked really disappointed when you thought she wanted to have sex with you that day in my house. But she was just checking if you were injured. Jacob smirked, laid back on the couch, and rested his head on Allison's lap again. You're so naive, Allison. First of all, I was pretending. Second, she wasn't checking to see if I was okay. She and your parents were making sure I hadn't been scratched by the alpha. Allison frowned. Why? Jacob explained. Because a deep enough scratch or bite from an alpha can turn a human into a werewolf. And I'm sure if I was a normal human and got scratched or bitten, I would be killed by them by now. Allison shook her head. They wouldn't. I know my parents, they're not cold-blooded killers. You're right. Jacob admitted. As hunters, your family follows a code, we hunt those who hunt us. But still, since I'm close to you, they would have probably done something to me if they thought I was a werewolf. You're overthinking. She said. Do you remember the night I picked you up for Lydia's party? Jacob asked. Your parents invited me in for tea. Yeah, what about it? Jacob said calmly. Your mom served me tea made with wolfsbane. It's extremely poisonous to werewolves. Allison's eyes widened. What? She didn't. Yes, she did. Jacob said. So you might think your parents are nice, but they're not. Especially your mom, she's more dangerous than your dad. She might look like a sweet housewife, but I'd bet she's deadlier than he is. Allison sighed. You're probably right. Lydia raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Allison shrugged. Although my mom looks nice, I know better. She actually scares me more than my dad. She can be really mean sometimes. Then she looked at Jacob. But you seriously need to do something about your charm ability. Seeing those bitches at school drooling over you and surrounding you whenever me and Lydia aren't around makes me very angry. Jacob scratched the back of his head. I can't control it yet. Maybe once I get stronger, I'll be able to turn it off. Lydia asked. By the way, do you have any other powers? Jacob nodded. Yeah. I've got super strength, super healing, super hearing, super speed, and an enhanced sense of smell. I can even smell emotions, not just scents. Allison blinked. Wait, super hearing. How good is it? I can hear heartbeats and tell when someone's lying. Jacob said. I can also hear conversations from really far away. Allison narrowed her eyes. The day I showed you my archery skills, did you hear my conversation with Lydia? Jacob smirked. Yep. I heard you girls saying that you both like me. And for a moment I thought you two were going to fight, but luckily you didn't. He looked up from Allison's lap and locked eyes with her. And I also heard you mention something about having a dream about me. Care to tell me about it now? Allison grabbed a bunch of gummy worms from the table and stuffed them into Jacob's mouth. Shut up. I am not telling you anything. Jacob sat up, coughing up gummy worms. You almost choked me to death. Are you trying to kill me? Allison smirked. That's for eavesdropping. Lydia moved next to Jacob, letting her hands wander across his chest. I had a dream about you too. Want me to tell you about it? Jacob immediately jumped back. No thanks. My balls are still hurting from the blue balling you gave me the other night. Lydia pouted. Why are you scared of me? Jacob ducked behind Allison. Allison, protect me. She's trying to seduce me again. I'm not strong enough to resist her temptation. Allison crossed her arms. That's enough, Lydia. Don't seduce him. Lydia rolled her eyes. You said you wouldn't interfere if I tried. Well. Allison said. At least don't do it while I'm here. Then she turned to Jacob. And you better not give in to her when I'm not around. Jacob hugged her and said. Don't worry. I promised you I wouldn't sleep with her before you. Then he glanced at Lydia and thought. But there are a lot of other fun things I can do with Lydia. Lydia winked at him. Allison won't always be around to protect you. Allison narrowed her eyes. Then I won't let you be alone with him. Oh, come on. Lydia groaned. I already agreed to let you be his first woman, so don't be greedy. Besides, you can sleep with him now and go on dates later. Jacob quickly sat between the two girls. All right, let's not fight. Shut up. They both snapped in unison. Lydia folded her arms. You know what? She doesn't want to sleep with you now, and I do. So you make a decision that'll satisfy both of us. Allison added. I want you not to be alone with her until you take me on a few dates and we sleep together. Lydia leaned in. I want you to sleep with me right now. Jacob looked back and forth between them, clearly panicking. Damn. I didn't know having a harem would be this stressful. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up outside saved him. Jacob jumped to his feet. Someone's at the gate. They're probably here for me. Allison grabbed his arm. Not so fast, make a decision first. I'll talk to you girls later. Jacob bolted toward the door like his life depended on it. Both girls watched him run off, then looked at each other and burst out laughing. That was fun. Lydia said, wiping away a tear. Allison grinned. Yeah, did you see how panicked he was? She turned to Lydia. Just give me a few more days to be ready. Please. Lydia sighed but smiled. All right. But don't take too long. 2 weeks. Allison said. Just give me 2 weeks. Fine. Lydia said. But teasing him is way too much fun. Let's keep doing that. Allison smirked. Agreed. Lydia suddenly said. Wait, that pervert probably heard us just now. Allison shrugged. Doesn't matter. Then she raised her voice and said. Jay, I know you're listening, you pervert. And I don't care. Lydia and I are going to teach you just how mean girls can be, and how hard it is to have multiple wives. So don't go thinking you can bring home any random girl you find. Lydia smirked. That's right. Allison and I are the ladies of this house now, and you're going to have to do whatever we say from now on. Outside, Jacob was just about to open the gate for Styles and Scott when he froze. Styles, wait here a second, I'll be right back. Then, in a blur of speed, Jacob ran back into the mansion and appeared in the living room like a shadow. No. He shouted dramatically. I will spoil you girls. I'll pamper you, treat you like queens, and do everything I can to make you happy. I'll ask your opinion on everything that concerns our family, but you cannot order me around. I'm a dragon. A proud and majestic creature. I will never be a simp. Lydia smirked. So, you were listening, you perv. Jacob sighed. Yes, I was. I was afraid that you two would start fighting, but it turns out I was just thinking too much. Allison smiled. Don't worry. We won't boss you around. And believe me, if you ever do turn into a simp, I'll be the first one to hate you. Jacob pouted. You girls are so mean. Allison and Lydia burst into laughter. Jacob turned and said. All right, I should go open the gate for Styles and Scott. They're still waiting outside. Chapter 35, Clues point to Peter. After Jacob opened the gate, Styles parked his Jeep in front of the mansion. Then the three of them entered the mansion and went to the living room. Jacob sat back down between Lydia and Allison and said to them telepathically. By the way, girls, Scott and Styles don't know I'm a dragon. I told them I don't know what I am, and after seeing my dragon eyes, they assume I'm some kind of snake shapeshifter. So don't tell them I'm a dragon, okay? Both girls responded in his head. Okay. Allison looked at Styles and said. Didn't I tell you that Jay is busy today? Styles, already helping himself to a piece of chocolate, replied. He doesn't look busy to me. Oh, what kind of chocolate is this? It tastes amazing. He took another piece and gave it to Scott. Here, try it. Scott took a bite. Wow, it really is good. Just as Styles was about to take another piece, Lydia snatched the box away and said. Hey, this is mine and Allison's. Styles pouted. Come on, don't be stingy. Lydia said. I already let you have one. That's generous enough. How generous of you. He grumbled, then stood up and said. I know where Jacob hides the good stuff. He bolted to the kitchen, grabbed a handful of snacks from a cabinet, and returned to the living room. Looking at Jacob, he asked, "You don't mind, do you?" Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Actually, I do. Put those back where you found them." Styles completely ignored him, ripped open a Snickers bar, and tossed a pack of Oreos to Scott. "Here you go, man." Scott looked at Jacob and hesitated, not knowing if he should eat the Oreos or not. Jacob chuckled. "It's fine, Scott. Eat it if you want. But Styles, you're a rude house guest. At least ask before you raid my kitchen." Styles waved him off. No need for politeness between friends. Jacob shook his head with a small smile. "So, what's up? Are you guys here to hang out, or is there something you want to talk to me about?" Styles glanced at Lydia and Allison, then back at Jacob. "Well, there is something, but we can talk about it later. If you want to talk about the supernatural, then go ahead," Jacob said. "I already told Lydia and Allison everything." Scott almost choked on his Oreo, coughed, and said, "What? You told them everything?" He pointed at Allison in panic. "You told the hunter princess that I'm a werewolf." Jacob looked at him like he was an idiot. "I only told her that you and Styles know about the supernatural. I didn't tell her you are a werewolf, but you just did, dumbass." Scott froze, eyes wide, and just stared at Jacob in a daze, like his life was over. Styles patted him on the back. "Welp. You jumped the gun, man. Now she knows what you are. But don't worry, when her dad kills you, I'll say a few kind words at your funeral." Hearing that, Scott got even more depressed. Allison smiled gently. "Don't worry. I'm not going to tell my family about you. And you don't have to be scared of them. I don't think they'll hurt you unless you've done something bad. Jacob told me they follow a code, they only hunt harmful supernaturals." Scott snorted. "Yeah, right. The only code your dad follows is shoot first, ask questions never." Allison frowned. "What do you mean?" Scott said. "A few nights ago, I was in the woods. Out of nowhere, your dad and his goons showed up. He shot me in the leg with a crossbow. If another werewolf hadn't rescued me, I'd be dead by now." Allison turned to Jacob. "Is that true?" Jacob nodded. "Yes." Scott continued. "And let's not even talk about your aunt. What did she do?" Allison asked. "When she first got into town, she shot a friend of mine with a poisoned bullet. If Jacob hadn't helped him, he would have died. And he told me that yesterday she and a few of her goons went to his house, caught him, and tortured him with electricity. She even told him that she ordered the hunters to cut his sister's dead body in half and leave it in the woods, to lure him back to Beacon Hills." Lydia asked. "Are you talking about Derek Hale?" Scott replied. "So Jacob told you about him?" Lydia nodded. "Yeah, he did." Allison turned to Jacob, visibly shaken. I didn't want to believe you when you said Kate was bad. She's always been so sweet and nice to me. But now, I don't know how to feel about her or how to treat her anymore." Jacob said calmly. "You can treat her however you want. Just don't trust everything she says." Then he turned to Styles. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Styles leaned forward. "I found a link between the bus driver and the video store owner." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "What did you find?" Styles said. "Both of them were involved in the Hale House fire 6 years ago." Lydia asked. "What's the Hale House fire?" Styles explained. 6 years ago, the Hale House was burned down. 8 people died in the fire. Derek and his sister survived only because they were at school that day. And I don't think it was an accident." Lydia frowned. "So the Alpha is taking revenge. Does that mean Derek is the Alpha?" Styles shook his head. "No. That's what Scott and I thought at first too. But Derek's eyes glow blue, not red." Allison said. "Since he and his sister are werewolves, then the whole Hale family probably was too. Which means there's another survivor, someone else from the Hale family. And he's probably the Alpha." Styles said. "The only other known survivor is their uncle. But he's in the hospital. He's been in a coma for 6 years. And although he is awake now, he can't even move a muscle." Scott added. "Yeah, Derek took me to see him yesterday. He was in a wheelchair, half his face is burned, and he just sits there, completely unresponsive. Jacob thought to himself, well, it is time to expose Peter. Then he imagined himself spraying Peter in the face with bear spray while Peter pretended to be sick, and couldn't help but chuckled. Styles looked at him suspiciously. You evil snake, you're planning something bad again, aren't you? Jacob said. No, I'm planning something fun. Then he smirked. Styles, I think we should pay Derek's uncle a visit. And bring some bear spray with us. Styles smirked back. I like the way you think. Scott looked alarmed. Are you guys serious? You can't just spray a disabled guy. What if he's not the alpha? Styles shrugged. And what if he is? Jacob added. Even if he's not, maybe the bear spray will wake him up from his daze. Styles nodded. Yeah. We'll be doing him a favor. We will cure him. Jacob grinned. Then it's settled. Let's take Derek with us and do it tonight. Styles said. Agreed. But let's not tell Derek about the bear spray. He'll try to stop us. Scott groaned. You guys are evil. Allison looked at Jacob. Jay, can I go with you? Jacob shook his head firmly. Definitely not. You're just a normal human. I can't risk taking you. If Derek's uncle is really the alpha, things will be very dangerous. Allison crossed her arms and looked at Styles. What is he? Styles blinked. Me. I'm normal. I have no powers. Then Allison looked back at Jacob. Then why are you taking him with you? Jacob said casually. Because I don't care if he gets hurt. Styles looked offended. Hey. That's hurtful. Jacob got serious. If Derek's uncle really is the alpha, I'll be the only one strong enough to fight him. And if it comes to that, I need to be fully focused. I can't protect anyone else during the fight. Styles asked. Wait, you fought the alpha before, right? So who's stronger? You or him? Jacob answered. The first time I fought him, it was just a day after I awakened my bloodline, so he was stronger than me. But now, I think I can beat him. Or at least tie with him. Styles raised a brow. Are you sure? Jacob nodded. Yeah. And he knows I'm dangerous too. Otherwise, he would have attacked me that night at the video store. Styles asked. Say, if you manage to beat him, what are you going to do with him? Jacob shrugged. Nothing. As long as he doesn't mess with me and my girls, I don't care what he does. Scott frowned. And what about us? Aren't you going to protect us too? Jacob looked at him and smirked. You two aren't beautiful girls, so why should I protect you? Scott frowned. I thought we were friends. Jacob grinned. Fine, I'll tell him to stop bothering you, but only if I win. If I tie with him, he wouldn't listen to me. Besides, Scott, you need to learn to protect yourself. Scott nodded. That's fair enough, and I will try to get stronger. Jacob noticed Styles staring at him, wide-eyed, and asked. Hey, dumbass, what's wrong with you? Styles blinked. You just said, as long as he doesn't mess with me and my girls. Does that mean you three are dating? Jacob smirked and threw his arms around Allison and Lydia. Yep. I'm too handsome for them to resist. When I asked them both to date me, they couldn't say no. Lydia just rolled her eyes with a smirk, she didn't care about Jacob's narcissism. Allison elbowed him. Hey. I thought we agreed to keep it between the three of us. Styles snorted. He already told us the day we met him, said his dream was to have a harem. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Jacob leaned back smugly. Speaking of dreams, me and Scott already achieved ours. I'm dating two gorgeous girls, and Scott's the captain of the lacrosse team. But Styles, you still haven't become Superman. Styles shot him a glare. Screw you. They all laughed, and Jacob said. Don't worry, Styles. If that crazy supernatural doctor I know comes up with something to make humans stronger, I'll get it for you. Styles raised an eyebrow. The same crazy doctor who gave you that healing medicine that made people fart. Jacob chuckled. Yep. You want it or not? Styles shrugged. I mean, I can deal with farting, or even diarrhea, if it makes me stronger. But if the side effects include turning into a frog or losing my hair, I hope you can tell me in advance. Jacob smirked. Sure. And hey, if you don't want the medicine, you could always become a werewolf like Scott. Styles quickly shook his head. No thanks. I don't think I could control myself if I became a werewolf. So for now, I'll stay human. Lydia looked at Scott. Hey, Scott, can you turn into a beast like the alpha? Scott shook his head. No, all I can do is this. He shifted. His eyes glowed yellow, fur sprouted from his cheeks. Then he went further, his face became wolf-like, fur grew on his arms, and his skin darkened to a dark gray color. Allison and Lydia both stared at him in fascination. Lydia said bluntly. Fascinating. But, you don't look good. Your werewolf form is ugly. Scott shifted back, clearly a little offended. What does being good-looking have to do with anything? As long as I'm strong, it doesn't matter. Lydia shrugged. Well, beauty comes first. Strength comes second. Styles rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, when you're fighting something like the alpha, nobody cares if you're good-looking or not. What matters is strength. If you're not strong enough, you'll end up dead. Lydia smirked. But Scott not only doesn't look good in his werewolf form, he's also weaker than the alpha. So he'll die anyway if he fights the alpha, and he'll die ugly. Jacob laughed. All right, Lydia, stop bullying Scott. He can't control how he looks when he shifts. Then he looked at both Scott and Styles. By the way, have either of you told your parents about the supernatural stuff? Scott looked uncomfortable. No. I haven't. I'm not ready. I'm scared my mom will look at me differently, or worse, be afraid of me. Jacob said. You should trust her more. She's your mother. She'll love you no matter what. Besides, it's safer for her to know what's really going on. He turned to Styles. Same goes for you. You should tell your dad and let him know that what he's dealing with isn't a mountain lion. Styles sighed. He wouldn't believe me even if I tell him. So when I'm ready, I'll need Scott's help, or yours. Jacob nodded. Okay. I'll help if you need me. Styles said. Thanks. Then he glanced at the bestiary on the table. By the way, can't you find out what you are with the help of this book? Jacob shook his head. Nope. Styles raised an eyebrow. Did you even try? Did you look for creatures with eyes like yours? Jacob nodded. I did. But there are too many creatures with eyes like mine in the bestiary: reptilian shifters, fox shifters, cat shifters, even shark shifters. Styles blinked. Hold on. Did you just say shark shifters? Yep. Jacob replied. There are shapeshifters that can turn into fish-like creatures. But they mostly live near the sea. Oh, and by the way, mermaids are real too. Lydia's eyes lit up. Are you serious? I loved The Little Mermaid growing up. My grandmother used to call me Ariel. Jacob scratched the back of his head. Well. I hate to disappoint you, Lydia. But real mermaids aren't exactly like Ariel. There are different kinds of them. Some are beautiful, but they're not exactly nice. There's a race called finfolk. They lure men into the water and, rape them. Apparently, they only give birth to females, and the men usually die afterward for some reason. Lydia stared at him. What? That can't be real. Jacob shrugged. That's what's written in the book. And believe it or not, those ones are actually considered the nicer kind of mermaids I've read about. Allison said. Wait, are you saying the other kinds are worse? Jacob nodded. Yeah. There's another kind, ugly, sharp teeth, full-blown cannibals. And then there are sirens. They're beautiful but deadly. Their songs hypnotize sailors and lure them to their deaths. They don't even need to live in the sea, they can walk among humans, and they like to control humans mentally and cause chaos. Lydia frowned. You're saying there are no nice mermaids at all? Jacob said. I don't know. I haven't read the whole bestiary yet. Maybe there are some nice ones, but so far, it's not looking good. Styles sighed and leaned back on the couch. You know, when you think about it, about all the crazy, dangerous creatures out there, you start to realize how terrifying this world really is. Everyone went quiet, the thought sinking in. Even Jacob, for a moment, felt a chill as he imagined all the deadly creatures hiding in the shadows of the supernatural world. I've got to get stronger, Jacob thought. Strong enough to protect myself and everyone I care about. Trying to shift the mood, Jacob clapped his hands. All right. No more thinking about scary monsters. Styles, tell us a joke. Styles blinked. What? You can't catch me off guard like that. I can't tell a joke on demand. Jacob leaned forward and said. All right then, let me tell you guys a story. Allison and Lydia perked up with interest. Lydia smiled and said. Go ahead, we're listening. Jacob began. In the year 1999, a man from Texas traveled to India and lived in a village for a few months. One day, while he was there, an elephant came to his house, wounded by an arrow in one of its legs. The man pulled the arrow out, bandaged the injury, and took care of the elephant until it fully healed. During that time, the two became friends. The elephant trusted the man, and even after it recovered, it would return from time to visit, hugging the man with its trunk and playing gently with him. But eventually, the man had to return to Texas. Lydia asked. Then what happened? Did he take the elephant with him? Jacob chuckled. Nope. After a sad goodbye, he left the elephant behind in India and went home. 10 years later, a circus came to Texas, and the men decided to attend. During the elephant show, a massive bull elephant went wild, ignoring its trainer and charging toward the crowd, directly toward the section where the man was sitting. He paused dramatically. People were running in every direction, panicking, but not the man. He stood up and walked toward the elephant with a big smile, arms open wide. As the huge bull reached him, it wrapped its trunk around the man and hugged him. Lydia smiled. It was his old elephant friend from India. Allison rolled her eyes. Lydia, let him finish the story. Jacob smirked. So, the elephant hugged the man with its trunk and lifted him high. The man's smile grew wider, but suddenly the elephant slammed him to the ground and began stomping on him. It crushed him, shattered his bones and killed him on the spot. Allison, Lydia, Styles, and Scott sat there in stunned silence. Jacob looked at them, grinned and said. It was not his old elephant friend from India. Then Jacob burst out laughing. Lydia pinched him. That wasn't funny. I thought it was going to be a happy ending. Scott and Styles lost it, laughing so hard they nearly fell off the couch. Styles wiped a tear from his eye. That's hilarious. That man was an idiot. Allison laughed and shook her head. Well, at least he died with a smile on his face. Chapter 36, Meeting Peter. Jacob and the others stayed in the living room chatting until evening, when Allison got a call from her mother. After she ended the call, she said. That was my mom. I need to go back home. Lydia, let's go. Lydia said. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here tonight. You can't stay here. Allison said. But I don't feel like going home. Lydia said. Are things still bad at home? Allison asked gently. Yes. Lydia sighed. My dad's moving out tonight, and I don't feel like hearing him and my mom fight. You could spend the night at my house. Allison offered. Maybe another time. Right now, I just want to be with Jay. Lydia said softly. Allison hugged her and whispered. All right. Just remember to keep your promise. I will. Lydia whispered back. Allison let go and turned to Jacob. I came here in Lydia's car, Southwest. You have to drive me home. All right. Jacob said. Then he looked at Lydia. I might be late tonight, so don't wait up for me. Go to sleep early. If you're hungry, there's food in the kitchen. Why are you going to be late? Lydia asked. We're going after the alpha, remember? So I might be a little late. Lydia hugged him, worry on her face. Then be careful. If you can't beat him, use Styles and Scott to distract him and run away. From the couch, Styles said dryly. We can hear you, you know. I know. Lydia replied. I just don't care. Jacob smiled and leaned in, kissing her on the lips. Styles watched them for a second, then looked away and sighed. It seems Lydia's really in love with him. Even when she was with Jackson, she was never like this. Jackson was more like her dog than her boyfriend. But with Jacob, she's gentle and genuinely concerned for his safety. It's time for me to move on, I guess. Jacob broke the kiss and said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not sleeping until you come back. Lydia said firmly. Jacob kissed her again before letting go, then headed upstairs to change clothes. When he came back down, he took Allison's hand and looked at Styles and Scott. Let's go. The four of them left in Styles' jeep, heading toward Allison's house. Jacob and Allison sat in the back seat, hugging each other, while Styles drove with Scott in the passenger seat. Allison said quietly. Can you please take me with you? I'll do exactly as you say and stay behind you the whole time. Jacob ran his fingers through her hair. Sorry, I can't take you tonight. I'm still not completely sure about my strength, and I won't risk putting you in danger. But don't worry, I'll find a way to make you stronger in the future, so you can stand by my side and fight with me. Allison's eyes lit up. Really? You promise? Yes. Jacob said with a smile. I promise. Allison grinned, climbed onto his lap, and they began making out. Styles glanced in the rearview mirror. Hey. You two. What do you think you're doing back there? Jacob and Allison ignored him. They're kissing, can't you see? Scott said casually. I can see that. Styles grumbled. And I don't like it. I haven't even kissed a girl in my car, and the stupid snake is not only kissing a hot girl in my car, but he's got another hot girl waiting for him at home. He sighed heavily. This isn't fair. I'm so depressed right now, I feel like crashing this car and killing us all. Scott smirked. Better not. I'd probably survive, Jacob would definitely survive and save Allison, so the only one you'd be killing is yourself. Styles groaned. Now I'm even more depressed. After a short drive, Styles pulled up in front of the Argent house and stopped the car. He glanced at the back seat, where Jacob and Allison were still locked in a deep kiss, and said, Hey. You two perverts, we're here. Jacob and Allison pulled apart. Already? Jacob said. That was quick ride. Hey, Styles, how about you take us for another 15 minutes? No, make it 30. Styles' eye twitched. Screw you, man. Get out of my car. Jacob chuckled. Fine. You could have just said no, you didn't have to yell. He stepped out, followed by Allison, who was blushing furiously and avoiding both Styles and Scott's eyes. Good night, guys. She muttered, then walked with Jacob toward her house. As they walked, she pinched his arm. That was embarrassing. Did you do something with your charm ability? I was so lost in kissing you I forgot Scott and Styles were even there. Jacob raised an eyebrow. What? First of all, my charm doesn't work like that, it just makes me more attractive. And second, weren't you the one who climbed onto my lap and started kissing me like there was no tomorrow? I'm not complaining, I wish the ride had been longer, but that was definitely your fault, you pervert. Allison kicked his leg lightly. You're the pervert. And since I said it's your fault, it's your fault. Jacob sighed. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop with the kicking. They reached the front door, and Jacob suddenly pushed her gently against the wall. What are you doing? Allison asked, wide-eyed. Since you blamed me for what happened in the car. Jacob said with a smirk. I'm taking the initiative this time. He leaned in and kissed her. She kissed him back, and soon they were lost in each other again, forgetting everything else. Back in the Jeep, Styles and Scott were watching. Those two are seriously horny. Styles muttered. Then his eyes lit up as he spotted Chris Argent stepping out of the house. Boo. I think Jacob's about to get unlucky. Scott just smiled knowingly. Jacob was so focused on kissing Allison that he didn't hear the door open. An angry Chris walked up silently, pulled out his gun, and pressed it to the back of Jacob's head. Jacob froze, hands going up. Don't shoot. You can take all my money. Dad. Allison gasped, pulling away. What are you doing? Chris' eyes didn't leave Jacob. Weren't you supposed to be grounded for skipping school yesterday? Mom let me go out. Allison said quickly. Get inside. Chris ordered, his voice sharp. I'll deal with you later. Allison opened her mouth to argue, but Chris' glare made her stop. She glanced at Jacob and sighed. Good night, and, good luck. She stuck her tongue out at him before darting into the house. Jacob chuckled, then turned back to Chris. Sir, could you lower the gun? I don't like things like that pointed at my head. Stay away from my daughter. Chris said coldly. Sorry, sir. Jacob smirked. I can't do that. So, go ahead and shoot me if you want. You think I wouldn't dare? Chris said, narrowing his eyes. Oh, I know you'd dare. Jacob said casually. Then he tilted his head toward the jeep. But if you kill me, you'll have to kill them too. Chris' eyes flicked to Styles and Scott. There will come a time when you're alone. He said. True. Jacob replied with a shrug. But I'm not afraid of you, sir. Besides, if you hurt me, Allison will never forgive you. She'll hate you for the rest of her life. Chris said coldly. I'm her dad, she'll forgive me eventually. Besides, she won't know I was the one who hurt you. Jacob smirked. I'm not as easy to bully as you think, sir. He placed his hand on the gun that was still pointing at him and, with deliberate force, pushed it downward. No matter how much Chris tried to resist, he couldn't stop Jacob from lowering it. After demonstrating just a fraction of his strength, Jacob released Chris's hand and smiled. All right, I have to go now. Good night, sir, it was nice talking to you. Without another glance, he walked back to the jeep and climbed in. Styles drove them away. Chris clenched his jaw, watching them go. I need to figure out what kind of creature he is. He thought. If I can make him angry enough to shift in front of Allison, maybe she'll be afraid of him and stay away from him. And if he's dangerous, I'll kill him. Inside the jeep, Scott glanced at Jacob in the back seat. Aren't you worried Allison's dad might actually kill you? Jacob shook his head. Not really. He was just trying to scare me. Besides, I'm not that easy to kill. Let me show you something cool. He reached behind him and pulled out a sleek pistol, the one he'd gotten as a reward from the system, and held it up for Styles and Scott to see. Styles' eyes went wide, and he pulled the jeep over. Whoa, where did you get that? From my house. Jacob said casually. It used to belong to my parents. Anyway, watch this. He rolled up his sleeve, aimed the gun at his own forearm, and fired. Both Styles and Scott yelled in panic. What are you doing? Jacob winced. Ah. Damn, that hurts. Styles stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Of course it hurts, you just shot yourself. Scott's eyes widened. Wait. Styles, look at his arm. The bullet didn't even go through. Styles leaned closer and saw it, a large red mark where the bullet had hit, but no blood. Even as he watched, the mark faded, Jacob's skin rapidly returning to its normal pale color. So, guns can't hurt you? Styles asked. Pretty much. Jacob said with a grin. I've got tough skin. But it still hurts like a bitch, though. Scott frowned. How did you find out guns can't hurt you? Jacob pretended to tuck the pistol into the back of his belt but slipped it into his pocket dimension instead. I tried it at home. Styles gave him a look. So that's why you're not afraid of Allison's dad. Exactly. Jacob said. Like I said, I'm not easy to kill. Now, let's go see Derek's uncle. Just then, a screen appeared in front of Jacob's eyes. Available sign in. Quest sign in. Host can sign in after exposing Peter Hale as the alpha. Jacob's eyes lit up. Great. I wonder what I'll get this time, hopefully something good. He was snapped out of his thoughts by Styles yelling. Hey. Did you even hear me? Sorry. Jacob said. What did you say? I said, I still need to stop at my house to grab my bear spray before we head to the hospital. Styles repeated. And we need to call Derek and tell him to meet us there. Okay. Jacob said. Styles kept driving toward his place while Scott pulled out his phone and called Derek, telling him to meet them in front of the hospital without explaining why. It took them only a few minutes to stop by Styles' house, grab the bear spray, and then drive to the hospital. When they arrived, Derek was already waiting by the entrance. He gave Jacob a small nod, then turned to Scott. Why are we here? Scott glanced at Styles. Ah, they want to see your uncle. Derek's eyes narrowed. Why? Styles answered quickly. We just want to see what the hunters did to him. Derek listened to Styles' heartbeat and immediately knew he was lying. Before he could call him out, Jacob stepped forward, leaned close to Derek's ear, and whispered. "We think your uncle is the alpha. We're here to confirm it. Don't say anything, he might be listening." Derek hesitated, suspicion still in his eyes, but eventually gave a slight nod. "Fine. Come with me. I'll show you what the hunters are really capable of." Since visiting hours were over, they had to sneak inside. Moving quietly down the dim hallways, they eventually reached Peter's room. Derek opened the door, and they stepped in. Peter was sitting in his wheelchair, staring blankly at the wall, completely unresponsive. But the moment they entered, he caught Jacob's scent, and for some reason, a chill ran down his spine. Why did Derek bring that little shit here? Peter cursed in his mind, though outwardly he kept up the act of being unaware. Jacob and Styles exchanged a look, both of them smirking. Jacob thought, "This is going to be fun." Peter sniffed the air. Damn it. Why are both Scott and Derek nervous? And more importantly, why are the other two excited? Something is not right. Something is definitely not right. Chapter 37, Exposing Peter. The sterile hospital room was eerily quiet. Peter sat motionless in his wheelchair, his scarred face blank, eyes fixed on the wall as if lost in some unfathomable void. Jacob and Styles exchanged mischievous glances. Jacob walked behind Peter's chair, studying the half-burned side of his face with exaggerated fascination. "Wow," he murmured, tilting his head. "The hunters really did a number on you, huh?" He winked at Styles, then leaned down. "You know what might help you heal, Peter?" A smile, perhaps. Before Derek could react and stop him, Jacob jammed his fingers into the corners of Peter's mouth, forcing a grotesque grin. Then dropping his voice into a low, mocking imitation of the Joker. "Why so serious?" Styles completely lost it, doubling over with laughter. Peter's jaw twitched, his fingers tightening almost imperceptibly on the armrests. His rage was a living thing, simmering just beneath the surface, but he didn't move. Derek grabbed Jacob's shoulder, yanking him back. "Stop." Jacob raised his hands in mock surrender. Okay. But the glint in his eyes told a different story. He picked up Peter's limp hand, turning it over thoughtfully. "You know," Jacob mused, "I've heard that sometimes the best way to kickstart a werewolf's healing is to hurt them." He glanced at Styles and Scott. "Maybe if we break something, he'll wake up." Derek's eyes glowed blue. "Jacob, don't." Snap. Peter's finger bent at an unnatural angle. A sharp inhale. A tremor of fury. But still, nothing. Peter didn't move. Jacob smirked. "Oh, this bastard is a good actor." He could feel it though, the barely restrained wrath rolling off Peter in waves. Derek shoved Jacob away from Peter and growled. "What's wrong with you?" Jacob shrugged. "I'm just trying to help." Then his eyes lit up. "Time to spray him, I guess. Let's see how well he acts through that." He winked at Styles. In perfect sync, they stepped in front of Peter, whipped out 2 cans of bear spray, and blasted him right in the face. Peter's face contorted instantly. His eyes squeezed shut, tears streaming down as the burning chemical seared into his skin. His nostrils flared, his lips pulled back in a silent snarl, but still, he didn't move. Jacob cackled. "Styles, I think it's working. We're about to cure him. Let's give him one more." "Enough." The deep, guttural growl was followed by an explosion of movement. Peter erupted from the chair in a blur of rage, claws out, fangs bared, eyes blazing red. He swiped at Styles, but Jacob's foot slammed into his ribs, sending him crashing into the wall. The alpha snarled, writhing in pain, his face still dripping from the spray. "You little shits. I'm gonna kill you." Peter roared, wiping his face with the bed sheets. Styles gave Jacob a high five. "Mission accomplished." Jacob smirked. "Yeah, but the bastard looks really pissed." Styles ducked behind him. "Exactly. Now you have to protect me. I don't think I can take a single hit from him." Jacob looked over his shoulder. "I get why Styles is hiding behind me, but why are you hiding too, Scott?" "You're supposed to protect Styles." Scott muttered. "I don't think I can protect myself, let alone Styles." Derek stared at Peter in shock, his voice a low growl. "Why did you kill her, Peter? Why did you kill Laura?" Before Jacob or Styles could react, Derek lunged. But Peter, now fully recovered from the bear spray, slipped out of the way with ease. He caught Derek's wrists in a crushing grip. "Do you really think I killed Laura on purpose?" Without warning, Peter smashed his forehead into Derek's face, then kicked him across the room. Then he walked straight into the bathroom, ignoring Jacob and the others completely. They could hear the water running as Peter washed the last traces of bear spray from his face. When he came back out, he stood over Derek and said, "My mind, my personality, they were literally burned out of me. I was being driven by pure instinct." Peter's eyes shifted briefly to Jacob, but Derek surged forward and punched him in the face. "Do you want forgiveness?" Derek snarled. The punch barely made Peter flinch. Slowly, he turned back to Derek, gripping him by the throat. "I want understanding." He slammed his forehead into Derek's face again, then shoved him to the ground. "Do you have any idea what it was like for me during those years? Slowly healing, cell by cell, even more slowly coming back to consciousness. Yes, becoming an alpha, taking that from Laura, pushed me past a plateau in my healing. I couldn't help it." Jacob stepped forward. "Cut the bullshit. You wanted her power, and you took it." Peter's tone was deceptively calm. "Like I said, I wasn't myself." Jacob smirked. "So you expect me to believe a mindless beta overpowered an alpha? That's bullshit. Here's what I think happened: you planned it. You drew her here, played the concerned uncle, let her drop her guard, and then killed her before she could react." Peter growled. "That's not what happened, you little shit." "Maybe not exactly like that," Jacob admitted. "But I know a beta can't take on an alpha, just like Derek here can't beat you. You're way stronger than him. It's like a grown man fighting a child." Jacob's smirk deepened. "My guess. You even used wolfsbane to weaken her." That struck a nerve. With a roar, Peter lunged, but Jacob sidestepped, his fist slamming into Peter's face. Crack! Peter's nose broke audibly as he was launched across the room, smashing into the wall. He got back up almost instantly, blood dripping from his nose, but it was already healing. His wide eyes locked on Jacob, shocked. Jacob grinned. "That's right. I'm stronger than I was the night we fought in the woods." Derek stared at Jacob too, clearly surprised. He'd always known Jacob was strong, but to match an alpha, that was another level entirely. Peter wiped the last of the blood from his face, the burns on his skin disappearing as well. Styles said, "You could heal yourself like this the whole time. Why didn't you do it sooner?" Peter smirked. "I was waiting for the right moment." He turned toward a mirror, admiring his reflection. "But when you look this good, why wait?" While Peter was lost in vanity, Jacob casually strolled up behind him and kicked him hard in the balls. Peter dropped to the ground with a strangled howl. Jacob kicked him away and muttered, "Damn, this guy's more narcissistic than me." Jacob glanced at the mirror and smirked. "Still, I'm more handsome than him. You guys agree, right?" Styles opened his mouth to respond, but Scott quickly clamped a hand over it. "Yes. Absolutely. You're more handsome than Peter, Jacob." Styles pulled Scott's hand away. "What are you?" "I don't know what you were about to say." Scott cut in. "But I'm pretty sure it was sarcastic. Jacob's a narcissist who thinks he's the most handsome man alive. So if you don't want to end up like Peter over there, keep your mouth shut." Styles looked from Jacob, who was still admiring himself in the mirror, to Peter, who was still curled on the ground in pain. A shiver ran down his spine. "Thanks," he muttered to Scott. "I still want to have kids someday." Peter's low growl rumbled through the room. His body began to shift, bones stretching, muscles swelling, clothes tearing as fur sprouted. His eyes burned a violent red as he rose into a towering beast, gaze locked on Jacob with pure hatred. Just then, a screen flashed before Jacob's eyes. Available sign-in. Quest sign-in. Host can sign in after fighting Peter and winning the fight. Note, no sign-in opportunity if you lose or draw. Jacob's grin widened. "Interesting. I've been looking forward to a rematch," he said to Peter. "But we can't fight here. Follow me." Without another word, Jacob bolted out of the room. Peter roared and charged after him, the sound of his heavy steps shaking the floor. Derek, Styles, and Scott stood frozen. "Should we follow them?" Styles asked. Scott shook his head. "Did you see how fast they were? Even if we wanted to, we couldn't catch up. Derek said. Let's get out of here. Maybe we can track them down. Meanwhile, in the woods. As Jacob sprinted, he sent a thought to the system. System, I completed the quest of exposing Peter. Sign in. Quest sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Dragonborn shout, Fuss Ro Da, Skyrim shout enemies away with a roar, no need to say the words. Banana peel, Mario Kart place it on the ground, guaranteed to make someone slip. 3 peels per day. Resets at midnight. Rolls-Royce Ghost 2011. Jacob grinned while running. Nice. The Dragonborn shout will be useful, and at least I don't have to yell those cringe words. The banana peel is hilarious. And a Rolls-Royce Ghost. I think it's worth $250,000. I'd love to see it now, but unfortunately, I've got an angry alpha on my tail. He glanced around. This is far enough. No one will interrupt us here. Perfect time to test the banana peel. From his pocket dimension, he pulled out a single yellow peel and casually dropped it on the trail ahead. Stopping a short distance away, he turned toward Peter with a wicked grin. The enraged alpha rushed forward without slowing, his massive foot landing squarely on the peel. The effect was instant. Peter's legs flew out from under him and he spun through the air, tumbling forward like a cartoon character before smashing headfirst into a tree. Jacob doubled over laughing. Oh, that's even better than I imagined. Peter staggered up, shaking his head. For a moment, some of the rage cleared from his eyes, replaced by confusion. What happened? What did you do to me? Jacob shrugged innocently. Me? Nothing. You just slipped on something, dumbass. His eyes shifted to a molten gold glow. Now, enough talking. Let's fight. Both of them roared, and launched at each other. Chapter 38, A Rematch with Peter. The forest was alive with the sounds of snapping branches and guttural snarls as Jacob and Peter fought each other. Peter, in his monstrous alpha form, was a nightmare of muscle, claws, and fangs, his red eyes blazing with primal fury. Jacob grinned through the adrenaline. He didn't need to shift, his human form was more than enough to meet the alpha blow for blow. They had been fighting for a while now, testing each other's strength, trading brutal hits. Jacob blocked a savage claw swipe, answering with a sharp elbow to Peter's ribs. The alpha snarled and lunged again, but Jacob twisted aside, driving a crushing kick into Peter's knee. The joint buckled, but Peter stayed standing. Peter growled and attacked again, this time with a brutal swipe meant to gut him. Jacob twisted, letting the claws pass inches from his ribs, and countered with a crushing uppercut to Peter's jaw, making him spit blood. Peter answered with a brutal punch to Jacob's ribs that sent him sliding back across the forest floor. Jacob looked at Peter with his glowing golden eyes and laughed. This is fun. Then Jacob thought. Let's try my new ability. As Peter charged again, Jacob took a deep breath and, instead of dodging, he roared. The force that erupted from him was invisible but devastating, a shockwave of raw power that ripped through the air like a hurricane. Peter was sent flying backward like a rag doll, he smashed through a tangle of underbrush before slamming spine first into a tree. Bark splintered and rained down, and for a few seconds, Peter lay dazed. Jacob grinned. Cool. I love this ability very much. Peter got up, now almost losing his sanity, and attacked Jacob. They fought like that for about an hour, equally matched, and Jacob was enjoying the fight very much. But after having his fun, Jacob used his dragon roar again and sent Peter flying away, crashing into a tree with a dull, echoing thud. He cracked his knuckles. Let's wrap this up. I've got a beauty waiting for me at home. Then Jacob shifted. Scales rippled across his chest, shoulders, and the backs of his hands, hidden beneath his clothes but strengthening him nonetheless. His dragon aura flared, an ancient, predatory pressure that made the very air tremble. Peter hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to run, but pride and rage won out. With a furious howl, he attacked again. But this time, it was different. Jacob was stronger and faster. Every attack Peter threw was blocked or deflected. Every strike Jacob landed hit like a hammer. His clawed slash ripped deep into Peter's chest, painting the forest floor with the alpha's blood. A punch shattered Peter's snout. A spinning kick sent him crashing into another tree. Jacob didn't stop. With a powerful drop kick, he shattered Peter's shoulder with a sickening crack, but the alpha healed, snarling through the pain. They clashed again, each impact sending shockwaves through the trees. Trunks splintered, leaves rained down, and the earth itself seemed to shudder under their fury. Another hour passed in a blur of violence. But Peter was tiring. His breathing grew ragged, his healing was slowing, and more wounds appeared on his body. Peter realized he was no match for Jacob and decided to run away while he still could. With a frustrated growl, Peter turned and bolted deeper into the woods. Jacob didn't hesitate, he gave chase, weaving through the trees like a shadow. They fought as they ran, trading blows mid-sprint. Finally, Jacob saw his opening. He tackled Peter, slamming him into the ground. Peter, panting and bloodied, tried to rise, but Jacob straddled his chest and pinned him by the throat. "Remember when we first fought?" Jacob said, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I told you I'd get my revenge." Then he started punching Peter's wolf-like face, once, twice, over and over. Peter thrashed, snarling, but the fight was leaving him. His monstrous form melted away, leaving only a broken, bloodied man beneath Jacob. Panting, Jacob stood. He looked down at Peter's battered body and sighed, satisfaction humming through his veins. "That was fun," he said, before dropping to sit beside his defeated opponent. After a while, Peter's breathing steadied. With difficulty, he turned his head toward Jacob, who was sitting casually beside him. "You won, kid," Peter rasped. "So, are you going to kill me now?" Jacob lay back on the ground, hands behind his head. "Nah. We don't have some deep grudge or anything like that. Honestly, I just wanted to fight you to see how strong I really am." Then his tone hardened. "But whatever grudge you have against the Argents, leave Allison out of it. Because if you hurt her, I will kill you. And as long as you don't threaten me and the people close to me, I won't care about you." Peter's eyes narrowed. "Does that include my beta?" "Yes. That includes Scott, and Styles, too. And definitely don't touch the redhead you saw me with at the video store." Peter smirked. "But I want Scott in my pack." Jacob snorted. "If you want a beta, make more. And stay away from Scott. Why are you so obsessed with him anyway?" "It's not obsession," Peter said flatly. "It's just harder to make betas than you think. Most people don't survive the bite." Jacob thought to himself. "It was very easy for Derek." Peter said. "By the way, what are you?" Jacob shrugged. "I don't know what I am. I awakened my bloodline the day before I met you that night in the woods, and my parents are dead, so there's no one left to tell me what I am." Standing, Jacob dusted himself off. "All right, time for me to go. If I were you, I'd run and hide. In your condition right now, anyone could kill you, especially Derek. And he's probably looking for us right now." A smirk tugged at his lips. "And just a heads up, if I meet Derek in the woods, I'll tell him exactly where you are. See you around, Peter. Good luck surviving the night." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Peter, broken and beaten, in the dirt. The forest fell eerily silent, and Peter panicked. He started crawling away, trying to leave and hide until he recovered. After an hour of walking, Jacob muttered to himself. "I didn't realize during the fight, but we went really deep into the woods." He decided to run, using his supernatural speed to cover ground quickly. Before long, he came across Scott, Styles, and Derek. Both Derek and Scott had traces of blood on them. Though their wounds were healed, they were clearly wounded by something. Jacob stopped in front of them. "What happened to you guys?" Styles immediately ran up and hugged him dramatically. "Great, you're here. Please save us. Something's hunting us and we have no idea what it is." Jacob pushed him away and focused his senses. His gaze shifted toward a dense patch of bushes about 10 meters away, where two glowing white eyes peered back at them. "Look," Jacob said. "It's over there." Styles peeked from behind Jacob's shoulder. Derek and Scott turned in the same direction and spotted the creature too. Jacob glanced at Derek. "You have no idea what that is." "Never seen anything like it," Derek admitted. "Can't you and Scott beat it?" Jacob asked. "It's not that strong," Derek replied. "But it's fast, and we had to protect stupid Styles, so it managed to cut us with its claws." Jacob smirked. "All right, let's see what we're dealing with." He took a banana peel and casually tossed it near the bushes where the creature was hiding. The creature couldn't fight the urge to step on the banana peel for some bizarre reason, so it got out of the bush, stepped on it, slipped, did a perfect 360 degrees flip, before sprawling flat on its back like a cartoon character. Styles shone his phone's flashlight on it and blurted, "Damn, what is that thing? Looks like a zombie, but it's way too fast to be a zombie." The creature rose to its feet. It was about 6 feet tall, humanoid but twisted, pale, smooth, hairless skin stretched over a hunched frame, dagger-like teeth, long sharp claws, and glowing white eyes. Jacob thought, well, this is new. That thing never showed up in the Teen Wolf series. But this isn't just a show, it's a real world filled with supernatural creatures. So I guess it's normal for supernatural freaks to show up everywhere. Jacob released his dragon aura, and the creature froze instantly in fear, its glowing eyes locked on Jacob, every muscle trembling. It didn't even dare breathe too loud. Derek and Scott felt Jacob's aura as well. For a moment, both of them stiffened in fear, but since it wasn't directed at them, the pressure quickly eased. Scott asked, "Jacob, do you know what that thing is?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah. I read about it in the bestiary. It's called the Rake. A cannibal creature that lives in the woods, usually feeds on animals, but it eats humans too." Styles gulped. "I think I should read that creepy book of yours when we get back." Jacob smirked. "You should. It can save your life. If you had read it, you'd know the Rake is terrified of bright light. All you had to do was turn on every flashlight you had, and it wouldn't have dared to come near you." Styles muttered, "Yeah. I really need to read that book." Jacob turned to Scott. "Go kill it." "What? No. I can't. Why don't we just let it go?" Scott stammered. In a blur of speed, Jacob appeared in front of the frozen creature. His clawed hand plunged into its chest, piercing its heart. The Rake collapsed instantly, dead before it hit the ground. Jacob stepped aside, leaning against a tree as he retched. He quickly pulled himself together, wiping his mouth. Styles, who saw Jacob kill the Rake, was scared but tried to mask his fear with sarcasm. "So, Mr. Tough Guy still pukes after killing something, huh?" Jacob shrugged. "That's natural, I guess. It was my first time killing something other than bugs." Scott frowned. "Couldn't you just let it go?" Derek turned on him. "Let it go? Scott, that thing was a cannibal. It tried to kill us. If it had been normal humans out here instead of us, they'd be dead already. If Jacob hadn't killed it, I would have." Jacob looked Scott in the eye. "Scott, there are creatures you never spare if you run into them, and the Rake is one of them." He crouched, picking up fallen branches. "Now, help me burn it. We can't risk leaving a monster's corpse in these woods. The last thing we need is some paranormal investigator stumbling upon it and bringing a media circus to town." The four of them gathered enough wood and piled it over the creature's corpse. Jacob flicked open a lighter and tossed it in. Flames quickly consumed the body, the fire crackling in the night as the smell of burning flesh drifted through the trees. While they watched the fire burn, Derek glanced at Jacob. "What happened to Peter?" Jacob smirked. "I beat his ass and left him lying in the dirt, deep in the woods." Derek opened his mouth to ask which direction, but Jacob cut him off. "If you're thinking about going after him, don't. I left him really deep in the woods. I walked for an hour, then ran at full speed for another 10 minutes before I ran into you guys. You can imagine how far that is. Besides, he's probably already gone. And who knows what other things are hunting out there this late at night. It's dangerous to be alone in the woods at night, even for a werewolf." Derek thought about it, then reluctantly gave up. Scott asked, "Jacob, did you tell him to stop bothering me?" Jacob nodded. "Yep. I told him to stop messing with you and Styles. So even if he asks you to join his pack, he'll have to ask nicely." Once the Rake had burned to ash, Jacob stretched. "All right, you single losers, I'm heading home." Styles raised a hand. "Wait, before you go, how did you make that thing show itself and slip like that?" Jacob grinned. "Oh, that. I used this." He pulled a banana peel from his pocket and held it up. Styles blinked. "Are you kidding me? A banana peel?" Jacob smirked. "Not just any banana peel. This is one of the inventions from my crazy supernatural scientist friend." Then, without warning, Jacob tossed it on the ground. Scott, overcome by some strange compulsion, suddenly ran forward and stepped on it. He slipped, did a perfect 360 degrees flip in the air, and landed face first in the dirt. Jacob doubled over laughing. See? Magical powers. When I throw it, the target has to step on it. They can't resist. Styles' eyes lit up. Cool. You got more. Yeah. Jacob said. But I left the extras at home. Scott got up, fuming. Jacob, I'm going to kill you. Jacob grinned. Don't be mad. I was going to use it on Styles, but he's a normal human, he might have gotten hurt. And I already used that farting medicine on Rocketman over here. He pointed at Derek. So you were the only option left. Derek groaned. Damn it, stop bringing that up. Scott, let's teach him a lesson. Jacob stepped back, smirking. As much as I'd love to beat your asses, I don't have time tonight. Maybe next time. And with that, he sprinted off, shouting over his shoulder. Good night, idiots. See you later. Scott stood there, fuming. Derek was red with anger and embarrassment, while Styles laughed his head off, until Derek glared at him. The laughter died instantly. Styles hid behind Scott. Scott, I think we should leave too. Scott didn't answer, just started walking. Styles followed, glancing back at Derek, who was trailing behind them. Scott. Styles whispered. Was that banana peel really magical? Scott sighed. Yeah. The moment Jacob threw it, all I could think about was stepping on it. I couldn't fight the urge. Styles grinned. Cool. I've got to get one from him. Derek said. I'm more surprised by how strong Jacob is. Do you guys even know what he is? Styles shook his head. No, we don't, and he doesn't know either. But he's our friend and that's good enough for me. You trust him? Derek asked. Scott said firmly. Yes, we do. Although he likes to prank people, I trust him. We both do. And I owe him a lot because if it wasn't for him, I would have lost control and killed someone on the full moon. Chapter 39, Bath, Banter, and Buffs. As soon as Jacob stepped out of the woods and found the road, he pulled his new car out from his pocket dimension and admired it. It was a sleek, beautiful silver Rolls-Royce Ghost. Jacob walked around it, running his hands along the polished surface with a big grin. What a gorgeous car. He thought. System, you're the best. Noticing his dirty, torn clothes, he stripped them off and burned them with his fire ability. Then, pulling some water from his pocket dimension, he gave himself a quick shower. From the same space, he retrieved a fresh set of clothes, rewards from his daily sign-ins, and slipped them on. Once ready, he climbed into the Rolls-Royce and drove home, enjoying the smooth ride, and humming a tune along the way. When he arrived home, parked in front of the mansion, and stepped out, the front door opened. Lydia appeared in a nightgown, her hair loose over her shoulders. You're late, she said, walking toward him. It's 1:30. I was worried about you. Jacob kissed her. I'm fine. And I told you I'd be late, didn't I? Besides, you can talk to me telepathically, did you forget? I didn't forget. Lydia replied. But I was worried that if you were fighting that alpha, I'd distract you and get you hurt. Next time, if you want to talk to me, just do it. Jacob said. Don't worry about anything else. All right. She said softly. By the way, was Derek's uncle really the alpha? Jacob nodded. Yes. And I fought him. Did you win? I beat him until he couldn't move. Lydia kissed him deeply. Good. I don't like losers. And as my man, you should never lose to anyone. Her eyes then shifted to the car. Fancy. Whose car is this? Mine. Jacob said casually. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Do you have a sugar mommy or something? I know this car is expensive. Jacob smiled inwardly. In a way, yes. The system is my sugar mommy. But I'm not telling her that. Out loud, he said. No. I bought it with my own money a few days ago. It just arrived tonight. She ran her hand over the hood. How much? $250,000. Jacob replied. Lydia's eyes widened. I didn't expect it to be that expensive. You really are rich, aren't you? I guess I am. She hugged him with a smirk. Then tomorrow, you're taking me shopping. Jacob kissed her. Of course. The two walked into the house and closed the door behind them. I'm starving, Jacob said. Lydia said with a playful smile. How about we take a bath together first? Jacob gave her a look. She winked. We promised Allison no sex, but there are a lot of other fun things we can do. Jacob scooped her into his arms. Say less. He carried her upstairs to the bathroom, and the two of them enjoyed a bath that left Jacob grinning like an idiot. When they were done, they stayed in the tub, wrapped in each other's arms, both wearing satisfied smiles on their faces. After a while, Jacob stood, scooping Lydia into his arms and carrying her out of the tub. After drying off, they dressed and headed downstairs. In the kitchen, Jacob dug into a massive meal while Lydia sat across from him, shaking her head. She wasn't even surprised anymore after witnessing his ridiculous appetite at lunch. Once he was done, they returned upstairs to Jacob's bedroom and lay together, holding each other close. Lydia kissed him softly. Good night. Good night. Jacob replied, turning off the lights. But in his mind, he called out, System, I beat Peter, so sign in. Quest sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Mirakuru, Arrow, DC Comics, ×10, grants super strength, speed, and rapid healing equal to a beta werewolf, with no side effects. Only works on normal humans. Cogman's summoning scroll summons Cogman from Transformers, The Last Knight, a polite but sociopathic Autobot butler who can transform into an Aston Martin DB9. Dragon Blood Elixir strengthens the host and can awaken more traits of the dragon bloodline after consumption. Jacob's eyes lit up. System, can I use the Mirakuru? The Mirakuru can only be used by non-supernaturals, so the host cannot use it. Can Lydia use it? She's a banshee. She can, probably. Probably. I'm not certain, host. A banshee is supernatural, but they lack super strength, speed, and rapid healing, so she might be able to use it. In any case, you can let her drink the Mirakuru, it has no side effects. Jacob sighed. Let's hope it makes her stronger. Now, the Dragon Blood Elixir. I wonder just how much stronger I'll get after using it. And as for Cogman, I know him. He's a crazy transformer, but, hey, System, will Cogman be loyal to me after I summon him? Yes, host. You will be his master, but his personality will not change. He is a bit crazy. Jacob chuckled. Well, as long as he's loyal, that's fine. He's fun. Besides, I've always wanted a transformer. Jacob sat up and turned the lights on. Lydia, who was still awake, frowned. What's wrong? Jacob took a small vial filled with a glowing green liquid from his pocket dimension. I forgot to give you this. Lydia sat up, curious. What is it? He handed it to her. Something good. Drink it. Without hesitation, Lydia took the vial, uncorked it, and downed the contents in one go. Almost immediately, her skin flushed red, and a wave of heat washed over her. She gasped. What's going on? Jacob asked. Are you in pain? No. She said quickly. I just feel hot. My whole body is numb and tingly. Jacob smiled. Good. That means it's working. She asked. What's working? And what did I just drink? Jacob raised a brow. Why didn't you ask before drinking it? Because I trust you. She said simply. And I know you wouldn't hurt me. Jacob leaned in, kissing her softly before answering. That was a potion that will make you as strong as a beta werewolf, without any side effects. Her eyes widened. Really? Really? Jacob nodded. You'll have rapid healing, super strength, and speed. Where did you even get something like that? I know a crazy supernatural scientist who loves making magical stuff. He used to be a friend of my parents'. Whenever he creates something good, he lets me know, and if I like it, I buy it from him. It must be expensive. It is. Jacob admitted with a smirk. But I have money. Lydia clenched her fists and grinned. I can feel it. I can feel myself getting stronger. Jacob's tone grew serious again. You're sure there's no pain? No pain. She said, shaking her head. But I should probably go to the bathroom, I'm sweating like crazy. She got up and left for the bathroom. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension again and pulled out another vial, this one filled with a deep red liquid, the dragon blood elixir. Without hesitation, he drank it. A burning heat surged through his veins, flooding his entire body. For 10 long minutes, it raged, before finally fading. Jacob stood still for a moment, then clenched his fists, feeling the raw strength flowing through him. I feel powerful. Let's see what's changed. He shifted. His eyes flared gold. His fangs and claws lengthened, black scales covered his body except his face, which only had a few scales on his cheeks. 2 sharp dragon horns sprouted from his head, curving back slightly. His body size, however, remained the same. He walked to the mirror and looked at his shirtless reflection. Not bad. I don't have wings yet and my size didn't grow, but I feel ridiculously strong. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities. 1. Pyrokinesis. 2. Electrokinesis. 3. Fire and electricity immunity. 4. Standard shifter abilities. 5. Poison immunity. 6. Passive charm. 7. Dragonborn shout, Fuss Ro Da, Skyrim. 8. Dragon fire/lightning breath. Weapons and items, banana peel, Mario Kart, defective lightsaber, defective invisibility cloak, Excalibur knockoff, the Joker's laughing bomb, X20, Aiken of Popeye's spinach, Mirakuru, Arrow, DC Comics, *09, Senzabeans *03, expired Senzabeans *09, a Glock 45. Jacob finished reading his status and his eyes lit up when he saw the new skill, Dragon fire/lightning breath. He rushed over to the window, flung it open, and took a deep breath. His chest expanded as he pulled in air, feeling heat swirl in his lungs. His throat tingled, his jaw opened wide, and with a deep roar. Whoosh! A stream of fire burst from his mouth, bright and hot, but not yet overwhelming. The flames surged forward about 5 meters before fading into sparks in the night air. Jacob grinned. Not very strong yet, but I'm satisfied. It'll grow stronger as I do. Curious, he tried the lightning breath next. Unlike the fire, the electricity didn't stream out, it gathered in front of his mouth. Bolts snapped and crackled, forming a sphere of blue-white lightning almost 3 times the size of his head. Jacob roared again, releasing the charged sphere. It shot forward at blinding speed, slicing through the air like a thunderbolt. This time, the attack traveled over 50 meters before its energy finally dissipated. Jacob blinked in surprise. Wow, so much more powerful than the fire breath. But damn, it drains a lot of my energy. Just then, Lydia came running in from the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel. Jay, what's wrong? She froze when she saw him in his dragon form, horns, scales, claws, and glowing golden eyes. What happened to you? Jacob smirked. Just got a little stronger and decided to test my powers. I heard you roar and thought something was attacking you. She said, walking closer. She reached up, brushing her fingers over his horns and along the scales on his chest. You look hot in this form. Jacob's grin widened. You look hot in that towel too. He pulled her into a quick kiss. Well, Lydia said, stepping back. Since you're fine, I'm going back to the bathroom. I'm still sweating like crazy. My body feels strong, but also kind of numb. Jacob shifted back into his human form, scooped her into his arms, and carried her to the bathroom. The two of them slid into the hot tub, warm water surrounding them as they relaxed in each other's arms. Lydia leaned her head against his chest. Did you give Allison the potion too? Jacob ran a hand through her hair. Not yet. I'll give it to her tomorrow, and I'll give one to Styles too. How many do you have? 10 in total, counting the one I gave you. By the way, thank you. I never actually said it. Jacob kissed her forehead. No need to thank me. We're family. Lydia smiled. Yeah. I'm your wife now. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. We've only known each other for a couple weeks. Jacob chuckled. Yeah, it really is. As she rested against him, Jacob thought about his time in this strange new world. A world that, not long ago, was just a TV show to him. And now here he was, holding Lydia Martin in his arms. I'm really glad I came here. He thought. I'll make sure to live a long, happy life in this world, and I'll do everything I can to give Lydia and Allison a life full of happiness. They stayed like that for over an hour. By the time Lydia's body had fully absorbed the Mirakuru, she felt different. Her body was lighter, stronger, and full of power. She tried to stand, but ended up using too much strength. Instead of rising gracefully, she launched herself out of the tub, slipped, and landed hard on the floor. Jacob chuckled. Lydia, you're very strong now. Remember, don't use too much strength. Lydia stood more slowly this time, careful not to break anything. Yeah. I'm really going to have to get used to this. Jacob grinned. If you're not tired, let's head to the backyard and spar. It'll help you get control of your strength. I'm not tired at all, Lydia said with a smile. Actually, I feel full of energy. Let's do it. She reached for the bathroom door, but Jacob quickly caught her hand. Don't. You'll break the handle. After drying off and putting on some clothes, they went out to the backyard. Under the quiet night sky, Jacob spent the next hour guiding Lydia through basic movements, punches, kicks, and balance drills, helping her learn how to control her new strength without destroying everything around her. By the time they were done, Lydia had better control. They finally returned to bed, ready to rest. Chapter 40, Allison and Styles gain new strength. The next morning, Allison woke up early and drove straight to Jacob's mansion. Parking in front, she noticed a sleek gray Rolls-Royce Ghost sitting in the driveway. Her brows lifted. Is someone visiting Jay? Whoever it is must be insanely rich if they're driving this. She stepped inside the mansion, but the house was quiet. No Jacob. No Lydia. Allison frowned. Don't tell me they're still asleep, it's already 10 a.m. Heading upstairs, she pushed open Jacob's bedroom door and found him and Lydia asleep, wrapped around each other. Allison clenched her jaw in annoyance but forced herself to take a deep breath. With a sigh, she walked over and sat down at Jacob's side, her expression softening as she gazed at him. He looks so cute when he's sleeping, she thought. Suddenly, Jacob grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. His lips brushed her ear as he murmured, "Good morning, beautiful." Allison blinked in surprise. "You're awake." Jacob smirked without opening his eyes. "Yeah. I woke up the moment you arrived in front of the mansion. But I really don't feel like getting out of bed. Lydia and I didn't fall asleep until 5 this morning." Her eyes narrowed. "And what exactly were you doing until 5? "We had a bath together," Jacob replied lazily, stretching. "And, let's just say we found plenty of other fun things to do." Allison's cheeks puffed in a pout, and she started pinching his arm. Jacob laughed. "Are you jealous? How about we take a shower together right now?" Allison shot him a glare. "No way. I'm not showering with you. But I am hungry, so how about you make me breakfast?" He tilted his head. "Didn't Victoria feed you? She usually doesn't let you leave the house without breakfast. When I woke up, no one was home. She didn't even make anything for me like she usually does. They probably went hunting." Jacob muttered as he slipped out of bed. He glanced at Lydia still soundly asleep and said, "She won't be up anytime soon, so let's not disturb her." Allison folded her arms. "Seriously, what did you two do last night?" Jacob smirked. "About that, follow me. I'll show you." Confused, Allison trailed after him down the hall until he stopped at another bedroom. She leaned on the doorframe, raising a brow. "Well, are you going to tell me or not?" Instead of answering, Jacob dragged her inside, shut the door, and said with a grin, "All right, take your clothes off." Her face went red. "No way. You promised me at least a few dates before we do that." Jacob flicked her forehead with a laugh. "What are you thinking, pervert? I just want to give you this." From his pocket dimension, he took a vial filled with glowing green liquid and placed it in her hand. Allison eyed it suspiciously. "What is this?" "Something that will make you as strong as a beta werewolf," Jacob said calmly. Her eyes widened. "Seriously? Seriously?" She studied him with narrowed eyes. "Then why do I have to take my clothes off?" Jacob smirked. "Because you're going to sweat a lot. Lydia sweated for about an hour yesterday before her body adjusted. Trust me, you'll want to sit in the bathtub until it's over. Allison nodded and drank the potion. Almost instantly, heat spread through her body. She gasped and hurried toward the bathroom. Don't peek, she warned before slipping inside. Jacob waited outside until Allison had undressed and filled the bathtub, then he entered the bathroom. Allison covered herself with her hands, cheeks red. What are you doing in here, you pervert? Jacob smirked. Taking a bath with you, of course. He was only wearing shorts, which he casually removed before stepping into the tub. Without giving her a chance to protest, he scooped her into his arms and slid into the hot water with her. Warm water surrounded them as Jacob wrapped his arms around her. Relax, he murmured. I won't do anything. I just want to hold you like this for a while. Blushing furiously, Allison slowly relaxed. She leaned her head against his chest, letting out a soft sigh. By the way, what exactly does the potion I drank do? Jacob gently ran a hand through her damp hair. It'll give you rapid healing, super strength, and speed, once your body finishes absorbing it. A smile tugged at her lips. She turned in his arms and kissed him until they were both breathless. Resting her head against him again, she whispered. Thank you. Jacob smirked. That thank you kiss didn't feel sincere enough. Allison rolled her eyes. You're already hugging me while I'm naked. What more do you want? And could you stop poking me with your thing? Jacob chuckled. Sorry. I can't control him. Maybe you could use your hand to help him fall asleep. Allison gave him a playful glare. I'd love to, but my hands are numb and tingly. I can feel my body getting stronger, but at the same time I feel weak. It's a weird feeling. So, sorry, no help. Jacob sighed dramatically. That's a shame. But I'm satisfied just hugging you, so I won't complain. Allison smiled softly. Can you tell me what happened after you dropped me home yesterday? Jacob recounted everything, what happened at the hospital, his fight with Peter, and the strange creature he killed deep in the woods. Allison listened quietly, occasionally glancing at him with admiration. They stayed like that until Allison's body fully absorbed the Mirakuru, then went to the backyard to spar. At first, Allison was struggling to control her new powers, but soon she got the hang of it while fighting Jacob. Jacob blocked one of her kicks and grinned. You didn't tell me you were this good at fighting. Other than archery, my dad made me learn mixed martial arts when I was 6. I stopped training at 15. I'm a little rusty, but I used to be really good at it. Allison said with a smirk, throwing a punch. Jacob caught her fist mid-swing and chuckled. Yeah. I can see that. He suddenly lifted her over his shoulder, ignoring her protests. All right, that's enough. We've been sparring for more than an hour. You've already got a good handle on your strength. Let's shower and then eat. Carrying her back inside, they shared a quick shower before heading to the kitchen. Jacob casually pulled several cooked meals from his pocket dimension and set them on the table, making Allison's eyes widen in surprise. As they sat down to eat, Lydia walked into the kitchen, her hair still a little messy from sleep. Good morning, you two. Good morning, sleepyhead. Jacob teased. Lydia kissed him on the cheek, then glanced at Allison. So, you drank that potion too? Allison smiled proudly. Yep. How about we spar after we eat? Lydia shook her head immediately. No thank you. I saw you fighting Jay in the backyard. You're really good at fighting. I'm not sparring with you. Come on, it'll be fun. Allison insisted. No, it won't. Lydia said flatly. Allison sighed. You're boring. They all chuckled, then focused on eating. Halfway through, Allison glanced at Jacob and asked. By the way, Jay, whose silver car is parked outside? Jacob grinned. It's mine. I bought it, and it got delivered yesterday. Allison raised a brow. Isn't that a waste of money? That car's insanely expensive, and you already have one. Why buy another? Jacob leaned back with a smirk. Because I'm a dragon, Allison. I love shiny things. Allison blinked. So the myth about dragons loving treasure is actually true? Yep. Jacob said casually. One day, I'll probably fill an entire room with gold and just swim in it. Allison stared at him. Are you serious? Totally. Lydia shifted the topic. By the way, is the Alpha going to keep killing people in town? Probably. Jacob answered without hesitation. Allison frowned. Why didn't you stop him? Jacob shrugged. Why should I? He's taking revenge for his family, and those people he killed deserve to die. The playful mood instantly grew heavy. Jacob set his fork down and looked at both girls with a serious expression. Listen carefully. From the moment you two became my mates, you need to understand something. The supernatural world is cruel and bloody. We'll face enemies, and sometimes we'll have to kill to survive. You both need to prepare yourselves for that reality. Lydia swallowed hard. Are you really saying you'd kill someone? Yes. Jacob said firmly. If anyone tries to harm me, or either of you, I won't hesitate. I'll kill them without mercy. Both Allison and Lydia fell silent, nervous at the weight of his words. Jacob softened his tone. But don't worry too much. If you don't want to fight or kill, I won't force you. I'll handle it all myself if I have to. Allison shook her head, her voice steady. No. I'll stand by your side, Jay. We'll fight together. And, if it comes to killing, then I'll do it. Lydia hesitated before speaking quietly. I'll fight beside you too, but I don't think I can take a life. Jacob reached over and gently squeezed her hand. That's okay, Lydia. Don't worry too much. No one's attacking us anytime soon. Now let's finish our meal and talk about something else. The tension eased as they changed the subject. After finishing their meal, Jacob took both girls shopping. They spent hours browsing stores, trying on clothes, and laughing together. Around 5 p.m., Victoria called Allison and told her to come home. Jacob drove her back to the mansion, where she said goodbye and left in her own car. Afterward, Jacob took Lydia on a proper date, first to a fancy restaurant for a romantic dinner, then to the movie theater. When the night ended, Jacob drove her back to the mansion, where she picked up her own car and returned home, smiling. When he was finally alone, Jacob pulled out his phone, sent a quick text to Styles telling him to come over, then leaned back and said in his mind, System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. Ribeye Wagyu steak times 30. Minus $50,000. A replica of Roronoa Zoro's katana Shusue. Jacob grinned. Great. All the rewards are great for a daily sign-in. He pulled out the katana, admiring the craftsmanship, and swung it around a few times. After a bit of playful testing, he stored it back in his pocket dimension, and started watching anime while waiting for Styles. After 15 minutes, Styles arrived. Jacob let him in, and they both settled into the living room. Jacob took out the vial of Mirakuru serum, explained what it was, and handed it to him. Styles narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you sure there aren't any side effects? Jacob smirked. I already told you, no side effects. Well, actually, I lied. You might grow donkey ears if you drink it. So, hand it back. Styles clutched the vial protectively. No way, I'm not giving it back. I'll trust you. Just this once. Without hesitating further, he uncorked the vial and downed it in one go. Almost immediately, his face flushed as his body heated up. Jacob pointed toward the hall. Go to the guest room you slept in last time. Get in the tub until your body stops sweating. Once you're done absorbing the potion, be careful not to break anything, and just get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you get used to your new strength before we head to school. Got it. Styles muttered, already sweating as he hurried off to the guest room. Jacob returned to his own bedroom, lay down on the bed, and sighed. I wish Lydia and Allison would just stay here with me instead of going back to their houses. I should probably go get Malia soon, she'd definitely stay here with me. Then another thought struck him. Oh, right, I still haven't summoned that psychopath Cogman. But since the Transformers movies and cartoons exist in this world, I'll wait until everyone's here before summoning him. That way, I won't have to explain why a freaking Transformer suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I'll just say, it's magic. He chuckled. I bet that's going to blow their minds, knowing that the world of movies might be real. Especially Styles, he is gonna lose it. Chapter 41, Peter's Offer, Jacob's Warning. The next day, Jacob woke up early and went to check on Styles. He opened the guest room door and found Styles hugging a pillow, humping it and kissing it while mumbling gibberish. Jacob smirked, pulled out his phone, and started recording. After getting enough footage, he put the phone away, walked over, and smacked Styles on the head. "Wake up, Styles." Styles jerked awake, blinking at him. "Jacob. Why are you here?" He looked around frantically. "Wait, where's the girl I was just kissing?" Jacob pointed at the pillow. "You mean her?" Styles froze. "What? You were kissing the pillow? And if I hadn't woken you up, I think that poor pillow would have gone through more than just kissing." Styles groaned, collapsing back onto the bed. "Did you have to wake me up and ruin my beautiful dream?" "Get up," Jacob said. "We're going to the backyard to spar. You need to control your new strength." Styles sat up, alarmed. "What? Spar with you?" "No thanks. I saw what you did to Scott when you trained him." Jacob ignored him, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and dragged him toward the backyard. "Stop complaining," Jacob said. "You've got rapid healing now, so even if I beat you, you'll be fine. Actually, I don't even need your help," Styles argued, still trying to resist. "I'm already in control of my strength." Jacob didn't listen. He kept dragging him while Styles whined for mercy. After an hour of sparring, Styles was sprawled across the grass, bruised and exhausted, but his wounds were already healing fast. Jacob smirked down at him. "Okay. Training complete. You're now in full control. No need to thank me." "Thank you." Styles groaned. "I don't want to thank you, I want to beat your ass." Jacob grinned evilly. "You know what? I think you still need more training." Styles bolted upright. No. I don't need more training. Thank you very much." Jacob laughed and headed back toward the mansion. "Come on, let's get ready for school." Styles quickly caught up, walking beside him. "By the way, thanks for the potion. I really mean it. Now I can actually protect myself, or at least run away from danger without being a liability to you and Scott." "You're welcome," Jacob said casually. "So, how much did that potion cost?" Jacob raised a brow. "You planning on repaying me?" "Nope," Styles said honestly. "I just know something like that has to be expensive, and I definitely couldn't afford it." "Then why ask?" "Curiosity." Styles shrugged. Jacob sighed. "You don't need to know how much it cost. I gave it to you because we're friends. That's all." Styles smirked, then put on his best coquettish look and spoke in a high-pitched voice. "I'm so touched. I could kiss you right now." Jacob shuddered, goosebumps running down his arms. "Ugh. That was disgusting, Styles." He kicked him away. "I'm never giving you anything again, you creepy bastard." Styles rolled on the ground, laughing, then scrambled up and clung to Jacob's leg. "I was joking. Don't say that. If you get anything good in the future, please remember me." Jacob kicked him off again. "Stay away from me, man." He went inside to shower, while Styles just smirked to himself and headed toward the guest bathroom. After breakfast, Jacob and Styles stepped out of the mansion. Styles looked at the sleek silver car parked in the driveway. "When did you get this?" he asked. 2 days ago," Jacob replied casually. Styles walked around it in awe. "Is it a Rolls-Royce Ghost or Phantom?" "It's a Rolls-Royce Ghost." "You bought a $250,000 car?" Styles gawked. "Are you going to drive it to school?" Jacob smirked. "For now, no. I'll take the Camaro." "You sure? Showing up in this will make you extremely popular." "I don't care about popularity, Styles. Besides, even without the car, I'm already popular." Styles groaned. "True. Every girl in school is attracted to you, and most of the guys hate your guts." Jacob chuckled. "If you want, you can drive it to school." Styles shook his head quickly. "No thanks. My Jeep may be old, but it's enough for me." With that, they each got into their cars and drove to school. When they arrived, they met up with Scott, Allison, and Lydia. Styles grinned and shook Scott's hand, but he didn't let go, he started squeezing. At first, Scott smirked, but his expression changed as Styles' grip grew stronger. His eyes glowed faintly as he nearly shifted to keep Styles from crushing his hand. "What's going on?" Scott yanked his hand back, shaking it. Styles smirked. "So, if you don't shift, I'm stronger than you." Really? Lydia asked, surprised. Didn't Jay tell you? Allison chimed in. We're as strong as betas when they're fully shifted. So of course Styles is stronger than Scott in his normal state. Scott blinked between them. Wait. Why is Styles suddenly strong? Anne, are you two the same? He pointed at Allison and Lydia. Styles grinned. Jacob gave us a magical potion, and now we're as strong as you. No side effects. Scott's jaw dropped. That's not fair. While I'm constantly worrying about losing control and turning into a monster, you three get the same strength without any of that. Jacob clapped him on the back. Look at the bright side, now you can beat Styles up as much as you want, and he'll heal fast. Scott frowned. But he's as strong as me now. I'm not sure I can beat him. You've got claws and he doesn't. Jacob said calmly. Besides, when you become an alpha, you'll surpass him easily. Scott nodded slowly. Yeah, but to become an alpha, I'd have to kill one. There's another way. Jacob said. Allison tilted her head. What do you mean? There's a rare kind of alpha who doesn't have to kill or steal power, he rises to alpha status by sheer willpower. They're called true alphas. Jacob put a hand on Scott's shoulder. And Scott. I believe you can be one. Scott's eyes widened, then said. Thanks. I'll try. I really don't want to kill anyone. But, that potion, can I drink it too? Jacob shook his head. Unfortunately, no. It doesn't work on supernatural creatures. Figures. Scott sighed. Jacob smirked. But hey, I do have something you'll enjoy. He pulled out his phone and played a video. On screen, Styles was hugging, kissing, and humping a pillow in his sleep. Scott froze, then he and Jacob looked at each other and burst out laughing together. You have to send me this video. Scott wheezed. What's so funny? Styles asked nervously. Show me. Nope. Jacob said, handing the phone to Allison and Lydia instead. The two girls watched the clip, and instantly burst into uncontrollable laughter, glancing at Styles with tears in their eyes. Styles looked at Scott nervously. The video's about me, isn't it? Scott was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Yeah. Styles squinted. What is it, Jacob beating me up this morning? Lydia shook her head, smirking. Nope. It's you humping and kissing a pillow. Styles froze. What? No way. Show me. Lydia turned the phone toward him, and Styles' face went red instantly. Damn it, this is social death. He glared at Jacob. That's it, I'm fighting you for this. Jacob cracked his knuckles with a grin. You sure about that? Styles remembered the very painful sparring session earlier that morning. He quickly backed down. Damn it. Then, out of frustration, he smacked Scott hard on the back of the head. Scott growled and turned toward him. Sorry. Styles said quickly. I was just, trying to kill a fly. Then he made a desperate attempt to snatch the phone from Lydia, but she darted away and handed it back to Jacob. Jacob pocketed the phone with a smug grin. Styles cursed under his breath, then smacked Scott on the back of the head again. Scott shot him an angry glare. Oops. Styles bolted, sprinting inside the school, with an enraged Scott chasing right after him. A few days passed quickly. Jacob took both Lydia and Allison on dates, spent time hanging out with Scott and Styles, and the rest of his free hours were spent gaming or relaxing at home. By Friday morning, Jacob, Scott, Allison, Lydia, and Styles were sitting on the lacrosse field bleachers during a free period, chatting and laughing. That's when Derek and Peter appeared, striding toward them. Styles frowned. Why are you two here? And why are you together? Allison glanced at Jacob. Who are they? Derek and Peter Hale. Jacob said calmly. Which one's the alpha? Allison asked. Peter gave a sly smirk. That would be me, little huntress. Scott frowned at Derek. Weren't you trying to kill him for murdering your sister? Derek shrugged. He lost control and killed her by accident. Besides, he's stronger than me. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't kill him. Peter stepped closer, eyes gleaming. Scott, join me. Together we'd be unstoppable, and I can protect you. Scott narrowed his eyes. Protect me. From who? You. Peter pointed toward Allison. From her family. Scott's expression hardened. I don't need your protection. And her family isn't looking for me, they're hunting the monster killing people in town. That means you. Peter shook his head slowly. I'm not a murderer, Scott. Those people deserve to die. Let me show you. Before Scott could react, Peter blurred forward, his claws sinking into the back of his neck. Scott stiffened, his eyes wide, as Peter forced his memories into him. A moment later, Peter withdrew his claws and stepped back. Scott collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Scott. Styles panicked. What did you do to him? Jacob stayed calm. Relax, Styles. He just shared a memory with him. After a few tense moments, Scott sat up, clutching the back of his neck, his eyes glowing faintly as he glared at Peter with fury. Peter smirked. Now you see. That night, they trapped us, burned us alive. And not all of us were shapeshifters. There were children that night. Human children. And they killed them too. His eyes flared red. That's why I'll kill every last one of them. Jacob, who had been sitting quietly between Allison and Lydia, finally stood. He stretched, then released his dragon aura. Though it was directed solely at Peter, both Derek and Scott felt the crushing weight of fear press down on them. Jacob walked forward slowly, his aura coiling around Peter like a predator's gaze. Peter swallowed, forcing a smile, but inside he cursed. Damn it. This stupid kid, he's even stronger than the last time we fought. Way stronger. He swallowed and forced a calm voice. I didn't hurt him. I simply invited him to join my pack, and shared a memory with him. That's all. Jacob's eyes glowed gold. You know what you did wrong, Peter. Peter instinctively took a step back. No. Jacob closed the distance, resting a hand on Peter's shoulder. His tone was cold. First, you came here acting tough without even acknowledging me. Second, and far more important, I didn't like the way you were looking at Allison. Jacob's claws dug into Peter's shoulder. Peter growled, grabbing Jacob's wrist and trying to wrench it free, but Jacob's hand didn't budge an inch. Fur began sprouting across Peter's body as he tried to shift, but Jacob said in a calm, cold voice. If you don't want to lose your shoulder, I suggest you stop shifting. Peter froze, halting his transformation, his red eyes glowing as he glared at Jacob. Jacob dug his claws in deeper, forcing Peter to his knees. Tell me, Peter. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Peter remained silent, glaring up at him. Jacob released his full dragon aura. This time, Peter's defiance cracked. His chest tightened, his instincts screamed, and when his eyes met Jacob's, he felt as though he was staring into the gaze of an ancient beast. A fear deeper than instinct rattled him to the core. Jacob said. When you see me next time, you should act like the weak mutt you are. Peter trembled. What are you? Jacob's golden eyes burned. Something very dangerous. Vengeful. Ruthless when provoked. But more importantly, I am a proud creature. When you ignored me, you wounded my pride. And this. He smirked. Is a little punishment. Electricity crackled down Jacob's arm, surging through his claws into Peter's shoulder. Peter's body convulsed violently, smoke escaping from his mouth as electricity coursed through him. With a final jolt, Jacob released him, letting Peter collapse to the ground, twitching and smoking. Styles' eyes widened. That was awesome. He shook Scott's shoulder eagerly. Did you see that? Jacob just used lightning magic. But then Styles frowned. Scott was trembling. Scott. What's wrong with you? Lydia crossed her arms. You just noticed. Both Scott and Derek are terrified of Jacob. Styles turned toward Derek and froze. Derek was shaking too, staring at Jacob in absolute horror. Scott, wake up. Styles slapped him lightly. Scott flinched back to his senses, still trembling. You guys don't feel it, but Jacob is terrifying right now. I can't even stop my body from shaking. Jacob sighed, pulling his aura back and scratching the back of his head. Sorry about that. Peter ignoring me hurt my pride, and I might have gotten a little carried away. Scott let out a shaky breath of relief the moment the oppressive fear lifted. What was that anyway? You suddenly became terrifying. You did it back in the woods too, the night you killed that creepy creature. Jacob said. That was my aura. You'll be able to use yours one day, when you're strong enough. Scott frowned. Aura. Jacob thought for a moment. It's like an invisible energy that leaks out from you. You can release it to intimidate or scare off weaker creatures. The stronger you get, the stronger your aura becomes. Scott asked. So? I have one too. Of course. Jacob said. Tell me, when you first became a werewolf, did animals act strange around you? Scott's eyes widened. Yeah. The first time I went into the animal clinic after I was bitten, every dog and cat went crazy. But after a while, they got used to me. Jacob said. Maybe you're subconsciously restraining your aura, that's why they stopped going crazy every time you entered the clinic. Anyway, when a creature's aura becomes strong enough, it can paralyze enemies with fear. Sometimes it can even shatter glass, or maybe do even more. Styles said. By the way, Jacob. You didn't tell us you can use lightning magic. Jacob smirked. I can do more than that. What? Styles pressed. Tell me, what else can you do? Jacob shook his head. Maybe another time. He turned, gave Peter a kick, and said. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and tell me why you're here. Peter groaned, stood, and brushed himself off. He didn't even dare glare at Jacob. Instead, he forced a smile as if nothing had happened. I'm here for a teacher. Adrian Harris. He knows who orchestrated the fire that burned my family alive. Jacob raised a brow. Harris. Fine. Go. Just don't make it too bloody when you kill him. Peter tilted his head. You're not going to stop me? Nope. Jacob said casually. I hate that guy. Allison frowned. Jay, you can't let him kill Harris. Styles nodded quickly. Yeah. As much as I hate Harris, I don't want him dead. Jacob sighed. Fine. Peter, interrogate him, then scare him enough to leave Beacon Hills for good. Peter smirked. All right. I'll come back after the school day ends. With that, Peter left. Derek lingered a moment, silently watching Jacob. Jacob could help me kill Peter, help me become an alpha. But I already owe him for saving my life. If I want his help, I'll have to offer him something he actually wants. He nodded stiffly to Jacob and the others before following Peter. For now, I'll use Peter to get revenge for my mother, for my family first. Once the two were gone, Jacob glanced in another direction, and spotted Jackson peeking from behind a wall. Jackson's eyes widened. He quickly ducked out of sight. Jacob just smirked and said nothing. He sat back down beside Allison and Lydia. By the way, guys, I bought something cool for my crazy scientist friend again. Allison raised a brow. Did he make something new? What is it? Jacob shook his head. No, this isn't something he made. It's an old summoning scroll he found by chance, and sold it to me. Styles leaned forward. And what exactly does the scroll summon? Jacob shrugged. No idea. We'll find out tomorrow. Styles blinked. What if you summon something evil? Jacob smirked. Then I'll kill it. And what if you can't kill it? Styles shot back. Jacob rolled his eyes. And what if you shut up? If you're scared, don't come. Styles crossed his arms. No way. I'm definitely coming. I can't miss the chance to witness summoning magic. He paused, narrowing his eyes at Jacob. You know exactly what kind of creature you are, don't you? Jacob was silent for a moment before answering. Yes. But I can't tell you yet. There are creatures who can read memories. If I told you what I am, and they read your minds, they will try anything to kill me or catch me, and I'm not strong enough to protect myself yet. Styles nodded slowly. All right. You can tell us when you're ready. Chapter 42, Arrival of the Butler. Saturday morning, Jacob woke up at 9. After taking a shower, he went down to the kitchen and pulled out a variety of baked goods from his pocket dimension, croissants, cinnamon rolls, brownies, chocolate chip cookies, and placed them neatly on the table. He quickly scrambled some eggs, made hot chocolate milk, and then sat down to wait for Allison, Lydia, Scott, and Styles. While waiting, he said in his mind, System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. -$5. Century eggs times 30. Harley Quinn's panties, still warm, she just took them off. Jacob read through the list. $5, well, better than nothing. Century eggs. Chinese black rotten eggs, disgusting. Definitely getting rid of those. Then he read the last reward. His face darkened. Without a word, he walked out to the backyard, threw Harley Quinn's panties out of his dimensional pocket without touching them, and burned them to ash with his fire ability before they even touched the ground. Disgusting. He muttered. Remembering the century eggs, he sighed. Might as well burn those too. He took them out, incinerated them, and went back inside to sit at the kitchen table, casually scrolling through his phone. Half an hour later, Lydia and Allison arrived in Lydia's car, while Styles and Scott came in Styles' Jeep. Allison opened the gate for them, and once both cars were parked in the driveway, Scott closed it behind them. Allison was the first to enter the mansion. She headed straight to the kitchen, smiled, and said, "Good morning," before giving Jacob a kiss. She was about to sit next to him when Jacob smirked, pulled her into his lap, and they started making out. They only stopped when they heard Lydia and the others enter the kitchen. Allison quickly slid off Jacob's lap and sat properly beside him, her cheeks red. Lydia narrowed her eyes at Allison but kept quiet. Instead, she walked over to Jacob, gave him a deep kiss of her own, and sat down on his other side. "Morning." Styles and Scott greeted as they walked in, sitting across the table. "All right, let's eat." "I'm starving," Jacob said, already digging in. "I'm surprised you actually waited for us," Styles remarked. "I wasn't waiting for you idiots," Jacob said between bites. "I was waiting for my ladies. Honestly, I was hoping you and Scott wouldn't show up until after we finished eating." "That's hurtful," Styles said dramatically. "Scott, let's not eat his food." Scott gave him a look. "I'm hungry. You didn't even let me have breakfast at home. If you don't want to eat, that's on you, but I'm eating." Scott immediately grabbed a plate. Styles huffed, then grabbed a brownie, stuffed it into his mouth, and said while chewing, "Man, you have no dignity. Says the guy who just said he wouldn't eat Jacob's food a second ago, and now you're shoving a brownie down your throat." Lydia shot back. Styles shrugged. "Everyone knows I'm shameless." He got up, went to the fridge, and pulled out a few bottles of juice. "Anyone want juice?" Lydia said. "Give me a bottle of orange juice, one with no added sugar." "Same," Allison added. Styles handed out the bottles, sat back down, and joined in the feast. By the time they were done, most of the food was gone, mostly eaten by Jacob. After the kitchen was cleaned, Styles leaned back in his chair and grinned. "So, can we finally see this summoning magic?" Jacob smirked. "Sure. Wait here, I'll grab the scroll." He ran upstairs, retrieved the summoning scroll from his pocket dimension, and came back down. "All right, let's go to the backyard." As they walked toward the backyard, Allison glanced at Jacob. "By the way, Jay, what if you summon something dangerous?" Jacob smirked. "Don't worry. Whatever I summon will be loyal to me. The scroll works like a contract between me and the summoned being." Allison let out a small sigh of relief. "Good. That makes me feel better." "So?" Styles rubbed his hands together. "What do you guys think the scroll will summon?" "I just hope it's nothing creepy," Lydia muttered. "Creepy?" Styles grinned. "It could be a demon. Or some kind of monster. Or, a fairy." Allison blinked. "A fairy?" "Yeah. Tiny humanoid creature, wings, magic dust, all that." Scott frowned. "Are those even real?" Styles scoffed. "You're a werewolf, Scott. And you're real." He then leaned toward Allison and Lydia with a mischievous grin. "But what if Jacob summons a female demon known for her beauty and charm? The kind that can control men, the succubus?" Lydia's eyes narrowed. "Jay, you're not summoning a succubus, are you?" Jacob raised an eyebrow. "I don't know." Allison crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes too. "Are you sure you don't know?" "Yes, I'm sure," Jacob said firmly. "And it's probably not a succubus." Then he turned to glare at Styles, who was smirking. You better be ready, because whatever I summon, I will order it to attack you. Styles raised his hands. Hey, you can't do that. I was just guessing. Jacob ignored him. Once they reached the backyard, he stepped ahead of the group and looked back. All right, guys. You ready? Styles's face lit up with excitement. Yes. Go ahead, but, please don't order it to attack me. Jacob smirked, then asked the system in his mind, System, how do I use the scroll? Just open it and throw it on the ground while thinking of summoning Cogman. Jacob unrolled the scroll and tossed it forward. It glowed instantly, the air splitting open as a space crack formed. A blinding flash of light forced Jacob to shield his eyes and step back. When the crack sealed and the light faded, two things stood before them. The first was a sleek, human-like robot, about 1.6 meters tall, its two glowing blue eyes piercing through the air. The second was a silver Aston Martin DB9. Styles's jaw dropped. It's a freaking robot. Jacob shook his head. Not just a robot, Styles. That's a transformer. Styles spun toward him. A transformer? Like Optimus Prime. Bumblebee. Exactly. His name is Cogman. Jacob explained. He's a Cybertronian, a species of autonomous robotic life forms. That's what I learned the moment I summoned him. Styles stood frozen, staring at Cogman in shock. Allison's eyes widened. Wait, if Transformers are real, does that mean they're going to invade our world like in the movies? Jacob shook his head. No. Cogman came from another universe. I don't think there are any other Transformers here besides him. Anyway, let me talk to him first. Jacob stepped forward. Hey, Cogman. Can you understand me? The robot, who seemed to have been in a daze, snapped to attention. His glowing eyes focused on Jacob and his friends, then back on Jacob. When he spoke, his voice carried a crisp British accent. You must be Jacob Alexander. My new master. Jacob nodded. That's me. Cogman bowed elegantly. Cogman, at your service, my lord. Don't call me my lord. Jacob frowned. Call me Jacob or sir. Very well, sir. Cogman said with a nod. Jacob pointed at the Aston Martin. And, what's with the car? Cogman puffed out his metal chest with pride. Ah. My better three-quarters. A necessary division, sir. To perform the delicate duties of a butler, pouring tea, polishing silver, discreetly disposing of dead bodies, one requires a small and nimble form. But a true butler must also be capable of grander services, high-speed chases, dramatic arrivals, hit-and-runs. The car is the rest of my body, sir. It is, if you will, my business suit. Jacob tilted his head at the Aston Martin. So, you can merge with it and turn into a giant transformer. Cogman nodded. Yes, sir. Jacob grinned. Do it. I want to see. As you wish, sir. Cogman walked over to the car, his body unfolding and merging with it. With metallic clicks, whirs, and grinding gears, the two fused into one. In moments, Cogman towered above them, an 8-meter-tall transformer. Jacob, Styles, and Scott all shouted at the same time. Cool. Allison and Lydia, however, just stood frozen, staring wide-eyed. Jacob stepped forward eagerly. Cogman, punch me. Cogman tilted his head, confused. I beg your pardon, sir. I said punch me. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as the humans from your universe. As you wish. Cogman raised a massive metal fist and swung forward, holding back most of his strength. Jacob met the blow head-on, his own fist colliding against Cogman's. But to Cogman's surprise, he staggered back, his balance thrown off. He took several clumsy steps before catching himself, clearly shocked by Jacob's strength. Jacob smirked. No holding back, Cogman. Use your strength. Even if I get hurt, I'll heal. His arm shifted, black dragon scales extending and covering his forearm. He lunged, throwing another punch. This time Cogman didn't hold back. Their fists collided with a booming shockwave, sending Jacob flying like a rag doll. He slammed into Styles, and both of them tumbled across the dirt until a tree stopped their roll. Jacob groaned, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He's so strong. His arm shifted back to normal as he sat up, only to hear Styles groaning beneath him. "Get off me!" Styles wheezed. Jacob stood and glanced down at him. Styles's face was buried in the dirt, blood dripping from his nose. Jacob chuckled. "Thanks for catching me, man. If you hadn't been there, who knows how far I would have flown." Styles sat up, glaring. "I wasn't trying to catch you. You crashed into me." Jacob patted his shoulder. "Either way, thanks." He walked back to the group. Allison and Lydia both rushed to him with worried looks. Allison noticed the blood at his lip. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Jacob wiped the corner of his mouth and smirked. "I'm fine." Lydia crossed her arms. "Why would you do that?" "I wanted to see how strong a transformer really is." By now Cogman had separated from the car again, returning to his smaller humanoid form. He hurried to Jacob's side. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jacob assured him. "You're strong, but one day, I'll be stronger than you." "I hope that day comes soon, sir," Jacob said. "Compared to your full form, how strong is this smaller body of yours?" Cogman shook his head. "Not nearly as strong, but still stronger than you, sir." Jacob chuckled. "I don't think so. Even in your full form, I could kill you if I wanted," Cogman said. "I only used raw strength, sir. I didn't use my weapons. I can move so fast that you can't hit me. Besides," Jacob replied. He raised his arm. Lightning crackled around his hand, growing into a glowing orb of electricity the size of a basketball. "I didn't use all my abilities, and I didn't even shift fully." Cogman tilted his head. "Are all the humans in this world like you, sir?" Jacob shook his head. "No. But some are. In this world, mythical creatures are real. I'll explain later." Styles stumbled toward them, groaning. "Right, no one cares about poor Styles." Lydia rolled her eyes. "You're fine, aren't you?" Styles said dramatically. "I am, but a little concern wouldn't kill you. I caught your stupid boyfriend, after all." Scott smirked and patted his shoulder. "You okay, buddy?" Styles huffed. "Too late to ask now." Jacob chuckled, then gestured to Allison and Lydia. "Cogman, this is Allison Argent, and this is Lydia Martin. They're both my girlfriends, and the ladies of the house." Cogman straightened, then bowed with exaggerated grace. "An honor to meet you, Madam Allison. And an honor to meet you, Madam Lydia." Jacob then pointed at Scott. "This is my friend Scott." Cogman gave a polite nod before turning his glowing blue eyes to Styles. "And him, sir?" Jacob smirked. "That's Styles. He's a friend too. And I may have promised him that whatever I summon, I'd order it to attack him. So, you can teach him a lesson." Cogman looked at Styles and blinked with only one eye. "Is he like you, sir?" "He is not," Jacob said. "But he is not a normal human either, so you can beat him with no worries. He will heal in minutes." Styles's eyes widened. Wait. But Cogman lunged before he could finish. Styles tried to defend himself, but Cogman was stronger and moved like a veteran fighter. Within moments, Styles was on the ground, Cogman's hand clamped tightly around his throat. "Cogman, that's enough," Jacob ordered. Cogman didn't let go. "If I ripped his head off, sir, would he heal?" Jacob's expression flattened. "No. He would not. Let him go." Styles, choking, managed to rasp. "Let me go, you psycho robot." Cogman's head spun a full 360 degrees as he sneered. "I really want to crush your windpipe." Jacob burst out laughing. "Let him go, Cogman. Take your car body, or whatever you call it, to the garage. Then come inside the mansion so we can talk." Cogman sighed in disappointment but released Styles, who scrambled up and bolted behind Scott. "Jacob. That bastard you summoned is a psychopath. You should send him back where he came from." Cogman looked at Styles and was about to attack him again. Jacob said, "Cogman, go do as you were told." Cogman narrowed his glowing blue eyes at Styles. "Watch yourself. You're on my shit list now." Then, without another word, he got into the Aston Martin and drove toward the garage. The group stood in silence for a moment. Finally, Allison turned to Jacob with concern. "Jay, is it really safe to keep him around?" Jacob smirked. "Don't worry. He's loyal to me. He won't hurt anyone, unless they're an enemy. Now, let's head back inside." Chapter 43, Plans for the Future. Jacob, Allison, Lydia, Scott, and Styles returned inside the mansion and settled in the living room. A moment later, Cogman followed them. Jacob looked at him and asked, "Cogman, can you take the appearance of a human? I've seen some Transformers do it in the movies." Cogman said, "Yes, sir. I can. But I would need to purchase certain materials to create a prosthetic skin using nanotechnology. That way, the skin would be capable of healing, and I could freely transform between a human form and my original one." "How expensive are those materials?" Jacob asked. "About $200,000, sir." Jacob nodded. "All right. I'll give you the money so you can make it. Having a human form will make it easier for you to move around without freaking people out." Cogman tilted his head. "Understood, sir. But should I take the form of a man or a woman?" Allison raised her hands immediately. "No. Don't you dare turn into a woman." Lydia quickly added, narrowing her eyes. "Yeah. The last thing I need is to share Jacob with some female robot." Jacob gave them both a look and chuckled. "Girls, come on. I'm a pervert, sure, but not that much of a pervert. Besides, Cogman is a man. Even if he looked like a woman, I'd still think of him as a man. Doesn't matter." Allison said firmly. "I don't want him looking like a woman." "Me neither." Lydia agreed. Jacob said with a smirk, "You heard them, Cogman. Take the form of an old man. And although I wouldn't be attracted to you if you turn into a woman, I wouldn't recommend it anyway." Cogman blinked. "May I ask why, sir?" Jacob's smirk widened. "Because we have a friend who lusts after everything. He even humps and kisses pillows. If you looked like a woman, he'd definitely try to sleep with you." Styles' face went beet red as Scott, Allison, and Lydia burst out laughing. Cogman slowly turned his glowing eyes toward Styles. "It's you, isn't it?" Styles waved his arms defensively. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I was asleep, dreaming about a girl, that's all." Cogman muttered. "In cases like this, I've learned it's best to be safe than sorry." Hey, hey. What's that supposed to mean, you crazy robot?" Styles shouted. Without warning, Cogman tackled Styles off the couch, pinning him down with a knee to his chest. One of Cogman's hands shifted into a pair of giant scissors, snapping open and shut menacingly. He glanced at Jacob. "If I castrate him, sir, he wouldn't heal from that, would he?" Jacob burst out laughing. "No. He would not. Get off me, you psycho!" Styles yelled, struggling. Cogman's scissor hand clicked again. "Then should I do it, sir? That way he won't try to sleep with me. And he won't hump your furniture when he visits either." Jacob grinned. "Don't." Cogman's head rotated a full 360 degrees as he muttered. "But I so very much want to hurt him, sir." "Get off him." Jacob shook his head, still smiling. "And don't worry, I'm sure plenty of idiots will attack me in the future. You can have all the fun you want with them." Cogman reluctantly let Styles go. Styles scrambled to his feet, glaring. "Stay away from me, you psychopath." Cogman snapped into a boxing stance, bouncing lightly on his feet and punching the air. "What's wrong? You want to fight? Let's go, I'm ready." Jacob sighed. "That's enough, Cogman. Styles is my friend. Be nice to him." Cogman lowered his fists. "Fine, sir. I'll try. But I really don't like him." "I don't like you either." Styles shot back. "I think you've got a screw loose in that brain of yours." "Enough, you two." Jacob cut in before it escalated further. He leaned forward. "Cogman, sit. Tell me, what year is it in the world I summoned you from?" Cogman sat down on the couch. "It is the year 2022, sir." Jacob said. "You're a butler, right? So, did you have a master there?" Cogman's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. "No. My former master, Sir Edmund Burton, died a hero 5 years ago. After burying him, I remained in his castle, alone. Allison's face softened. I'm sorry to hear that. It is quite all right, madam. Cogman replied calmly. Though it is always the hardest part of my duty as a butler, to say goodbye to my masters, I have grown used to it after serving the aristocracy for 7 centuries. Scott blinked. 7 centuries? Wait, how old are you exactly? Cogman said. More than 10,000 years. I have long since lost count. But in truth, I am still young. Cybertronians live for millions of years, unlike you humans. Styles leaned forward, eyes wide. Do you know Sam Witwicky? I never met him. Cogman admitted. But I know of him. What about Optimus Prime? Bumblebee? The rest of the Autobots? Styles asked quickly. Cogman nodded. Yes. I fought at their side against the Great Deceiver, Quintessa, 5 years ago. Allison tilted her head. Did the Chicago War really happen in your world? Yes. It did. Cogman said gravely. Suddenly, both Jacob and Scott's noses twitched at the same time. Jacob frowned. What's that smell? Scott turned his head sharply toward Styles. What's wrong with you? You smell bad. Jacob narrowed his eyes. That's the smell of anxiety. Styles, what's going on? Styles was visibly shaking, his face pale. If the world of those movies is real, then which ones are real and which ones aren't? Lydia raised a brow. Why do you even care? Why do I care? Styles nearly shouted. Think about it. If movies based on comics are real worlds, like Cogman's, then we're screwed. Take Marvel, for example. They've already made Iron Man 1 and 2, Captain America, the Hulk, Spider-Man, and even Thor. And next year they're releasing the Avengers. I read spoilers, it's about a war between the Avengers and the Chitauri army. Lydia rolled her eyes. So? You don't get it. Styles snapped. The Chitauri serve Thanos. Do you know what Thanos did in the Infinity Gauntlet comics? He gathered the 6 Infinity Gems and wiped out half the universe's population. What if he's real? What if he comes to our world with the gauntlet and snaps us out of existence? His voice cracked. And what if Darkseid is real? Or one of the evil versions of Superman? Or... Okay, Styles, calm down. Jacob cut him off firmly. Even if those beings exist, they're not going to come here. But you brought Cogman here with a summoning scroll. What if there are more scrolls like that out there? Styles countered. Jacob exhaled. Maybe it has something to do with what I am. Maybe the scroll was originally meant to summon a demon or some creature from this world, but because of me, it pulled Cogman in from another universe instead. Styles swallowed hard. Then, what exactly are you? Jacob sighed. Something people would try anything to kill or capture. So give me time. At least until I become an alpha. Then, I promise, I'll tell you what I am. Scott asked. Do you need to kill an alpha to become one? Jacob shook his head. No. My strength is growing every day. Once I'm strong enough, I'll naturally become an alpha. He smirked. Now, while Styles is anxious about the movie worlds being real, I'm actually excited. Scott raised a brow. Excited? Why? Jacob grinned. Because maybe one day, I'll find a way to visit those worlds. Go on adventures, meet all the beautiful girls. Lydia and Allison instantly pinched his sides from both directions. Jacob coughed. I mean, go on adventures with you girls, of course. Styles said. Then you've got to take us with you too. Jacob tilted his head. Didn't you just say you were terrified of those worlds a minute ago? Styles said. I am terrified. But come on, if there's a chance to visit those worlds, I'm not missing it. Jacob chuckled. Let's just hope there really is a way. But if there is, I'm definitely not going near Marvel or DC until I'm strong enough. Styles muttered. Yeah, you've got a point there. Jacob suddenly straightened. Speaking of strength, let me show you one of my other abilities. He extended his hand and a sleek handgun appeared out of thin air. Scott, Styles, and even Cogman widened their eyes. Styles nearly jumped out of his seat. How did you do that? Jacob smirked. Just like my lightning abilities, I can use spatial abilities. I have my own pocket dimension where I can store things. Styles stared at him in disbelief. I really want to know what kind of creature you are. Jacob ignored him, putting the gun away. He then pulled out a box filled with 30 ribeye Wagyu steaks and handed it to Cogman. Here. Make us lunch. Cogman opened the box, his glowing eyes brightening. Oh. Wagyu steaks. Delightful. How many shall I prepare, sir? Cook 15. Jacob said. Give me the rest so I can put them back in my dimension to keep them fresh. Cogman tilted his head. 15, sir. Then his eyes shifted to Styles. Don't look at me. Styles said quickly, pointing at Jacob. He's the one who eats like a black hole. Jacob grinned. Correct. Now go cook the steaks. Make some side dishes too. The fridge is stocked, and there's a cold room full of ingredients. Understood, sir. Cogman stood, took the steaks, and marched off toward the kitchen. Jacob stored the remaining steaks back into his dimension, then caught Styles staring at him. What? Styles asked bluntly. How many abilities do you have? Jacob smirked. A few more, but I'm not telling you. Gotta keep some mystery alive. They hung out in the living room, chatting about movie worlds until Cogman called them for lunch. After feasting, they returned to the living room. Cogman joined them once he'd cleaned the kitchen. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to him. Here. There's 2 million on this card. Order the materials you need for your synthetic skin. Then invest the rest. Since you're from 2022, you should know which companies will blow up in the future. Buy them now while they're small if you can. Cogman tapped his chin thoughtfully. I could also start a technology company, manufacturing computers, phones, electrical appliances. Perhaps even an app and software company. Or, a company that specializes in cars and motorcycles. Jacob smiled. Do whatever you think is best. Wait a month or two, and I'll give you more money. He smirked to himself. I can get money from Peter, Derek, maybe even Kate. Cogman's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Sir, I'll need a laptop. Jacob waved a hand. Go grab mine. It's upstairs in my bedroom. And you can stay in the guest house behind the mansion. Turn it into your lab, workshop, or whatever you need. Cogman gave a small bow. Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave and begin researching this world before deciding the best way to invest your money. Wait. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out the bestiary. He handed the heavy book to Cogman. This is an encyclopedia of supernatural creatures in our world. I want you to digitize it. Turn it into a phone and computer app, something that lets us identify a creature based on its traits and abilities. Cogman accepted the book with a nod. Consider it done, sir. He then went upstairs, collected the laptop, and headed to the guest house. Jacob and the others stayed in the living room chatting until Scott finally stood. I've got work. Catch you later. He and Styles left. Afterward, Jacob settled in between Allison and Lydia on the couch, arms around both as they watched a movie. By evening, Allison's phone rang. She sighed. It's my mom. I've got to go. But Jay, don't forget, you're picking me up tomorrow for our date. Jacob kissed her. Of course. Want me to give you a ride home? Allison smirked. No. Hand me your bike keys. Jacob blinked. What? Don't want to. She teased. He hesitated. What if you crash and hurt her? Allison frowned. Are you seriously more worried about your stupid bike than me? Jacob said. You're not a normal human anymore. Even if you get hurt, you'll heal in minutes. But Raven, she can't. Raven. Allison raised a brow. Jacob smirked proudly. Yeah. I named her Raven. Allison's face darkened. She grabbed his ear and twisted. Give me the damn keys. Ouch, ouch. Fine. He pulled the keys from his pocket dimension and handed them over. Allison tried to snatch them, but Jacob refused to let go. Let go. She demanded, twisting his ear harder. Sniffling dramatically, Jacob finally released the keys and threw himself into Lydia's arms. Ah, poor Raven. I might never see her again. Allison rolled her eyes. She'll be fine, idiot. Jacob muttered. I don't trust you. Just 2 weeks ago you hit a dog. You're a terrible driver. Allison kicked his shin. Idiot. Then she smiled sweetly at Lydia. Good night. Good night. Lydia replied warmly. Allison left, and soon the rumble of Jacob's bike echoed outside. Jacob sniffled and buried his head into Lydia's chest while she laughed. She lifted his chin, eyes glinting playfully. How about we go take a bath, and do something fun? Jacob instantly dropped the act. Without hesitation, he scooped her into his arms and sprinted upstairs. You're the best, Lydia. You always know how to comfort my worried heart. Chapter 44, A Talk with the Argents. Jacob and Lydia were woken the next morning at 10 a.m. by a knock on the bedroom door. Still half asleep, Jacob mumbled. What is it, Cogman? Good morning, sir. Breakfast is ready. Cogman replied politely. Oh, thanks. We'll shower and come down. Jacob said, yawning. Very well, sir. Cogman said before heading back downstairs. Lydia yawned, still clinging to Jacob, and asked. What time is it? Jacob grabbed his phone from the nightstand, checked it, and said. It's 10 a.m. Lydia sat up, her hair a complete mess. I should go soon. My mom said she's taking me out today. Jacob kissed her, then scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the bathroom. After a quick shower together, they went downstairs to the kitchen. The dining table was filled with all kinds of food, eggs, sausages, and a variety of baked goods. Cogman was waiting for them, standing like a proper butler. Good morning, sir. Madam. Cogman greeted. Good morning, Cogman. Lydia smiled warmly. As she went to sit, Cogman moved the chair out for her like a gentleman. Lydia smiled again and said. Thank you. You're welcome, madam. Cogman replied. Jacob frowned. Hey, aren't you going to help me sit too? Cogman completely ignored him and instead asked Lydia. What would you like to drink, madam? I've prepared tea, coffee, and freshly squeezed orange juice. I'll have coffee and some orange juice, no sugar. Lydia said. Right away, madam. Jacob sighed and sat down by himself. Give me juice too, and a latte, with sugar. Sugar is bad for your health, sir. Cogman said flatly. Jacob narrowed his eyes. Don't worry about my health. Just do as you're told. As you wish, sir. You're the one who's going to get diabetes and die anyway. Just make sure to leave some children behind to carry on your bloodline before that happens. Cogman said matter-of-factly. Jacob slammed the table. Are you cursing me, you stupid tin can? No, sir. Cogman said calmly. But diabetes killed a few of my former masters, as well as their wives and children. I only advise caution. There's no need to worry about that happening to me. I'm a dragon, I don't get sick. Jacob said smugly. Cogman placed their drinks in front of them and tilted his head. A dragon. Yes. And I'm in my growth stage. Jacob explained. So you'll need to make me big meals every day, rich in nutrients. And don't tell anyone else about me being a dragon. I assume Madam Allison already knows. Cogman asked. Yes. Jacob admitted. But Styles and Scott don't, and I'd like to keep it that way for now. After breakfast, Lydia kissed Jacob goodbye, and Cogman rushed to open the gate for her. Jacob sprawled out in the living room, watching an animal documentary. When Cogman returned, Jacob asked. Did you order the materials for your skin? Yes. They'll arrive in 2 days. Cogman replied. And how soon can you finish once they arrive? 2 days at most, sir. Good. Did you make the bestiary app one asked for? Yes. It's already installed on your laptop. As for your phone, I'll wait until the materials arrive. Then I'll design a proper phone for you and install it there as well. Perfect. Also, make phones for Allison, Lydia, Scott, and Styles. Jacob instructed. Understood, sir. Jacob asked. You've read the bestiary, right? I have. Cogman nodded. I assume you know about the hunters too, and probably even more than I do now about the supernatural side of this world. Cogman said. Indeed. I did some hacking yesterday. I now have files on the Hunters and countless secret organizations. They capture, kill, and experiment on supernatural creatures, and on humans as well. Interesting. Jacob muttered. Tell me, does the government know about the supernatural? Yes, sir. Cogman replied. Some organizations are private, but most belong to governments around the world. Jacob narrowed his eyes. Is there one here in California? Only small labs and black market dealers. Cogman explained. The larger research facilities are elsewhere. The biggest one in the United States is in Nevada, Area 51. If you wish, I can give you the rest of the locations in detail. Not now. Jacob said. I doubt they'll come after me here. Besides, I'll keep a low profile, or at least kill my enemies so no one lives to tell stories about me. He leaned forward. What I do want to hear is what plan you've come up with to invest my money. Cogman began explaining his strategy, and the two talked for hours until afternoon. Eventually, Jacob had a big lunch, changed his clothes, and drove over to Allison's house. When he arrived at the Argent residence, Jacob parked his car and reached out telepathically. Allison, I'm outside. You ready for our date? Her voice popped into his head almost immediately. You scared me, you idiot. I'm in the shower, give me 15 minutes. Jacob smirked. More like 50. I'll be quick, I promise. Should I sneak in and join you in the shower? Jacob teased. No. Allison screamed in his head. Kate's outside the bathroom door talking to me. Stupid Kate. Fine. I'll go for a ride before your dad drags me inside for another awkward talk. Call me when you're ready. All right. Jacob was about to get back into his car when the front door opened. Chris stepped outside. Chris called. Kid, come inside. Immediately Allison's voice rushed into Jacob's head again. Jacob, have you left yet? Kate just said she heard someone open the front door and she went downstairs. Jacob sighed as he walked toward the porch. No, I haven't left. Your dad just came out and invited me in. Her laughter echoed through his mind. Please just bear with him for a few minutes. I'll try. When Jacob reached the door, he found Victoria and Kate standing behind Chris, waiting. He nodded politely. Good evening, Mr. Argent. Mrs. Argent. Kate. Kate flashed him a playful smile. Hello, handsome. Come on in. Jacob stepped forward, only to slam into something invisible. A barrier shimmered faintly where he'd tried to pass. He pressed his palm against it, then looked at Chris. You invited me in. So why the barrier? Chris smirked. If you can't cross it, then you won't be taking my daughter out. And you'll stay away from her from now on. Jacob grinned. And what if I can cross it? Then I won't stop you from dating her. Chris said firmly. Jacob glanced at Victoria and Kate. You both heard him, right? If I can't enter, I'll stay away from Allison. But if I can, he'll stop interfering. Kate folded her arms, smirking. Sure, kid. If you break through, I guarantee Chris will keep his word. Jacob smirked. All right then. Then, to the surprise of all three, Jacob's hand ignited on fire. He pressed it against the mountain ash barrier. Instantly, the barrier burst into flames and burned away until nothing remained. Jacob winked at Chris, stepped inside, and casually strolled past them into the living room. He dropped himself comfortably onto the couch as if he owned the place. The three Argents exchanged uneasy looks before Kate and Victoria followed him inside. Chris slammed the door shut and joined them, his glare fixed on Jacob. But Jacob spoke first. So, are you going to keep your word and let me date Allison? Chris narrowed his eyes. What do you think? Jacob chuckled. I see. A man with no word, huh? I didn't break my promise. Chris snapped. I said if you could walk through the barrier, not burn your way in. Jacob shrugged. Technicalities. Either way, I'm not staying away from Allison. Chris leaned forward. What are you? A hellhound. Jacob smirked. Maybe. Maybe not. Kate crossed her arms. Do you even know what a hellhound is? Of course. Jacob said smoothly. A shapeshifter, a harbinger of death, with the power to generate and control fire. Victoria's eyes narrowed. Just like you. Jacob only smirked wider. Maybe. Chris's voice hardened. Did you tell Allison what you are? Jacob shot back immediately. Did you tell her what you and your family are, Hunter? Chris asked. You know I'm a hunter. Jacob leaned back casually. Of course. Isn't it normal for me to know who my friends and enemies are when I move into a new town? And I assume you figured out that I'm a supernatural creature the night I caught that mountain lion. Victoria studied him seriously. Did you get close to my daughter because she's an Argent? Jacob said firmly. No, I didn't know Allison was an Argent when I first met her. When I saw you picking her up and realized she was an Argent, it was too late. I was already attracted to her. And don't worry, I don't mean harm to her or your family. In fact, I'd do anything to protect her. Victoria frowned. So that night I met you on the road, when you were being chased by that bear, you knew what it really was, didn't you? And you were just pretending. Jacob smirked. Weren't you pretending too? You knew it was an alpha werewolf, but you kept calling it a bear. He laughed. And I remember you asked me if I was bitten, telling me you would take me to the hospital if I was. I was laughing in my head. Because I knew you wouldn't be taking me to a doctor. You'd take me straight to the morgue. Isn't that what you do? Killing shapeshifters just for being what they are. Chris's jaw tightened. We have a code, kid. Jacob leaned forward, eyes sharp. Sure. I know your code. But tell me, are you certain every shapeshifter you killed was a murderer? Are you sure all your hunters follow that code? Kate snapped. There are no innocent shapeshifters. Especially werewolves. They're all dangerous monsters that need to be put down. Jacob's gaze locked on hers, his tone cold. That's just a lie Gerard probably told you. Or maybe something you tell yourself so your guilty conscience lets you sleep at night. Chris's face hardened. You know Gerard? Jacob nodded. Of course I know about the infamous Gerard Argent. Never met him, but I've heard enough. A bastard more evil than a Nogitsune. Watch your mouth, you little punk. Chris snapped. That's my father you're insulting. Jacob smirked darkly. You'll find out sooner or later what kind of man he really is. Then his gaze slid over to Kate. But I bet Kate already knows. Her heartbeat is going crazy right now. Chris turned to her, suspicious. Kate shrugged. Don't look at me like that. Gerard might be proud of you and a good father to you, but to me, he's a terrible father. No matter what I do, I would never be good enough for him. You have no idea what terrible things he made me do, Chris. The kid said it best, Gerard is more evil than a Nogitsune. Chris went silent, jaw tight. Victoria quickly stepped in to shift the conversation. She turned to Jacob. Tell me, kid. Why was the alpha after you that night on the road? And why did he follow you to our house and attack you the second time? Jacob leaned back on the couch, calm. I already told you why he came after me the first time, I bear sprayed him and gouged his eyes. Then his smirk returned as he looked at Kate. As for the second time, he wasn't after me. He was after her. Kate narrowed her eyes. Why would he come after me? Jacob tilted his head. I don't know. But judging by how fast and loud your heartbeat is right now, I'm sure you know. Maybe you killed someone from his pack. Kate gave another careless shrug. I don't remember. I've killed a lot of monsters. Jacob's smirk faded into something colder. You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Or maybe I'm not lying. Kate shot back. Maybe I'm just nervous. Jacob chuckled lowly. Maybe. But Kate, have you ever heard this saying, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster? And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Can't remember who said it, but the point is, you should make sure you don't turn into a monster yourself while hunting monsters. Kate smirked. Don't worry about me, kid. I can handle myself. What I want to know is, what are you? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. There's no one left for my family to tell me. Victoria leaned forward. Why don't you shift and let us see? Maybe we can help. Jacob let out a dry laugh. Help? You mean help put me in a morgue? Chris shook his head. No. We'd help you identify what you are. Jacob looked at him. Yeah, right. I'm not stupid. You want to know what I am so you can learn my weaknesses, beat me, and force me to stay away from Allison. Then he turned his sharp gaze to Victoria. And you're probably already thinking of ways to kill me. I can practically smell the killing intent coming off you. Finally, his eyes locked on Kate. As for you, you're probably thinking of filling Allison's head with lies and manipulating her to kill me with her own hands. Jacob's smirk vanished. His tone grew serious. Like I said before, I don't mean Allison or you guys any harm. So please, for Allison's sake, don't push me. Don't make me do something I'll regret. Kate leaned back, smirking. What? Are you threatening to kill us? Jacob looked at her. No. I'm not cruel enough to kill Allison's parents and break her heart. But you, Kate. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. I'm not so sure about. Kate scoffed, brushing his words off. Allison loves me. If you kill me, she'd never forgive you. Jacob smirked darkly. She wouldn't have to know it was me. Maybe I'll just ambush you when you're alone, burn you to ash until there's nothing left. You'd simply disappear from this world. Kate's heartbeat spiked, pounding loud in Jacob's ears. She was scared. Then Allison's voice rang in his head, sharp and protective. Jay, stop scaring her. Jacob answered telepathically. All right, I was just messing with her. Now go put on your clothes, you've been eavesdropping on the stairs since I walked in. Allison replied. Okay. I'll be down in a minute. He heard her tiptoe back toward her room. Jacob leaned back against the couch, eyes still fixed on Kate. Relax. I was just messing with you. As long as you don't try to harm me, I'll treat you with respect. Then he turned to Chris, his tone sharpening again. But understand this, sir, I'm not Derek Hale. Don't think you can bring your hunters and try to push me around. I won't hurt you, but your goons. I won't be nearly as patient. Chris narrowed his eyes. You know Derek Hale? Jacob smirked. Yeah. I know him. I even know who the Alpha is. Chris leaned forward. What? Tell me who it is. Jacob tilted his head. And what's in it for me? Chris said firmly. You'll be helping us take down a monster that's killing innocent people in this town. Jacob laughed, shaking his head. Innocent people? For a hunter, you're really clueless. Chris frowned. What do you mean by that? Jacob stood up, brushing him off. Forget it. Let's end this little talk, Allison's on her way down. Chris straightened, his tone suddenly stern. Don't tell her about the supernatural. Or about us being hunters. I don't want her to know yet. Jacob said. Fine. But when should I tell her? Chris crossed his arms. Don't worry. I'll tell her myself. Just then Allison came down the stairs, eyeing them curiously and pretending like she didn't hear their conversation. What were you guys talking about? And why did you all stop when I walked in? Jacob smiled lightly. Nothing important. They were just trying to intimidate me like usual and didn't want you to know. Let's go. Without waiting, he walked out of the living room. Allison said a quick goodbye to her parents and Kate before following him out to his car. Kate moved to the window, watching Jacob and Allison drive away. Her smirk returned as she turned to Chris. Are you really going to let him date her? Chris's eyes hardened. No. I told him not to tell her because I want to make him lose control in front of her, make him the first monster she sees. Maybe that way she'll be scared of him and not trust him because he didn't tell her what he is. Then we'll tell her about Wendigos and all kinds of evil creatures out there, and make her hate him, and turn against him. Kate grinned. Not bad. Sounds like a plan worth trying. Chapter 45, A Bond Sealed. After leaving the Argent house, Jacob and Allison drove toward town. Inside the car, Allison glanced at him. Do you think they'll try to attack you? Jacob shrugged. Probably. But don't worry, I'll just teach them a small lesson so they know I'm not a pushover. The rest is up to you. You can either convince them to stop bothering me, or just tell them that we're bonded. If they kill me, you'll die too. Allison frowned. Do you really think my mom wants to kill you? Jacob nodded. I'm about 90% sure she wants to kill me, so you won't date a monster. Allison sighed. Why does she hate you so much? I don't think she hates me personally. Jacob replied. I think she hates all supernatural creatures because she was raised to hate and kill them. I don't know what my parents went through growing up, but I want to help them see that not all supernatural creatures are evil. Like you. Like Scott. Jacob smiled faintly. Good luck with that, especially with your mom. She feels like a snake, cold, calm, and when you least expect it, she'll strike. Allison laughed softly. Yeah, I agree. But don't let her hear you call her a snake. She'll hate you for the rest of her life. Jacob smirked. I won't tell her if you don't. Let's not talk about my parents and the supernatural anymore. Allison leaned back. Where are you taking me? Jacob raised an eyebrow. How about you take me on a date today? Maybe another time. She teased, then gave him a wink. I was actually thinking, we grab a quick bite and then head to your place. Jacob blinked. Head to my place. I just got out of there, so maybe let's have fun in town first. He caught the look she gave him and froze. Wait. Are you talking about? Allison cut him off. Yes, you don't need to say it out loud. Jacob grinned. Finally. Then I think there's no need for us to grab a bite. He spun the wheel, drifting the car as he changed direction toward his mansion. Allison laughed. Slow down, you idiot. Slow down. Jacob grinned wider. I never wished for a teleportation ability more than I'm wishing for it now. He smirked at her. How about, we just do it in the car? Allison rolled her eyes. How about we go on a date, and you drive me home without doing anything? Jacob sighed. Fine. Home it is. But Allison leaned closer, smiling. We can do it in the car some other time. For my first time, though, I at least want a bed. As you wish. Jacob said, grinning. For me, I don't care where we do it, I only care that we do it. Lydia isn't home, right? Allison asked. No, she's spending the day with her mom. Good. Allison whispered. I want to be alone with you in the house today. Moments later, they pulled up to the mansion. Jacob parked, scooped Allison into his arms, and sprinted to the front door. Just as they reached it, the door opened. Cogman stood there, bowing politely. Good afternoon, madam. Then he glanced at Jacob. Sir, didn't you say you were going on a date with Madam Allison? Jacob walked past him with Allison still in his arms. Change of plans, we decided to. Before he could finish, Allison's cheeks turned red. She slapped her hand over his mouth. Shut up. Oh, I see. Cogman said with a perfectly serious tone. You two wish to canoodle. Should I set the mood? Perhaps light some candles in the bedroom, scatter rose petals. Cogman. Jacob snapped while Allison buried her face in his shoulder, pinching him furiously. That's enough. We don't need anything. As you wish, sir. Then, when should I prepare dinner? Jacob groaned. What time is it now? It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, sir. Fine. Call us for dinner at 11. Very well. Without another word, Jacob sprinted upstairs with Allison still in his arms, kicked the door closed behind him, and tossed her gently onto the bed. He climbed in after her, staring straight into her eyes. I'm good with sarcasm, and I know how to make fun of people. Jacob said quietly, his tone uncharacteristically serious. But I'm not good with romantic words. So I won't say anything cheesy. I'll just say, I love you, Allison. Allison's eyes softened. That's better than any romantic line you could have come up with. I love you too. Jacob leaned down, and their lips met. The teasing was gone, replaced by passion. Soon, their clothes were thrown aside, and they lost themselves in each other, starting a lovemaking session that lasted for a few hours. Later, the two of them lay together in the bathtub, surrounded by hot water. Allison rested her head on Jacob's chest, eyes closed with a soft, satisfied smile. Jacob's eyes were closed as well, though he wasn't fully at rest. The translucent blue screen of the system floated before him. Congratulations, host. You have consummated your bond with Allison Argent. Your strength will now begin to grow faster than before, and you may grant Allison abilities and bloodlines rewarded by the system. Jacob's thoughts stirred. By the way, I should have asked this earlier, but what exactly can I share with people who aren't my mates? I gave the Mirakuru to Styles and it worked. I gave Derek a senza bean, and it healed him too. Potions and consumable rewards can be given to anyone. However, abilities and bloodlines cannot. For example, the Thunder Element crystal you received before may be given to anyone and it will work, because it is consumable. But if you obtain a Thunder ability that must be merged into your body by the system, it can only be used by you or transferred to one of your mates. I see, so consumables can be given to anyone, but abilities and bloodlines are exclusive. He exhaled, stroking Allison's hair. Alright then, what are the rewards I got after sleeping with Allison? Rewards for consummating the bond with Allison Argent. Ability, Earth Element Control. Spatial Ring, *10 100 cubic meters. Memory Neuralizer, Men in Black, a flash device capable of erasing, modifying, or replacing recent memories of anyone exposed to its flash. Perfect for covering up inconvenient events. Jacob's eyes lit up when he saw the rewards. Cool, is it weird that I'm more excited about the Memory Neuralizer than the Earth Element ability? He shook his head with a smile. And the spatial rings? Useless for me, but I bet the girls will love them. Host, there are still rewards available for your mate. Jacob said in his mind. Show me. Please select one of the following bloodlines for your mate. 1. High Elf Bloodline. Lifespan, near immortal longevity. Primary affinity, nature and plant manipulation. Abilities, communicate with and command flora, accelerate plant growth, wield thorny vines in combat, and heal using natural energy. 2. Wind Fairy Bloodline. Lifespan, ageless and long-lived. Primary affinity, wind element. Abilities, generate powerful gusts, form razor-sharp wind blades, summon localized storms, and eventually create devastating tornadoes. 3. Vampire Bloodline. Lifespan, biologically immortal. Primary affinity, blood and darkness. Abilities, superhuman strength, extreme speed, rapid regeneration, enhanced senses, blood manipulation, and the ability to command lesser vampires. Power grows by turning others into lesser vampires, more lesser vampires, greater personal strength. Weakness to sunlight until the strength grows to the level of an alpha werewolf. Jacob skimmed the list. Elf isn't bad. I like the Wind Fairy. Vampire? Nope. Last thing I want is to become Allison's personal blood bag. He smirked and glanced at her. Allison, you awake? She opened her eyes lazily. MHM. Yeah. Good. Let's get out of here. I want to give you something. Her brows rose. What is it? Because if it's what I think it is, I can't do it anymore. I might be healed, but I'm still kind of numb down there. Jacob chuckled, standing and lifting her out of the tub. Trust me, I'm tempted. But I'm satisfied for tonight. She slipped from his arms, grabbed a towel, and dried off. Then what exactly are you giving me? He threw on a bathrobe. Something good. I promise you'll love it. As they stepped back into the bedroom, Allison glanced at the mess, clothes torn and scattered across the floor. She picked up her shredded shirt and sighed. Did you really have to tear my clothes? Jacob gave her a look. You're the one to talk. Did you forget what you did to mine? She stuck her tongue out at him, then went into the walk-in closet, returning in one of Jacob's black tracksuits. Jacob put on some sweatpants and a hoodie. Let's clean up first. Allison said. All right. He replied. Once the room was back in order, they sat together on the bed. Allison smiled softly. So, what is this mysterious gift? Jacob leaned closer, his tone serious. When a woman becomes my mate, I can pass a bloodline to her. Don't ask me how, I don't know. All I know is that these bloodlines are stored inside my body, and when we had sex for the first time, 3 of them chose you. I'll tell you what they are, and you can pick one. Allison looked at him in surprise, then gently touched his cheek, smiling before leaning in to kiss him. When the kiss broke, Jacob tilted his head, puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Allison said. Nothing. It's just, sometimes I think you're so mysterious and magical, and I even find it hard sometimes to believe that you're real. Jacob smirked. Yeah, I'm unbelievably awesome, aren't I? Allison rolled her eyes. Tell me about those bloodlines, you narcissist. Jacob told her about the 3 bloodlines in detail, then added. I didn't want to tell you about the vampire one. I don't like it, but it's your choice. Allison shook her head. I don't like it either. The elf one is nice, but I think I want the wind fairy bloodline. What do you think? Jacob smiled. Honestly, I think it's the best of the 3, and perfect for you. You're an archer. Imagine shooting arrows made of wind, and when you're strong enough, you can fly and even create disaster-level storms and tornadoes. Allison didn't hesitate. Then it's settled. I'll take the wind fairy bloodline. Jacob said. All right, turn around. She turned around, and Jacob placed his palm against her back. System, merge the wind fairy bloodline into Allison's body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A surge of energy pulsed from Jacob's hand into Allison. She felt her body grow hot as a strange force spread through every cell, weaving itself into her essence. After 5 minutes, a new system prompt appeared before Jacob's eyes. You may remove your hand now, host. The transformation will take approximately 1 hour to complete. Jacob saw Allison's eyes close peacefully. There was no pain, only calm. He let her rest and turned his focus inward. System, merge the earth element control ability into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A wave of heat surged through him, but it vanished just as quickly. Jacob raised his hand, and with a thought, a small rock formed in his palm. Another thought, and the rock crumbled into dust and disappeared. Jacob grinned, satisfied. Nice. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities. 1. Pyrokinesis. 2. Electrokinesis. 3. Geokinesis. 4. Fire and electricity immunity. 5. Standard shifter abilities. 6. Poison immunity. 7. Passive charm. 8. Dragonborn shout, Fuss Ro Da, Skyrim. 9. Dragon fire/lightning breath. Weapons and items, banana peel, Mario Kart, defective lightsaber, defective invisibility cloak, Excalibur knockoff, the Joker's laughing bomb X20, Aiken of Popeye's spinach, Mirakuru, Arrow, DC Comics, X07, Senzabeans X3, expired Senzabeans X09, spatial ring X10, memory neuralizer, Men in Black, a replica of the katana Shusue, One Piece, a Glock 45. Jacob smiled with satisfaction. At least now I've got enough power to protect myself in this world, unless something crazy strong shows up that never appeared in the original Teen Wolf series. He sighed, stretching out on the bed. And even if something does, well, I still have Popeye's spinach to triple my strength. And Cogman, too. With that thought, Jacob relaxed, laying back on the bed, idly scrolling through his phone as he waited for Allison's transformation to finish. Chapter 46, Allison's transformation. An hour passed before Allison's eyes slowly fluttered open, only this time, they glowed a brilliant emerald green. She gasped, excitement surging through her, and leapt from the bed. Jay, look. Green energy surrounded her body, and gentle wind stirred inside the room, rustling curtains. Allison's hair began turning dark green, her ears became long and pointy, and freckles bloomed beneath her eyes like delicate constellations. She raised her hand, and green wind started swirling around it. Jacob could only stare, stunned, breathless, utterly captivated. You look gorgeous," he whispered. Allison tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her glowing eyes. "Did my appearance change?" Jacob nodded. "Yes. Look at the mirror." She turned toward the floor-to-ceiling mirror across the room. Her lips parted in awe. "Wow. I do look gorgeous, don't I?" She turned left and right, admiring every detail of her new form, fingertips grazing the tips of her ears, then combing through the green silk of her hair. Jacob stepped behind her, slipping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. Together, they looked at her reflection. "Can we do it while you're in this form?" Jacob murmured with a sly grin. Allison shot him a playful wink. "Not tonight. Please. Just once." She laughed softly. "I want to do it as much as you, but I'm really numb down there and can't do it anymore tonight. You have to wait until tomorrow, or the day after if Lydia wants to do it with you tomorrow." Jacob sighed dramatically. That's a shame. I really wanted to sleep with a fairy. Allison turned, kissed him, and pressed her forehead to his. Be patient. I'll make it up to you. Fine. He muttered, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed him. Come on. Allison said eagerly. Let's go outside. I want to try my abilities. Wait. Jacob said, sitting on the bed and pulling his laptop toward him. Let's see what the bestiary says about fairies first. Allison slid beside him as he opened Cogman's custom app and searched for Wind Fairy. Aericity, Wind Fairy or Air Fairy. Classification, Elemental Fae. Appearance. Beta form, glowing green eyes, pointed ears, dark green hair, freckles beneath the eyes. Alpha form, glowing red eyes. Large, butterfly-like wings. Abilities. Enhanced strength, speed, agility, and rapid healing. Aerokinesis, control of wind to create gusts and razor-sharp blades, etc. Electrokinesis, can generate electricity, often as bolts of lightning or smaller electric spheres, by manipulating electrical currents within the air. Alpha potential, in its alpha form, a wind fairy can be very dangerous. It can control the weather and, when strong enough, create devastating thunderstorms and tornadoes. Weaknesses. Mountain ash, like many supernatural creatures, they cannot cross a barrier of mountain ash. Allison's eyes widened. Wow, I can do all that. I know about wind control, and you told me about the storms and tornadoes, but I didn't think I could use electricity. She lifted her hand, focusing intently. Nothing happened. She pouted. I can't do it. Jacob smiled gently, holding up his own palm. See if you can feel anything. Electricity started gathering and dancing around his fingers. Allison's eyes widened as she touched the current. Wow, it tingles. But it doesn't hurt. She closed her eyes, concentrating on the sensation. Slowly, cautiously, she pulled her hand back. Tiny sparks flickered into existence in her palm. Her eyes flew open. Yes. I did it, it's weak, but I did it. Overcome with excitement, she threw her arms around Jacob, hugging him tightly. Jacob chuckled, kissing her forehead. You just need to train every day and it will get stronger. That's how I did it. The more you use your abilities, the stronger they get and the better you'll be at controlling them. Allison pulled back, gave him a deep, passionate kiss, and whispered against his lips. Thank you. Jacob smiled. You're welcome. Allison stood, her green eyes still shimmering faintly. Let's go outside. I want to test my wind ability. Jacob raised a brow, leaning back on the bed. How about we have dinner first, then go to the woods? I'd rather not have you tear up the backyard. Allison chuckled, then shifted back into her human form, hair returning to its usual color, her ears normal once again. Fine. What time is it? Jacob glanced at his phone. 10 o'clock. Cogman should call us for dinner soon. Allison collapsed onto the bed with a bright smile, her excitement still bubbling beneath the surface. Jacob studied her for a moment, then spoke cautiously. I hate to bring this up, but did you forget about the mountain ash barrier? Your parents used it earlier to stop me from entering your house. I burned it, but what if they set up another? Allison's smile faltered. She sat up, worry flickering in her eyes. If they do, they'll find out I'm supernatural, and I don't want them to know. Not yet. Is there any way around it? Jacob shook his head. Sorry. There isn't. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Then what if they ground me? Trap me inside the barrier like a prison? Jacob leaned back. They probably won't. And even if they do, remember, just because you can't pass through it doesn't mean you can't break it. If you focus your power on a single point, you could shatter it. Allison thought hard. Maybe, a large wind arrow, sharp and fast, aimed at one point. Make it spin. Jacob suggested. It'll hit harder that way. She nodded slowly, but her expression remained troubled. I'm not as worried about breaking the barrier as I am about my parents' reaction. Once they know I'm supernatural. Jacob reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. They'll be upset, sure. But you're not a werewolf, Allison. They won't hate you. Worst case, they blame me for turning you into a fairy. A small smirk tugged at Allison's lips. Then you have to bear with them. Jacob chuckled. Sorry, I can't do that. I already tolerated your dad pulling a gun on me every time he sees me. Allison frowned, half concerned, half amused. So what are you going to do? Jacob smirked. Don't worry. I won't hurt him. But if he tries it again, I'll just take his gun away. Besides, they might not even put the barrier back up, so they won't know what you've become. At least not yet. Allison exhaled slowly, relief and doubt mingling in her voice. I hope so. I'd rather they keep thinking I don't know anything. Jacob smiled. By the way, I still have another gift for you. Allison's eyes lit up with excitement. What is it? With a flick of his hand, Jacob summoned a ring from his pocket dimension. It gleamed in the low light, white gold, shaped into the head of a dragon. 2 small red diamonds glowed like living eyes. Jacob looked at the ring and thought. Nice one, system. The ring looks really good. He held it out to her. I want you to have this. Allison's breath caught. A ring. Wait, is this supposed to be an engagement ring? Jacob handed it to her. Wear it. But Allison didn't take the ring. She looked at Jacob, smirking. What, no going down on one knee? No romantic proposal? Jacob grinned. Too late for that. We're already married. Allison snorted and took the ring from his hand. You're so unromantic. She studied it for a moment, then sighed. I can't wear it on my ring finger. My parents would freak out. Jacob shrugged. Wear it wherever you like. She slid it onto her left index finger and turned her hand, watching the dragon's jeweled eyes glimmer. It's beautiful, thank you. I love it. But, how much did this cost you? Jacob smirked knowingly. Believe me, you don't want to know the price of that ring. Her eyes widened slightly. Is it that expensive? Jacob said with a chuckle. If I ever put it up for sale, people would pay billions for it. Allison rolled her eyes, half amused. You're exaggerating. Jacob didn't argue. Instead, he gently took her right hand. With a flick of his claw, he made a tiny cut on her finger. Allison didn't say anything, just watched as Jacob dripped her blood on the ring. A soft glow spread across its surface as it absorbed the blood. Allison gasped. The moment it bonded, she felt a connection with it. Knowledge flooded her mind, the ring whispering its secrets to her. After learning what the ring really was, she turned to Jacob, speechless. Her eyes shimmered with awe. Then, without a word, she shifted into her fairy form. Green hair and glowing eyes framed her beauty as she pounced on him, tearing through his clothes once again. Half an hour later, the two lay tangled in each other's arms. Allison rested her head on Jacob's chest, still catching her breath. Her voice came soft, trembling with emotion. I don't even know what to say anymore. A simple thank you could never express how grateful I am, for everything you've given me. Jacob ran his hand slowly through her hair with a satisfied smile. You don't need to thank me, Allison. You're my girlfriend, well, not just my girlfriend, but my wife. My partner. For the rest of our lives. Making you happy isn't a gift, it's my duty. Allison lifted her face, smiling through her exhaustion. She kissed him gently. I love you. I love you too. Jacob replied with a smirk. My beautiful fairy. Allison groaned as she sat up, wincing slightly. We really shouldn't have done it again. Now, not only am I completely numb down there, but it even hurts a little. This is your fault, you handsome pervert. Jacob laughed, the sound echoing warmly through the room. Allison couldn't help but smile, playing with her new spatial ring, putting her phone in and out of it like a child with a new toy. Just then, a knock was heard on the door. Jacob sighed. What is it, Cogman? The butler's voice came through, polite as ever. Dinner is ready, sir. Jacob said. We'll be right down. Jacob rolled out of bed and scooped Allison effortlessly into his arms. Come on. Quick shower, then food. I'm starving. Minutes later, both dressed in fresh clothes, they prepared to leave. Allison shook her head, still amused. We should probably stop tearing each other's clothes. At this rate, we'll have nothing left to wear. Jacob shrugged with a grin. Who cares about clothes? We can always buy more. Let's go eat. Allison lingered. You go ahead, I'll clean the room first. I don't want Cogman seeing the mess we made. Jacob smirked. Then I'll help. Together they tidied the chaos, still exchanging smiles and glances. After that, they went downstairs, both in a good mood. In the kitchen, Cogman was waiting. He ignored Jacob entirely and instead helped Allison gracefully into her seat. "You seem in good spirits, madam." "I take it sir fulfilled his duties as a husband properly." Jacob, mid-sip of water, nearly choked. Allison raised a brow, her lips twitching into a smile. "He did." She replied simply. Cogman said. "I thought he couldn't." Jacob glared at the butler. "You stupid tin can. Are you implying I'm impotent?" Cogman's eyes glimmered with dry wit. "Not at all, sir. But you do give the impression you might not last long." Allison burst out laughing. Jacob could only shake his head, stabbing into his steak. After swallowing, he muttered darkly. "I know you're just joking, so I won't bother with you. But you're lucky you're not a woman, or I'd prove to you exactly how long I can last." Allison, still amused, tilted her head toward the butler. "Tell me, Cogman, do Cybertronians have relationships?" "Like humans do," Cogman said. "If you mean physical intercourse, madam, no. But we do have emotions. We feel anger, hate, remorse, and yes, love. Cybertronian males can fall in love with Cybertronian females. Our bonds are real. Just different." Allison leaned forward curiously. "Then, how do you reproduce?" Cogman said. "Cybertronians reproduce by merging their spark energies. When a mature male and a mature female combine their spark energies, they create a child spark. It is our form of conception." Allison nodded, fascinated. "I see. Do you have any children back in your world?" Cogman shook his head. "No, madam. I never cared for such matters." He turned then, fixing his glowing eyes on Jacob. "By the way, sir, I believe this house requires a piano." Jacob arched a brow. "What for?" "To annoy me." Cogman's tone remained level, but there was a glimmer of mischief. "To set the mood, sir. And we need a pet as well." Jacob sighed, dragging a hand down his face. "I don't need a piano, and I definitely don't need a pet. I already have you, an insufferably rude pet. Why would I want another?" "I am not a pet, sir," Cogman replied calmly. "I am the butler of this house. And I am quite certain Madame Allison and Madame Lydia would love to have a companion animal." Jacob narrowed his eyes. "Maybe later." "And you didn't argue about the piano?" "Why?" A pause. His gaze sharpened. "You already bought one, didn't you?" Cogman clasped his hands behind his back, unbothered. "Yes, sir. It will arrive tomorrow along with the materials I ordered. Trust me, you are going to love it." Jacob leaned forward, voice low. "I swear, if you start playing some creepy tune in the middle of the night, I will break that piano over your head." Cogman said. "I won't do that, sir." Dinner ended. The plates cleared, the conversation dwindled. Jacob and Allison left the mansion together. "Let's not take the car. Let's walk," Jacob suggested, slipping his hands into his pockets. "We'll pass by the woods, you can test your powers there. Then we'll head to your house. I need to bring Raven home." Allison smirked. "Your bike? Can't you leave it?" "I promise I'll bring it here tomorrow." Jacob shook his head. "No. I don't trust your dad. If he finds out you're a supernatural creature, he'll blame me, and I don't want to imagine what he'd do to my bike." "What if I put it in my ring?" Allison countered. "Still no," Jacob said. "If you want a bike so badly, I'll buy you one. But Raven is mine. And even though I love you, I won't give her to you." Allison snorted. "Fine. You don't need to buy me one. Just let me ride yours every now and then." Jacob nodded. "Deal. But no more taking her to your house until your parents and I are on better terms." "Fine," she said again, rolling her eyes. They reached the iron gate. Cogman was waiting, and with a graceful bow, he opened it. "Good night, madam." Allison smiled warmly. "Good night, Cogman." Then she turned to Jacob, eyes alight with playful energy. "Let's run. I want to see how fast I can go now." Jacob smirked. All right. Let's go. And in an instant, they were gone, two streaks of motion vanishing into the night, racing toward the woods at supernatural speed, leaving Cogman watching from the gate, his blue eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Chapter 47, Allison's Powers. Jacob and Allison sprinted side by side through the woods, their feet barely touching the ground as the world blurred around them. Allison laughed, exhilarated, her voice carrying over the rushing wind. Wow, this is incredible. I was fast after you gave me that potion, but never this fast. Jacob grinned, matching her pace with ease. Try channeling your wind ability into your speed, see if you can remove the air resistance around your body. Allison's eyes lit up. Oh. Let me try. Green currents began swirling around her form as she ran. She focused, clumsy at first, but after a few tries she managed to control the air around her. Instantly, resistance vanished. A powerful stream of wind burst behind her like a jet, propelling her forward. She shot ahead in a blur, her hair whipping wildly in the gale. Jacob chuckled and poured on more speed until he caught up, matching her stride. For a few moments, they were nothing but streaks of motion in the moonlit forest. But soon, Allison skidded to a stop. All right, let's stop here. Jacob stopped beside her, tilting his head. Tired already? She shook her head, breathing steady. Running without wind is almost effortless. But when I use my powers, it drains me fast. I'd rather save my energy for testing my other abilities. Jacob nodded. Fair enough. Then let's see what you can do. And to do that. He smirked, cracking his knuckles. I'm going to attack you. Allison's eyes glowed bright green as she shifted into her fairy form. She smiled, excitement glinting in her eyes. That sounds fun. Jacob's expression grew serious. Are you ready? I won't go easy on you. Bring it on. In a flash of movement, Jacob appeared before her, his fist streaking toward her face. It wasn't his full strength, far from it, but enough to hurt if it landed. Allison's instincts flared. Her hands shot up just in time, and the air before her twisted into a shimmering emerald barrier. Jacob's fist slammed into the compressed wind with a muffled thud, the force rippling outward. His punch deflected harmlessly past her cheek, rustling her hair and sending her stumbling back. Jacob grinned. A barrier that can deflect attacks. That's good. He pivoted, sweeping low for her legs. Allison's eyes widened, and in desperation she thrust her palms downward. A repulsive gust burst outward in a shockwave, blasting leaves and dirt in every direction. The power didn't hurt him, but it threw off his balance, forcing him to hop back. Nice. Jacob praised, steadying himself. But next time, focus all the force on your attacker instead of scattering it around. That'll hit harder. Allison caught her breath and gave a sheepish smile. I didn't even know what I was doing, I just reacted instinctively. You'll learn control with training. Now, your turn. Attack me. She nodded, determination flashing in her green eyes. Swinging her arm in a wide arc, she unleashed a cutting gust. A pale green crescent of compressed air tore forward but veered off course, slicing clean through a sapling beside Jacob instead of him. Jacob smirked. That didn't even come close to hitting me, love. Allison scratched her cheek, embarrassed. Well, it's my first time. Now let's try something else. She clenched her fists and thrust them outward. A concentrated blast of wind roared straight toward his chest. Jacob crossed his arms in defense, and the impact made him take a step back, dust scattering under his feet. Jacob raised his hand, fire sparking to life in his palm. That was a little impressive. Now, let's see if you can handle this. Flames swirled, condensing into a sphere the size of a basketball. With a sharp flick, he hurled it at Allison. Allison saw the ball of fire heading toward her fast and was a little scared. Fear clawed at her instincts to dodge, but she held her ground. She focused on the air in front of the fire, and poured her energy into creating a strong wind barrier. The fire hit the wall of wind. Instead of piercing through, the swirling wind shredded it apart, scattering embers harmlessly into the air until nothing but sparks faded in the night. Jacob grinned. Not bad. But I doubt that barrier could withstand a stronger fire attack. Allison nodded. I know. Wind feeds fire and make it stronger. The only reason the barrier worked this time was because your attack was weak. Then a sly smile tugged at her lips. She spread her arms wide, wind rushing at her command. Leaves, dirt, and moss lifted violently from the forest floor, whirling into a churning dust storm that engulfed the clearing. Visibility dropped to zero, and Allison moved around, trying to hide in the dust storm she created. Jacob stood still, his senses immediately heightening. He looked around but couldn't see her. The world around him was chaos, and dirt stung his eyes. He listened, his draconic hearing filtering through the rustle of leaves and dirt, and heard her heartbeat. He turned toward the sound. Then, a new sound rose, a loud, constant, whistling gust of wind she sent weaving and screaming through the branches of the trees around them. It was a shrieking gale, perfectly masking the rhythm of her heartbeat. Jacob's eyes glowed golden, shifting to his draconic sight. He tried to find Allison by detecting her heat signature, but the dust and leaves flying around blocked and scattered the infrared radiation, preventing him from seeing through the storm to any heat sources. He let out a quiet breath. Smart, she blocked both my hearing and my sight. High above, Allison perched on a thick branch she had reached by making herself lighter with a cushion of air. Her chest rose and fell heavily, her energy was draining fast from keeping the storm alive. She raised a hand, focusing. She compressed the wind above her palm, refined it, and shaped it with precision. A single, slender, shimmering arrow of solid wind took form, humming with power. She used the wind to find Jacob's location, took aim, and let the wind arrow fly. It shot through the dusty air like a green comet. Jacob sensed the concentrated energy and turned, his hand flashing up. A small, concentrated fireball, no larger than an apple, shot from his palm to meet it. The two projectiles collided in a blinding flash, scattering into nothing. Allison didn't wait. She leaped, the wind softening her landing, and rolled behind another giant tree. Gritting her teeth, she envisioned not one, but 3 arrows this time. She swept her hands forward, and the wind arrows flew toward Jacob from her new position. This time, Jacob didn't use a small fireball. He turned to the source of the attack, took a deep breath, and unleashed a controlled fire breath. The cone of flame engulfed the arrows, vaporizing them into harmless puffs of agitated air. The dust storm dissipated after Allison stopped controlling it, and Allison knew she was exposed. She jumped out from behind the tree and, with a cry of effort, swung her hand in a precise arc. A sharp wind slash flew horizontally at Jacob's torso. He didn't block it, he simply leaned back, the blade whistling past his chest to slice clean through a thick tree trunk behind him. The top of the tree groaned and began to topple. Jacob straightened, a smirk tugging at his lips. Not bad. Allison smiled proudly and waved both hands rapidly, sending a volley of wind slashes toward him. They were stronger this time, faster, sharper, more precise than before. Jacob didn't dodge. He stood his ground, and as the first slash reached him, he simply threw a punch. His fist met the concentrated air head-on and shattered it into a harmless breeze. He did it again and again, punching through her attacks like they were made of fragile glass, each impact sounding like a small thunderclap. Jacob smiled. I like what you did with that dust storm. Blocking both my hearing and sight, that was clever. Allison was panting. But, you still blocked every attack, even when you couldn't see me. Jacob's expression was calm, almost amused. If I couldn't even do that, I'd be ashamed to call myself a dragon. Her brows furrowed. But how did you do it? I'm very sensitive to energy, so the moment you started creating your wind arrow, I sensed your location. I can also feel danger. Jacob replied. And I could have used electricity to track your location. Don't forget, I have more than just eyes and ears. Allison tilted her head, whispering. I see. Jacob's gaze softened. But I'm proud of you though. You only became a fairy today, and yet the strength you showed just now is enough to take down a weak alpha werewolf. And if you could create a dust storm like you just did, trapping a pack of werewolves inside it and blocking their senses, you could take on an alpha and his whole pack on your own, with ranged attacks, of course. Although you're strong physically and have rapid healing, the last thing a creature like you should do is short-range combat. A proud smile spread across Allison's face. I could just use my wind slashes and kill a werewolf, even an alpha like Peter. His skin isn't as tough as yours, right? Jacob's eyes narrowed. Don't get cocky. Peter isn't a weak alpha. In his werewolf form, that slash you just used to cut a tree in half would do little damage to him, if you can hit him, that is. He's fast, if you let him close the distance, you'll be in real trouble. Physically, you're not on his level at all. Allison frowned. But I already had beta-level strength before I became a fairy, and now that I'm a fairy I've become even stronger. I thought I was as strong as an alpha werewolf now. Jacob shook his head. Not even close. When a creature becomes an alpha, whether it's a werewolf or anything else, their entire being evolves. They don't just get stronger, they become more connected to their supernatural side. That makes them far harder to kill. When I said you could take down a weak alpha, I meant a really weak one. And even then, it would take you a lot of effort to kill him, unless you poison him, of course. Allison crossed her arms, but there was a spark of defiance in her eyes. Maybe. But this is just me after a few hours as a fairy. Once I train, once I master my wind and electricity, I'm sure I'll be able to beat a strong alpha werewolf. Her voice softened as curiosity crept in. By the way, how does a fairy become an alpha? Jacob thought for a moment before answering. Probably by gaining a deep understanding of your element. Once that happens, the transformation comes naturally. Allison nodded, her expression thoughtful. I see. Jacob said. Now, can you try making a real wind attack? Something powerful. Allison tilted her head. Like what? A giant spinning arrow. Jacob replied. I can do it with my fire ability to show you if you want, but we are in a forest and I'd rather not start a fire and burn it down. Allison said. You don't need to show me. I think I can do it. She turned toward some huge boulders. She raised both hands above her head, palms facing each other as if cradling an invisible sphere. She closed her eyes, shutting out everything but the feel of the wind. It started as a whisper, a gentle breeze that coiled around her arms, stirring her green hair. Then it grew. The air between her palms began to shimmer with an intense, vibrant green light, pulling in more and more of the surrounding wind. Jacob watched, his draconic eye seeing not just the light, but the currents of power she was desperately trying to bind together. He saw the strain on her face, the slight tremble in her arms. Allison's world narrowed to the vortex between her hands. Every ounce of her will, every bit of her remaining energy, she poured into constructing the arrow. She imagined it, long, sleek, and deadly. She forced it to spin, compressing the raging winds tighter and tighter, layering them into a corkscrew pattern. A sharp, throbbing pain began to bloom behind her eyes, a warning sign of her energy being drained too fast. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps, but she didn't stop. She pushed past the pain, past the exhaustion. With a final cry of effort, the weapon completed itself. It hovered above her hands, a magnificent and terrifying arrow of solidified, screaming wind. She screamed, thrusting her hands forward. The giant spinning arrow launched. It didn't fly so much as devour the space between her and the boulders. The moment it left her hands, the energy sustaining it vanished from her body. The vibrant green light around her snuffed out. She was panting, her head pounding, her body utterly spent as she shifted back to her human form. She collapsed and was about to hit the ground. Jacob surged forward, catching her before she hit the ground, cradling her against his chest. The arrow struck the first boulder. There was no explosion, not at first. There was a piercing shriek of stone being violently drilled. The arrow didn't even slow down, it passed through the first boulder, splitting it apart, and tore through the second one, exploding it from the inside out, and impacted the third, larger than the others. It drilled into its heart before the immense power finally destabilized, unleashing its remaining energy, and causing a loud explosion. The ground quaked, a shockwave ripping through the trees, scattering leaves like a hurricane. Dust and rubble filled the clearing. Jacob shielded Allison with his body, to protect her weakened body from the explosion. When the chaos faded, silence returned. The cluster of boulders was gone. In its place was a huge crater filled with rubble. Jacob looked at Allison in his arms, who was still watching the crater with wide eyes, not believing she just did that. All right. I take it back. This attack could definitely kill Peter. Allison managed a weak laugh, still panting. Maybe, but I doubt he'll just stand still while I finish making it. Jacob said. All right, it's time we get out of here. Allison groaned, slumping against him. You'll have to carry me. I have no energy left, I can't even stand. Jacob gave a small smile. Then how about we eat first? Food might help you regain some energy. Her eyes lit up faintly despite her exhaustion. Okay. I wouldn't say no to food. Honestly, even though we just had dinner, I feel like I could eat a cow right now. Jacob carried her to a fallen tree, settling her onto the mossy trunk. With a flick of his hand, he pulled a small collapsible table from his pocket dimension, a reward from one of his daily sign-ins. A moment later, he set down burgers, fries, and cans of Coke. They ate quietly under the stars. When they finished, Jacob stowed everything away, then crouched in front of her. "Climb on," he said. Allison wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her cheek against him. He rose easily, her weight nothing to him, and started walking toward the direction of her home. She closed her eyes, a small, tired smile tugging at her lips, and within moments, her breathing slowed, her body relaxing as she drifted into light sleep. 15 minutes later, the silence of the woods shattered. Gunfire echoed through the night, sharp and unmistakable. Jacob froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing. His supernatural hearing locked onto the direction instantly. Without a word, he shifted course, breaking into a run. Allison stirred awake at the sudden movement, blinking. "Jay, what's happening?" "I don't know," Jacob answered. "I heard gunshots and followed the sound. We're about to arrive." Chapter 48, Jacob and Allison's First Blood. Point 1. Jacob, with Allison on his back, ran toward the sound of the gunfire. He was moving with a predator's silence through the forest. As they got closer, the gunfire grew louder, punctuated by screams of terror and a deep, enraged roar that was anything but animal. It was a sound of pure, primal fury. They reached a ridge overlooking a small clearing. A campfire cast a flickering, hellish light on a scene of carnage. Tents were shredded. The earth was dyed red with blood. The scene was nightmare fuel. A black bear, massive and unnatural, stood on its hind legs. Its eyes burned with a malevolent crimson light. It swiped a paw the size of a dinner plate at a man who raised his rifle as a shield. The blow didn't just knock him down, it tore him in half. His torso landed yards from his legs, his intestines unfurling in a slick, dark coil onto the forest floor. Allison's hand flew to her mouth, a choked gasp escaping her lips. Another foolishman emptied his assault rifle into the bear's side. Blood and fur flew, and the bear roared in pain but didn't stop or run away. Instead it turned and lunged at the man, its jaws closing around the man's head. The man screamed, and the bear shook its head violently and tore the man's head off, throwing it aside to the ground. Another man was on the ground near the angry bear, trying to crawl away, one hand clutching his stomach, the other dragging him through the dirt. A glistening rope of his own viscera trailed behind him like a grotesque leash. He made it 10 feet before the bear caught up with him and with its giant paw crushed the man's head, making his brain scatter around. The rest of the men rained bullets on the bear. Its dark fur was blood-soaked from a dozen wounds, but even so, the bullets didn't do too much damage to it, and its wounds were healing with an unnatural, visible speed. "Jay." Allison was covering her mouth with her hand, her voice weak. "Put me down. I feel like I'm about to vomit." Jacob gently lowered her. She turned, stumbled a few steps away, and retched violently into the bushes, her body convulsing. She wiped her mouth with a trembling hand, her face pale as moonlight. She turned back to him, her eyes wide with horror and a desperate need for justice. "Go help them," she pleaded, grabbing his arm. "Help who?" Jacob's voice was low, his gaze still fixed on the clearing, analytical and cold. "The men, of course," Allison said, gesturing at the slaughter. "Before that thing kills them all." Jacob slowly shook his head. "Allison. Use your fairy eyes. Look behind those tents. Tell me what you see." Confused, Allison blinked. A soft, ethereal green light emanated from her eyes, cutting through the darkness and the deceptive shadows cast by the fire. She scanned past the bloodshed, past the roaring bear and the scared men, to the edge of the clearing. There, hitched to a large truck, was a heavy iron cage. And inside, huddled together in terror, were 2 small children. Her blood ran cold. "What's going on?" she whispered, the horror in her voice shifting from revulsion to a deeper, more righteous anger. "I think the men are the bad guys," Jacob murmured. "That bear is a shapeshifter. A woman. And those kids in the cage are her kids. I can tell by their scent. I think the men took her children." Allison stared, piecing things together. The cage. The armed men. The mother's berserker rage. So the men are hunters. Is this what hunters do? "I don't know if they're hunters or not," Jacob said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. "But let's find out. There's one of them hiding over there." He pointed to the far side of the clearing. "Behind that huge tree. He's the smart one." He's using a high-caliber rifle, waiting for a clean shot. Let's catch him and read his memories. He turned and offered his back. Get on. Allison shook her head. It's okay. I can't make another giant wind arrow yet, but my strength is back. I can use my physical strength in some weak wind attacks. Jacob gave a sharp nod, his golden eyes glinting in the dark. Okay. Stay close to me. They sneaked toward the men. The man was a silhouette against a thick tree, his body tensed, his eye pressed firmly against the scope of his high-powered rifle. He was muttering to himself. Come on, turn your head, you bitch, just a little more. He never saw them coming. Jacob's hand shot out and clamped around the back of the man's neck, lifting him off the ground like a kitten. The man let out a strangled yelp of surprise and terror, but the sound was swallowed by the gunfire and the bear's enraged roars from the clearing. Allison watched, her heart hammering against her chest. How are you going to read his memories? She whispered. I have never read anyone's memories before. Jacob admitted. I don't even know if I can. But werewolves and other shifters can do it by inserting their claws into the base of the skull. I'm going to try. He shook the man slightly. I'm not sure what will happen to you after this, but I don't feel sorry about it. You don't look like a good person. Before the man could scream again, Jacob's free hand shifted. His fingernails elongated into wicked, obsidian-black claws. With a swift, brutal motion, he drove the tips into the back of the man's neck. The man stiffened, a silent, gaping scream on his face. His eyes rolled back into his head, showing the whites. Jacob closed his own eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration, and he managed to read the man's memories. Jacob saw in the man's memories that the group was a hunter group that called themselves the Harvesters. They traveled the country, tracking supernatural creatures. Jacob saw a werewolf begging them for his life before they opened his throat and began butchering him for parts on a bloody plastic sheet. A young dryad, her connection to her tree severed, sold weeping to a shadowy buyer. A beautiful selkie, a mermaid-like shifter, that was repeatedly raped by the very men in this clearing before she was finally killed and processed. Jacob saw hidden auctions that sell anything supernatural, from organs to live creatures. He saw the clinical discussion of the men and his group about which organs fetched the highest price. He saw them raping beautiful shapeshifters before killing them or selling them alive. And he saw how they hunted kids and even babies for customers who ordered them. Finally, Jacob saw this mission. He saw them staking out the werebear's house, waiting until she left her home. Then they murdered her human husband, shot him in the head while he was trying to protect his children. Then they captured her 2 crying children, threw them into the iron cage like luggage, and drove to Beacon Hills, thinking they were far enough and decided to rest in the Beacon Hills Preserve. Jacob ripped his claws out and dropped the men. The men collapsed to the ground, twitching and convulsing, drool leaking from his open mouth. Anger and pure rage twisted Jacob's features. Allison saw the absolute fury in his eyes. Before she could finish, Jacob lifted his foot and brought it down on the convulsing man's head. There was a sickening, wet crunch, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Allison spun around and vomited again. She wiped her mouth with a trembling hand, shock in her eyes. She turned back to him, her voice a shaky whisper. Why did you kill him? Jacob turned to look at her, his face still a mask of primordial rage. I'm sorry you saw that. But that man and his friends, they are real beasts. What I saw in his memories, Allison, terrible stuff. Unspeakable. I can show you through our telepathic link, but you have to brace yourself. It's very bad. But you need to see it. You need to know the reality of our world. Scared but resolved, Allison nodded. Show me. Jacob stepped closer, the fury in his eyes softening into a grim sorrow. He placed his forehead against hers, and the memories flooded into her mind. She saw it all. The slaughterhouse. The victim's despair. The heinous, unspeakable crimes committed by the group that calls themselves the Harvesters. First came the shock, cold and numbing. Then a disgust so profound it made her stomach clench again. And finally, rising like a tidal wave, a rage so pure unlike anything she felt before. Her body started shaking. She understood why Jacob was angry and why he killed the men. Jacob broke the connection, looking into her now hardened eyes. Do you understand why I killed him? Allison's voice was cold, laced with a fury that mirrored his own. I understand. Scum like him and his group don't deserve to live. So what are we going to do with the rest of them? Jacob's glowing eyes turned toward the clearing, where the werbear mother was still fighting, though she was slowing, her healing factor struggling to keep up with the barrage of bullets. "I'll kill them all, of course," he said, his voice flat and final. Just then, one of the surviving men, seeing his comrades falling, made a desperate dash for the cage. He leveled his pistol point blank at the two terrified children inside. "Hey, bitch!" he screamed, his voice cracking with panic. "Stop!" The forest air, thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, seemed to freeze. The werebear's massive form shuddered, and she stopped. She looked at the man pointing his gun at her children, rage and anger in her eyes, but she didn't dare to move. The leader of the group was a fat man. He was standing a little far from the battlefield, scared of the werbear and ready to ditch his group and run away at any time. But seeing the werbear stopped and didn't dare to move, he laughed and said, "Now, if you don't want your children to die, shift back to human form." The rage in her red eyes warring with a mother's primal fear, she sighed and shifted. Her huge bear form shrank, her fur receding, her body reshaping until a naked, tall, beautiful brunette woman stood in the clearing. She was covered in blood and dirt, her body heaving with ragged breaths, her red eyes fixed on the gun pointed at her children. The fat leader laughed with a disgusting sound. "See, boys. Even animals know what's good for them." He didn't even care about his dead men, or even glance at their torn remains. His surviving lackeys, emboldened now that the immediate threat was gone, let out crude whistles and jeers. The man near the cage, still aiming at the children, licked his lips. "Boss, let me enjoy her after you." "Sure thing." The fat man chuckled, his piggish eyes roaming over the woman's naked body. "But looking at that, you'll be waiting a few hours." He started walking toward her, a swagger in his step. "I'm not even gonna poison you or tie you up, sweetheart. I want you to serve me willingly while your kids watch. Makes it more fun." 2. Chapter 49, Jacob and Allison's First Blood. Point 2. Jacob and Allison watched the scene from the shadows in anger as the hunters threatened the woman with her children's lives. Allison's hands clenched into fists so tight her nails bit into her palms. "What a bunch of scum," she hissed, her voice trembling with fury. "All right." Jacob's voice was low. "You stay here. I'm going to take care of them," starting with the guy pointing the gun at the children. Allison hesitated for only a second, her eyes locking onto the sniper rifle lying next to the headless corpse. A grim resolve settled over her. "No," she said, her voice steadier now. "Leave him to me," Jacob said. "No. I don't want you going out there. They have guns, and you're not back at your full strength yet." "I'm not going to show myself," she said, already moving to pick up the heavy rifle. The metal was cold and familiar in her hands. "My dad taught me how to shoot all kinds of guns. It's been 2 years, but from this distance, I'm sure I can blow his head off." She worked by feel, her fairy-enhanced eyes checking the chamber and the scope in the dim light. The memory of her father's patient coaching pushed back the nausea and fear. Jacob watched her for a tense moment, then said, "All right. I'm counting on you. Stay here after you kill him, and don't come out until I've killed all of them." Allison nodded, bringing the rifle up to her shoulder and settling into a prone position, using a fallen log for support. She leaned forward, her eye finding the scope. The world narrowed to a circle of glass and crosshairs. She felt Jacob getting close to her, then a soft brush of his lips against her temple. Then he started walking toward the clearing. "Be careful," she whispered, her focus never leaving the scope. "You too," he said. In the clearing, the fat man was steps away from the werbear woman, an obscene smile on his face. The man who was pointing his gun at the children was watching with a smirk, his posture relaxed. Jacob shifted. His claws extended. Black scales covered his entire body except his face and hands. He didn't let his horns appear. Then he walked out from the darkness and walked toward the werbear woman, holding a bathrobe he took from his pocket dimension. The fat man and his thugs stared, weapons half raised, at the teen shapeshifter with glowing golden eyes emerging from the tree line. "Stop right there, you little shit." The fat man's voice was a gravelly threat. "Or we will shoot you." Jacob didn't care about them. He just kept walking toward the woman. While the hunters didn't feel anything from Jacob, the woman, on the other hand, was trembling. She felt fear when she looked at Jacob, a primal fear that made her forget all her rage. The fat man turned to one of his goons and said, "Shoot him." The The men shot Jacob in the chest, but the bullet hit Jacob's chest like hitting iron. Sparks flew as the bullet shattered when it penetrated Jacob's hoodie and hit his dragon scales underneath. Jacob didn't even feel the bullet. He looked at the men and raised his hand, pointing a finger at the men. Then a small ball of lightning appeared at the tip of Jacob's finger and shot faster than a bullet toward the men, penetrating his head and making a burned hole in his forehead, dropping him dead. Jacob's glowing eyes locked onto the fat man. His voice was a low, chilling calm. "Be patient. I will deal with you soon." The men saw the bullet didn't even wound Jacob and how Jacob killed his men. He took an involuntary step back, his confidence shattering. Jacob arrived next to the woman, offering her the bathrobe. "Here, cover yourself." The woman flinched and took a step away from Jacob in fear. Jacob threw the bathrobe at her. "Don't be scared of me. I mean you no harm." Seeing Jacob helping the woman, the fat guy stopped trembling and smirked. But he wasn't confident of catching Jacob, he just wanted him to leave. He said, "Kid, leave or I will kill her kids." Allison took a deep, steadying breath, let half of it out, and held it. Her finger settled on the trigger. "Squeeze, don't pull." Her father's voice echoed in her mind. The crosshairs found their mark, centering on the gunman's head. She squeezed. The sound of the rifle was deafening in the relative quiet forest, like a sharp, violent thunderclap that ripped through the night. The gunman's head snapped backward. 1 second he was standing, the next, he was collapsing like a sack of meat, his body slumping against the iron cage before sliding to the ground, leaving a dark smear on the metal. The sound of the shot froze everyone in the clearing. The fat man's head turned slowly, his smug smirk shattering into confusion, then raw terror, as he stared at his lifeless men slumped against the cage. His remaining men spun around, weapons raised, searching frantically for the new threat. Just then, Jacob attacked. The first hunter died before he could even turn his rifle around, his throat torn out by a casual swipe of a claw. The second managed to get off a wild, panicked burst of automatic fire that ricocheted harmlessly off Jacob's scaled forearm before Jacob grabbed his head and twisted. The sickening sound of snapping bone echoed in the clearing. Chaos erupted. But it was a short-lived chaos. The men weren't hunters anymore. They were prey and Jacob was the hunter, and he was moving too fast for them to even react. There were 8 remaining men. Jacob ripped the heads off 2 of them, tore 3 clean in half, and plucked the beating hearts from 2 others, leaving only the fat man alive. Jacob walked toward him, and the man started backing away in fear while emptying his gun into Jacob's chest. But the bullets did nothing. One struck Jacob's forehead, it left only a fading red mark that vanished in less than a second. The fat man fell to the ground, scrambling backward through the dirt in fear. "What kind of monster are you?" Jacob caught up to him and without a word inserted his claws into the back of the man's neck and started reading his memories. When he was done, he threw the men at the woman's feet and said, "He is all yours." The man, despite Jacob reading his memories, didn't lose consciousness or anything. Although he was dizzy and confused from the mental violation, he was still sane. The woman looked at Jacob, her voice steady but cold. "Can you hold this for me, please?" She tossed the bathrobe back to him. "I don't want to ruin it with this pig's blood." Jacob caught the robe and watched as the woman walked to the man and with her claws started peeling his skin and killing him slowly while he begged for mercy and screamed like a pig. After the woman was done, she went to the water tank the hunters were using and took a shower. She came back to Jacob, took the robe, and wore it, then went to the cage. She freed her children, pulling them into a tight hug before breaking down into heavy, wrenching sobs. Allison walked from her hidden place and came to Jacob's side. "What did you see in that man's memories?" Jacob said. "More horrible things." Allison sighed. "I don't think I can sleep tonight. I wish I could spend the night with you." Jacob said. "Me too. I don't feel like spending the night alone, after all I just did and saw. I might have looked cruel killing those guys, but now that my rage is gone, I feel sick and kind of disgusted with myself right now." "I know how you feel," Allison whispered. "I killed a man too. How about we go to Lydia and spend the night with her? You can tell your parents that you're at Lydia's house and they wouldn't say anything." Jacob suggested. "Yes, we can do that," Allison said softly. "I really don't want to spend the night alone in my room," Jacob said. "All right. Let me get rid of these bodies first, then we'll go." The woman approached with her children. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. You're welcome. Jacob replied. Take one of their cars and leave with your kids. The woman hesitated, then asked. Can I ask, what kind of creature are you? I've never felt fear like I felt when you appeared. Jacob shook his head. I can't tell you that. It wouldn't do any of us any good. She nodded, understanding. I see. Thank you again for your help, both of you. Jacob nodded at her, and the woman turned around, loaded her children into a truck, and drove away, leaving the nightmare behind. Jacob looked at Allison. Stay here. I'm going to burn the bodies. Allison nodded, and Jacob gathered all the bodies together. After taking a bank card and another card from the fat man, he burned the bodies, the cars, the tents, and everything else to ash, except the guns, of course. He stored those in his pocket dimension. He took off his clothes and burned them too, took a quick shower with some water from his pocket dimension, and changed into new clothes. After that, Allison and Jacob left the forest using their super speed and headed toward Lydia's house. Chapter 50, A Sleepless Night. After arriving at Lydia's house, Jacob climbed through the window, after giving Lydia a quick telepathic warning, while Allison knocked on the front door. Natalie, Lydia's mom, opened it with a warm smile. Allison, are you here for Lydia? Good evening. Allison said, smiling politely. Yes, I'm here for a sleepover. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Natalie replied. Come on in. Lydia's upstairs in her room. Allison thanked her and headed upstairs. When she opened Lydia's door, she found Jacob and Lydia kissing. Rolling her eyes, she pulled out her phone and called her mom, letting her know she was spending the night at Lydia's. As expected, Victoria asked to speak with Natalie, just to confirm. Allison went back downstairs, handed the phone over, then returned once the moms had spoken. Inside Lydia's room, Jacob was stretched out on the bed. Lydia, lock the door. He said, his voice low. I don't want your mom walking in and finding me here. I really don't want any drama tonight. My mom doesn't barge into my room. Lydia replied with a shrug. But better safe than sorry, I guess. She got up and locked the door. A few minutes later, Allison and Lydia were lying on either side of Jacob, both of them hugging him. Lydia glanced between them. So, are you two going to tell me what's going on? Jacob said. Believe me, Lydia, you don't want to know. I do. She insisted, leaning closer. Tell me. Jacob sighed. Are you sure? I killed some people tonight. Lydia sat up straight. What? I killed a man too. Allison added quietly. Lydia blinked, her shock only growing. Now I really want to know. Jacob exhaled heavily. As you wish. But don't blame me if you can't sleep afterward. He pressed his forehead to hers, sharing everything through their telepathic link, the fight in the woods, the shape-shifting bear, the kids in the cage, the harvester's crimes. When he pulled away, Lydia's face was pale. She hugged him tightly, shivering. I can't believe people would do such horrible things for money. I'm glad you helped that woman, and I'm glad you killed those bastards. But. She shuddered. I don't think I'll be able to sleep now. Allison said softly. Jay warned you, but you wouldn't listen. I needed to see it. Lydia said firmly, her voice trembling but resolute. I needed to understand why you two killed people. Anne, you should have taken me with you. Even if I couldn't help, don't leave me out of things. Jacob shook his head. It wasn't planned. We were just passing by, then heard gunshots. That's how it happened. Lydia frowned. And what were you doing in the woods anyway? Oh, and Allison, why were your eyes glowing green in Jacob's memories? Allison smiled faintly. That's because I'm not just human anymore. I'm something called a wind fairy. Lydia said. What? How did that happen? Allison smirked. Jay turned me into one. Lydia asked. How? Allison tilted her head. Should I tell her, or leave it as a surprise? Jacob gave a small shrug. Tell her. She'll find out in a few days anyway. Allison raised a brow. A few days? Don't you plan to do it with her tomorrow? Jacob said. Probably not. I'm not in the mood. Not for at least a day or two. Lydia blinked. Wait, did you two finally sleep together? Allison said. Yes, we did. Lydia rolled across Jacob and leaned in close to Allison, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Tell me everything. There's nothing to tell. Allison replied. We just did it. Lydia narrowed her eyes. Was he good? I mean, we are going to spend the rest of our lives with him, so please, tell me he is good. A slow smile spread across Allison's face. He's very good. I'm still numb down there. Lydia gasped dramatically. Then tell me details. Don't be shy. There really isn't much more to say. Allison replied. We went back to the mansion, and we were at it for hours straight. I had to stop because I literally couldn't keep going. Ugh, you're boring. I need details. Lydia pouted. Allison smirked. I don't remember any details. I was too busy enjoying myself. Fine. Then at least tell me how he turned you into a fairy. Allison said. Jay told me that when a woman becomes his mate, he can pass on a bloodline to her. 3 bloodlines chose me, vampire, elf, and wind fairy. I chose the fairy. And now. She smiled. I'm really strong. She shifted into her fairy form, and told Lydia about her powers. Lydia's eyes widened. That's amazing. Then she turned to Jacob, her excitement sparking. Can I have powers like hers? Jacob shook his head. You'll definitely have powers, but not like hers. Then what kind will I get? She pressed. I don't know. Jacob admitted. We'll find out after we sleep together. Lydia huffed but nodded. Fine. Her gaze shifted, and she noticed the ring on Allison's hand. Where is my ring? Jacob sat up slightly. I was going to give you one after we, but... He pulled a spatial ring from his pocket dimension, identical to Allison's, and held it out. Here. This is yours. Lydia crossed her arms. Well, you can keep it until we actually do it. Allison rolled her eyes. If you're expecting some romantic gesture or a proposal, forget it. Jay is an unromantic idiot. And believe me, you really want to take that ring from him. Is it magical? Lydia asked curiously. Yes. Allison said. Lydia slipped it on and studied it. It's beautiful, but I don't feel anything. Drop a little blood on it. Jacob instructed. She pricked her finger, and the moment her blood touched the ring, it bonded with her. Knowledge of its abilities flooded her mind. Her face lit up, and without hesitation, she jumped on top of Jacob, kissing him hard. I want to do it with you right now. Jacob gently pushed her back to the side. His expression was haunted. Not tonight. I can still hear the screams of the people I killed. I can still smell their fear, their blood, when I was tearing them apart. Lydia stroked his cheek. Then let's do it to distract you from thinking about all that. Jacob shook his head. No. I don't trust myself right now. I might get violent, and besides. He glanced at Allison. Allison is here. It's not happening tonight. With that, he rolled Lydia over to Allison's side and closed his eyes. Now you two talk. I want to get some sleep. He closed his eyes, letting Lydia and Allison whisper to each other. Sleep, however, wouldn't come. I was so happy being in this new world. He thought. But I didn't really consider that I'd have to kill people. Although I killed that monster in the woods before, but that was different. The worst part is that I killed those people tonight without mercy, and I kind of enjoyed it a little bit. If not for the fact that I felt joy in killing them only because they were bad people, I would be freaking out right now. He let out a long sigh. Well, I just have to get used to it and make sure I don't turn into a murdering maniac. I plan to go to that auction in Las Vegas on Saturday, the one I saw in the Fat Man's Memories, and destroy it. I'll take the money from the people who attend the auction and the ones who organize it, so I'll probably have to kill some more people. But for now, I should try to sleep. After a while, exhaustion claimed him. But around 4 a.m., Jacob jolted awake, sweat dampening his forehead. He had dreamed of losing control, of killing Styles and Scott with his claws. He turned his head left and right. Lydia and Allison were curled against him on either side, arms draped over his chest, breathing softly. He shook his head with a weary sigh. Whispering to Allison. You can't sleep. One of Allison's eyes cracked open. I slept. She whispered. But I woke up after having a nightmare that my parents were evil hunters like the ones we met tonight. Don't worry. They're not. I know. Allison said. But I still couldn't go back to sleep. You know we're going to kill more bad people in the future, right? Jacob asked gently. Allison nodded. I know. And I won't hesitate when the time comes. Jacob kissed the top of her head. That's my girl. And let's make this deal, tonight is the only night we lose sleep over killing scumbags. This is our reality now. We need to accept it sooner rather than later. Deal. Allison said firmly. We shouldn't waste sympathy on monsters like them. Jacob smirked. I'm in the mood again. Want to sneak into Lydia's bathroom? Allison snorted and pinched his side. Go back to sleep, you pervert. He chuckled softly, and soon her breathing evened out as she drifted back to sleep. Jacob wrapped his arms tighter around both girls and finally managed to slip back into slumber too. Early in the morning, a knock sounded on Lydia's door. Girls, wake up, you'll be late for school. Natalie called. Jacob stirred first, nudging Lydia and Allison awake. Lydia, are you awake? Natalie asked again through the door. Lydia rubbed her eyes and answered sleepily. Yes, Mom, we're up. I made you breakfast. I'm heading to work. Love you. Love you too, Mom. Lydia called back. Moments later, they heard Natalie leave the house, the sound of her car fading into the distance. Jacob kissed both girls and got out of bed. All right, girls, I need to head home. And I'm not coming to school today. Allison yawned and stretched. Why not? I need to be at the mansion. Jacob explained. That tin can at home ordered a bunch of materials that will arrive today. I can't let him go outside to receive them himself. He'd probably scare the delivery guy half to death. Lydia smirked and leaned against him. Remember, I'm coming over after school. So you better be ready to satisfy me. And don't even think about saying you're not in the mood. Jacob chuckled, pulled her close, and kissed her deeply before letting go. Trust me, I'll be more than ready. Lydia rolled her eyes with a smile and disappeared into the bathroom. Allison, still lounging in bed, glanced at Jacob. Why don't you have breakfast with us before you go? Jacob shrugged. Sure. The two of them went downstairs. Allison looked at the modest breakfast Natalie had left on the table and said, Do you have any baked goods in that pocket dimension of yours? Jacob grinned. I've got plenty. Then take some out. This breakfast is nice, but it's too little. Jacob pulled out a variety of baked goods, croissants, muffins, cookies, brownies, cinnamon rolls, along with juice. By the time Lydia came down, the table was overflowing. The three of them sat together, laughing and eating until they were satisfied. Afterward, they left Lydia's house. The girls drove toward Allison's, while Jacob split off, running at supernatural speed back to his mansion. At Allison's house, she hesitated before stepping out of the car. Her eyes lingered on the front door. I don't know if my parents set up a new mountain ash barrier or not. I'm nervous. Lydia leaned toward her from the driver's seat. You'll be fine, right? They won't hurt you, even if they find out you're a supernatural creature. Of course not. Allison said quickly. They'd never hurt me. I just don't want them to know yet. Then good luck. Lydia said softly. Allison took a deep breath, walked to her house, and carefully opened the front door. She stepped inside, nothing. There was no barrier. Relief washed over her. She turned back toward Lydia, gave her a thumbs up, and said telepathically. There's no barrier. Wait for me to change my clothes and grab my bag, then I'll be right back. She reached out telepathically to Jacob as well. Jay, I just got home. No barrier. Jacob responded. Oh, right. I forgot about that. That's one less problem, I guess. Allison smiled faintly. All right, talk to you later.